Back when you two decided to get married, your father and I were strongly against it. Mom, I think we're doing just fine now, said the daughter calmly. Fine? Fine. You bought this house just 2 years ago. Then last year, Shidao got laid off, and he still hasn't found a job's delivering takeout for a living now. Your baby is barely 1 year old, and you're stuck with hundreds of thousands in mortgage debt. How are you going to survive? So what if he delivers food? He's working hard, not stealing or cheating. Besides, he never let us go hungry. Isn't that how most people live, anyway? And I believe he won't be delivering forever. He's talented, it's just bad luck. Outside the door, listening to his mother-in-law and wife arguing inside, Shidao quietly put his keys away and tiptoed downstairs. There are 3 great misfortunes that strike middle-aged men: buying a house, getting laid off, and investing in stocks. And Shidao had hit the jackpot, suffering all 3. In 2021, he entered the stock market at 3,700 points. From a moment he invested, the market went into free fall as if it were designed just to trap him. He started with 100,000 yuan and ended up closing his account with only 50,000 left. In 2022, seeing prices dip slightly from previous years, Wu borrowed money and bought a house in Jinshe. The day after he signed the contract, home values began falling. By 2025, the value of his initial down payment had completely vanished. If he sold the house now, he wouldn't even cover the bank loan. Then came the worst blow of all in 2024. His boss suddenly fled overnight, leaving behind 3 months' worth of unpaid wages for Wu and his colleagues. If it weren't for Shen Xiaojing's job still paying her salary, a bank would have already repossessed their home, and they'd be out on the streets. A 30-something programmer with an ordinary bachelor's degree? In today's job market, there were thousands like him. Job hunting was a nightmare. With no other options, Wu joined the ranks of food delivery riders. After a whole month of exhausting work, he earned barely over 4,000 yuan, just enough to cover the mortgage payments to the capitalist banks. Wu felt utterly hopeless. Looking ahead, his future seemed pitch black. Riding his electric scooter aimlessly through the city, his phone rang. It was Xiaojing calling. Still working? I've already made dinner. When will you be back? In a bit. He'll head home after this delivery. Okay, drive safely. Don't speed. Oh, and my mom came by this afternoon. She talks a lot, so if she says anything you don't want to hear, just pretend you didn't hear it. She spoke the last sentence softly. I know, Wu replied, though his heart sank. Sometimes he thought 30-something. Nothing much to show for his life. The only real blessing he had was marrying such a kind-hearted woman like Xiaojing. On his way home, he passed a lottery store. He remembered the double color ball numbers had just been announced. Winning numbers: 2, 3, 17, 18, 22, 33. Blue number: 16. Damn it. Just one number short. Someone in Guangdong won 108 first prizes. Each prize is 5.23 million yuan. That person took home over $500 million. Indeed, he missed by just one number. His ticket read 1, 2, 16, 17, 21, 32, 15. Every number was exactly 1 digit less than the winning ones. $500 million, why can't I ever catch a break like that? Spending 2 yuan daily on one lottery ticket had become Wu Shidao's only source of hopia, small spiritual comfort despite endless disappointment. But in today's world, besides hitting the jackpot, what else could help someone like him make quick money? Thinking about it gave him a headache. Maybe from all those late nights coding before, or maybe due to stress, he had been suffering frequent migraines lately. As he returned to the neighborhood and approached his door, the pain grew worse. His temples throbbed violently. He pushed open the door, trying to ignore the pain, but suddenly heard a loud bang inside his mind, as if a wire had snapped. He saw Xiaojing standing in the living room holding their child, staring at him in horror. The next second, everything went black. Wu collapsed to the floor. He felt his consciousness slipping away, watching helplessly as Xiaojing rushed toward him, sobbing uncontrollably and shaking his body. Am I dying? No, I can't die. I have a wife, a child, parents. I can't leave them behind. He screamed in his mind, but couldn't utter a single sound. He feared not death itself, but dying like this, having achieved nothing, leaving only burdens behind for his family. For how long? He didn't know until faint sounds slowly reached his ears. It was soft, distant music. I can't die. Driven by sheer determination, Wu roared inwardly and suddenly opened his eyes. Before him stood a familiar yet strange scene. Isn't this my childhood home? He looked around in disbelief. Books scattered across the desk, a lamp, an old computer, and a mobile phone vibrating and ringing with music. This was his bedroom. He had lived here for over 20 years. She knew every corner. Yet he clearly remembered this old house was torn down in 2016. The ringtone stopped. Snapping out of his daze, Wu grabbed the phone. It was an old Nokia N95, a pirated version he used until his third year of college. The date on the screen read, clearly, June 10th, 2010. Dazed, Wu got up barefoot and walked around the house. Every object was familiar. It was truly the place where he once lived with his parents. Finally, his gaze fell upon the dining table. There lay a note and a 100 yuan bill. The note read, "Son, the Gaokao is over. This 100 yuan is for lunch and some pocket money. Go out and meet your friends. Remember to come back for dinner." Like a thunderclap striking his soul, Wu froze. The note slipped from his trembling hands. He remembered. The day after finishing the national college entrance exam, his parents had given him 100 yuan to relax and hang out with friends. Chapter 2. The generation of kidney machines. It seems I have truly been reborn or perhaps transported back in time. Gazing into the mirror at my youthful visage, Wu Shidao accepted this extraordinary occurrence. However, a wave of profound anxiety soon followed. He thought of Shen Xiaojing. Undoubtedly, the version of himself from 2025 was no longer present. What would become of his child and Shen Xiaojing? A thought flashed in his mind. Wait a minute, it is now 2010, and Xiaojing, like myself, has just completed her college entrance examinations. We are not even married yet. Where would a child come from? Perhaps heaven has smiled upon him, granting him a second chance due to his pitiable state, or perhaps his fate was not yet sealed. In any case, this time, he must strive to ensure that his parents and Shen Xiaojing live the lives they desire, unlike in his previous life, where he dared not even contemplate death. At the very least, he vividly recalled the routes of the newly constructed subway lines in Jin City and the properties that would appreciate significantly in the coming years. If he acted promptly, purchasing a few properties, he could sell them at a high price in 2021 and undoubtedly reap substantial profits. At this thought, Wu Shidao suddenly remembered something and hurriedly walked to his desk, grabbing a pen to jot it down. 2025, issue 001, 231718223316. When that time arrives, he would buy 100 tickets in advance, striking it rich with several 100 million. Then, he realized this was not a wise course of action. What if someone else stumbled upon this notebook? After some contemplation, Wu Shidao struck through the date 2025, ensuring that even if discovered, no one would draw any connections. Yes, Wu Shidao suddenly comprehended what was most urgent at this moment. While he still retained memories of numerous events, he must record significant occurrences. Bitcoin, shared bicycles, Pinduoduo, Meituan. He meticulously documented every event he could recall, placing the diary in a drawer, carefully concealing it deep within. Knock, knock, knock. A voice called from outside. Why aren't you answering your phone? Upon opening the door, he was met by a disgruntled youth, glaring at Wu Shidao. Weren't we supposed to go to the internet CAF to play games together today? Who been? Wu Shidao recognized him immediately. They had attended the same school from elementary through high school, sharing the same class. He even recalled that just last week, they had shared a drink at a roadside stall. At that time, Hu Bin had been laid off, and on top of that, his wife was causing a ruckus over divorce. Dejected, he had uttered, "Living is such a damn burden. It's utterly exhausting." Yet now, the teenage Hu Bin stood before him, brimming with vitality, evoking a peculiar sensation of temporal dislocation within Wu Shidao. What kind of expression is that? Noticing Wu Shidao lost in thought, Hu Bin playfully remarked, "Buddy, I only like women. Your staring is making me blush. Go to hell." Regaining his composure, Wu Shidao chuckled and chided, "Are we playing games or not?" Hu Bin urged him, "Let's forego the games. I have no desire to play today. I wish to take a stroll." Wu Shidao replied thoughtfully, aware of Hu Bin's character. Since he had come all this way, it was improbable that he would be easily dismissed. Moreover, Wu Shidao genuinely yearned to step outside and witness the world anew, as it had been over a decade since he last did so, and countless memories had faded from his mind. Very well then, Hu Bin contemplated briefly before nodding decisively. A leisurely walk sounds splendid. It will be refreshing. By the way, have you had breakfast? Come, let me treat you. We shall go for breakfast. As they walked, Wu Shidao engaged in casual conversation with Hu Bin while continually surveying the buildings lining the streets. The memories, long locked away, began to surface, slowly awakened by the sights around him. Although the ambitious 4 trillion yuan infrastructure project had commenced over a year ago, their small county had yet to experience the construction boom seen in the future. The increase in housing prices compared to those in first-tier cities was merely a slight uptick. By the way, did you catch the latest Apple press conference? Hu Bin inquired. The Apple press conference? Wu Shidao paused, slightly taken aback. Yes. After finishing my English exam yesterday, I returned home and found the video of the conference online. Hu Bin exclaimed excitedly. The iPhone 4 is simply stunning. It's a pity that it's only available abroad right now. We have to wait until September to purchase it domestically. Do you think if I plead with my mom, she will buy me one? The iPhone 4? The kidney phone? Wu Shidao pondered for a moment, realizing it was indeed 2010 and Steve Jobs was still alive. The unparalleled influence of the iPhone in China was largely due to the iconic iPhone 4. I doubt your chances of getting one, Wu Shidao mused. Once it officially launches in China, it will likely cost over 10,000 yuan. What do you think your mom would say? What? Over 10,000? Is it really that expensive? Hu Bin exclaimed, astonished. I remember Jobs mentioned a price of 599 and 699 by exchange rate calculations. It should only be about 4 or 5,000 yuan after its domestic release. You are quite adorable, Wu Shidao laughed. You're not the only one who desires it. Rarity breeds value. With so many scalpers in the country, 10,000 yuan is rather modest. Do you think it can even be sold at that price? Hu Bin scratched his head, incredulous. My parents together earn just over 4,000 a month. How can anyone afford a phone that costs over 10,000? Wu Shidao's eyes twinkled as he laughed. Do you want it? It's quite simple. Really, just sell a kidney, and you'll have enough to buy it. Trade a kidney for a phone? No way. Hu Bin rolled his eyes, but then, somewhat undeterred, suggested, since we have some free time, why don't we head to the mobile phone street and inquire? I reckon the gray market prices won't be nearly as steep. Chapter 3. The jailbreak. The term mobile phone street is merely a local expression. The signage of stores featuring Nokia, Samsung, Sony Ericsson, Dopod, and others evoked a sense of both familiarity and strangeness in Wu Shidao. However, in 2010, the prevalence of counterfeit phones was far more significant. After meandering for a while, they stumbled upon a mobile shop displaying a 3-in-1 sign for Samsung and Apple. Are you looking to purchase a phone? We have both Samsung and Apple. The enthusiastic shop assistant greeted them as they entered. When will the iPhone 4 be available? Hu Bin inquired. Another one asking about the iPhone 4, the staff member replied, turning to a man seated behind the counter, engrossed in his computer. Doesn't have come in today alone, right? The iPhone 4? It has just been released abroad, here. It will likely take at least 2 weeks to a month before we receive stock. Wang Ge turned to glance at Wu Shidao and Hu Bin. What about you two? Are you interested? If you are, you can reserve one now, but I must inform you that these are all gray market phones, not the official domestic version. The official version probably won't arrive until the end of the year. Although the iPhone was launched in 2007, aside from the iPhone 3, every other version sold in the country was a gray import. What is the difference between a gray market phone and the official version? Hu Bin asked. What is the price? There isn't much difference. It's merely about the regions where they are sold. Let me put it this way. A gray market phone is like an international version of the official one. Do you understand? Wang Ge shook his head. As for the price, it certainly won't be less than 10,000 yuan, but I can't specify the exact amount right now. If you want it, you'll need to pay a deposit of 5,000 yuan. Can it be a bit cheaper? Although Hu Bin had previously heard Wu Shidao suggest that the gray market price would be around 10,000, he still held on to a sliver of hope. Hearing Wang Ji's words, he was finally disheartened. Young man, you must have seen the Apple launch event. This device features cutting-edge technology, high specifications, and is made with Gorilla Glass. The demand is immense, and 10,000 yuan is already the lowest price, Wang Ge said with a smile. By the way, if you reserve it through me, I can jailbreak it for you at no extra charge. If you buy it elsewhere, they'll charge you 300 to 500 yuan for the jailbreak. Jailbreak? What does that mean? Hu Bin asked, bewildered. It means to unlock it, Wu Shidao interjected. Apple's system is a closed ecosystem, much like a prison that restricts user permissions. To access the device's full potential, you must bypass the system, hence the term jailbreak. Why not just say unlock instead of jailbreak? Hu Bin scoffed, still perplexed. Wu Shidao shrugged and chuckled. The term jailbreak is borrowed from English terminology. It cannot be compared to the profundity of the Chinese language. Wang Ge cast a surprised glance at Wu Shidao. To be honest, although he frequently used the term jailbreak and had assisted others in doing so, he was unaware of the precise origins of the term. Let's go. It's too expensive. I can't afford it. Hu Bin sighed and pulled Wu Shidao outside. Once they were out the door, he remarked, Old Wu, when did you become knowledgeable about jailbreaking? I had no idea. There are many things you are unaware of, Wu Shidao chuckled lightly, offering a casual excuse. Don't you remember that my dad bought me a computer ages ago? While I was self-studying programming, I also figured out what jailbreaking meant. You actually learned it? Hu Bin. surprised by this revelation, responded, "I thought when you mentioned learning programming, you were just trying to trick your dad into buying you a computer. Would I deceive you? I'm a person of integrity," Wu Shidao said earnestly, though a flicker of guilt crossed his mind. Indeed, he had initially used the pretext of learning programming to persuade his parents to buy him a computer. He even pretended to purchase a few programming books. In truth, prior to university, the computer had primarily served as a gaming device, and he would only feign studying programming when his parents visited his room, knowing they wouldn't understand. Sure. Hubin rolled his eyes and pressed further. "So is it true that you must jailbreak an iPhone to use it?" "It can function without jailbreaking," Wu Shidao simply explained. "But many games on the iPhone are paid, and you can only download free games after jailbreaking." "Ah, I see," Hubin said, enlightenment dawning upon him. He then grinned mischievously. "I knew your knowledge of jailbreaking was tied to games. Self-taught programming? Spare me the tale." The two found a place on the street to have breakfast, after which Hubin clamored to go to an internet CAF. While Wu Shidao concocted an excuse to head home. He needed time to reevaluate his future plans and couldn't afford to indulge Hubin's whims. The entire afternoon was spent with Wu Shidao meticulously recalling details. As the notes on his laptop accumulated, he finally grasped why so many were enamored with insider information. It was all about money. Take Bitcoin, which only emerged last year, for instance. At present, it was hardly regarded seriously. Its only claim to fame was a foreign programmer who, months ago, traded 10,000 bitcoins for 2 pizzas. The prospect of acquiring tens of thousands of bitcoins on a forum seemed far more profitable than a lottery ticket. Reflecting on the fact that he had earnestly recorded a lottery number, Wu Shidao had to concede that his vision had been dreadfully short-sighted. Yet, this was quite normal. Experience shapes mindset, and mindset determines perspective. In his previous life, one might charitably say he was an ordinary person, or less charitably, a mere beast of burden. How could he ever have a grand vision? The sound of the door opening jolted Wu Shidao from his thoughts. He quickly stepped outside and saw his parents entering, each carrying bags of groceries. Their youthful appearance, reminiscent of their teenage years, filled him with excitement, and he exclaimed, "Dad, Mom, you've worked hard." In a previous life, in pursuit of purchasing a home in the bustling city of Jin, his parents, who had been granted special occupational recognition and were set to retire early, took on additional jobs. They lived frugally and managed to save 200,000 yuan for him. After losing his job, his parents, concerned about his ability to repay the mortgage, consistently transferred 5,000 yuan each month to help him with the payments. These funds were their hard-earned savings, painstakingly scraped together from their meager resources. What hardship! Wasn't this the daily reality? Upon hearing this, Mr. and Mrs. Wu exchanged a startled glance. Mrs. Wu, somewhat perplexed, remarked, "You used to go to work every day. That will surely change." Wu Shidao, suppressing his excitement, replied earnestly, "Once I earn a substantial income, I will take good care of you." "All right, I will wait for that," Mrs. Wu chuckled, feeling warmth in her heart. Recognizing that her son had grown up and now understood the value of parental sacrifice. As she carried vegetables into the kitchen, she added, "Wait until you graduate from university. Secure a good job, and then support me." "Shidao, have you considered your score?" Mr. Wu settled onto the sofa, lighting a cigarette and savoring a deep inhalation before addressing his son seriously. "We don't expect you to earn a fortune to repay us. Just getting into a good university and finding a respectable job is sufficient. By the way, have you decided on a major?" Wu Shidao paused. He had contemplated many matters today, yet this particular one had eluded him. After a moment's reflection, he replied, "I think I will pursue finance." "What do you think, Dad?" "Finance." Mr. Wu looked up in surprise. "Haven't you always wanted to study computer science? Why the sudden shift to finance?" Mrs. Wu, having overheard from the kitchen, hurried out, expressing her concern. "Son, choosing a major is a significant decision. You must not take it lightly." "Dad, Mom, the number of applicants for computer science is overwhelming, and I'm worried my scores won't allow me to attend a good school. Thus, I was thinking of majoring in finance and taking computer courses as electives later." Wu Shidao offered this rationale, though his true motive was rooted in his acquaintance with Shen Xiaojing, an accountant currently studying finance at Nansen University in Jin. This institution, situated between the first and second tier of universities, was neither particularly prestigious nor subpar. Wu Shidao recalled his college entrance exam scores, affirming that gaining admission there would pose no challenge. "Have you made your decision?" Mr. Wu extinguished his cigarette, speaking with gravity. "Neither your mother nor I attended university. We are unfamiliar with these matters, but we respect your choice. Ultimately, you are the one pursuing this education, and you must consider it carefully. After a pause, he pondered. Finance. Becoming an accountant is a viable path, isn't it? Accounting is a good choice. Mrs. Wu quickly chimed in. Accounting is increasingly in demand. And what organization doesn't require accountants? That's a solid option. Indeed, I share the same sentiment, Wu Shidao affirmed earnestly. Having endured enough of being a mere programmer in his past life, he vowed not to tread the same path again. The prospect of not attending university was simply inconceivable. To speak of abandoning the hard-earned opportunity after years of diligent study would be ludicrous. Since attending school is inevitable, why not enroll in the same institution as Shen Xiaojing? After returning to his room following dinner, Wu Shidao busied himself until the midnight hour, diligently recording all significant events from his memory. Concerned about the security of his notebook, he subsequently opened his computer, created a folder, and transcribed all the recorded information into it. He then password-protected the folder and concealed it. As a precaution, he encrypted a backup on a flash drive. Once these tasks were completed, he felt a sense of relief and finally succumbed to sleep until dawn. Upon awakening, he noticed that he was still alone in his room, which eased his mind. He had genuinely feared that the events of the previous day were merely a fleeting dream. With both parents at work, he found himself alone at home. Humming a tune, he scavenged for something to eat before returning to his busy endeavors. Utilizing his makeshift phone, he recorded all the songs he could recall, uploaded them to his computer, and saved them securely. Although he had no intention of pursuing a career as an idol, his intuition suggested that preserving these items might prove advantageous in the future. He pondered what Xiaojing might be doing at that moment. After a period of busyness, a sense of relaxation washed over Wu Shidao, prompting him to reminisce about Shen Xiaojing. He had grown accustomed to her presence in his life, and as he reflected on their shared memories, he yearned to soar on wings and fly to her side. However, the stark reality was that he possessed merely 100 yuan, insufficient even for the fare to Yen City. Thus, acquiring funds became his foremost priority. Taking action swiftly, Wu Shidao's first thought turned to Bitcoin. After an extensive online search, he finally stumbled upon a niche forum discussing computer knowledge where several posts about Bitcoin were featured. The discussions ranged from the significance of Bitcoin, how it could be exchanged for pizza abroad, to inquiries about its applications domestically. I want to sell Bitcoin. Is anyone interested? One post read. Wu Shidao instinctively clicked on it, only to find a paltry 2 replies beneath. I have Bitcoin to sell. Is anyone buying? Another post lamented. I have several hundred Bitcoin. I'll sell them to you for 100 yuan. Is that agreeable? If that's too expensive, just recharge me with 10 coins. Upon glancing at the timestamps, he realized these posts were relics from the previous month, indicating a complete lack of interest. Wu Shidao promptly registered an account named Bitcoin Acquisition. He sent private messages to the 3 users attempting to sell Bitcoin, simply stating that he was interested in purchasing however much they had. After several minutes of waiting without a response, boredom set in, and he opened his profile, only to be struck by an unsettling chill that raised goosebumps on his skin. 18-year-old Dreams was the name he had chosen, and he couldn't fathom how he had come up with such a juvenile moniker. Without hesitation, he changed this absurd username to his real name. Suddenly, a notification chimed. The sound of the notification puzzled Wu Shidao momentarily, but soon, another ping jolted him back to reality. He quickly switched to the forum page, and as expected, 2 private messages awaited him. Are you interested in Bitcoin? How much are you willing to offer? The sender, known as 47, was the same individual who had previously posted about exchanging 10 coins on the forum. Wu Shidao felt a surge of excitement and promptly replied, How much do you want? Shall I top up your coins? After a brief wait, 47 responded, I no longer want the coins. If you're interested in Bitcoin, I can sell it to you for $1 each. What do you say? Add me, and we can discuss it further. Wu Shidao sent over his account details, and shortly thereafter, he received a notification that a user named 47 had requested to be added as a friend. How many Bitcoins do you have? Although Wu Shidao was only in his teenage years, his soul felt like that of a man in his 30s. Thus, he did not feel the need to rush. He cautiously inquired, Would you sell them for 10 cents each? Not a chance. 47 replied bluntly, It's $1 each. Take it or leave it. How about 50 cents? Wu Shidao continued to negotiate, not open to bargaining. If you don't want it, then goodbye, 47 stated straightforwardly. All right. Wu Shidao pondered whether 47 was threatening him or merely playing hard to get. After some consideration, he decided to relent. $1 it is. How many do you have? What is the method of transaction? Give me a moment, 47 replied, but after several minutes of silence, Wu Shidao grew impatient and sent a question mark. Apologies. I forgot my Bitcoin wallet password and have been thinking for a while, 47 explained. I have over 800. Do you want them all? As for the transaction, you can either make a bank transfer or we can meet in person. I want them all. Let us meet in person, Wu Shidao responded without hesitation. In this day and age, everything required real name verification, and he was cautious about transferring money without assurance that he wouldn't be blocked afterward. Come to Yinqing. Here is my phone number. Call me when you arrive, 47 sent a phone number. Upon seeing the name Yinqing, Wu Shidao felt a jolt in his heart. It instantly reminded him of Shen Xiaojing. This was her hometown. She was in Yinqing at that very moment. By the way, do you want all 800? Or is there a specific amount? As Wu Shidao momentarily drifted into thought, 47 sent another message. Whatever you want. Wu Shidao snapped back to attention and replied without hesitation. Are you sure? You're not just joking with me, are you? 47 asked. Wu Shidao sent over his phone number, and soon after, 47 called. He first confirmed whether Wu Shidao was indeed interested in Bitcoin, then asked, when are you prepared to meet for the transaction? Chapter 5. The South African World Cup. This left Wu Shidao feeling a bit hesitant. A trip to Yinqing would cost him several hundred yuan in travel expenses. And combined with the hundreds of Bitcoins from the other party, it would require at least over 1,000 yuan. He currently possesses only 100 yuan. Within this month, Wu Shidao pondered briefly and casually mentioned a time frame. You cannot be jesting with me, can you? The other party, sensing his hesitation, suggested. How about this? You first recharge my phone with 20 yuan, then I will believe you. Otherwise, after all my effort, if you do not show up, wouldn't my toil be in vain? Of course, I will deduct this 20 yuan from the Bitcoin later. All right, no problem, I will recharge it for you shortly. Wu Shidao replied decisively, without the slightest hesitation. Good, my friend has quite a few Bitcoins on hand, possibly several thousand. If you are interested, I shall sell them all to you, said 47. Do you want them? Yes. After Wu Shidao agreed, the other party promptly hung up. Where could he procure several thousand yuan? Wu Shidao began to feel anxious. Judging by 47's tone, it was quite possible that his friend indeed possessed thousands of Bitcoins. It is worth noting that mining Bitcoin has become quite effortless. A home or office computer can easily mine 2 or 3 in about 10 minutes, unlike several years later, when specialized mining farms would consume tens of thousands of kilowatt-hours monthly, yielding only a handful. If 47 and his associates had started mining Bitcoin early on, it would be unsurprising for any of them to hold thousands of Bitcoins. Upon reflecting on this, Wu Shidao suddenly recognized a crucial issue. Whether it pertains to Bitcoin, a lottery number, or the soaring real estate prices, each piece of information is, in earnest, quite valuable. However, they all share a common drawback. The money cannot be possessed for many years to come. At present, even a few thousand yuan poses a challenge for Wu Shidao. Should he ask his mother for 10,000 yuan? If she inquires what the money is for, and he tells her it is to buy Bitcoin, that a mere 10,000 yuan investment now could yield hundreds of thousands in returns after several years. How could that be feasible? As Wu Shidao descended to recharge his phone, he inwardly lamented the inconvenience of an era devoid of mobile payments. Even recharging a phone required him to make a trip to the service center. After recharging 20 yuan to 47's phone number, he quickly received a text message. Recharge received. I will assist you in acquiring Bitcoin. Once you confirm the meeting time for the transaction, we will communicate by phone. All right, Wu Shidao replied to the text. And then he began racking his brain on how to swiftly earn at least 10,000 yuan. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was Hu Bin calling. What is up? Wu Shidao answered casually. Shall we find a place to watch the football match tonight? Hu Bin said excitedly. Football match? Which match? Wu Shidao blurted out. Come on. Are you still asleep? Tonight is the opening match of the South African World Cup. You even told me you were rooting for France to win. The World Cup? Wu Shidao jolted. How could he have forgotten such an important event? Hello? Lao Wu, are you listening? Why aren't you speaking? On the other end of the line, Hu Bin, noticing Wu Shidao's silence, curiously inquired. I'm here. All right, let's meet to watch the game tonight. Having arranged a meeting place, Wu Shidao hung up, his heart swelling with joy. As an ardent football fan, Wu Shidao had watched every match of the World Cup in his previous life, except for the 2010 edition. At that time, he had just completed his college entrance examination, free from any pressure, whereas for the forthcoming World Cup, he would be preoccupied with job hunting, leaving him little opportunity to watch every match in full, only managing to catch a few popular games or those featuring favored teams. Upon returning home, Shidao began searching online for the match schedule and group standings of the 2010 World Cup. This particular tournament was renowned for its surprising upsets. The most notable of these was the French team. As a traditional powerhouse, France was widely regarded as a strong contender before the tournament commenced. Yet no one anticipated that due to internal conflicts, they would fail to advance from the group stage and would return home in disgrace. In terms of caliber, France undoubtedly belonged to the elite tier of teams, while Uruguay and Mexico were considered to be of a lower tier status. The host nation, South Africa, regrettably fell into the realm of the less competitive. The prevailing opinion was that France would surely finish first in the group, with Uruguay and Mexico vying for the second spot, while South Africa was merely there to allow the other three teams to rack up goals. However, as the group stage concluded, fans who had bet on France's victory were left in tears. After reviewing the entire group stage match schedule, Shidao took a moment to reflect and wrote down the scores he intended to bet on. There are various ways to engage in sports betting, with the lowest odds being for predicting outcomes, while the highest are for predicting exact scores. Finding a nearby lottery shop, he walked in and handed the paper to the proprietor. The owner, a middle-aged man in his 40s, took the slip and began to process the bets according to the scores recorded. After a few slow taps, his pace quickened, and he asked, "How much do you want to wager?" 40 times, Shidao replied, handing over the only 80 yuan he had. "Are you sure?" The owner raised an eyebrow, casting a surprised glance at him. "Student, these scores are simply impossible. Do you even watch the games? France is a top contender. How could they not win a single match? If I may suggest, you should place a modest bet instead." Under normal circumstances, he would not have bothered to comment. But since he was also a fan of the French team, and Shidao appeared to be a student, he felt compelled to offer a word of advice. "Sir, betting against the favorites can be quite rewarding," Shidao replied with a grin. "Betting on France to win has such low odds. That's why I'm betting on their loss. By the way, if I win with this 12-fold bet, how much would I stand to gain? Theoretically, a single bet could yield 160,000 yuan, with odds of 80,000 times. At 40 times, he could win 6 for a million. The proprietor glanced at the odds and couldn't help but chuckle. "With such high odds, do you genuinely believe you can win?" Upon hearing his words, the other lottery enthusiasts analyzing the trends of the double chromosphere in the lottery shop turned their gazes towards Shidao. With a smile, Shidao retorted, "Do you know what Li Ning's slogan is?" Chapter 6. Everything is possible. What is it? Everything is possible. Shidao chuckled as he pushed the money forward. The shopkeeper shook his head, casting a pitying glance at him, and said no more, handing him the completed lottery ticket. Once Shidao departed, the curious lottery players gathered around, inquiring, "Boss, what kind of sports lottery did that student purchase? The odds are astonishingly high. Can one ticket really yield 160,000? It's a 12-fold combination. You bet on the exact scores, hence the high odds," the shopkeeper replied with a chuckle, pointing at the screen of the lottery machine. "Let me read it out for you." He wagered on South Africa 1, Mexico 1, Uruguay 0, France 0, South Korea 2, Greece 0, Argentina 1, Nigeria 0. As for the French team, favorites to win, he didn't bet on any of their victories. Instead, he even wagered on South Africa beating France 2-1. This is simply outrageous, utterly absurd. If a team as mediocre as South Africa were to score 2 goals against France, it could only imply one possibility: match fixing. Indeed, with this World Cup, South Africa has participated in only 3 tournaments in total. Their best performance was finishing third in their group due to a goal difference. Historically, South Africa has faced France 3 times, resulting in 1 draw and 2 losses, the draw being in a friendly match. Essentially, France was merely playing for fun. Of course, there was another score that was equally absurd: Portugal 7, North Korea 0. This lottery ticket of mine could very well be the one with the highest odds in this World Cup. Shidao recalled a legendary football lottery ticket from this tournament, which was also a 12-fold combination, costing 144 yuan and yielding a staggering 2.09 million in winnings, with a return rate of 1.45 million times. However, in half a month, that legend would be overshadowed by his own ticket. Although Shidao could not precisely recall all the scores from the group matches involving the 32 teams, he still vividly remembered the scores of several European powerhouses and a few unexpected results. The match between Portugal and North Korea, in particular, had an extravagant payout for that single score. The cumulative odds of hitting all 12 matches were what led to such a staggering 80,000 fold payout. Once this ticket was redeemed, he could only make one final bet. The reason was simple. After several years, he found that he could hardly remember the scores of certain matches. The matches that remained vividly etched in his mind were those of the semifinals and the championship. Old Wu, over here. As evening approached and the agreed-upon bar drew near, Wu Shidao spotted Hu Bin waving at him from a distance. With the World Cup commencing that night, the bars entered a lucrative golden hour. Large televisions or projectors adorned the entrances, and tables were filled with eager spectators ready to watch the matches. This bar is owned by one of my cousins, which is why we have a spot. After Wu Shidao settled down, Hu Bin eagerly boasted, otherwise, we wouldn't even have a seat. By the way, you're treating tonight, right? Wu Shidao replied without hesitation. To be frank, my pockets are emptier than my face. I disdain you. Hu Bin rolled his eyes. Did your parents not give you any pocket money? Or are you preparing to buy gifts for Meng Wanwen again, thus lamenting your financial woes to me? Old Wu, I must say, as brothers, one should not become so heartless in the presence of a woman. Meng Wanwen? Wu Shidao paused, then recalled that she was his first love. In his previous life, he attended university in Jin City while Meng Wanwen went to Hu City. They maintained contact during the first half of their freshman year, with Wu Shidao chatting with her daily, inquiring after her well-being. To buy her a birthday gift, he scrimped and saved, eating only one meal a day for an entire month. However, by the second half of the semester, Meng Wanwen announced their breakup. The reason, though cliché, was quite realistic. She found long-distance relationships too exhausting. Yet, Wu Shidao later learned that she had encountered a more desirable suitor at university, a wealthy heir from Hu City whose family was well off, leading her to decisively end their relationship. Meng Wanwen, I haven't been in contact with her at all lately. Wu Shidao waved his hand dismissively. If Hu Bin hadn't mentioned her, he wouldn't have thought of her at all. Did you two have a quarrel? Hu Bin inquired, somewhat surprised yet more curious, intending to dig deeper. However, Wu Shidao evaded the opportunity, shifting the conversation. Who do you think will win between South Africa and Mexico? Is that even a question? Hu Bin replied immediately, it must be Mexico. I believe South Africa will lose by at least 2 goals. I think it will end in a draw, Wu Shidao said with a smile. How about this? Let us make a bet. If I lose, I'll treat tonight. If I win, you treat. Sound good? You said it. Hu Bin chuckled. I was planning to treat you anyway, but since you insist on treating me, I can accept that. I might save some money for a purchase. Not buying an iPhone 4 anymore? Wu Shidao inquired. It's too expensive. I can't afford it. Just a regular phone will do. But only if I can get into a top-tier university, then my mom will buy me one. Hu Bin sighed, comforting himself. Well, buying an iPhone is too much hassle. I'd have to jailbreak it. I looked it up online, and many people said that if the jailbreak fails, the phone becomes a brick. Wu Shidao replied. That's true. There is a distinction between perfect and imperfect jailbreaks. A perfect jailbreak poses no issues, while an imperfect one leads to a white apple, preventing the phone from starting up, rendering it a brick. With the referee's whistle, the World Cup opening match finally commenced. After a grueling 90 minutes, the final score settled at a 1-1 draw. This result relieved Wu Shidao. The world continued on its historical trajectory, unchanged by his rebirth. Alas, it truly ended in disappointment. $10 wasted. Hu Bin lamented, pulling a lottery ticket from his pocket and tearing it violently in half. Mexico is utterly pathetic, unable to defeat a team as weak as South Africa. Thank you for the treat, boss. Wu Shidao remarked with a smile as he stood up. Take your time. I'm heading home to rest. Aren't you going to watch the second match? Hu Bin exclaimed in astonishment. The World Cup, which occurs only once every 4 years. And you're skipping it? Both he and Wu Shidao were aficionados of technology and devoted football fans. And it was precisely their shared interests that forged an unbreakable bond between them. I'm tired. I didn't sleep well last night. Wu Shidao casually offered as an excuse. For every football fan, the World Cup is a grand celebration, but for him, it merely represented a rerun. You can leave if you want. I'll finish watching the second match before I head home, Hu Bin replied, shaking his head. Wu Shidao was not surprised. After exchanging farewells, he ambled homeward. Halfway there, his phone suddenly emitted a series of beeps. Upon checking, he saw a notification from a girl named Meng Xiaojing, her avatar bouncing animatedly. Wu Shidao, why did you change your username? And why have you been ignoring me these past few days? Wu Shidao paused. quickly recalling that Ming Xiang was the online moniker of Meng Wenwen, and his previous username, 18-year-old Dreams, had subtly referenced her. A shiver ran through him, and he bluntly responded, "I'm busy." "Busy? Fine. You've got guts. I'll never speak to you again." Chapter 7. The road ahead. Upon seeing the message from Meng Wenwen, Wu Shidao couldn't help but chuckle. She was just as dramatic as ever. Initially, he contemplated replying with a dismissive whatever, but decided instead on a straightforward response, "Okay." Without waiting for her to reply, he decisively deleted her from his contacts. Simultaneously, upon realizing her message could not be sent due to the notification indicating he was no longer her friend, Meng Wenwen's first reaction was disbelief, her eyes widening in shock. Soon after, fury coursed through her veins. This Wu Shidao actually deleted me? She immediately called him. Once connected, the call rang only once before being abruptly cut off. She called again, only to face the same disconnection. Meng Wenwen was on the verge of losing her composure. Pounding her pillow in frustration, she sent Wu Shidao a text. "This is what you said. Remember it. You better not regret this. I will never forgive you." Wu Shidao glanced at the message and promptly deleted it. He vividly recalled how, years ago, Meng Wenwen had resolutely ended their relationship. Wu Shidao had skipped class to travel to Hu City, demanding she clarify her feelings in person. He still remembered her words clearly. "The pressure of studying in our senior year was overwhelming. In my spare time, I just wanted to unwind a bit, and since you were somewhat pleasing to the eye, I thought it would be fun to play around. I never expected you to take it so seriously. Moreover, I already have a new boyfriend. I don't want to upset him. So please, don't call or text me anymore. My boyfriend would be displeased if he found out. That's it, goodbye." The journey from Jin City to Hu City had taken a full 3 hours. Yet Meng Wenwen had only allotted him 3 minutes from the moment they met to when she departed. The past is like smoke in this life. Wu Shidao merely wishes to exert his utmost effort to provide his parents and Shen Xiaojing with the finest existence. As for Meng Wenwen, he no longer has the time to concern himself with her. In the days that followed, Hu Bin busied himself with watching matches. And aside from the occasional phone call to chat, there was little else to occupy their time. Each day, Wu Shidao focused on the scores of the World Cup matches and spent his afternoons basking in the sun at a nearby park, contemplating life. While Bitcoin holds immense value, its true benefits can only be realized years down the line. With the World Cup concluding next month, he anticipated the potential for further gains before its end. But what lies beyond that? Should he use his earnings to accumulate several properties and then languidly drift through life for over a decade? By the end of 2024, would he cast aside all his Bitcoin? Every time Wu Shidao pondered this, a sense of unease would wash over him. For he had perished before the new year of 2025, only to be reborn. Now, as time approached that fateful day once more, he wondered if history was destined to repeat itself. No, he must take action. If his existence were truly limited to 2025, then he ought to strive diligently to amass wealth over the ensuing years, allowing his parents and Xiaojing to travel across the magnificent landscapes, creating cherished memories. Even if he were to depart in 2025, those bitcoins could still ensure their future well-being. Wu Shidao contemplated what course of action to take. Undoubtedly, in this era, the internet stands as the most promising industry. Long before the year 2000, the internet had already emerged in the country, albeit with a limited user base. However, as the new millennium dawned, the internet experienced an explosion, with the advent of internet cafes and plummeting computer prices leading to widespread access. Gradually, people became more familiar with the internet. Yet, the reality was that the computer-centric internet age had only altered the lives of a select few. It was not until the advent of smartphones that a true transformation occurred. Mobile payments, ride-hailing services, shared bicycles, the e-commerce boom, online streamers, navigation applications, and hotel reservations via the internet. All of these innovations seamlessly integrated the internet into daily life, binding it closely with reality. The pivotal catalyst in this evolution was the smartphone. Could he venture into the realm of mobile phones? This thought flickered through Wu Shidao's mind, only to be swiftly dismissed as an impossibility. Major smartphone manufacturers were fiercely competing, pouring resources into their ventures, and he was merely a reborn individual. He was not invincible. What about creating WeChat? That was even more impractical. Both WeChat and QQ are instant messaging platforms, and the market for online communication is distinct from others. Other markets may harbor competition, and even in failure, there are crumbs to be gathered. In contrast, the instant messaging market is a winner-takes-all arena, devoid of any opportunities for mere survival. As for group buying services, numerous platforms had already emerged, such as Lasso, Zhaozhe, and Bangtuan, among others. In the future, the colossal Yuan is still embroiled in a fierce competition with numerous group buying websites. After several days of contemplation, Shidao found himself at a loss as to where to begin in order to make a mark in the impending era of mobile internet. Tomorrow is June 21st. Will we be able to check our scores? Wu's mother suddenly inquired during dinner that evening. Shidao was momentarily taken aback, then nodded affirmatively. Yet, his thoughts drifted to another matter. Tomorrow evening would witness the match between Portugal and North Korea. His lottery ticket, a 12-fold bet, had already secured victories in the first 11 matches. If Portugal could deliver a catastrophic defeat of 7-0, he would be able to claim his winnings. Do you have any idea how many points you might score? His mother pressed. I should be able to score around 580, Shidao replied instinctively, recalling that in his previous life, he had achieved a score of 581. If I could attain that score, university would be a certainty, Wu's mother exclaimed with delight. By the way, Mom, once the scores are released, I'd like to go out with Hu Bin for a few days. Is that all right? Shidao concocted a small fib, stating that the two of them had agreed to embark on a trip to Shashi if they scored above 580. Shashi? That's quite far, over 300 kilometers. Isn't it? Wu's mother hesitated, glancing instinctively at Wu's father. If you want to go, then go. Wu's father considered for a moment before nodding in agreement. But you two must prioritize safety. Can you really manage to travel several hundred kilometers on your own? Wu's mother expressed her concern. Mom, I'm 18 now, Shidao quickly reassured her. Besides, I'll soon be heading off to university. So this trip will serve as a preliminary adjustment to life outside. All right, Wu's mother relented, finding his reasoning sound. How much money will you need? Would 1,000 be sufficient? I've saved some pocket money. Just 200 will be enough, Shidao lied, though in truth, he had not a penny to his name. Nonetheless, this was inconsequential. He only required enough for transportation to the provincial capital to claim his prize. I'll give you 500. It's crucial to have some funds while you're out, Wu's mother decided after some thought. Chapter 8. Claiming the prize the following noon, both parents took a special leave to return home and immediately urged Shidao to check his scores online. After refreshing the page several times, the results finally appeared, 581 points. Upon seeing this score, Wu's mother was overwhelmed with joy and burst into tears of happiness. Wonderful! 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 Wu's father exclaimed, pacing the room in excitement. I must call your grandfather to share the news. Our family has produced a university student. The parents busied themselves with phone calls to relatives and friends, and who've been called as well. Old Wu, I scored 575. What about you? 581, Shidao replied. Impressive. By the way, the class group just mentioned that we need to go to school in 3 days for guidance on filling out our applications. Have you decided on which university you'll choose? Jinsher Nansen University. What about you? Shidao casually inquired. Just like you. But I'm considering Jinsher University of Information Engineering, Hu Bin replied. After a brief exchange, the two ended their call, agreeing to meet 3 days later at school. In contrast to the importance of the college entrance examination scores, Shidao was far more preoccupied with the forthcoming match between Portugal and North Korea that evening. At that moment, Ronaldo was still at the pinnacle of his prowess. The match concluded with Portugal triumphing over North Korea by a staggering 7-0. A scoreline that would undoubtedly be the most lopsided of this World Cup. Shidao turned off the television and returned to his room. Retrieving the lottery ticket from his drawer, over 6 million had come into his possession. Strangely, he felt an unusual calmness at that moment. Devoid of the excitement one might expect, Shidao pondered for a moment and suddenly understood why he felt so composed. It was akin to knowing the outcome of a test in advance, rendering any celebration of that outcome unnecessary. However, someone was indeed overwhelmed with emotion, specifically, a tumultuous mix of excitement and regret. Shortly after the match, the lottery shop owner received a call from the lottery center, informing him that a winning ticket worth an astonishing 6.4 million had been sold at his shop, prompting him to prepare for the ensuing publicity. The owner, having watched the Portugal versus North Korea match, had already recalled the student who had purchased the ticket, while he had forgotten most of the other scores. The notable 7-0 victory lingered in his memory. After the match, he found himself wondering if that student's ticket had indeed won. The call from the lottery center confirmed his suspicions. If only he had bought a ticket alongside the student, he could have also won a substantial sum. The owner was now engulfed in a mix of regret and longing, having entirely forgotten how he had initially dissuaded Wu Shidao from purchasing a ticket. "Shidao, are you still awake?" came his mother's voice from outside the door. Wu Shidao tucked the lottery ticket back into the drawer and replied, "No." He approached and opened the door. His mother entered, holding a stack of money, which she handed to him, saying, "Here, didn't you say you were going out? Here is some money." 500 is enough, Wu Shidao replied, glancing at the 1,000 yuan she had given him, and he pulled out a few bills to return. "Take it. A poor family can afford a rich road." His mother laughed and waved her hand, refusing to take it. "Just be safe on your way. And call me when you arrive." Wu Shidao acknowledged her, and once she had left, he took out his phone and sent a text to 47. "I'll be in Yinchuan tomorrow evening. Do you have time?" After a few seconds, he received a reply with the address of an internet CAF. Soon after, 47 called him. "When you arrive tomorrow evening, just come to this internet CAF to find me. By the way, I currently have over 14,000 bitcoins. Is everything all right on your end?" "Absolutely," Wu Shidao replied, his heart soaring with delight. He had initially thought 47 would manage to acquire only 5 or 6,000 bitcoins, so this revelation was a delightful surprise. "That's great," 47 said. "See you tomorrow." As he contemplated his impending journey to Yinchuan, the city where Shen Xiaojing resided, Wu Shidao experienced his first bout of insomnia since his rebirth. Early the next morning, sporting dark circles under his eyes, Wu Shidao hurried to the bank to open a bank card. Depositing 100 yuan before boarding a long-distance bus headed straight for the provincial capital. Upon exiting the station, he immediately hailed a taxi, informing the driver of his destination. After alighting, Wu Shidao did not rush inside, but rather took a moment to survey his surroundings. Satisfied that no journalists were present, he retrieved a mask from his pocket and, at a leisurely pace, entered the sports lottery center. The staff, upon noticing the masked Wu Shidao, exhibited no signs of surprise, likely accustomed to such occurrences. Once they recognized him as the fortunate winner of the 6.4 million lottery prize, the ticket validation personnel stole a few extra glances his way. After registering his personal information and tax documents, Wu Shidao received a check amounting to 5.12 million after taxes. Without delay, he made his way to the designated bank to cash the check. Subsequently, he glanced at his account balance, which displayed a chilling 7-digit figure before him. Oddly enough, Wu Shidao felt little emotional response upon winning or cashing in the ticket. However, seeing the balance in his account ignited a sense of satisfaction within him. For the affluent, such a sum might merely equate to the price of a luxury sports car. Yet for Wu Shidao, this was the first time in his life that he had ever possessed such a substantial amount. He admired the figure for a few moments, withdrew 2,000 yuan for immediate use, and hailed another taxi, heading directly to the train station to purchase a ticket to Yin City. Fortunately, a train was scheduled to depart in an hour, set to arrive in Yin City at 9 o'clock in the evening. After completing these tasks, Wu Shidao, feeling quite famished, casually bought a cup of instant noodles from the station, pondering to himself that his first meal after winning the lottery was, rather ironically, instant noodles, likely making him the first person to experience such a fate. Boarding the train, Wu Shidao had opted for a soft sleeper ticket. The journey from the provincial capital to Yin City would take a lengthy 8 hours, and with newfound wealth, he felt he could indulge himself. The soft sleeper compartment was empty, leaving Wu Shidao in solitude, which he appreciated. He found a bunk, lay down, and soon fell asleep. In a drowsy state, Wu Shidao was stirred by the sound of conversation. "This iPhone 4 is truly beautiful, and the feel is exquisite. Though it's ridiculously priced at 15,000 with no room for negotiation. What a scam." One voice exclaimed, "I wish I could get an iPhone 4, but my dad refuses." The other replied, "By the way, I saw someone on Wayphone saying that if the jailbreak fails, the phone becomes a brick and unusable. Do you think that person is reliable?" He continued, "I have no idea if the iPhone 4 can be jailbroken at this point. We should ask when we get back. If you don't jailbreak, you can still use it, but you want to be able to download free games from the 91 mobile assistant." The two were deeply engrossed in their conversation, failing to keep their voices down. Wu Shidao, unable to sleep any longer due to the noise, yawned, rubbed his eyes, and glanced at the two young men chatting in the lower bunk. They were both in their 20s, dressed in trendy attire, one of whom was casually toying with the latest iPhone 4, while stating, "So you mean, if I don't jailbreak, I can't download from the 91 mobile assistant?" Another individual remarked, "It seems that one can connect to the 91 mobile assistant via a computer, but without jailbreaking, there is no way to download it onto the phone. Trust me, Jailbreaking is the solution. There is a saying, an unjailbroken apple is not a complete apple. The mention of the 91 mobile assistant sent a jolt of awareness through Shidao, instantly dispelling his drowsiness. The conundrum that had plagued him for the past several days now finally had a resolution. Chapter 9. The Identity of 47 Indeed. It was the casual conversation about the 91 mobile assistant that sparked inspiration in Shidao, or perhaps opened a new avenue of thought. The reason he had not previously considered the 91 mobile assistant was not entirely his fault. As the philosopher once stated, one cannot step into the same river twice. In simpler terms, one learns from their mistakes. The same error should not be repeated. Yet, Baidu managed to do just that. Those acquainted with the history of the internet are aware that Baidu once acquired a navigation website named 123 for a staggering sum in the millions, only for it to be forgotten over time. 3 years later, Baidu repeated its misstep, spending $9 billion on the 91 mobile assistant. When adjusted for the exchange rates of that time, the acquisition price amounted to an astonishing 11.6 billion yuan. Unfortunately, just a few years later, this once popular application was also relegated to obscurity. By 2021, Baidu announced the discontinuation of support for both the 91 mobile assistant and the Android market. As a former programmer and an Apple enthusiast, Shidao was not unfamiliar with the 91 mobile assistant. However, he had forgotten it due to its rapid decline, which had taken everyone by surprise. Had Baidu not issued a closure announcement in 2021, many might have long since forgotten its existence. Essentially, the 91 mobile assistant was merely an application marketplace, something he could create independently. The more Shidao pondered this notion, the more it resonated with him. Presently, the 91 mobile assistant was still making strides, and in his recollection, its promotional strategies, aside from those on Weifeng Network, relied heavily on grassroots marketing efforts. Developing an application akin to the 91 mobile assistant was not particularly challenging. The true difficulty lay in persuading users to abandon it in favor of his creation. As this thought crossed his mind, he furrowed his brow in contemplation. Meanwhile, the two young men below continued their animated discussion. No, I just inquired, in this new model, the Apple IV cannot be jailbroken yet. The latest jailbreak version has not been released abroad. You will have to wait. How long must we wait? Is there truly no one in our country capable of jailbreaking? Upon hearing this, Shidao struck his bunk with conviction. Yes, jailbreaking. At present, the 91 mobile assistant functioned merely as a basic platform for pirated game applications. Users seeking to install it must first jailbreak their devices. A brief silence enveloped the compartment. The two chatting youths raised their heads to look at the upper bunk where Shidao resided. My apologies, my friend, for waking you from your slumber, one of the individuals courteously remarked. No worries, I had already awakened. I was lost in thought, and in a moment of distraction, I inadvertently took a photo. Shidao replied with a radiant smile. Had he not encountered these two by chance, he might still be at a loss for direction. Hours swiftly passed, and upon the train's arrival in Yin City, Shidao made a point to greet the two individuals as a gesture of gratitude before disembarking. In his previous life, he had visited Yin City numerous times, always accompanying Shen Xiaojing back home. This solitary journey marked his first venture here across 2 lifetimes. As he stepped off the train, Shidao couldn't help but recall a poignant song by Eason Chan, Long Time No See. Xiaojing, it has been so long. How have you fared? His heart brimmed with nostalgia and sentiment. Yet, he swiftly composed himself, hailing a taxi after exiting the station that took him to the address provided by 47. The establishment was a cyber CAF named Shinsu Network, which appeared quite substantial from the outside, boasting 2 levels. Through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, he observed a bustling crowd within, indicating a thriving business. Shidao, however, did not rush inside. Instead, he strolled around the CAF, noticing a police station in the vicinity, which he quietly noted. Before seeking out a bank to withdraw 15,000 yuan, he then ambled leisurely back to the CAF. This sum, while neither excessive nor insufficient, equated to approximately half a year's salary for the average individual at that time. Most importantly, Shidao was uncertain about the true nature of the unfamiliar 47, and it would be prudent to exercise caution, considering he knew no one in Yin City apart from Shen Xiaojing's family. Upon reaching the CAF, he dialed 47's number. I've arrived at the CAF. Where are you? He inquired. You need tea, linger outside. Just come in and find me at the counter, 47 responded. Simultaneously, Through the glass, Shidao spotted a man in his late 20s seated behind the counter, wearing black-rimmed glasses, appearing somewhat haggard and weary, glancing outside while holding his phone. Shidao suddenly grasped the situation. He had speculated about 47's activities during his journey, pondering how one could amass such a wealth of Bitcoin. Although mining Bitcoin has become relatively straightforward, it remains an obscure endeavor. Even those who frequent the internet might be unaware of its existence. Even if they stumbled upon news of foreign programmers exchanging Bitcoin for pizza, they would likely gloss over it without further interest. Those indifferent to the internet would probably not even know of such news. In contemplating 47's identity, Shidao had entertained various theories. Yet he had overlooked one possibility, that of a network administrator or a technician at the internet CAF. Only individuals who engage with the internet daily and possess ample leisure time would be aware of and have the means to mine cryptocurrencies. Shidao confidently stepped inside. And 47 lifted his gaze, their eyes locking for a few fleeting moments. 47? Shidao approached the bar, offering a smile. Hello. You are here to purchase that item. Correct? 47 instinctively scrutinized Shidao, curiosity evident in his eyes. Do you have enough money? Shidao nodded and reached into his pocket. Observing this, 47 quickly whispered. Wait a moment, let us change locations. Go to machine 114 upstairs and wait for me. He gestured towards the staircase leading to the second floor. Shidao nodded without further ado and turned to leave. Upon reaching the staircase, he glanced back just in time to see 47 call out to someone engrossed in a computer game. Li Gu, come over and keep an eye on things for a moment while I step to the restroom. All right, just a moment, the individual responded, remaining seated at the computer. Witnessing this, Shidao couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed 47 was secretly mining Bitcoin. However, it made sense. If others at the internet CAF discovered that he was using the computers for personal endeavors and reported it to the owner, he could very well be dismissed. Machines 114 and 115 were located in a small booth on the upper floor, both in standby mode, a clear indication that 47 had remotely unlocked them from the bar. Shortly thereafter, 47 arrived, adjusting his black-framed glasses as he sat beside Shidao, hesitating momentarily. This is 14,000 yuan. Let us disregard the cents. Shidao smiled. Realizing that while 47 appeared aloof online, in reality, he was a socially anxious and introverted individual. Extracting 10 bills from the freshly withdrawn cash, he placed the remaining amount directly into 47's hand. 47's eyes visibly brightened. He glanced outside, quickly counted the money, even pulling out 2 bills to inspect under the light for authenticity. After pocketing the cash, he looked up with a faint smile of satisfaction. What is your wallet address? I will transfer it to you now. Chapter 10, Night Market. In no time, over 14,000 Bitcoin had been transferred to Shidao's wallet. Both parties were exceedingly pleased with the transaction. Whether it was 47 or Shidao, both felt they had struck a lucrative deal. Anything extra is a gift to you, 47 generously proclaimed. Thank you, Shidao replied with a smile, his heart racing with excitement. He pondered whether, years down the line, 47 would regret this transaction, wishing he could take back the computer. By the way, may I ask what you intend to do with this item? 47 adjusted his glasses, unabashedly curious. I believe it might hold value in the future, Shidao candidly replied, feeling there was no need for concealment. After all, many in the real world lack foresight. How much could it possibly be worth? 47 chuckled. Have you seen that news from abroad? A programmer traded 10,000 Bitcoin for 2 pizzas. If this item does indeed become valuable, how much could it be worth? Who can predict the future? Shidao smiled. That is true, with a flick of his eyes. 47 cautiously inquired. Now that you have acquired these Bitcoins, do you still wish to keep them? Shidao, not in a hurry to respond, feigned deep contemplation until he noticed the palpable anxiety etched on 47's face. He then pretended to deliberate, finally articulating, I currently possess over 10,000. I feel that is sufficient. Did you not say that these might appreciate in value in the future? 47 interjected eagerly. Indeed, that is the rationale, Wu acknowledged. But what if they do not appreciate? Would it not mean I am merely left with a depreciating asset? Wu paused, then continued, moreover. All of this money is derived from my saved pocket money and New Year's gifts over several years. My finances are rather limited. He intended to portray himself as a student from a relatively affluent background, yet woefully uninformed. How about this? 47 proposed, his eyes darting with calculation. If you still desire them in the future, I could sell them to you at a discount? And what does at a discount entail? Wu inquired. How does 80 cents each sound? 47 suggested. That is rather steep, Wu countered, shaking his head. After a moment of reflection, he stated, if we could settle on 50 cents each, I might consider acquiring more. 50 cents is far too little, 47 retorted, immediately slashing the offer in half. Very well, then I shall forego it, Wu pivoted, rising to depart. All right, 50 cents it is, 47 relented, seizing him by the arm, his expression pained. Consider it a gesture of friendship. You have no idea how time-consuming it is to mine these bitcoins, alas. Very well, we shall reconnect later, Wu nodded. Are you really leaving? Would you not like to play some computer games? My treat, 47 feigned politeness. I have some matters to attend to. By the way, for our next transaction, I may not be able to come in person. If you trust me, you can transfer the bitcoins, and I will send you the payment. If you do not trust me, then we shall leave it at that, Wu stated earnestly. Are you suggesting I send you the bitcoins first, and then you will transfer the money? What if you do not pay me? 47's face clearly displayed his apprehension. Consider my perspective, Wu smiled. Do you think anyone else desires these bitcoins apart from me? However, I am offering you renminbi. If you transfer the bitcoins to me, the worst that could happen is that I do not pay you, thus you bear no loss. Conversely, if I send you the payment first and you do not provide the bitcoins, I stand to lose significantly. After a brief pause, he emphasized, furthermore, I traveled hundreds of kilometers specifically to Yen City for this transaction. Does that not demonstrate my sincerity? It cannot be that I must always prove my sincerity, can it? Might you not show a measure of yours? After a moment of silence, 47 conceded. All right, let us proceed as you suggest. Agreed. We can communicate via phone or other means, Wu acknowledged, bidding farewell as he turned to leave. After stepping outside, I sought out a restaurant and casually consumed a modest meal to satiate my hunger. Subsequently, I eagerly hailed a taxi. Driver, to the Xiangxia community. Wu Shidao instructed upon entering the vehicle. Xiangxia community? Which road is that on? The taxi driver paused, his expression one of confusion. I misspoke. Take me to Jianxi Road. Wu Shidao was momentarily taken aback, and then it dawned on him that the Xiangxia community, where Shen Xiaojing's parents resided, had only been established post-2017. As of now, that community did not exist. He soon realized that while he was aware of Shen Xiaojing's parents moving to the Xiangxia community after the demolition in 2017, he had no knowledge of where their old house had been prior to that, nor had Shen Xiaojing ever mentioned it. Upon arriving at Jianxi Road and stepping out of the taxi, Wu Shidao glanced around. The street bore little resemblance to his memories. Only the distant night market and the hospital at the end of the road aligned with his recollections. For a moment, he felt a sense of bewilderment. After standing there for a while, he shook his head with a wry smile, contemplating that it seemed he could only encounter Xiaojing at the university. Nevertheless, having come this far, he retained a flicker of hope and proceeded toward the night market. Xiaojing had once expressed her fondness for that night market, suggesting her home must not be too far from there. Perhaps fate would allow him to cross paths with her. As he walked, the unmistakable aroma of stinky tofu wafted through the air. Looking around, he noticed various street food stalls lining both sides of the street. At the entrance, a figure knelt on the ground, a white cloth spread before him, accompanied by a bowl containing scattered banknotes of varying denominations. A few onlookers stood nearby, reading the words written on the cloth. My mother and I rely on each other. Now she suffers from late-stage liver cirrhosis. We are from a rural family and have sold our home, exhausting all our savings to seek help from kind-hearted souls to save my mother's life. Your great kindness will be forever remembered. Wu Shidao cast a glance at the man, who appeared to be in his 20s, robust in stature yet with vacant, bewildered eyes and a haggard complexion. His lips were notably parched, and a distinct dark mark marred his forehead. He knelt rigidly on the ground, seemingly unaware of how long he had been there. Among the gathering crowd, a middle-aged woman sighed deeply, producing a 10 yuan note and squatting down to place it in the bowl. The man, upon noticing, remained silent and bowed his head in gratitude, startling her as she quickly gestured. No need for such formality. It's just a small gesture. Thank you, he replied softly. Wu Shidao recalled the saying, a man's knees are worth gold. If not driven to desperation, who would prostrate themselves for a mere 10 yuan? Feeling the notes in his pocket. And once the spectators had dispersed, Wu Shidao retrieved the remaining 1,000 or so yuan he had and approached, gently placing it in the bowl. The man appeared momentarily taken aback, gazing deeply at Wu Shidao. Just as he was about to bow in reverence, Wu Shidao swiftly interjected, a token of my regard. I have brought only this amount of money. With that, he hastily strode away into the distance. Chapter 11. Searching for her among thousands after walking some distance. Wu Shidao turned back to glance one last time, noticing that the man had straightened his posture, facing the very direction Wu Shidao had departed. He then turned away and began to wander aimlessly through the bustling night market. His gaze was not fixed upon the myriad of food stalls lining the streets, but rather searched through the throngs of people around him. As he traversed from one end of the street to the other, overwhelmed by the kaleidoscope of sights, Wu Shidao failed to catch a glimpse of the figure he longed to see. In a city like Yin City, with a population of millions, the odds of encountering a specific individual were but a fraction of a million. With a heavy sigh, he resolved to find a hotel for the night. Just as he turned, he inadvertently collided with someone behind him, causing something to drop and land at his feet. "My apologies," Wu Shidao instinctively muttered. But in the next instant, a jolt of shock coursed through him as his heart skipped a beat, then raced wildly. In that fleeting moment, the surrounding noise faded into oblivion and the bustling crowd evaporated. Wu Shidao's mind went blank. In the vastness of the world, there stood a girl clad in a white dress, delicate and serene. It was her. It was Shen Xiaojing. Though her attire and appearance bore the freshness of youth, Wu Shidao recognized her instantly. Joy, excitement, and exhilaration surged within his mind. He longed to howl to the heavens in celebration of this delight. Unable to contain himself, he spread his arms wide, yearning to embrace her, to express how deeply he had missed her during their time apart, and to confide in her the fear that had plagued him, fear that she might not be present in this world. "What are you doing?" An angry voice sliced through the air as a force struck Wu Shidao's arm, forcing his outstretched arms down. Regaining his senses, he noticed the terror etched in Shen Xiaojing's eyes and her tightly clasped hand holding onto someone else's. The owner of that hand was a slender young man, around 18 or 19 years old, sporting glasses. He had pulled Shen Xiaojing behind him, his face ablaze with fury yet tinged with a hint of anxiety as he regarded Wu Shidao. It dawned on Wu Shidao that in his moment of excitement, he had instinctively reached out to embrace Shen Xiaojing. No wonder she appeared so frightened. Consider the scenario, walking down the street when suddenly a stranger attempts to embrace you. What would your immediate reaction be? But then, Wu Shidao's gaze fell upon the young man's hand, which was gripping Shen Xiaojing's. A surge of anger ignited within Wu Shidao as he glared coldly at the young man and provocatively demanded, "What are you doing? Are you blind while walking?" He clenched his fists, prepared to strike at the slightest indication of defiance from this boy. "Xiaolei, let us go, don't pay him any mind." Shen Xiaojing discerned Wu Shidao's intentions. She tugged at the boy named Zhao Lei with considerable force, prompting him to exhale in relief as they swiftly maneuvered past Wu Shidao without acknowledging him. Instinctively, Wu Shidao followed closely behind, but unexpectedly, Shen Xiaojing glanced back at him. Their eyes locked for an instant, and she promptly turned to pull Zhao Lei along, quickening their pace to depart. Wu Shidao found himself frozen in place, as if ensnared by some invisible force, for in that fleeting moment of eye contact, he distinctly perceived the disdain and fear reflected in Shen Xiaojing's gaze. Upon reaching a small shop by the roadside, he purchased a pack of cigarettes and a lighter. After opening the pack, he inhaled deeply and closed his eyes, striving to regain his composure. Prior to arriving in Yin City, Wu Shidao had envisioned numerous scenarios of encountering Shen Xiaojing. Yet he had never anticipated such an abrupt and unforeseen meeting. In the midst of searching for her, he found himself suddenly confronted by her presence. Akin to the proverbial moment of clarity amidst dim lights, the boy accompanying her was presumably her classmate, her first love. After finishing a cigarette, Wu Shidao felt a semblance of calm wash over him. It is customary for lovers to inquire about each other's romantic histories, and he and Shen Xiaojing were no exception. Their past experiences bore a striking resemblance, a shared sense of lament. Wu Shidao had been a mere backup for Meng Wenwen, only to be discarded, while Shen Xiaojing's first love had shifted his affections to a wealthier classmate during their university years, leading to a painful betrayal. This cad, indulging in both relationships simultaneously, managed to conceal this duplicity for over a year due to their attendance at different universities, until Shen Xiaojing ultimately uncovered the truth. In essence, Wu Shidao's previous partner was a manipulative vixen, while Shen Xiaojing's was a so-called phoenix man. However, the name of Shen Xiaojing's former flame remained unspoken, a detail Wu Shidao had not sought after, but it now seemed evident that it was indeed this Zhao Lei. Reflecting upon his earlier impulsivity after checking into a hotel, Wu Shidao contemplated the incident. Shen Xiaojing possessed a notable flaw, or perhaps it was more of a tendency. She habitually relied on first impressions to judge others. Once an unfavorable label was affixed, it proved challenging to amend her perception. Yet, he could hardly blame her. Wu Shidao sighed in resignation as he recalled the scene. What man could remain composed upon witnessing another holding his wife's hand? Although Shen Xiaojing was not yet his wife, in Wu Shidao's heart, he had already claimed her as such. A resolution began to take shape in his mind, one that would come to fruition in university. After considerable reflection, Wu Shidao resolved that while their recent encounter might not have been favorable for Shen Xiaojing, it had nevertheless lifted a weight from his heart, the realization that she existed in this world. This realization was, in fact, the answer Wu Shidao had longed to confirm since his rebirth. As for whether Shen Xiaojing would be taken advantage of by Zhao Lei, Wu Shidao was not particularly concerned about this matter. Shen Xiaojing was an exceedingly traditional woman. During their courtship, the most they had done was hold hands. And it was only after their engagement that they became intimate. That was also Shen Xiaojing's first experience. Do you know that person? Meanwhile, after escorting Shen Xiaojing to her doorstep, Zhao Lei could no longer suppress his curiosity and tentatively inquired. I don't know him, Shen Xiaojing replied, fully aware of whom he was referring to, shaking her head in denial. After a moment of silence, Zhao Lei remarked, but from his expression, it seemed he recognized you. I assure you, I have never met him before, Shen Xiaojing stated earnestly, yet a question lingered in her mind. As a woman, she was acutely sensitive to the emotions of the opposite sex. At that moment, she noticed Wu Shidao's expression shift to one of profound complexity upon seeing her. Shen Xiaojing firmly believed in the adage that eyes do not lie. At that instant, Wu Shidao's gaze was not only filled with excitement and surprise, but also unmistakably imbued with deep affection and perhaps a hint of guilt. It was as though he had encountered a long-lost lover. Really? A flicker of skepticism crossed Zhao Lei's face. What do you mean? Shen Xiaojing snapped back to reality, her delicate features displaying a hint of displeasure. Xiaoying, please don't misunderstand, Zhao Lei quickly interjected, attempting to appease her with a smile. It's not that I don't believe you. I just care about you. Shen Xiaojing furrowed her brows, turning to walk towards her home. I'm leaving. You should take care on your way back. After watching her depart, Zhao Lei's smile faded, and he found himself ruminating over the earlier encounter. His instincts told him that Wu Shidao must indeed know Shen Xiaojing. Otherwise, why would he have been the first to apologize and then provoke her? Chapter 12. Life is a play, all dependent on performance the following day, upon waking. Wu Shidao headed directly to the bus station to purchase a ticket back home. Once he arrived in the provincial capital, he first visited a bank, where he opened a new bank account. He transferred 990,000 yuan into this new account, withdrew 30,000 yuan in cash, and then hailed a taxi to the mobile phone street. The mobile phone street in the provincial capital, both in scale and variety, utterly eclipsed that of the county. The newly released iPhone 4, which had only been on the market for a few days, was not available in the county, but in the provincial capital. Wu Shidao already spotted several mobile phone stores displaying signs for the newly arrived iPhone 4 outside their doors. At present, the iPhone 4 was undoubtedly the favorite electronic product among smugglers, its popularity surpassing that of any other phone. A black iPhone 4 and two iPhone 7s quickly depleted Wu Shidao's 30,000 yuan. The iPhone 4 alone cost him 18,000 yuan, according to the shop owner. That was the price, and there was no room for negotiation. If he wanted it, he had to pay. Although the owner's arrogant demeanor irked Wu Shidao, he had no choice. It was a matter of necessity for work. On his way home, Wu Shidao toyed with his phone, filled with admiration for the legendary Steve Jobs. Yet a sense of urgency gnawed at him. The rapid development of the 91 mobile assistant far exceeded his expectations. After purchasing an iPhone 4, he intentionally inquired of the shopkeeper, "Can I download games? How do I do that?" The shopkeeper's response was succinct. "If you have an overseas credit card, you can download games through Apple. However, the speed is particularly slow, and most games require payment. We've preloaded your phone with the necessary software. But if you wish to download others, you can install the 91 mobile assistant from your computer. Follow the instructions, and you'll be able to download free games. However, your iPhone 4 will need to be jailbroken to do so." This indicated that the 91 mobile assistant had, without a doubt, garnered public recognition. Moreover, these retailers of Apple phones had unwittingly become advocates for the 91 mobile assistant. This is quite understandable. At present, most consumers purchase phones from physical stores. Even when the iPhone 4 becomes available on platforms like Taobao, the hefty price tag will lead the majority to opt for brick-and-mortar establishments. It can be said that every customer acquiring an iPhone will inevitably be recommended the 91 mobile assistant by the shopkeeper. Replacing the 91 assistant would not be an easy feat, as Wu Shidao pondered this in the car. He returned home to find his parents still at work. Sitting on the sofa, he rehearsed the carefully crafted words in his mind. When the sound of a key turning in the door echoed, he quickly rubbed his face, donned an excited and mysterious smile, and stood up. Surprise! Upon opening the door, Wu's mother paused in surprise, exclaiming, "You're back today? I thought you wouldn't return until tomorrow." "I'm back." Wu's father glanced at him, nodded slightly, and headed towards the kitchen with groceries in hand. "Dad, Mom, please close the door. I have something important to tell you." Wu Shidao spoke with palpable excitement. Both parents paused, looking at him with curiosity. "What is it?" "Mom and Dad, I won the lottery with the ticket I bought recently. It's a grand prize." Wu Shidao produced a bank card and handed it to his mother, closing the door carefully and lowering his voice. "Can you guess how much?" His demeanor caused Wu's mother to momentarily freeze, instinctively tightening her grip on the bank card. Trembling as she whispered, "How much?" "Over $1 million. Wu Shidao's voice was just audible enough for them both to hear. With a thud, the groceries dropped from Wu's father's hands as he exclaimed in disbelief, "How much did you say?" "Over $1 million? Shoo." Wu Shidao placed a finger to his lips, signaling for silence, and speaking softly. "After taxes, there's still $1 million left." The couple stood in stunned silence. After a few seconds, Wu's mother regained her composure, gripping the bank card tightly, and urgently asked, "You're not joking, are you? Is there really $1 million in this card?" "Indeed, if you do not believe it, we can simply visit the bank to verify." Wu Shidao spoke with a serious demeanor. For the affluent, $1 million is hardly sufficient to purchase a decent sports car. However, for ordinary workers like my parents, who toil away at their jobs without much capability, it represents an unfathomable fortune. The astonished and elated expressions on my parents' faces only strengthened Wu Shidao's resolve to provide them with the finest life possible. "What lottery ticket did you buy to win so much? Does your classmate Hubin know?" In contrast to Wu mother, who was flustered and momentarily speechless with joy, Wu father quickly regained his composure. "When did this happen?" "I bought a ticket for the World Cup, the football matches I watch daily. Before the matches commenced, I purchased a 10 yuan ticket, never expecting to win. Yet to my astonishment, I did." Wu Shidao whispered. "Hubin has no idea. I secretly claimed the prize while passing through the provincial city before returning home." Wu father nodded. He was aware of Wu Shidao's passion for football, having occasionally spotted a few tickets worth a few yuan while cleaning his room, so he harbored no suspicion. "You only bought a 10 yuan ticket?" Wu mother, coming back to her senses, lamented, "If only you had bought more. By the way, I saw a poster at the lottery shop in our neighborhood the day before yesterday, announcing that someone won 6 for $1 million. I never imagined my son would also win a lottery. How wonderful it would be to win 6 for $1 million. Wu Shidao was momentarily speechless and coughed lightly, remarking, "Winning anything is already remarkable. You shouldn't be so greedy, lest you risk losing everything." Wu father retorted with an eye roll. "Winning over $1 million is already a blessing for us. What's wrong with indulging in a little imagination? Is it a crime?" Wu mother shot him an exasperated glance before eagerly urging, "Come on, let us go to the bank and check. Isn't this an inappropriate time?" Wu father immediately objected. "It's still light outside. If others see us, they will know we won. Haven't you read the news? Once news of a winning ticket spreads, friends and relatives come asking to borrow money. If people find out, will we lend or refuse?" "Father, doesn't this sound a bit like a guilty conscience?" Wu Shidao chuckled, awed by his parents' thought processes, and said with a wry smile, "No one knows about this, at least not here." Chapter 13. The writing tool observing his father standing near the machine, feigning a smoke break while actually keeping a vigilant watch of the surroundings. Wu Shidao could not help but chuckle inwardly. Well, when Wu mother returned from the machine, Wu father, despite already sensing the answer from the excitement shining in her eyes, could not resist asking in a hushed tone, "There's 990,000. Wu mother replied, her eyes sparkling with delight. "Isn't it supposed to be 100? Wu father was taken aback, exhaling in relief, then teasingly scolded, "What on earth is this little rascal going to do with 1,000 yuan?" Subsequently, the family of 3 naturally sought out a restaurant to indulge in a splendid meal. During this period, Wu Shidao elaborated on the allocation of the 10,000 yuan. "I purchased 3 new smartphones, one for each of us, my parents, myself, and you. I must clarify that my intention in acquiring these devices is not for leisure. but rather to develop a small program. Shidao aimed to gently prepare his parents for the revelation of his programming skills, ensuring that it would not come as a shock later on. Aside from a few admonitions from his mother about the excessive expenditure, his father remained silent. Now, let's discuss the remaining funds, Shidao suggested after they had eaten well and returned home. He earnestly conveyed to his parents, "I propose we invest this money into purchasing a house." In his recollection, although the current housing prices in the county were over 2,000 yuan, they had previously surged to more than 6,000. While it could not compare to first-tier cities, the increase was still quite remarkable. "No, this money should be saved for your future marriage, especially since you will soon be heading to university," his mother immediately interjected. "Moreover, your grandfather and others are not in good health. We need to keep some funds for emergencies." After taking a puff of his cigarette, his father paused before responding. "Let's heed our child's advice and buy a house. Over the past 2 years, housing prices have consistently risen. Purchasing sooner rather than later is prudent. A larger property would only cost 200,000 to 300,000, leaving some funds aside for contingencies." After a brief pause, he added, "Acquiring a house would provide our son a place to reside when he eventually marries, would it not?" Upon hearing this, Shidao's mother found his reasoning compelling and nodded in agreement. "All right, you both should rest early. I will go and write some code," he stated. Seeing his mother acquiesce, he felt no need to elaborate further. His decision to provide his parents with 100,000 yuan stemmed not only from the necessity of working capital for his entrepreneurial endeavors, but also from the understanding that if he were to gift them 200,000, they would likely save it rather than indulge. Only when they perceive their wealth as substantial would they be willing to spend. This aligns with the notion that quantitative changes can lead to qualitative transformations. Otherwise, their mindset would remain fixed on saving for potential future needs. Since June 2008, 91 Assistant has seen a significant rise in domestic attention, with over 1 million users daily utilizing this client to install applications. Currently, it stands as the largest mobile application distribution channel in the country and is the only global software that supports intelligent smartphone management. Shidao furrowed his brow as he searched online for information about 91 Assistant. Besides it, competitors like the Android market and Wandujia were aggressively vying for market share. Both 91 Assistant and the Android market belong to the same parent company, Wanghu Company, while Wandujia also holds a considerable portion of the Android system market, making these competitors formidable. For now, the focus should be on mastering Apple jailbreaking and Android one-click permissions before exploring other avenues. While 91 Assistant may currently lead the market, what does that ultimately signify? I possess over a decade of experience and insights that place me well ahead of this world. If I cannot even compete with a mere application like 91 Assistant, it would indeed be quite disheartening. The adversary's strength was formidable, yet this did not deter Shidao. Rather, it ignited his competitive spirit. With unwavering confidence, he proclaimed, "Life spans 200 years. I shall conquer 3,000 miles." Shidao's first step was to develop a jailbreaking tool for the iPhone 4. In his previous life, as an ardent Apple enthusiast, he had contributed significantly to the company's coffers. As he began constructing the framework code, he reflected, had it not been for those years of dedication to Apple products, studying the system from version 4 to 11 and exploring various domestic and international jailbreaking tools, he might never have been able to create his own. In his past life, he purchased his first iPhone 4 in 2013, long after the iPhone 5 had already hit the market, causing the price of the 4 to plummet to 3 or 4,000 yuan. After much pleading with his parents, they finally acquiesced. He vividly recalled following jailbreak tutorials, downloading plugins, changing themes, and removing seldom-used system files, relishing the exhilaration of transforming the system into a smoother, more personalized experience. As his programming skills advanced, Shidao began to learn system cracking independently and develop jailbreaking tools, eventually becoming a programmer for many years. In truth, it was precisely through his initial explorations of jailbreaking that his programming abilities flourished. The security of systems, while relatively robust among many, is not truly absolute. With the continual expansion of system functionalities, vulnerabilities become increasingly prevalent, an inevitability of complexity. As the adage goes, the more intricate the system, the more potent its capabilities, the greater the number of potential flaws. Undeterred, Shidao typed fervently until the early hours of the morning, finally running the freshly written program. Upon witnessing its successful execution, he swiftly connected the brand new iPhone 4 to his computer to commence testing. Before long, the phone began to reboot, displaying a progress bar beneath the white Apple logo. Once the progress bar completed, the device booted up normally. Next came the crucial phase of testing the phone's various functionalities. Any malfunction would signify an imperfect jailbreak, indicative of defects. He recalled that in August, a jailbreaking tool for the iPhone 4 had just been released by the Apple Jailbreak Alliance, only to become unusable after Apple updated the device to version 4.01. During the connectivity tests, a fleeting thought flickered in Wu Shidao's mind, prompting him to pause and ponder. However, after a considerable period of contemplation, he could not recall the thought, yawning as he shook his head and continued to test other features. After a series of trials, dawn broke and fatigue overwhelmed him. He shut down the computer and succumbed to sleep. In a drowsy haze, he was roused by the sound of his phone ringing. Struggling to open his heavy eyelids, he pressed a button absent-mindedly. Yet, just seconds later, the phone rang again. Who could it be? Wu Shidao groggily brought the phone to his ear, where Hu Bin's voice greeted him. Old Wu, still asleep. Hurry up, it's time to go to school and fill out the application forms. Upon hearing this, Wu Shidao sprang up, startled, and replied, Wait for me. I'll be there shortly. Chapter 14. Are you short on funds? What were you up to last night? Your eyes are all dark, Hu Bin inquired, noticing Wu Shidao looking lethargic and bleary-eyed. I was busy coding a small program. Wu Shidao yawned. Shall we go? Aren't we going to be late? You actually realize we might be late? If I hadn't called you, you would have overslept completely. Hu Bin rolled his eyes and, as they walked, curiously asked, Old Wu, can you really program? I feel like the sun has risen from the west. Are you pulling my leg? Of course I can, Wu Shidao replied lazily. I've self-studied for quite some time. I can manage the simple stuff, though the complex is beyond me. As they chatted casually, they soon arrived at the classroom, where many classmates had already gathered, mingling in small groups. Some were animated and exuberant, celebrating their commendable exam results, while others sat in silence, lost in their thoughts, reflecting on less favorable outcomes. Wu Shidao had long forgotten where his seat was, after all. He was tethered to attend class. He meandered to the back of the classroom with Hu Bin and plopped down in an arbitrary spot. At that moment, he felt someone staring intently at him. Looking up, he noticed a girl in the front row glaring disapprovingly at him. It was Meng Wenwen. Their eyes met, and Wu Shidao, ever the gentleman, offered her a polite smile. However, Meng Wenwen simply rolled her eyes at him and arrogantly turned away. Wu Shidao shrugged, reflecting on his own absurdity for trying to be courteous to someone he knew was manipulative. This scene did not go unnoticed by Hu Bin, who nudged Wu Shidao with his elbow and chuckled. And you say you haven't had a quarrel? Women are simple. Just flatter them a bit. He spoke as if he were an expert on romance. Who told you that? Wu Shidao asked, somewhat intrigued, recalling that before entering university, Hu Bin was utterly clueless about relationships. It's what the books say, Hu Bin replied. At that moment, a middle-aged man entered the classroom briskly, carrying a stack of documents. Wu Shidao recognized him as their former homeroom teacher from high school, whose first name he had forgotten, but he remembered his surname was Wang. Everyone, please settle down. First, I want to congratulate you all on your commendable exam results. And for those who didn't perform well, don't lose heart. Teacher Wang began. He elaborated on the key points regarding the application process before leading everyone to the computer room to fill out their forms. After a series of activities, it was already noon. All right, now you all just need to wait for your admission notices, Teacher Wang said, giving a few final instructions before dismissing the class. But everyone, please don't rush to leave. I have something to share. At that moment, a young man stood up and passionately proclaimed, We are about to embark on separate journeys to different cities for our studies. I propose that we gather this evening. Each person contribute 50 yuan, with adjustments made accordingly. What do you all think? I agree. So do I. As soon as this suggestion was made, it was met with enthusiastic agreement from the crowd. Old Wu, will you join us? Hu Bin nudged Wu Shidao. Wu Shidao gently shook his head, recognizing the organizer of the gathering, Zhao Xiaoping, the class monitor. The most vivid memory he held was of Zhao Xiaoping, 10 years later, orchestrating a reunion during the Spring Festival. At the dinner table, Zhao Xiaoping regaled everyone with tales of a recent mishap in which he had scratched another vehicle while driving his Mercedes, with repair costs exceeding 20,000 yuan. He also mentioned having viewed a duplex of over 200 square meters with his girlfriend just before the holidays. The most ostentatious moment of that gathering was when the bill was settled collectively, and as the owner was preparing to return the remaining change. Zhao Xiaoping waved his hand dismissively, exclaiming, Why bother with such small change? Let the excess be a tip for the staff. Naturally, aside from Zhao Xiaoping, there were several others vying for attention that evening. The female classmates were dressed as though attending an international film festival, almost in evening gowns, while the remaining male classmates sought various ways to boast about their wealth and success in their careers. What began as a reunion quickly devolved into a display of pretentiousness. At that time, Wu Shidao was not faring well, so he spent the evening indulging in food and drink, speaking very little. However, Zhao Xiaoping soon shifted the conversation, relentlessly inquiring about Wu Shidao's monthly earnings. Upon learning that Wu Shidao earned only a few thousand yuan, Zhao Xiaoping's expression transformed into one of pity, lamenting, "Old classmate. You are doing terribly. I recall you once pursued Meng Wenwen, right? Haha, do you two still keep in touch?" Though he did not explicitly state it. The implication was clear. It was fortunate that Meng Wenwen had not ended up with him, or it would have been quite tragic. Upon hearing Zhao Xiaoping's words, Wu Shidao's demeanor changed abruptly. He glared at Zhao Xiaoping and demanded to know what he meant. The other classmates, witnessing the tension, quickly attempted to mediate. Seeing Wu Shidao's displeasure, Zhao Xiaoping retreated, attempting to deflect the conversation with humor. Out of respect for their shared history, Wu Shidao refrained from pressing further and simply stood up to leave. However, as he exited the private room and closed the door, he distinctly heard Zhao Xiaoping mutter, "A poor fool still has the audacity to act proud. Meng Wenwen must have been blind to date him back in school." It was later that Wu Shidao learned that Zhao Xiaoping had harbored a secret infatuation for Meng Wenwen during their school days, which explained his need to flaunt his wealth in front of Wu Shidao after achieving financial success. Reflecting on these events, Wu Shidao understood more clearly that only by amassing sufficient wealth, could he diminish the arrogance of such small-minded individuals, preventing those who revel in ostentation from daring to boast in his presence. Disregarding participation, I too find no desire to join. I would rather indulge in a game or take a brief slumber. Hu Bin shrugged his shoulders. "Come now, while everyone is present, let us settle the payment here," Zhao Xiaoping exclaimed, slowly retrieving a mobile phone from his pocket. "Let me reserve a restaurant first." "Wow, class leader, is that the latest Samsung smartphone?" "Indeed. This device costs 5,000 yuan. Might I take a closer look?" Most of the boys were tech enthusiasts, well-versed in the latest trends of smartphones. "Heh, you all have quite the keen eye." Zhao Xiaoping relished the envious glances from his peers, waving his hand dismissively while stealing a glance at Meng Wenwen in the distance. He then feigned indifference, stating, "I just replaced my phone after the college entrance examination. This smartphone is rather intricate compared to those basic models. One moment. Let me make a call to book the restaurant. By the way, everyone, please hand over your contributions." A multitude of classmates promptly handed their money to Zhao Xiaoping, with several boys lingering nearby, eyeing his smartphone with envy. In every age, a spirit of comparison prevails, and the present is no exception. Beyond studies, their discussions revolved around who had acquired a new phone or who had purchased new sneakers, and so forth. Wu Shidao noticed Meng Wenwen glance his way again. However, after he had greeted her politely with a smile, she had merely rolled her eyes at him, leaving him disinterested in engaging with her further. Such is her nature. The more attention one pays, the more troublesome she becomes. "Wu Shidao, come over and settle the payment." After finishing his call, Zhao Xiaoping observed Wu Shidao and Hu Bin striding towards the exit. A furrow creased his brow. He felt a tinge of displeasure, sensing a challenge to his authority as class leader. After all, nearly every classmate had agreed and contributed, yet Wu Shidao, the one he found most irksome, had departed without uttering a word. "I shall not attend the class gathering. I have no interest," Wu Shidao stated, continuing his exit. "Is it a lack of interest or a lack of funds?" Zhao Xiaoping smirked, deliberately raising his voice. "Wu Shidao, I know your parents are ordinary workers and your family is modest. Could it be you cannot afford it? If you are short on cash, I could cover your 50 yuan. Wu Shidao halted, turning to face Zhao Xiaoping with a steady gaze, his tone calm, yet firm. "Zhao Xiaoping, what do you imply by mentioning my parents?" Chapter 15. The logic of seeking women, feeling the weight of Wu Shidao's intense, yet composed stare. Zhao Xiaoping suddenly felt a surge of fear. He sensed that a poorly worded response could lead to an imminent confrontation. Swallowing hard, he cleared his throat and replied, "What I mean is, if your parents do not provide you with pocket money, I can cover that 50 yuan for you." Zhao Xiaoping, I am aware that your family is affluent. However, the wealth of your parents is their own accomplishment, not yours. What is there to boast about? Before Wu Shidao could finish his thought, a sudden melody interrupted him. He felt his pocket vibrate and pulled out his phone. Glancing briefly to see it was a call from his mother. He answered casually, "Mom, what's up?" accidentally revealing the bitten Apple logo on the back of his phone. "Have you not finished filling out your applications yet? It's already noon," his mother inquired from the other end. "I've completed them. I'll return shortly," Wu Shidao replied before ending the call. It was then that he noticed his classmates were regarding him with peculiar expressions. "Old Wu, is that an iPhone 4? Hu Bin exclaimed, astonished. "When did you change your phone? Let me see it. I bought it a few days ago when I was in the provincial capital," Wu Shidao explained as Hu Bin reached out eagerly to grab it. "Wow, it really is an iPhone 4. Hu Bin marveled, swiping across the screen. "How much did you pay for it? 10,000? 18,000. Wu Shidao shot a glance at the incredulous Zhao Xiaoping. "Zhao Xiaoping," I reiterated. "I won't be attending the class reunion because I lack interest, not due to finances. Do you understand?" He then tugged at Hu Bin, who was still captivated by the phone, and said, "Let us head home for lunch." The two strode out confidently. Goodness, that's wealth. 18,000 for an iPhone 4. Just like that. Only those who own iPhones can be considered truly affluent. Where did Wu Shidao acquire such funds? Was his family quite ordinary? Surely he isn't just putting on a fade? Another questioned. "Come on, that's 18,000, not 1,008. I firmly believe Wu Shidao earned it himself. Otherwise, why would he have mentioned it?" The speaker paused, casting a casual glance at Zhao Xiaoping, and in an instant, everyone understood the insinuation. Zhao Xiaoping felt a flush of embarrassment. After much pleading with his parents, they had finally agreed to spend 5,000 on a Samsung smartphone for him. He had intended to flaunt it today, but before he could make his mark, the moment was overshadowed. Now, his peers were engrossed in discussions about Wu Shidao's iPhone 4. Suddenly, his Samsung felt inferior in his grasp. Come, since Wu Shidao and Hu Bin are opting out, let us settle the contributions," Zhao Xiaoping murmured, stealthily stowing his phone in his pocket, forcing a smile. "I won't participate either," Meng Wenwen's voice interjected, as she hurriedly pulled a girl along with her towards the exit. Zhao Xiaoping clenched his teeth in frustration, feeling powerless. Had it not been for Wu Shidao's earlier display, he might have convinced Meng Wenwen to reconsider, claiming that if she didn't join, she would be ostracized. "Class monitor, I have matters at home." "I won't join either," another student chimed in. "Me too," followed a chorus of others, and soon more than 10 students had departed. 50 yuan is neither an insignificant sum nor an excessive one for students like them. Not everyone is keen on participating in such collective dining gatherings. In the latest count, there are over 50 students in the class, yet only a handful expressed willingness to participate, causing Zhao Xiaoping to fume in frustration. Wu Shidao, wait a moment. Just as the two stepped out of the teaching building, they heard Meng Wenwen's voice calling out. "I'm looking for you." Hu Bin, enamored with his Apple 4, remarked. "I'll wait for you at the school gate. Let me play with your phone for a while," before hastily departing. As Meng Wenwen and another girl approached briskly, Wu Shidao instantly recalled the girl's name, Lu Xia. The reason for this vivid recollection was Lu Xia's peculiar reputation as a gossip and a messenger. In his previous life, after Wu Shidao and Meng Wenwen's breakup, Lu Xia frequently shared updates about Meng Wenwen in the class group chat. While sharing such information could be dismissed as exercising one's freedom of speech, Lu Xia often added sarcastic remarks, occasionally tagging Wu Shidao directly. Initially, Wu Shidao ignored her, but eventually, he could no longer restrain himself and retorted in the group chat. This provoked Lu Xia, who unleashed a tirade in the chat, exclaiming how fortunate Meng Wenwen was for not being with a poor loser like Wu Shidao, and ridiculing him for not being able to afford a house. She flaunted her wealth, showcasing her BMW keys and the spacious balcony of her home. At that time, most of the classmates had just graduated and were financially constrained, with some secretly envious of Lu Xia's ostentation, even if they did not voice their sentiments. It was only later that Hu Bin encountered Lu Xia in a compromising situation with a man over 50, who was caught in the act by the man's wife. It became evident that Lu Xia's newfound wealth, her car and apartment, was funded by this older gentleman, revealing her role as a mistress. "Is there something you need?" Wu Shidao inquired with a hint of annoyance as the two girls drew nearer. "What did you mean the last time?" Meng Wenwen demanded, her expression stern. "You need to clarify this today." Seeing her adopt an interrogative stance akin to that of a prosecutor, Wu Shidao couldn't help but chuckle, teasingly responding. "Didn't you say you would never talk to me again? Besides, what exactly is our relationship? I pursued you for quite some time. Yet you never agreed to be my girlfriend, did you? Therefore, we are merely ordinary classmates. Why should I owe you an explanation? Indeed, in his previous life, he had pursued Meng Wanwen for a considerable duration, yet she had always kept him at arm's length, never explicitly agreeing to be his girlfriend. It was only on her birthday during their freshman year that she finally consented to be in a relationship with him. Before that, they had merely shared a flirtatious connection. In that previous incarnation, Wu Shidao, a naive young man in the throes of first love, had failed to realize that Meng Wanwen viewed him merely as a backup option. Naively believing in her so-called test. Meng Wanwen was infuriated, stamping her foot in exasperation. She had never anticipated that the Wu Shidao who used to go out of his way to appease her when she was upset would suddenly adopt such a defiant demeanor. Momentarily, she found herself at a loss for words. Wu Shidao, do you really believe that simply because you pursue Wanwen, she must acquiesce to your advances? Lu Xia interjected immediately. If she were to refuse, why would she accept the gifts I presented? Wu Shidao retorted. Accepting a gift does not equate to accepting you. Lu Xia asserted with conviction. That is an entirely different matter. Do you not comprehend? Wu Shidao was momentarily rendered speechless, pondering the illogical reasoning of such women. Why accept gifts from someone you do not favor? No wonder Lu Xia chose to become a third sister. Who among the sane would behave in such a manner? Chapter 16. Quite masculine, how dare you insult? Lu Xia was momentarily taken aback, only to be consumed by fury. You ought to be grateful that I refrain from striking women. Otherwise, given your nonsensical logic, I would genuinely contemplate delivering you a couple of slaps. Wu Shidao rolled his eyes, then addressed Meng Wanwen, saying, Please refrain from disturbing me in the future. I am quite busy. Farewell. With that, he turned and strode away. What are you even worth? Take a moment to reflect upon yourself. Do you truly believe you could be Wanwen's boyfriend? Dream on. Lu Xia spat venomously at Wu Shidao's retreating figure, then turned to the dazed Meng Wanwen and said, Let us depart. Oh. Meng Wanwen snapped back to reality, answering absent-mindedly. After walking a few paces, noticing her silence, Lu Xia, somewhat vexed, remarked, Wanwen, you witnessed that, did you not? Wu Shidao is truly not a good person. What are you contemplating? May I say something without you becoming upset? Meng Wanwen hesitated, glancing at her. What is it? Speak freely. And I promise I shall not be angry. Lu Xia inquired with curiosity. Meng Wanwen's cheeks flushed as she shyly admitted, I found Wu Shidao's manner of cursing quite masculine. Lu Xia's expression darkened instantly, her thoughts brimming with resentment. So, you noticed Wu Shidao wielding an iPhone and deemed him wealthy, prompting you to defend him. I have long suspected you were not a virtuous individual. My father won 200,000 in the lottery. Wu Shidao fabricated a casual excuse to satisfy Hu Bin's curiosity and swiftly moved on. Upon returning home, after informing his parents about his college application, Wu Shidao buried himself in his work once more. Throughout the following week, aside from visiting his grandparents in the countryside with his parents and sharing a celebratory meal with several uncles and cousins for his college acceptance, Wu Shidao dedicated all his remaining time to programming and testing. Currently, the one-click jailbreak feature for Apple and the one-click permissions for Android had been thoroughly tested and posed no issues. Wu Shidao initially intended to enhance the Android version with additional features. However, as the Android system had only developed to version 20, with some versions 22 and 23 requiring specific device compatibility to function properly, the risk of failure was significant. Additionally, incorporating these features would render the files for the Universal Cracking Store excessively large. After much deliberation, he ultimately decided against adding this functionality. During this time, 47 gradually transferred nearly 1,000 bitcoins to Wu Shidao, and according to their agreement, Wu Shidao converted them into his bank account at a rate of 50 cents per bitcoin. The sudden decrease in quantity can be attributed to the fact that the time required to mine bitcoin has begun to extend. There are instances when one must leave the computer running all night to mine just a few, unlike in 2009 when one could effortlessly mine hundreds in a single night. A significant portion of the 1,000 bitcoins he possesses were obtained from others. His words reminded Wu Shidao of a particular event. It was around July in his previous life when individuals began engaging in professional bitcoin mining. The slowdown in 47's mining speed, aside from the heightened difficulty of bitcoin mining, can also be ascribed to the emergence of additional miners. Nevertheless, Bitcoin still seems too distant for Wu Shidao. His current plan is to launch his Universal Cracking Store before the domestic release of the iPhone 4, competing for market share against application stores like 91 Mobile Assistant and Wandugia. With 3 years remaining until Baidu's acquisition of 91 Assistant, there remains ample time for competition. The name Universal Cracking Store was meticulously crafted by Wu Shidao after considerable thought. Compared to the term jailbreak, the word crack is more straightforward, allowing for a clearer understanding among the Chinese populace. The term universal serves both as self-promotion and as a psychological suggestion that implies the product's impressive capabilities. The design of the icon is simple, featuring a red background with the words universal in white, making it quite striking. In terms of functionality, Wu Shidao drew inspiration from the current layout of 91 Assistant, not out of laziness, but because many users are already familiar with it. A drastically different design would require users to invest time acclimatizing themselves, and human nature tends towards laziness. Nobody wishes to exert unnecessary effort. Hence, replicating 91's template would provide new users with immediate familiarity and ease of use. Additionally, he categorized various downloads sourced from the internet. While selecting some cracks, Wu Shidao recalled that application stores like 91 Assistant and the Android market offered a plethora of cracked-free downloads. However, shortly after Baidu's acquisition in 2013, Apple initiated a lawsuit against 91 Assistant. This realization made Wu Shidao hesitate. If he did not incorporate these cracked links into his universal cracking store, it would unavoidably seem less engaging compared to 91 Assistant. Yet, emulating 91 Assistant's model could lead to numerous complications. At that time, 91 Assistant was under the aegis of Wanghu Company, which possessed a dedicated legal department, whereas Wu Shidao was merely an individual. If troubles were to arise due to cracked software, he lacked the time and resources to address such issues. After much contemplation, Wu Shidao ultimately decided to forego the free cracks available on Weifeng Network. However, this left him somewhat concerned about the possibility that users might simply resort to his universal cracking store for jailbreaking and subsequently return to download from application stores like 91 Assistant and the Android market. This thought troubled Wu Shidao. "Mom, Dad, I have some matters to attend to tomorrow and need to step out." That evening during dinner, Wu Shidao informed his parents, "I've developed a small program and must go to the provincial capital. I expect to be away for 2 to 3 days." "What do you need to go to the provincial capital for?" his mother inquired, somewhat puzzled. "Just return early and be sure to stay safe," his father added. Not probing further, he believed that his son, now grown, deserved a measure of freedom. "I need to rent a server in the provincial capital specifically for the small program," Wu Shidao explained succinctly, aware they might not fully grasp the details. "Our local data center is too small, and the bandwidth may be insufficient." "Oh," his mother responded, half comprehending. Before producing a phone he had purchased for her. "Son, is there something wrong with this phone? I just topped up 20 yuan the day before yesterday, and it's already out of service. I haven't made any calls recently. Could you take a look?" After a pause, she continued, "By the way, I received a few text messages indicating that my data allowance is insufficient." "What does that mean?" "You must have downloaded something," Wu Shidao realized immediately, smiling as he replied. "Mom, smartphones consume a lot of data when downloading. If you are playing those games, it's best to download while at home." As he spoke, a sudden realization struck him. Data? Universal key? Chapter 17. Missing out on an exceptional boyfriend after briefly explaining to his mother. Wu Shidao hastily took a few bites of his meal, then abandoned his bowl and briskly walked into his room. Indeed, how could I have forgotten about the universal key? He opened his computer and began contemplating the program's code structure. At this moment, the era of mobile internet applications could be described as a pioneering phase, or perhaps a wild period. Compared to later times, developers of this era paid little heed to privacy. Once utilized, device information, contact lists, geographical locations, microphone permissions, and more were quietly recorded. What Wu Shidao needed to do was add a small program to the universal cracking store, such that when a user downloaded and used it, the first connection would record the name, device information, password, and geographical location, sending this data back to the server for documentation. Once the number of users utilizing the universal cracking store grew sufficiently, he could strategically launch the universal key using this data. The principle behind the universal key was quite simple. It was based on shared passwords, but it necessitated a sufficient quantity and broad range of recorded data to truly achieve its so-called universality. Certainly, this also requires the router's owners to have not modified their passwords. The following morning, Wu Shidao first withdrew several tens of thousands of yuan from the bank, which he concealed on his person before heading straight to the bus station. Unbeknownst to him, a familiar face observed him exiting the bank from a distance. It was Meng Wanwen. Clutching a handbag, she watched as Wu Shidao departed, then briskly entered the bank. "Auntie, your bag," she remarked. Early in the day, the bank was devoid of customers, with only a few staff members present. Ming Wenwen approached the counter and addressed Wang Ru. "Could you wait a moment?" Wang Ru smiled and quickly exited through the door, waving to her. "Have you had breakfast? Come and join me." As they walked into the adjacent lounge area, Ming Wenwen handed Wang Ru the handbag she had left at home the previous day. With a curious glint in her eyes, she whispered, "Auntie, was that boy just now here to withdraw money?" "Wu Shidao?" Wang Ru recalled him, noting his youth and the fact that he was the first to conduct business that day. "Do you know him?" Wang Ru inquired, glancing at her. "He is my classmate," Ming Wenwen explained. Understanding dawned on Wang Ru as she nodded, continuing her breakfast. "Yes, he was here to withdraw money. How much did he take out?" Ming Wenwen pressed. Wang Ru raised her eyebrows. "Why do you ask?" "Just curious," Ming Wenwen replied. "He was using an iPhone 4, which reportedly cost 18,000 yuan. And from the way he spoke, it seemed he was using his own money, not his parents'." Wang Ru nodded and glanced outside, lowering her voice. "The account is his own. He withdrew 80,000 yuan. Just know that, and do not speak of it to others. The bank prohibits the disclosure of such information." Ming Wenwen nodded obediently, yet a tempest brewed within her. Where did he acquire such funds? She was aware of Wu Shidao's family circumstances. Both his parents were ordinary wage earners. It was precisely for this reason that she had been pursuing him. As a woman, she relished the attention Wu Shidao lavished upon her, delighting in the feeling of being courted, especially since he was rather handsome. In truth, there were moments when Ming Wenwen felt a twinge of regret. If Wu Shidao's family situation were more favorable, she might seriously consider him. Long ago, she had come to understand a crucial truth. In life, one has but 3 opportunities to alter their destiny: through birth, education, and marriage. Her parents, like Wu Shidao's, were also ordinary workers, which propelled her to study diligently, aspiring to rise above her current circumstances. Could it be that he earned all that money himself? Ming Wenwen, lost in thought, exchanged a few more words with Wang Ru before taking her leave. On her way home, she pondered the matter incessantly. What a coincidence! A voice startled her from her reverie. She looked up to find who'd been standing before her, waving his hand in front of her eyes. "Ming Wenwen, what are you thinking about? You seem so distracted. I've called your name several times." She felt a stir in her heart, absent-mindedly running her fingers through her sleek dark hair, and offered a subtle smile to Hu Bin. "I was just lost in thought. By the way, Hu Bin, which university did you apply to?" "Jinshe University of Information Engineering." "How about you?" "Oh, I applied to a university in Hu City." After exchanging a few casual remarks, Ming Wenwen feigned nonchalance and casually inquired, "By the way, what about Wu Shidao? Aren't you two inseparable?" "I haven't seen him around." "I'm not sure," Hu Bin replied, lacking her cunning. "I called him, and he said he was busy programming. He didn't want to come out to play at the internet CAF. Have you two reconciled? Did he not invite you?" "Programming?" Ming Wenwen was taken aback, exclaiming, "He can program?" I had no idea. She believed she understood Wu Shidao quite well, considering he had always been attached to her and would answer any question she posed. "I have no idea," Hu Bin shrugged. "Anyway, after the college entrance examination, he seems to have transformed into a different person, appearing remarkably mature. I only know that his parents bought him a computer long ago, but I only recently heard him mention programming." "Is that so?" Ming Wenwen nodded thoughtfully, exchanging a few more words before finding an excuse to depart. Could it be that his wealth was earned through programming? The more she pondered, the more convinced she became. Otherwise, how could he afford an Apple phone and have 80,000 in his bank account? With the rise of the internet in recent years, Ming Wenwen had encountered tales of prodigious youths and internet success stories. For instance, someone who registered a domain early on later sold it for millions. Or the founder of a certain website who was merely a middle school student at the time, establishing a personal site while managing networks, only to be acquired by Baidu for tens of millions along with some stock. Could it be that Wu Shidao had been keeping his talents hidden, testing her? This thought suddenly emerged in her mind, like a glimmering light piercing through a fog. As she contemplated this notion, she increasingly felt that it was indeed the case. Had she perhaps overlooked an exceptional boyfriend? Chapter 18. Limit reached upon arriving in the provincial capital. Wu Shidao headed straight for the Unicom Company's server room. He had arranged everything in advance with the facility's management personnel. After signing the server hosting agreement and renting bandwidth, the entire morning slipped away. At the same time, he watched as 2 million yuan vanished from his account. Still not enough money, he thought. gazing at the mere 200,000 remaining in his account. Lost in contemplation. In less than a month since receiving the lottery winnings, he had already spent half of it. The money truly did not last long. Based on his previous research online, there were approximately 1 million users daily downloading various mobile applications in the country, with more mobile manufacturers focusing on smartphones. This number would only continue to grow. In Wu Shidao's plan, the bandwidth needed to accommodate at least 2,000 simultaneous users downloading at once. Upon grasping the bandwidth pricing, he resolutely decided to forego it. The reason was quite simple. It was prohibitively expensive, even with throttling, where each user could achieve a download speed of 100. Coupled with reserved and burst traffic, a bandwidth of 15 was still required, and the quoted price from the telecommunications provider was a staggering 2 million annually. This meant that the funds in Wu Shidao's account were insufficient to sustain even 2 years of bandwidth costs. After considerable deliberation, weighing user experience and demand, Wu Shidao gritted his teeth and opted to rent a bandwidth of 0.5. Should his universal cracking store capture a significant market share in the future, he would need to upgrade the bandwidth further to enhance the user experience and meet the demands for rapid download speeds, necessitating even greater investment. He would have to devise ways to generate more revenue. Otherwise, not only would he struggle to compete with 91 Assistant, but he would also find it challenging to sustain his own endeavors. As he journeyed towards the computer market, his mind was consumed with thoughts of how to earn money. As the saying goes, once the bow is drawn, there is no turning back. He had also come to terms with the fact that if he ultimately failed, he could simply find a job, live a mundane life, and wait for the inevitable rise of Bitcoin in several years. With a memory of Bitcoin reaching its pinnacle of 100,000 USD in 2024, and with approximately 15,000 Bitcoins in his possession, he could still become a billionaire. This thought instilled an optimistic mindset in Wu Shidao, who mused, "If I do not strive, I shall merely become a billionaire in a decade or so." Upon arriving at the computer market, he purchased 2 mid-range servers, which left him with a scant sum of 80,000 yuan. Subsequently, after spending 2 days in the server room for configuration and deployment, time had elapsed. During this interval, Wu Shidao received a call from Meng Wanwen. Initially, he was disinclined to answer, feeling he had neither the time nor the inclination, yet Meng Wanwen persistently called, prompting him to reluctantly pick up the phone. With a cold and rigid tone, he inquired about the purpose of her incessant calls. To his surprise, Meng Wanwen's demeanor was markedly different from before. Her voice was gentle, and she expressed concern for his well-being, even suggesting they meet for a meal together. This left Wu Shidao bewildered, and ultimately, he declined her invitation, citing his busy schedule. But she took no offense and suggested they arrange another meeting in the future. He wondered what Xiaojing was up to. After purchasing his return ticket, Wu Shidao sat in the waiting hall and recalled Shen Xiaojing, checking his phone to note that it was already July 5th. The university admission notices should be arriving soon. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he hastily checked the progress of the World Cup matches. The final would commence the day after tomorrow. He quickly exited the waiting hall and found a nearby sports lottery store. He vividly remembered the scores of the upcoming World Cup matches. The Netherlands 3, Uruguay 2. Spain 1, Germany 0. This is the final match of the 21st competition. Among the 4 teams, the victor of this match will advance smoothly to the ultimate final. The consensus among outsiders is that the scores in both matches will be low, a phenomenon often referred to as a small ball victory. Consequently, the odds for a small ball outcome are not particularly high. For instance, the odds for a score of 10-0 in favor of Spain over Germany stand at 8. While the highest odds for a score of 32-0 in favor of the Netherlands against Uruguay can reach around 50. The odds for a two-way score bet are set at 400-1. A wager of $2 would yield a prize of $800. Boss, I'd like to place 1,000 bets on this two-way score. After counting the cash in his pocket, which amounted to less than $3,000, Wu Shidao directly addressed the lottery shop owner. The limit for a single ticket is 99 bets, equating to $198. The owner glanced at Wu Shidao, tapped a few keys on the lottery machine, and said, "I will issue you 10 tickets for now, which totals $980. And then I can provide you with 1 ticket for 10 bets. How does that sound?" "That works." Wu Shidao nodded in agreement. Checking the time, he noted that there was still about an hour until the long-distance bus departure. There was a bank nearby, and he contemplated withdrawing more money. As there were only 4 matches left in the World Cup, this indicated that the opportunities to quickly earn some money were dwindling, with only 2 chances remaining. It was imperative to seize these opportunities to secure a substantial win that would support his future plans. Suddenly, as Wu Shidao was mulling over his strategy, the owner announced, "The lottery cannot be processed." "What do you mean?" Wu Shidao snapped back to reality, looking at the owner in confusion. This was not akin to driving with restrictions on odd or even numbers. Lottery regulations dictate that for certain popular events, such as the World Cup, the system imposes limits on betting for unexpected scores, preventing further wagers. In the group stages, such restrictions do not apply due to the numerous matches. But with only 3 or 4 matches left in the World Cup, the betting is now limited. The owner pointed to the lottery machine and picked up the printed tickets for inspection. "We can only issue about 8 tickets, which amounts to 800 bets. Is this still a limit?" Wu Shidao found himself at a loss for words. Of course, the owner shrugged. "This is a lottery. Not many people participate. You could think of it like this. If 100 million people bet, and each person wagers $2, the total pool would be 200 million. Therefore, we must account for the various winning possibilities. In short, the total prize money cannot exceed 200 million. Otherwise, who would cover the costs? Hence, the limits on unexpected scores. Do you understand? Would I be able to buy tickets at another lottery shop?" Wu Shidao pondered and inquired. The owner shook his head. "This is a system-wide limit, not just a store-specific one." "All right then," Wu Shidao conceded, paid, and meticulously stored the tickets before departing. A thought crossed his mind. It seems cheating indeed has its restrictions. Chapter 19. Mother no longer worries after calculating. The total prize for 800 bets amounts to merely 640,000, and after the 20 personal income tax, he would ultimately receive around 500,000. This seemed rather paltry. Wu Shidao let out a sigh, initially contemplating the prospect of securing a couple of substantial gains. However, the harsh reality starkly contrasted with his lofty ideals. He then engaged in self-reflection, pondering whether he had been overly ambitious. After all, most salaried individuals earn an average monthly wage of merely 2,000 to 3,000 yuan, with a fortunate few reaching 4,000 to 5,000, which is a rarity. The sum of over 500,000 yuan equates to approximately a decade's worth of earnings for the majority. Upon returning home by bus and finding his parents still at work, Wu Shidao opened his computer, connected to the server, conducted a meticulous check, and then logged into the Weifeng forum, gravely commencing the composition of a post. Global shocking premiere. Produced by a domestic team. The universal jailbreak store that can flawlessly jailbreak the iPhone 4 with a single click is now online. The universal jailbreak store is available in 2 versions, each capable of executing a perfect jailbreak or acquiring Android permissions with ease. The operation is remarkably simple. By following the link below, download the Universal Jailbreak Store program. Connect your phone to the computer with a data cable and simply open the program to complete the jailbreak or obtain the permissions. Afterward, the Universal Jailbreak Store will appear on your phone, from which you can download a variety of applications. The entire process takes approximately 3 to 5 minutes and is safe and reliable. I have personally tested its efficacy and assure you it will not result in a white apple. I solemnly declare that if any friends using the Universal Jailbreak Store end up with their phone rendered inoperable, I will take full responsibility. This statement was deliberately crafted by Wu Shidao, as there are several claims online asserting the ability to jailbreak the iPhone 4. Yet the likelihood of your phone becoming a brick if you trust these methods exceeds 95. The remaining 5 of users, although their phones may not become bricks, will undoubtedly fail to achieve a successful jailbreak. Currently, the primary force behind jails are foreign technical teams. Based on his recollection, jailbreak software for the iOS 4 system would not emerge until August from abroad, and even then, it would possess certain flaws, occasionally leading to failures in the jailbreak process. During this period, Wu Shidao worked tirelessly, day and night, coding with the aim of seizing a time advantage. A global premiere, particularly one developed by a domestic team, would undoubtedly capture attention and generate ample discussion. Coupled with a final responsible declaration, it would alleviate many users' concerns, a tactic Wu Shidao gleaned from the 7-day no-reason return policy on Taobao. The flourishing of internet e-commerce, to a certain extent, is propelled not only by the explosion of mobile internet but also significantly by the 7-day no-reason return policy, which assuages numerous consumer apprehensions. Having scrutinized the entire post once again, just as he was about to click publish, Wu Shidao suddenly conceived an amusing idea. Appending a seemingly mischievous remark to the responsible declaration, with the Universal Jailbreak Store, My mother no longer has to worry about me spending 200 yuan on a failed jailbreak. Jia, your mother is calling you home for dinner. This phrase became a viral expression online last year, frequently appearing in various forums where netizens would respond with it beneath posts. Although Wu Shidao did not comprehend the reasons behind its popularity, he thought it would be entertaining to engage with the meme and perhaps boost the traffic for the universal cracking store. No sooner had he posted than his phone rang. It was Meng Wenwen again. Was this woman behaving unusually? Wu Shidao hung up, but she called back almost immediately. Is there something you need? Wu Shidao asked. His patience wearing thin, yet Meng Wenwen seemed oblivious to his tone. Let's have dinner together tonight. My treat. I'm busy. When will you be free? What is it that you want? I want to meet and talk. Meng Wenwen's tone was resolute. After some contemplation, Wu Shidao relented. Fine. Where shall we meet? At the KFC by the school, Meng Wenwen replied. I'll wait for you there in half an hour. Wu Shidao felt a twitch at the corners of his mouth at the mention of KFC, but he quickly rationalized it. After all, he had often treated Meng Wenwen to such meals. For students, KFC could indeed be considered a feast. He called his mother to inform her that he would be dining out that evening and then refreshed his webpage. Noting that his post had yet to attract any comments, he closed his computer and set out. Weiphone was founded on January 10, 2007. Just a day after Apple launched its first-generation iPhone. It was the first website dedicated to a specific topic and has since become one of the most popular and authoritative communities in the country. Within the Weiphone forum, Pumpkin enjoys considerable fame, not only as one of the moderators, but also for frequently sharing various free cracks. He often takes on a reviewer role, providing insights and recommendations on various subjects. For those he deems particularly fun or professional, Pumpkin has curated a special thread titled Pumpkin's Recommended Picks, which has garnered much acclaim from users and resulted in significant download numbers. Over time, some independent developers have begun to solicit his evaluations and ratings for their creations. If he grants a favorable review, they will often highlight the Pumpkin's premium certification on their posts to attract more users. After finishing work and returning home, Pumpkin brewed a cup of green tea and habitually browsed international forums for a while. A renowned cracking team asserted that the fourth system was significantly more secure than its predecessors, making it impossible to jailbreak in a short time frame. Glancing at his Apple IV nearby, Pumpkin sighed. As a loyal fan, he had eagerly spent a considerable sum on an imported unit. However, to his dismay, it had been a month with no jailbreak software released by the international cracking teams. An unjailbroken Apple severely diminishes its usability. He decided to wait a little longer. Pumpkin clicked the mouse, scanning the Weiphone forum, a daily routine essential to his role as a moderator. Today, nothing particularly new emerged. Unlike those users who visit the forum to download popular applications, Pumpkin had a habit of browsing through fresh posts, seeking something novel. Just as he was about to close the forum, he spotted a post titled Global Shocking Premiere. Pausing his cursor, he focused intently, and his interest was instantly piqued. He murmured to himself, how intriguing. A global premiere, produced by a domestic team, that promises to jailbreak the iPhone 4 flawlessly with just one click? Such grand claims. Could it be genuine or merely a virus? Chapter 20. The perfect jailbreak. Pumpkin exercised caution, refraining from immediately clicking the link to download. Instead, he meticulously read through the post. As a moderator, he had encountered unscrupulous developers and hackers who deliberately posted links that concealed malware. A flawless jailbreak. An utterly foolproof process? No longer would his mother need to worry about him spending 200 yuan on a failed jailbreak. By the end of the post, Pumpkin couldn't help but chuckle, his first instinct telling him that this was undoubtedly a fraudulent jailbreak. The rationale was straightforward. Ever since jailbreaking became prevalent, the majority of jailbreak software had been developed by foreign hacking groups. It wasn't that there were no domestic teams. Indeed, there were. But due to a late start and other factors, nearly all jailbreak software was initially released abroad. Tried it, and it truly works. The original poster is incredible. My mother no longer needs to worry about me failing my jailbreak. The post garnered a plethora of enthusiastic responses, all echoing that same sentiment. My mother no longer needs to worry about my jailbreak failing. Was there a possibility of orchestrated praise? As this thought crossed Pumpkin's mind, he quickly dismissed it upon noticing a familiar user among the commenters, someone who frequently engaged on the forum and consistently articulated reasonable opinions. A series of beeps sounded, signaling a message notification for Pumpkin. It was from another moderator. Quickly locate that post, the global premiere of the one-click jailbreak for the iPhone 4. This individual is remarkable. Their universal cracking store has indeed achieved a flawless jailbreak. A perfect jailbreak? Upon reading those words, Pumpkin's eyes widened in astonishment. He swiftly realized that the Weifeng Forum was on the cusp of a renaissance. We must seize this opportunity. The other moderator continued to send messages. Let's create momentum for publicity, and we must ensure we retain this individual. The ability to develop flawless jailbreak software indicates extraordinary technical prowess. We should strive to negotiate a collaboration, ensuring they continue to update jailbreak software on Weifeng. You are absolutely right. I shall first test this flawless jailbreak. As Pumpkin spoke, he swiftly clicked the link to download the Universal Cracking Store onto his computer. After connecting his phone to the computer and following the tutorial outlined in the post, he launched the program. Immediately, a prompt appeared, indicating that the phone was not yet unlocked and inquiring whether to proceed with the one-click jailbreak operation. Upon clicking, the program began to display a progress bar. And after approximately 2 minutes, it confirmed that the jailbreak was successful. Shortly thereafter, Pumpkin witnessed his phone reboot, and upon startup, the screen displayed the Universal Cracking Store app. The design of this app store was notably minimalist, reminiscent of the 91 Assistant. Pumpkin perused the store briefly and attempted to download several applications, finding the download speed to be quite rapid. However, when he searched for a few popular cracked apps, he was taken aback to find none available. Pumpkin thought. Momentarily surprised, his first instinct was to question the success of the jailbreak, but he quickly dismissed this notion, reasoning that without a successful jailbreak, downloading would be impossible. He then tried to install the 91 Assistant on his phone, and to his delight, it succeeded instantly. It dawned on him that the App Store lacked those coveted cracked apps. Realizing this, he proceeded to install various plugins, all of which succeeded. The iOS 4 system operated remarkably smoothly, evidencing a flawless jailbreak. In his experience, it was vastly superior to the previous RedSnow jailbreak. After using RedSnow, certain applications would often crash or exhibit minor lag. Pumpkin also felt that his system was somewhat sluggish compared to its pre-jailbreak fluidity. After testing for about half an hour, his first action was to send a private message via the forum to the user who had posted the Universal Cracking Store. Hello, I am an administrator of Weifeng Network. May I get to know you? Subsequently, Pumpkin pinned the post about the Universal Cracking Store, marked it as a top recommendation, and certified it with his endorsement. After completing these tasks, he noticed that dozens of replies had already accumulated beneath the post. As the original poster had stated, it truly was a one-click perfect jailbreak for iOS 4. No longer would his mother need to worry about him failing in his jailbreak endeavors. If there was a lament, it was the absence of free cracked popular games within the Universal Cracking Store, which left him somewhat disappointed. Nonetheless, he was relieved that he could download them from the 91 Assistant. This jailbreak software, developed by fellow compatriots, deserved to be showcased on international forums, allowing outsiders to witness the prowess of Chinese ingenuity. This jailbreak software was more user-friendly than RedSnow and straightforward. No longer would his mother need to fret about potential failures in his jailbreak attempts. With Pumpkin's post pinned and highlighted, reactions within the forum varied. Some rejoiced while others expressed concern, particularly for certain distributors of gray market iPhones. There was a mix of joy and anxiety. They were pleased that the iPhone 4 could finally be jailbroken, yet apprehensive because this Universal Cracking Store represented a foolproof one-click jailbreak operation, jeopardizing their ability to charge users for jailbreak assistance. Users could now easily download the necessary tools online and achieve a successful jailbreak in just a few minutes. The staff of the wireless division of Wanghu Company S91 Assistant has also taken note of the launch of the Universal Cracking Store. They have dedicated personnel who actively engage on various forums daily, not only seeking out fresh applications but also keeping an eye on the emergence of jailbreak software for iOS 4. Without the availability of such jailbreak solutions, 91 Assistant would not find its way onto the screens of Apple users. Manager Lu, the latest jailbreak software for iOS 4 has appeared online. Lu Mingxian, responsible for the wireless division of 91 Assistant, received a phone call from a subordinate while on his way home. His immediate reaction was one of optimism. Is this good news? Is it from the renowned RedSnow abroad? It's domestic, called the Universal Cracking Store. It offers a one-click perfect jailbreak for the iOS 4 system, with a remarkably user-friendly interface and a completely foolproof operation. However, it seems it might pose a competitive threat to us, as it also serves as an application distribution platform. Upon hearing this report, Lu Mingxian paused momentarily and replied, "Understood. Please send it to my email. I shall review it as soon as I get home." Chapter 21. Indeed, It crumbled upon returning home. Lu Mingxian opened his email to find that his staff had already sent over the program for the universal cracking store along with installation instructions. After completing the installation, his first impression was one of simplicity. Naturally, his focus was not on how the universal cracking store achieved a flawless jailbreak, but rather on its application market functionality. After thoroughly examining the application market feature, Lu Mingxian sighed in relief. Fortunately, it only contained legitimate applications and no cracked versions. Lighting a cigarette, he contemplated in silence. At that moment, many users on the Weifeng forum were celebrating the possibility of jailbreaking, yet Lu Mingxian harbored an inexplicable premonition. His intuition suggested that the universal cracking store was indeed aimed at 91 Assistant and the application distribution market. However, it was perplexing why this application market did not offer download links for cracked programs. This meant that 91 Assistant, with its extensive collection of free cracked applications, still retained a significant advantage in content richness. Surely, the creator of the universal cracking store must have recognized this. What is it? Seated in a KFC restaurant, Wu Shidao indulged in a feast of fried delicacies, holding a mindset of making the most of the moment. After all, he had previously treated Meng Wenwen to numerous meals, and this one felt like a compensatory gesture. Wu Shidao, I have reflected on our past interactions. Meng Wenwen, brushing aside loose strands of hair, smiled sweetly at him. Her eyes glistening with affection as she said, I believe I was indeed inappropriate in my previous demeanor towards you. I apologize. Let us reconcile and not remain angry with each other, shall we? Reconcile? Wu Shidao nearly choked, forcing down the food in his mouth while amusingly gazing at the earnest expression on Meng Wenwen's face. I recall you previously stated that we were merely friends and not in a romantic relationship, so what is there to reconcile? Indeed, although I previously mentioned that we share a friendship, I have long since silently consented to be your girlfriend. It is merely that you remain unaware of this fact. Meng Wenwen, with a bashful expression, blushed and softly murmured, You must allow someone the grace of acceptance and adaptation, do you not? Had Wu Shidao not known the true nature of Meng Wenwen, he might have been swayed by her performance. He smiled faintly, swallowed a piece of fried chicken, dabbed at the corners of his mouth with a napkin, and leisurely replied, Have you finished? Yes, Meng Wenwen nodded, her cheeks still flushed as she said, Shall we reconcile? Reconcile? We are merely ordinary friends, or rather classmates. You are overthinking this. There is no misunderstanding between us, nor anything else that warrants reconciliation, Wu Shidao shrugged, standing up to say, By the way, I am quite busy, so please refrain from calling me in the future. What do you mean? Meng Wenwen was taken aback, and her expression quickly darkened as she exclaimed, Wu Shidao, I have humbly offered you an apology. What more do you desire? I have not requested an apology from you. Wu Shidao chuckled. It is you who has misconstrued our relationship. I can only assert that you are overthinking. I have misconstrued our relationship? Meng Wenwen retorted. What then of your previous pursuits of me? Consider it unfortunate for you, or perhaps a manifestation of my boredom. Either interpretation suffices. Wu Shidao waved his hand dismissively and turned to leave. I am quite busy. Farewell, and thank you for your treat. Oh, I should say, thank you for your reciprocal invitation. As she watched him depart without a backward glance, Meng Wenwen felt a surge of frustration, despite her clear hints of willingness to be his girlfriend. She was met with such disregard. Preoccupied with thoughts of the universal decryption shop, Wu Shidao returned home, exchanged a few pleasantries with his parents, and then retreated to his room, eager to check the status of the Weifeng forum. Goodness, is it truly this fervent? He was taken aback upon discovering that his post had been pinned and elevated in prominence, with an astonishing number of replies exceeding 1,000. Remarkably, this surge of activity had occurred within merely 2 hours of his post publication. Then, recalling an important matter, Wu Shidao promptly logged into the server's backend to examine the download statistics. As anticipated, the web page loaded at an agonizingly slow pace. After 2 or 3 minutes, a message appeared, indicating that the response time was too long to open the page. It had indeed crashed. Wu Shidao chuckled ruefully, having underestimated the fervor of Apple enthusiasts. However, it was understandable. Although the domestic version of the iPhone 4 had yet to be released, countless units were smuggled in daily through customs, currently dubbed electronic gold. Some distributors even employed individuals to shuttle between Hong Kong and Shenzhen, using manual means to bring the devices across. Upon opening the post and briefly perusing the extensive commentary, Wu Shidao summarized the multitude of comments that had amassed. The responses can be broadly categorized into three types. The first type comprises positive reviews, expressing relief that my jailbreaking attempts are no longer a cause for concern. The second type includes suggestions for enhancing the application marketplace, in addition to positive feedback. The third type consists of complaints about server crashes, preventing access to the universal cracking store. Furthermore, there are dozens of private messages within the forum, some from moderators of the Weifeng forum, and a few from individuals claiming to be members of the jailbreak team. However, one message caught Wu Shidao by surprise. Dear Sir, I am Lu Mingxian, the head of 91 Assistant. We are highly interested in your universal cracking store and would like to explore the possibility of collaboration. My phone number is 138. If you and your team are open to discussing a partnership, please feel free to contact me at any hour. Wu Shidao registered on the Weifeng forum under this username. Lu Mingxian envisioned that a team capable of launching a flawless one-click jailbreak software within merely a month of its inception must possess formidable technical prowess. Intriguingly, does 91 Assistant wish to collaborate, or are they contemplating a potential acquisition? A smile crept across Wu Shidao's face, recalling that when NetTiger acquired 91 Assistant a few years prior, it only cost them 100,000 yuan. Their swift recognition of the universal cracking store as a potential competitor was telling. After some contemplation, Wu Shidao replied to Lu Mingxian with a private message. What kind of collaboration do you have in mind? Please elaborate. To his astonishment, the response came almost instantaneously. We wish to acquire your universal cracking store and your technical team. If you are amenable, please propose a price. Indeed, Lu Mingxian had been glued to his computer. 1 billion. Anything less is negotiable, Wu Shidao casually typed. 1 billion? Lu Mingxian chuckled derisively, muttering to himself. If only you had indulged in a few more peanuts, you wouldn't be so intoxicated with delusions. Not to mention 1 billion. Would you even spend 100 million? You should consider your own worth. You merely stumbled upon a vulnerability in the system and now believe you can ascend to greatness. After some reflection, he replied. How about this? 500,000 to acquire the universal cracking store and your technical team, who would be welcome to join NetTiger with a monthly salary exceeding 10,000 yuan each. What do you think? Chapter 22. Sharing the burden 500,000. Do you truly think we're picking cabbages? Upon seeing Lu Mingxian's proposed price, Wu Shidao couldn't help but laugh. The application store would soon be coveted by internet giants as the gateway to the mobile internet era, much like Peapod, which once commanded a staggering acquisition price of $400 million at its peak. Consequently, Wu Shidao chose not to engage further. It wasn't until around 11:30 p.m., after the peak download period for the universal cracking store had passed, that the server backend became accessible once more. According to the backend download statistics, there had been approximately 60,000 downloads that day, based on the simultaneous download capacity of 500 users. It takes approximately 3 minutes to complete the download of the universal cracking store program. The maximum download volume per hour reaches 10,000, and since its upload, approximately 7 hours have elapsed. This indicates that shortly after the post was uploaded, the server became overwhelmed with traffic. The need to upgrade bandwidth is urgent. Wu Shidao contemplated his bank balance, which stood at just over 2 million, considering the current number of smartphones in the country. Even if we assume a figure of 10 million, if the number of users of the universal cracking store reaches 500,000, the existing bandwidth would be grossly inadequate. Even if merely 10% of those users, equating to 50,000, simultaneously attempted to download software from the universal cracking store, the immense data flow would far exceed the current bandwidth capacity. Money truly seems to dissipate rapidly. Rubbing his temples, Wu Shidao realized for the first time that several million could indeed be quite fleeting. Where could he possibly procure additional funds? He opened the universal cracking store on his phone and attempted to download a software application, timing it with the clock in the bottom right corner of his computer. It took approximately 20 minutes to complete the installation. As user numbers increase, simultaneous downloads would further slow the speed, considering that most individuals have similar daily routines. This phenomenon contributes to peak network traffic. Seeing a private message from the moderator of Weifeng Network, Wu Shidao was struck by an idea and replied to the moderator named Pumpkin. What kind of collaboration do you have in mind? Let's discuss further. Within a minute, a notification popped up indicating that someone had requested to add him as a friend, and the person's name was Pumpkin. Hello, esteemed one. I am Pumpkin, the moderator of Weifeng Network. I am very pleased and grateful that you chose to publish the Universal Cracking Store on our platform. It's a pleasure to meet you. Upon reading Pumpkin's message, Shidao smiled slightly. After exchanging pleasantries, he inquired, "Is Weifeng Network interested in collaborating with me? Could you elaborate on the specifics?" "You are undoubtedly aware that the system updates periodically. We were wondering if the jailbreak tools you develop in the future could be exclusively published on Weifeng Network," Pumpkin replied. "Rest assured, we will promptly pin your posts and promote them on our site." Shidao instantly grasped the intentions of Weifeng Network, which sought to leverage his expertise for mutual benefit. Though Weifeng Network was the first domestic smartphone forum of its kind, with the advent of new systems, it was no longer the sole platform. In this context, other forums, such as Jifeng Network, have emerged, competing with Weifeng Network. Users typically choose such forum sites based on practicality and richness of content. Currently, practicality is primarily centered around jailbreaking, and other applications available on Weifeng Network can also be found on competing forums. Should Shidao decide to publish the Universal Cracking Store on alternative forums, a portion of Weifeng Network's users would inevitably be diverted elsewhere. Merely pinning and highlighting the post holds little significance. Shidao pondered for a moment, and suddenly a thought emerged. If Weifeng Network truly desires collaboration, I have a modest condition. "What condition?" Nanguo inquired. "Assist me in alleviating some of the download pressure," Shidao proposed. "Your servers must have some surplus capacity. Kindly create a dedicated thread for user downloads, linking the Universal Cracking Store to your servers and allowing users to download it as an attachment." "I must discuss this with the site owner," Nanguo replied. "Although I am one of the partners of Weifeng Network, my shares are not as substantial as the site owners. We need to confer and provide you with a response promptly, if that is agreeable." "No problem," Shidao offered a rather enticing condition. "If you agree, I assure you that regardless of how many times Apple updates its versions, I will release the jailbreak tool immediately, guaranteeing it will be the first in the world." This was not an empty boast. After all, he had the jailbreak methods from version 4 to 10 at his disposal. "Really?" Nanguo exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. "A global premiere? Is your technical team truly capable of such prowess?" If Shidao could accomplish this, Weifeng Network's reputation would undoubtedly soar to new heights. "Isn't the current version 4 a testament to that?" "Indeed," Shidao retorted. "All right, await my news." Nanguo immediately communicated with the site owner. Every website reserves a certain capacity for its servers, and Weifeng Network was no exception. After some discussion, Nanguo relayed Shidao's response. "We can help alleviate some download pressure, but we can only allocate about 500 users for download traffic, and we must limit the speed to 20. If we increase the download speed further, it will adversely impact Weifeng Network." "That is acceptable, thank you." Shidao expressed his heartfelt gratitude. However, he understood that this would only marginally alleviate the server pressure. Ultimately, an upgrade in bandwidth was still necessary. Otherwise, users would experience sluggishness and lag when downloading from the App Store. If the user experience were poor, it would be challenging to encourage them to adapt to using the Universal Cracking Store later on. With no alternative, Shidao made another trip to the provincial capital, where he not only acquired 2 additional servers but also upgraded the bandwidth at the data center. Collaborating with the network engineers, they implemented a speed limit, enhancing the bandwidth to 15. After conducting several tests himself, Shidao noted a substantial improvement. The download speeds within the App Store had reached a bearable rate. Approximately 3 to 5 minutes were now sufficient to download and install an application, while Android applications were even swifter, taking merely around a minute due to their typically larger sizes. Following this upgrade, Shidao finally exhaled in relief. The server backend data indicated that within just 3 days, downloads from the Universal Cracking Store had already exceeded 3 million, with numbers continuously on the rise. The download figures can only be described as explosive. Chapter 23, Synchronized Update. One must not underestimate the significance of over 3 million downloads. It is essential to recognize that the domestic market is currently in a transitional phase between smartphones and feature phones. Due to its exorbitant pricing, Apple remains relatively niche, with the total number of Apple users in the country hovering around 5 million. This implies that at least half of these users must have downloaded the Universal Cracking Store. Furthermore, most Android users do not place significant importance on permissions, so Shidao is presently quite content with this download volume. In stark contrast to the thriving Universal Cracking Store, Shidao's finances can only be described as meager. After all the turmoil, his bank account now holds just over 1 million. and with the addition of his lottery winnings from 800 tickets, he has less than 2 million in total. Although the lottery has drawn its results, Wu Shidao intends to wait until the school term begins to claim his prize in the provincial capital, thus saving himself a dedicated trip. When the server's backend data indicated that the download figures had surpassed 4 million, the rate of new users noticeably began to slow. Simultaneously, Wu Shidao's forum inbox was inundated daily with messages from developers. The content was largely similar, expressing hopes that the Universal Cracking Store would feature their creations. These developers were primarily independent creators. Apple's stringent review process, coupled with lengthy timelines and the complication of overseas servers requiring binding to foreign credit cards, has led many domestic developers eager to make their mark in mobile internet applications to focus solely on the local market. Currently, the promotional methods remain rather singular. Developers either post links on forums to self-promote or recruit some online boosters in hopes of driving downloads. However, unless an application is particularly exceptional and can rapidly captivate users on forums, most efforts yield limited results, often fleeting or ignored altogether. Another option is to list their applications on platforms such as 91 Assistant or Wandujia to gain recommendations and attract downloads. Compared to the first method of forum postings, promotion through application stores like 91 Assistant proves far more effective. Following the launch of the Universal Cracking Store, these independent developers saw a new avenue for promotion and promptly reached out to Wu Shidao for collaboration. This development is certainly advantageous for Wu Shidao. The application market resembles a supermarket in the real world. Only with a diverse array of products can it attract customers. A vast supermarket stocked with merely 2 or 3 items would likely deter even the most indifferent of visitors. With the primary goal of capturing market share and competing against 91 Assistant, Wu Shidao refrained from charging listing fees, particularly since 91 Assistant also imposes no fees. Otherwise, he would not overlook this small opportunity. However, this has led to Wu Shidao being so busy that he barely finds time to eat. Due to the actions of certain individual developers who, under the guise of applications, conceivably harbor malware, it has become imperative for Wu Shidao to meticulously review all submissions to ensure their safety before they can be listed in the Universal Cracking Store. After all, the cost of a smartphone is not insignificant, and should a user inadvertently download malware from the store, resulting in issues with their device, they would not attribute the fault to their own reckless downloading, but rather conclude that the application contained a virus. A collapse of reputation would be detrimental and challenging to rectify in the future. Although Wu Shidao has devised an emulator specifically designed to detect hidden viruses, the workload remains overwhelming. It is clear that assistance is required to manage this critical task. After merely 2 days of reviewing applications, Wu Shidao felt dizzy and overwhelmed by the sheer volume of work. On July 15th, he received an unexpected message from Nangua. Hello. The 4 system has pushed out a version 401 update. After the update, will the Universal Cracking Store still support one-click jailbreaking? His concern was not unfounded, as many jailbreaking tools become ineffective following system updates. During this period, the Weiphone Network Forum alleviated some of the download pressure for Wu Shidao. According to their prior collaboration agreement, he was obligated to promptly update the jailbreaking functionality of the Universal Cracking Store to help Weiphone Network continue to bolster its community's reputation. Rest assured, there will be no issues. I will ensure the updates are synchronized, Wu Shidao replied without hesitation. When developing the Universal Cracking Store, Wu Shidao had anticipated potential system updates. Although the current system boasts the highest level of security, this does not imply the absence of vulnerabilities. In fact, various flaws have persisted, necessitating regular patches post-major updates. While the Universal Cracking Store could still facilitate jailbreaking without updates, the act of updating serves as a tangible method to gauge user engagement and activity levels. The update patch for version 401 was officially launched on July 16th, with Wu Shidao's Universal Cracking Store undergoing its update at 6 a.m. that same day, emphasizing speed as its primary feature. Within hours of the update's release, the Weiphone Network Forum exploded with excitement. Incredible. Bowing down to the master. Now my mother need not worry about my jailbreaking failures. Even the legendary Steve Jobs would commend such expertise. Damn. With this update speed, I shall exclusively use the Universal Cracking Store for life. The announcement of the update created a sensation within the forum, leading to a near collapse of the Universal Cracking Store server. Fortunately, prior bandwidth upgrades, coupled with the Weiphone Network Forum's distribution of downloads, ensured that although the update speed was slow, it remained bearable for users. Simultaneously, the wireless division of 91 Assistant convened a meeting. Is the team behind the Universal Cracking Store unwilling to consider a buyout? Indeed, Mr. Zhou, replied Lu Mingxian. Addressing the company's Zhou, I previously contacted them. They quoted a price of 10 billion, which is simply absurd. 10 billion? That price is utterly ludicrous. Zhou's eyelids twitched slightly, and he swiftly redirected the conversation. Is the impact of this Universal Cracking Store significant for the 91 Assistant? According to data from the day after tomorrow, the application download volume for 91 Assistant has decreased by approximately 10. Lu Mingxian replied, it still has some effect. 10? Such a considerable impact? Zhou narrowed his eyes, expressing some dissatisfaction. Did you not state that the applications within this Universal Cracking Store are not as diverse as those in our 91 Assistant? Why then? Is there such a substantial effect? Zhou, I have conducted an analysis, Lu Mingxian replied calmly. This 10 reduction in downloads is likely attributed to non-gaming users. The backend data indicates that the number of gaming applications in the 91 Assistant market has not significantly diminished, while the quantity of other utility applications, such as flashlights, wallpapers, and cameras, has drastically decreased. Therefore, the Universal Cracking Store must have attracted those users who seek to jailbreak for plugin modifications. These users are not particularly interested in our paid cracked games, as the applications in the Universal Cracking Store suffice for their needs. I speculate that this demographic primarily consists of female users. Zhou nodded, lightly tapping his fingers on the table in contemplation. In that case, we must ensure that we maintain our leading advantage and not allow competitors to catch up. The cracking team should exert more effort and intensify the cracking of paid applications. Chapter 24. You are my dear brother. During a meeting at Wanghu Company, Wu Shidao was also on the lookout for someone. With his updates nearly synchronized with Apple today, the Universal Cracking Store was experiencing another peak period of collaboration requests for listings. Reluctantly, Wu Shidao applied for a new account specifically for the purpose of listing requests for the Universal Cracking Store. He needed to find someone to take charge of this matter. The first person that came to Wu Shidao's mind was Hu Bin. Just as he picked up his phone, it rang simultaneously. Wu Shidao looked at the screen and immediately smiled. It was indeed Hu Bin calling. Old Wu, my admission notice has arrived. Has yours come yet? So soon? Mine hasn't arrived. It should be here in a day or two. Haha. Are you free now to accompany me out? Where to? Of course, to buy a phone. Wu Shidao was taken aback, but then realization dawned on him, and he chuckled. Did your mother give you money? Hu Bin replied, naturally. She promised me that if I got into university, she would buy me one. Now that the admission notice has arrived, she must fulfill her promise. I'll be waiting for you at Mobile Street, so hurry up. Upon arriving at Mobile Street, Wu Shidao spotted Hu Bin from a distance, standing by the roadside. Glancing around, as they met, Hu Bin's first words were, take out your iPhone. Let me play with it for a bit. Is it really that enjoyable? Wu Shidao replied, speechless, but he still handed over the phone. It's truly beautiful. Hu Bin fiddled with his phone, admiring it, and sighed. I wish to buy an iPhone, but it's simply too expensive. My mother has only given me 5,000 yuan. I'm pondering whether to find a job to save up for one. By the way, Lao Wu, how about we work together? Where shall we work? Wu Shidao chuckled softly, though he could understand the desire. The iPhone 4 is indeed a coveted item among digital enthusiasts. Of course, there is also an element of ostentation behind it. Otherwise, why would anyone resort to selling a kidney? I can work at my cousin's bar. I asked him, and he said he could pay me 2,000 per month. Hu Bin replied, there is still a month and a half before school starts. If I can earn 3,000, I'll scrape together some living expenses and strive to buy an iPhone 4. Wu Shidao recalled that in his previous life, while Hu Bin had a strong desire for the iPhone 4, it was not as intense as it was now. He figured this newfound fervor might stem from his own purchase of the device. Do you genuinely wish to work for money? Wu Shidao pondered, looking at him earnestly. If you're interested, I happen to have a more relaxed job for you, one that doesn't involve working as a bar waiter. The salary would be 4,000 a month. How does that sound? Really? Upon hearing this, Hu Bin instantly became exhilarated, exclaiming, 4,000 a month? That is quite generous. I'm in. But just to make it clear, I will only engage in legitimate work. I absolutely refuse to sell my looks. Rest assured, given your appearance, selling your looks is not an option. Wu Shidao chuckled. In truth, the job was quite simple, merely verifying whether software contained any malware. He briefly explained the task to Hu Bin. All I need to do is check for malware in the emulator. That sounds incredibly easy for a salary of 4,000. Hu Bin responded, finding it hard to believe. Indeed, it's that straightforward, but it requires attention to detail. You know that the primary goal of verification is to ensure there is no malware. So although it's simple, it can be quite tedious. Wu Shidao nodded. Do you think you'd like to do it? You could even continue while in university, concentrating the verification work during your midday and evening breaks. Is it really that good? Hu Bin exclaimed, excitement radiating from him. With 4,000 a month, I could cover my tuition and living expenses without asking my mother for money. Then, a thought struck him, and he tentatively inquired, Lao Wu, do you also earn 4,000 a month? Not a penny, Wu Shidao shrugged. Do you remember I told you I wrote a program? You mean? Hu Bin's eyes widened in disbelief. So, I'm working for you doing the verification, and you're paying me 4,000 a month? He wasn't foolish. He quickly realized that such a high salary for such simple work, along with the flexibility of scheduling, was a remarkable opportunity. If it weren't for his connection to Wu Shidao, such a fortune would hardly fall into his lap. Wu Shidao nodded, correcting him. It's about you helping me. I truly cannot manage alone. Come on, we're brothers. Why discuss money? Hu Bin immediately shook his head, earnestly replying, if you're overwhelmed, I'm more than willing to assist you. Discussing money would only strain our relationship. Listen to me. Wu Shidao patted his shoulder. True brothers should be clear about finances. If I were busy for just a day or two, I would unreservedly ask for your help. However, this task extends over a longer period. How could I possibly let you assist me for free? Isn't your time valuable as well? Moreover, while this work isn't overly complex, it requires considerable patience and attention to detail. I wouldn't feel comfortable delegating this to just anyone, but I trust you. He suddenly realized he had a latent potential to be a somewhat unscrupulous boss. Aside from not painting grandiose visions for Hu Bin, he had certainly evoked emotional motivation. The saying the bottom decides the head rang true. One's perspective naturally influences their words. You're being too generous, Hu Bin remarked, genuinely touched. By the way, where did you acquire such funds? I sold a small program and made some money. Wu Shidao casually fabricated a story. Noticing that Hu Bin was about to probe further, he swiftly changed the subject. By the way, if you truly desire an iPhone 4, how about I advance you some salary? Indeed, Hu Bin's eyes sparkled with excitement. And he chuckled, rubbing his hands together. Is that appropriate? Of course, if you wish to advance, I wouldn't oppose. I certainly wouldn't want to. If you're not interested, then forget it, Wu Shidao teased him. Wait, old Wu, that's not right. Brother, you are my own brother. Hu Bin insisted, playfully clinging to him with a grin. I want it. I really do. In truth, he thought it unwise to purchase now, as prices would surely drop next year, potentially saving him 7,000 to 8,000. Wu Shidao replied, but it's ultimately your decision. If you want to buy it, I have no objections. Chapter 25. Was it stolen? Buy? It's all about the trend, my friend. Hu Bin declared without hesitation. All right, let us withdraw some cash. Wu Shidao nodded. And the two made their way to a nearby bank, where they withdrew 20,000 yuan from the machine. Upon exiting, Wu Shidao handed the stack of money to Hu Bin, stating, just to clarify, this is 5 months' salary. Don't worry, old Wu. Hu Bin replied seriously as he accepted the money. I promise not to let you down. I'll work diligently. Wu Shidao nodded in agreement. They arrived at the same mobile phone store as before, and as soon as they entered, Hu Bin shouted, Boss, do you have the iPhone 4? Yes. The white one is 17,500 yuan, and the black one is 18,000. The owner, Wang Ge, vaguely remembered the two, particularly Wu Shidao, whose impression lingered in his mind. Can't you lower the price a bit? Hu Bin asked tentatively. I can jailbreak it for you for free, Wang Ge replied. At other places, they charge you several hundred for that. Wu Shidao chuckled and inquired. I recall that jailbreak software online isn't charged. Can't we just do it ourselves? Wang Ge cast a serious glance at him and remarked, of course you can jailbreak, but what if it turns into a brick? If it becomes a brick while jailbreaking here, I will take responsibility. Boss, what software are you using for the jailbreak? Wu Shidao inquired with a smile. Just say whether you want it or not. Wang Ge deftly shifted the topic. Hu Bin's gaze fixated on the model phone displayed at the counter, his desire growing insatiable. After feeling the cash in his pocket, he gritted his teeth and declared, I'll take a black one. 18,000. Wang Ge remained seated, unmoving. Hu Bin produced a stack of money, counted out 20 notes, and handed over the remainder. Once Wang Ge finished counting, he retrieved a brand new phone from beneath the counter and slid it towards Hu Bin, asking, "Will you jailbreak it yourself, or shall I assist you? Just tell us what software to use for the jailbreak. We can manage it at home," Wu Shidao cheerfully suggested. Wang shot him a glance, hesitated momentarily, and replied, "Universal cracking store, though the selection of games isn't extensive. If you're downloading free games, it's better to use the 91 Assistant. It has more options." "Is it safe for us to do it ourselves?" Hubin asked Wu Shidao in a hushed tone, a hint of concern in his voice. "Don't worry." Wu Shidao reassured him with a smile as he led Hubin away. In truth, even without Wang Ji's advice, he was aware that they would indeed be using their own jailbreak. Just a few days prior, an international cracking organization had released a jailbreak tool. But with Apple's update and the introduction of firmware 401, only their own method would suffice. Nonetheless, the 91 Assistant remained highly favored. With the remaining funds, under Wu Shidao's suggestion, Hubin purchased a laptop, as he was soon to embark on his university journey, majoring in computer science. A laptop would prove convenient for his studies. Upon arriving at Wu Shidao's home, he first sent the emulator to Hubin, then granted him administrative access, teaching him how to review requests for app submissions. Universal cracking store? Hubin stared in astonishment at the backend interface. "Old Wu, did you create this? Are all the jailbreaks using this that you developed?" "Indeed," Wu Shidao shrugged nonchalantly. Hubin scrutinized him from head to toe and back again, his eyes reflecting a peculiar mixture of familiarity and strangeness. "What's wrong?" Wu Shidao asked. "I feel as though I suddenly don't recognize you," Hubin said earnestly. "It's as if you transformed into a different person, silently crafting such an impressive program. It feels both familiar and foreign." Then, shifting gears, he curiously probed. "Old Wu, since this is free, what is the purpose of creating it? Just to provide it for others to use at no cost?" "Exactly. It's meant to be free for others," Wu Shidao confirmed with a nod. "Isn't that just a futile endeavor, wasting time?" Hubin questioned, puzzled. "This is provided for free, but one can earn from other avenues, such as referral fees and exhibition fees," Wu Shidao explained, pulling out his phone to open the universal cracking store, pointing at the screen. "Have you ever considered a question? Why is it that when you open it, the first thing you see is this, rather than something else?" I haven't. Hubin pondered for a moment and shook his head. Indeed, this was all about money. Wu Shidao pointed at the screen, indicating that there were hundreds of options in the universal cracking store. Yet the mobile screen was limited in size. If one wished for users to open the universal cracking store and immediately notice their development, it would necessitate a recommendation fee and a homepage exhibition fee. Do you understand? Now it all made sense to Hubin, who then curiously inquired, "How much recommendation fee are we talking about?" Wu Shidao replied, "Approximately a few hundred yuan." In reality, he had set the price for a homepage recommendation at 1,000 yuan and the banner exhibition fee at 3,000 yuan, which was considerably lower than that of the 91 Assistant. There was no alternative. The current user base of the universal cracking store was significantly inferior to that of the 91 Assistant, thus the advertising rates were correspondingly lower. Wu Shidao's expectations were modest. He merely desired that the advertising revenue generated by the universal cracking store would suffice to sustain its operations. Once it surpassed the 91 Assistant, advertising fees would certainly increase, along with the need for bandwidth upgrades. In summary, prior to Baidu's intervention in 2013, Wu Shidao's objective for the universal cracking store was not to generate profit, but rather to capture a larger market share. Hence, all earnings from the universal cracking store would be reinvested into its development. A few hundred yuan was likely calculated on a daily basis, translating to several thousand per day. Hubin mentally calculated, gasping at the thought of the potential earnings over a month. Naturally, he was oblivious to the expenses related to bandwidth and servers. After a lengthy discussion, Hubin, equipped with a newly purchased notebook and mobile phone, headed home. Along the way, he heard his phone incessantly buzzing. Upon checking, he discovered numerous messages from the Class 8 group of seniors. "Have you all received your admission letters? I propose we gather. What do you think?" "I agree. I have no objections." A chorus of responses erupted. Perhaps due to the arrival of the admission letters, the suggestion made by class leader Zhao Xiaoping garnered widespread approval. Even Meng Wenwen agreed to attend. "Hubin, will you and Wu Shidao join us?" Zhao Xiaoping tagged Hubin, asked him. Having previously been embarrassed by Wu Shidao in front of the entire class, Zhao Xiaoping harbored a psychological shadow and preferred not to approach Wu Shidao directly. "I won't be attending. Wu Shidao is very busy and likely won't have time," Hubin stated bluntly. He suddenly understood why Wu Shidao felt somewhat unfamiliar to him. While people like Zhao Xiaoping were preoccupied with leisure, Wu Shidao had already begun to earn money. They seemed to inhabit entirely different worlds. Thus, he tucked away his phone and felt disinclined to engage with his classmates further. However, just then, Lu Xia spoke up in the group. What is Wu Shidao so busy with? Is he secretly up to something? I've heard that an iPhone 4 costs over 10,000 yuan. Do you think Wu Shidao's phone might be stolen? After all, considering his family's circumstances, could he truly afford such an expensive phone? Chapter 26 Gossip. Zhao Xiaoping's eyes lit up upon reading Lu Xia's words. Indeed, how had she not thought of this sooner? Aside from theft, how could Wu Shidao's family possibly purchase an iPhone 4? After uttering this thought, she waited a few minutes, oblivious to the fact that neither Hu Bin nor Wu Shidao responded. Unbeknownst to her, Wu Shidao had long since muted the class group, and Hu Bin was not even checking his phone. Lu Xia, in her self-righteousness, assumed she must be correct in her deductions. At that moment, she felt akin to Sherlock Holmes. Look, I knew it had to be this way. If the iPhone had a legitimate origin, surely Wu Shidao would flaunt it. His reticence only indicated something amiss. With great enthusiasm, Lu Xia sent her messages. Hiki, this matter remains uncertain, Zhao Xiaoping chimed in. Wu Shidao, doesn't he seem like that kind of person, does he? A classmate remarked. It doesn't he seem so, Lu Xia retorted, but you do not understand. One can know a person's face, but not their heart. She quickly typed a series of mocking emojis and added, however, this is quite normal. Lacking money yet desiring such a fine phone, resorting to theft, is understandable. Though her tone seemed to absolve Wu Shidao, her words effectively condemned him as a thief. In her fervor, she even tagged Wu Shidao. Yet, he could not see it, having muted the group long ago. Lu Xia was blissfully unaware of this, in her mind. Wu Shidao's silence was a sign of guilt, a thief too cowardly to speak. Look, even our classmate Wu Shidao dares not respond. But rest assured, for the sake of our camaraderie, I shan't report you. Lu Xia's fingers danced across her phone. Still, it would be wise to refrain from such actions in the future. After all, you are a university student. If caught stealing, the shame would not only fall upon you, but also upon your parents and us, your classmates. Indeed, no one wishes to have a classmate branded a thief. Such news would be utterly disgraceful, Zhao Xiaoping concurred. Hu Bin, please advise Wu Shidao to refrain from his petty thefts. Seeing Wu Shidao's continued silence left Lu Xia feeling as though her blows struck only air. And she tagged Hu Bin. Upon returning home, Hu Bin heard his phone ring, and, upon viewing the group messages, found himself both angry and amused. Lu Xia, are you out of your mind, or simply consumed by envy and hatred to the point of losing your senses? You can seriously concoct such ridiculous notions about theft? With your intellect, you somehow managed to get into university. I am truly at a loss for words. Without hesitation, Hu Bin typed furiously, chastising Lu Xia before adding, you know nothing. Wu Shidao has created a program that earns him several thousand a day. He could buy not just one iPhone, but 10 within a few days. What do you know, you gossip? Earning several thousand a day? Nonsense. Such things are preposterous. You must be lacking in intellect. Lu Xia, having been scolded, naturally refused to back down, and promptly engaged in a heated exchange with Hu Bin in the group chat. Do you possess any decorum? It's a shame you're a university student. You have the audacity to speak of decorum, you slanderous wretch, whispering calumnies behind others' backs. I see you are merely a vessel of malice. It is truly a disgrace that you managed to gain admission to university. What kind of program did Wu Shidao create that could earn thousands in a single day? How is that even feasible? Zhao Xiaoping raised a query. The program is called the Universal Cracking Store. Look it up for yourself. Just because you cannot earn that much does not imply that others cannot. Do you comprehend? After Hu Bin finished speaking, he directly tagged Lu Xia. You wretched creature, it is astonishing that you could conceive of thievery. I suspect you are always up to no good. It is said that we judge others by our own standards. Being classmates with someone like you is a source of shame for me. I will leave the group, and do not ever claim me as your classmate. I would not want to be associated with you. With that remark, Hu Bin promptly exited the group. Upon searching for the Universal Cracking Store, many were taken aback by the results. Numerous articles appeared, proclaiming the global shock of the launch of the jailbreak tool, the Universal Cracking Store. Capable of perfect jailbreaks at the click of a button, a mysterious team has made a significant debut, leading the world. This jailbreak tool is synchronized with the 401 update. Undoubtedly, many of these articles were sensationalized, yet one cannot deny that some writers truly understand the psyche of the Chinese populace, as the headlines were rife with phrases like global debut and leading the world. When someone shared these articles in the class group, It ignited a frenzy. Oh my goodness. Is Wu Shidao really that impressive? Can it be true that he created this? Is he truly my classmate? Well, can I boast to others now that he is my classmate? Lu Xia, take a look at these articles. Some classmates who were often critical of Lu Xia deliberately tagged her, only to discover that she had quietly left the group. Meng 11. Is this universal cracking store really created by Wu Shidao? Zhao Xiaoping, the one who posed the question, was utterly astonished after reading the news. Is Wu Shidao truly that remarkable? However, after viewing several articles, Zhao Xiaoping suddenly realized something crucial. While the universal cracking store is indeed impressive, none of the articles mentioned the name Wu Shidao. The only source claiming this was Hu Bin, so Zhao Xiaoping sought to confirm the truth with Meng Wenwen. Upon seeing Zhao Xiaoping's inquiry, Meng Wenwen did not respond, for the reason was simple. She was equally in the dark. After hesitating for quite some time, she finally dialed Wu Shidao's number. What is it? Did you create that universal cracking store? Huh. Who informed you? Hu Bin mentioned it in the class group. Oh, I did not create it. Is there anything else? No, that's all. Meng Wenwen had indeed found the answer. Wu Shidao's first reaction was to inquire who had informed her. After he denied it, Meng Wenwen completely lost faith in him. If he were not involved, his initial response would not have been so defensive. Why was he so exceptional? Upon discovering the truth, Meng Wenwen felt not joy but a profound sense of gloom, as if a heavy stone were pressing upon her. She had once treated Wu Shidao with indifference, yet in the blink of an eye, he had become someone she could no longer reach. Chapter 27. The Trojan horse Hu Bin, with his loose tongue, had caused a stir. After perusing the chat logs in the class group, Wu Shidao felt speechless and called Hu Bin. Why did you bring up my programming in the group chat? I only mentioned it because Lu Xia was slandering you, Hu Bin explained. Did you not hear me clearly? What I meant was, why did you bring up my programming? Wu Shidao responded. Hu Bin, somewhat perplexed, replied. It was she who claimed your money was stolen, and I, not pleased with her, rebutted her while mentioning it. If you were displeased with her, why not just scold her directly? What was the need for an explanation? Must you provide a justification to berate such a person? You certainly overestimate her, Wu Shidao remarked. Wow, you're absolutely right, brother. I'm at a loss for words. Hu Bin finally grasped the situation. Indeed, why was I explaining anything to her? Wu Shidao continued. There's no need to inform them about the universal cracking shop. Let me impart some wisdom. When you boast to a fool, attempting to prove something, it only serves to demonstrate your own foolishness. If you were wise, you would not act in such a manner. Hu Bin contemplated this and humbly inquired. Old Wu, if you had seen Lu Xia's remarks in the group, would you have ignored her? Would you have pretended not to see? He anticipated that Wu Shidao would dismiss her as a fool. To his surprise, Wu Shidao replied, how could I possibly pretend not to see? I would have certainly scolded her. The admission letter did not keep Wu Shidao waiting long. It arrived the following afternoon. Upon seeing the bold letters of Jinshe Nansen University, he felt a surge of excitement, not merely for gaining admission to the university, but because it signified that he would be seeing Shen Xiaojing daily for the next few years. If fortune favored him, they might even be in the same class. He mused. When Wu's parents returned from work, they naturally took turns admiring the acceptance letter. Subsequently, they decided to take a day off to escort Wu Shidao back to their rural hometown. With his grandparents and several uncles and aunts, they gathered over 20 family members for a lively feast. However, the return journey proved somewhat troublesome, as they had to wait for the rural bus, which only ran twice a day. Missing it meant they would be stranded. Why don't we get a car? Wu's father suggested, standing by the roadside, puffing on a cigarette. I agree, Wu Shidao quickly responded. Otherwise, making the round trip would be too exhausting and a waste of time. Don't even think about it, came the reply. Wu's mother cast a glance at the father and son, insisting that the money should be reserved for her son's future marriage. I can earn the wedding expenses later, she stated. Wu Shidao cheerfully remarked, my dad has always had a fondness for cars. Why not buy him one? It would be convenient for us as well, wouldn't it? Wu's father looked at him, touched, and thought to himself that his son was indeed raised well, demonstrating filial piety. Earning later? He mused lightly, pondering the uncertainty of whether it would actually be possible. Wu's mother, with unwavering conviction, interjected. Do you think young people today marry like your father and I did back in our day? All it took was a bicycle and a dormitory. She had done her research and began to ramble on. All right, no more buying. Wu's father surrendered first, raising his hand. Can we stop discussing this now? Only then did Wu's mother relent. After a moment, Wu's father leaned in to quietly complain to Wu Shidao, your mother is like a modern-day miser. Once the money is in her pocket, It's nearly impossible to get her to part with it. Wu Shidao couldn't help but chuckle at his father's helpless expression. He considered offering to buy a car for his father, but decided against voicing that thought. With the World Cup concluded, Wu Shidao opted not to place bets on the finals, as the maximum prize for a single match was only 200,000. Given the potential for restrictions, he didn't wish to exert himself over that matter. Currently, while the universal cracking store was generating some income, its sustainability remained questionable. Together with the unclaimed winnings, his bank balance was just under 2 million. Though this sum seemed substantial, it would prove insufficient when the need arose. Thus, Wu Shidao was still on the lookout for ways to earn money. After all, the market share of the universal cracking store was not significant. The gap between advertising expenses and bandwidth costs was still considerable, necessitating savings from his bank account for emergencies. During the remainder of the summer vacation, Wu Shidao led a tranquil life, focusing daily on the download statistics of the universal cracking store and monitoring the review process. Although the review responsibilities had been handed over to Hu Bin, Wu Shidao occasionally checked in. He was pleased to find that Hu Bin was diligent and responsible. All applications in the universal cracking store had undergone signature verification and passed emulator testing. Feedback from the Weifeng Network forum indicated that the universal cracking store had a notably high proportion of Apple users. He anticipated that following the release of the domestic version in September, the download numbers would surge once again. However, among Android users, the store's user base was evidently smaller. Wu Shidao speculated that this was due to most Android users not seeking permissions. The current Android ecosystem offered numerous access methods, unlike the more closed-off Apple system. Consequently, the universal cracking store's market share among Android users was lower compared to platforms like Wandujia in the Android market, especially given that the quantity of applications available in the universal cracking store was still limited relative to well-known app stores like 91 Assistant, Wandujia, in the Android market. Even Hu Bin had noticed this discrepancy. Old Wu, why aren't there any paid cracked versions in the universal cracking store? I observed that 91 Assistant and Wandujia contained such features. Was it your deliberate choice to exclude them? Hu Bin engaged in casual conversation with Wu Shidao. Apart from his review duties, he spent his remaining time indulging in games, relishing every moment. Indeed, Wu Shidao pondered for a moment and explained, a cracked version is essentially pirated, lacking any assurances regarding safety. Oh, if others are engaging with it, and you abstain, would anyone still download the Universal Crack Store? Regarding your concerns about security, if it were truly unsafe, other app stores would have encountered issues as well. I believe you are unnecessarily fretting, Hu Bin remarked. I could explain this to you, but you wouldn't grasp it. Your focus should solely be on diligent reviewing. Wu Shidao refrained from elaborating too much, as the mobile internet applications were just emerging, akin to the rudimentary growth of the internet a decade prior. In fact, Trojan viruses have always existed online, never truly vanishing. The Trojans that once wreaked havoc on the internet would inevitably resurface in the mobile internet era. If Wu Shidao recalled correctly, on August 20th, 2010, just a few days ago, the Southern Metropolis Daily was the first to expose that users experienced unexpected charges after downloading cracked versions from forums. Thus, he remained vigilant. Nei's S91 Assistant in the Android market, through years of cultivation, had long expanded to become the leading mobile application stores. Although the Universal Cracked Store boasted a one-click jailbreak feature, it merely served to elevate its visibility and could not rival these two colossal app stores. On August 21st, upon waking, Wu Shidao's first action was to scour the internet for news. History had not altered on this day. Caution: mobile cracking software conceals charging Trojans. Chapter 28. Seizing the moment for promotion. According to journalistic investigations, numerous users reported that after downloading the cracked version of Angry Birds from forums, their phone bills inexplicably surged, and they occasionally received subscription messages from various companies. After reading this news, Wu Shidao logged into the Weifeng forum to take a look. Everyone be cautious. Some cracked versions contain Trojans, and I fell victim. My phone bill was deducted by 30 yuan. I too fell prey. My bill mysteriously increased by 20 yuan over the past few months, and I initially thought I had made excessive calls. Later, I discovered it was due to a covert subscription to a company's paid multimedia message. It's the same for all of us. I was puzzled as to why I received multimedia messages so frequently without subscribing, only to realize it was a Trojan virus. Today, the Weifeng forum was nearly inundated with such similar posts. Meanwhile, Other forums predominantly populated by Android users echoed with a cacophony of furious curses. The game Angry Birds, developed in 2009 and launched in the Apple App Store, was a paid app. Upon its release, it quickly sparked a downloading frenzy, becoming one of the top-ranked games in the Apple Store. However, for domestic users wishing to play, it posed a challenge, as payment required US dollars and the binding of foreign credit cards for purchase. Currently, both 91 Assistant and various application stores such as the Android market and Wandugia offer only cracked versions of this application, which are essentially pirated copies. Certain hackers have exploited this opportunity to crack the software, masquerading it as free and distributing it on forums for users to download. However, in the process of cracking, some hackers have stealthily embedded Trojan programs within, seeking to profit from this deceit. Laohu and Wu Shidao scanned several forums and promptly contacted Hubin, register a few more accounts, and promote the Universal Cracking Store, emphasizing safety. I assure you, there will be no paid Trojan viruses within. What is happening? Is there an issue? Hubin's voice, still tinged with sleep, came through the line. Wake up and check the forums. You'll understand, Wu Shidao replied tersely, hanging up after a brief exchange. He then spent a few minutes drafting a post. The Universal Cracking Store is pure, green, and safe for download. Every item has been thoroughly checked to ensure there are no Trojan viruses. Please feel free to use it. Additionally, the Universal Cracking Store seeks to collaborate with numerous developers to create a virus-free download market. Once completed, he reached out to Nangua, requesting assistance in pinning his post to the top of the forum. Given their prior collaborative agreement, Nangua readily obliged, utilizing his moderator privileges to feature Wu Shidao's post prominently. Meanwhile, at Wanghu Company, an urgent meeting was underway. Have you all seen the news? President Zhou sat at the conference table, his expression grim as he tapped his fingers on the surface, glaring at the serious-faced Lu Mingxian. The game Angry Birds contains a Trojan virus, and none of you noticed? We are receiving numerous user complaints. My apologies, President Zhou. This was our oversight. Lu Mingxian admitted promptly. With the situation already at hand, further justification was futile. I have already directed the removal of the application from both 91 Assistant and the Android market. Is simply removing it sufficient? President Zhou replied, his face darkened. This incident will undoubtedly cast a negative shadow within the user community. We need to devise a remedial strategy. If we are not careful, we risk losing a significant number of users. Remember, we are not the sole providers of mobile application stores. Competitors like Wandugia and the Universal Cracking Store are also in play. Wandugia also features this game, which has been reported by users as well. Lu Mingxian glanced at President Zhou, clearing his throat. What about the Universal Cracking Store? President Zhou inquired. I recall you mentioning that this application market does not host cracked versions, correct? Indeed, Lu Mingxian affirmed with a nod. President Zhou remained silent, his instincts suggesting that the Universal Cracking Store could potentially emerge as a formidable competitor in the future. As for Wandugia and similar platforms, while they currently hold a portion of the market share, he felt no trepidation regarding them. Compared to 91 Assistant and the Android market, stores like Wandugia lack innovation. Unlike the Universal Cracking Store, which offers a flawless one-click jailbreak solution, the technical team behind the Universal Cracking Store astonishingly synchronized their updates merely hours after Apple released the 401 system, achieving yet another flawless jailbreak. It is rather peculiar that such a proficient team has not introduced a single cracked application within the App Store, given their demonstrated prowess in the realm of jailbreaking. One would assume they possess the means to do so, yet they have chosen not to pursue this path. Could it be that this technical team foresaw the potential hazards that would arise? At that moment, Lu Mingxuan's phone buzzed with a text message from a subordinate. Manager Lu. A pinned post has appeared on the Weifeng forum, presumably from the technical team behind the Universal Cracking Store. When you have a moment, please check it out. Lu Mingxian promptly logged into the forum and quickly spotted a post by Wu Shidao proclaiming that all applications within the Universal Cracking Store are pristine, green, and secure. After a brief glance, Lu Mingxian furrowed his brow and remarked to Zhou, Director Zhou, the Universal Cracking Store has begun to capitalize on the situation for promotion. He handed his phone to Zhou. There is no need for a counterattack, Zhou began, but then quickly changed his mind. This Universal Cracking Store is merely exploiting the opportunity for publicity. Contact some online influencers to help us clarify our stance, but refrain from a direct confrontation. Doing so could ensnare us in their trap. We should emphasize that 91 Assistant and the Android market are also victims, and we will enhance our review process moving forward. Agreed. That aligns with my thoughts. Lu Mingxian nodded in affirmation. Remember, we must strengthen our review processes. Additionally, all cracked applications should be temporarily removed. After ensuring there are no Trojans or backdoors, we can quietly reintroduce them once the storm passes, Zhou instructed. In addition to having Nanguo elevate his post to a pin status, Wu Shidao contemplated and registered several new accounts, through which he disseminated a few additional posts. The content was straightforward, asserting that while app stores like 91 Assistant and the Android market offer a variety of applications, they harbor significant risks. These posts quickly garnered support from several forum users. By noon, however, an official apology post from Wanghu Company surfaced in the forum. Chapter 29, Online Reputation Management. The apology was both formal and succinct. It began with a sincere apology, acknowledging that due to the negligence of a review employee, security checks were overlooked. The post assured that future review mechanisms would be strengthened to prevent such incidents from recurring and emphasized that Wanghu Company could also be considered a victim in the Trojan incident. Shortly after this post was published, Wu Shidao noticed a series of reputation management posts beginning to emerge on the forum, one of which was particularly astute in its approach. From a perspective of fairness, application stores such as the Android market and 91 Assistant have, in fact, suffered from unjust misfortunes. It is crucial to acknowledge that the malware present therein is not of their own installation, but rather the result of malicious hackers. The shortcomings of NetTiger Company lie solely in inadequate security measures. Since the inception of the Internet, cybersecurity has remained a formidable challenge. It is well known that many malware programs are only detected post factum due to their lack of distinctive signatures prior to detection, not because of negligence on the part of security personnel, but rather due to their inability to recognize them. From the user's standpoint, I continue to support application stores like 91 Assistant and the Android market. As many of the applications are paid, and Apple's App Store does not provide the means for download. Without their assistance in facilitating downloads, our access would be severely limited. Hence, understanding rather than condemnation is warranted. In the wake of this incident, NetTiger Company promptly issued an apology and acknowledged their errors without any attempts at justification, demonstrating a commendable sense of responsibility. Following the release of numerous posts attempting to mitigate the situation, there were also insincere replies from online commentators, quickly overshadowing the original posts by Wu Shidao and Hu Bin. However, Wu Shidao remained unfazed. The internet possesses a memory, and given that smartphones are personal and private items, such incidents leave a lasting impression on the majority. Rectifying and altering this perception will require time, even with hired commentators attempting to sanitize the narrative. A significant number of users are likely to dissipate in the short term. This is evident from the data statistics on the server's backend. The download volume for the Universal Cracking Store surged dramatically compared to the previous day, and the speed of web page loading was noticeably sluggish, only improving after midnight. Wu Shidao glanced at the backend data, noting that the downloads had skyrocketed to over 1 million that day. In the following days, server statistics revealed that nearly 1 million downloads were achieved daily. On August 28th, the backend data indicated that downloads had officially surpassed 10 million. Yet, this was not the end. On that same day, news reports emerged revealing that, aside from the gaming rebirths, other applications, such as Battery Saver, also harbored malware that stealthily deducted fees. These applications had previously attracted little attention due to their lower download volumes. However, following the Angry Birds incident, the media began to delve deeper into similar occurrences, leading to the discovery that many pirated applications masquerading as cracked versions were indeed riddled with malware. Upon the release of this news, the server for the Universal Cracking Store experienced a near doubling of downloads that very day. Had it not been for Wu Shidao's prior upgrade of bandwidth and implementation of download limitations, the server would likely have succumbed to a breakdown once more. In the office of Wanghu Company, Lu Mingxian, upon seeing the news reported online, was so enraged that he shattered a cup in a fit of fury. The cause of his wrath was straightforward, unlike the previous report concerning the irate birds. This time the media explicitly pointed out that most of the cracked versions harboring hidden Trojans originated from 91 Assistant and the Android market. Just then, the phone on his desk rang. What could it be? Still seething, Lu Mingxian answered the call with a tone lacking in politeness. Come to my office. Came the voice of General Manager Zhou, followed by the sound of the call being disconnected. It was evident that another reprimand awaited him. Sighing, Lu Mingxian lamented his streak of misfortune, gathered his composure, and hastened to the office upstairs. Upon entering, General Manager Zhou immediately unleashed a torrent of scolding. Lu Mingxian, what on earth are you doing? Just a few days ago, I instructed you to temporarily remove all those cracked versions. Did you not hear me? Or did you simply not understand? General Manager, they have all been temporarily taken down, Lu Mingxian quickly explained. Then what is this news about today? Zhou slammed his hand on the desk, berating him further. Furthermore, that so-called battery saver, I just searched for it on my phone and found it available for download on both 91 Assistant and the Android market. Is this what you refer to as having taken it down? Lu Mingxian was taken aback. Seeing his bewildered expression, Zhou's anger escalated. And he pointed a finger at Lu Mingxian, exclaiming, "It seems you are deliberately trying to deceive me. Look for yourself." Lu Mingxian swiftly took out his phone and, to his dismay, confirmed that it was indeed still accessible for download. He then noticed that the description of this battery saver contained no mention of any cracked version. It merely stated that it could optimize the phone's battery and extend its lifespan. General Manager, the ones that were taken down last time were all cracked versions. This battery saver does not fall into that category. Get out, Zhou shouted, ignoring Lu Mingxian's explanation, his face ashen as he pointed towards the door. Go and remove it immediately. No sooner had he spoken than the phone on Zhou's desk rang again. Witnessing Zhou's explosive fury, Lu Mingxian had no choice but to leave in defeat. However, not long after stepping out of the office, Zhou's call came directly to his mobile phone. You need to come back right now. Understood, General Manager. Lu Mingxian gritted his teeth in frustration, yet felt powerless, under the roof of a superior. One must bow their head. Upon returning to Zhou's office, he found Zhou's expression grim, coldly stating, Lu Mingxian, I am officially informing you that due to a significant error on your part, the company has decided to terminate your employment. What? Lu Mingxian was left utterly shocked. His mind a whirlpool of confusion. After a few moments of stunned silence, he blurted out, General Manager, what has happened? Just now. A staff member from the Ministry of Information called. Zhou glared at him menacingly. To notify our company that we must arrive in the capital by September 3rd for a special rectification meeting. It is solely due to your initial decision to launch those pirated versions that such a significant incident has transpired, resulting in the Net Tiger Company now being under scrutiny by the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology. Chapter 30, Journey to Jin City. News of the ministry's discussions with application stores such as 91 Assistant and the Android market swiftly circulated. Concurrently, numerous cracked versions were almost entirely removed from these application stores overnight. Consequently, the competitive edge that they once held over the universal cracking store evaporated in an instant. It is important to note that many Apple users, after jailbreaking with the universal cracking store, still opted to install 91 Assistant due to the abundance of cracked pirated software available within it. Following the Trojan Horse incident, 91 Assistant promptly delisted many cracked applications. And as news of the discussions emerged, numerous Android and Apple users hastily uninstalled 91 Assistant and the Android market, turning instead to the universal cracking market. The rationale was quite straightforward. The universal cracking store had not been named in the discussions, which was sufficient evidence to demonstrate that this application market posed no security risks. Furthermore, aside from a lack of defunct cracked versions, it offered an extensive variety of other types. Additionally, the universal cracking store featured one-click jailbreaking and other functionalities, naturally leading users to prefer it. In this ebb and flow, the market share of 91 Assistant, Android market, and other application stores significantly declined, while the universal cracking store experienced rapid and substantial growth, transforming from an emerging contender into a formidable pillar of the industry. According to the server's back-end download statistics, the growth rate was alarmingly swift, escalating daily. Since Shidao published a post on the Weifeng Network forum expressing a desire to collaborate with more developers. Over the past week, there have been nearly 100 applications for listing each day, leaving Hu been overwhelmed and exhausted, glued to his computer, feeling as if his eyes might fail him. On August 29th, Hu Bin finally found a moment of relief, not due to a holiday, but because he was heading to university to register. Shidao, being a man of 40 in actual age, naturally did not require parental accompaniment. And upon hearing of his intention to go alone, Hu Bin found his own justification for not needing his parents to escort him to Jin City. After taking a bus from the county to the provincial capital, Shidao concocted an excuse, stating he had matters to attend to, leaving Hu Bin to watch the luggage for a while. Seizing the opportunity, Shidao took a taxi to the lottery center to claim his winnings. Adorned in the same disguise as before, he donned a mask while entering, and from the moment he received the check to reconciling at the bank. It took him no more than 2 hours. The train station was teeming with people, with the arrival of the school season. It was almost overrun by parents and students bidding farewell. After an arduous wait, when the train finally departed, Wu Shidao, and who'd been queued to board, found their berths and stowed their luggage. Fortunately, they had purchased train tickets in advance, for otherwise, considering the crowd, they might not have even managed to board the train. Observing the throngs on the platform, Hu Bin exhaled a sigh of relief, distinctly different from Wu Shidao. Strictly speaking, this marks his first solitary journey away from home. Throughout the trip, everything appeared novel, and he incessantly engaged in lively banter with Wu Shidao, envisioning the delightful university life that awaited them. As night descended, Hu Bin's excitement gradually ebbed, and he soon succumbed to slumber on his bunk. He pondered whether he would share a class with Xiaojing. Meanwhile, Wu Shidao lay on his bed, contemplating the imminent reunion with Shen Xiaojing. His longing intensified rather than diminished. Yet, the mere thought of Zhao Lei caused a frown to crease his brow. He could not allow this scoundrel to inflict harm upon Shen Xiaojing. A plan was necessary to ensure Zhao Lei distanced himself from her. Alternatively, he mused, perhaps an opportunity could arise to confront the man, instilling fear to compel him to vacate Shen Xiaojing's life. However, this notion was swiftly dismissed by Wu Shidao. Should she discover his intentions, she would likely harbor resentment towards him. Thus, he needed a strategy that would induce Zhao Lei to depart voluntarily, while simultaneously absolving himself of any involvement. In the darkness, the train rumbled along the tracks, producing a rhythmic clattering sound. Time indeed flew. It had nearly been 2 months since his return. Reflecting on this, Wu Shidao felt a sudden urge to check his phone and review the chat history with 47. Remarkably, their last Bitcoin transaction had occurred the previous month. This indicated that after entering August, 47 had not reached out to him even once. "Are you there?" Noticing 47 online, Wu Shidao sent a greeting. "I am," came the reply. "Haven't been able to acquire any Bitcoin lately?" "No." "Is it harder to mine?" "I'm no longer working at the internet CAF." Wu Shidao was taken aback, and a thought crossed his mind. Had his friend been dismissed for mining Bitcoin? Tentatively, he inquired, "Weren't you doing well? What happened?" "Don't even mention it. I was caught by my boss while trying to help you mine Bitcoin," 47 lamented. "Mining has become more difficult, and the electricity costs have skyrocketed. My bill is now several times higher than before." "Come on, don't say you were only helping me. I paid you too, didn't I?" "You were mining for yourself," Wu Shidao corrected him. This time, 47 offered no response and soon logged off. Wu Shidao sighed. Indeed, plans often falter, and human calculations cannot rival the whims of fate. He had initially hoped to accumulate a substantial amount of Bitcoin, yet had barely managed to secure 20,000. Upon arriving at school, he resolved to visit the forum at his earliest convenience to inquire whether anyone was still selling Bitcoin. His thoughts drifted once more to the universal cracking store. According to news reports, there were approximately 50 to 60 million smartphone users in the country, predominantly Android users, with Apple users comprising merely 1/10. The universal cracking store had amassed over 20 million downloads, nearly commanding half of the market share. With such a foothold, it had stabilized. However, the issue of server bandwidth loomed, presenting yet another headache. Indeed, as the number of users surged, the burden on server download speeds once again intensified. However, the MicroPeak forum was unable to alleviate this strain, as it stemmed from the pressure of downloading applications from the universal cracking store. Upon arriving in Golden City, it became necessary to deploy 2 additional servers to create a node to share the download load, leaving little money in the bank and prompting the urgent need to devise alternative revenue streams. Wu Shidao sighed softly, contemplating that by next year, the number of smartphone users would further increase, necessitating an upgrade of the servers. It is no wonder that the internet is often described as a money-burning game, previously unnoticed. The weight of this reality became palpable when it personally affected him. Lost in thought, Wu Shidao eventually drifted into slumber. Upon awakening, daylight flooded in, and the train gradually came to a halt at the station. Golden City, he had finally arrived. The university life was about to commence. Chapter 31. The Leg Master. Did we step into a steamer? As soon as they disembarked, a wave of heat enveloped them, and amidst the bustling crowd, Hu Bin felt akin to a bun being roasted in a steaming basket. Sweat instantly cascaded down him like water from an open faucet, leading him to regret his decision to attend university here. Golden City had historically been known as a furnace. Wu Shidao was not faring much better. Although he had lived here for a considerable time in his previous life, it was his first visit in this incarnation, and his body had yet to acclimate, leaving him equally drenched in perspiration. Nevertheless, it was too late for regrets. He recalled the classic saying, "Now that we are here, we must make the most of it." Dragging their luggage, the two exited the station, where a multitude of guiding signs for various universities awaited them in the square outside. Golden City Information Engineering University is over there, Wu Shidao remarked, pointing towards a distant sign. "Let us get you there first. By the way, call your parents to let them know." "All right," Hu Bin replied, making the call to reassure his family. After showing his admission notice to the senior waiting to receive him, the latter gestured towards a nearby bus, stating, "Hop on. It will depart in a few minutes and take you straight to the university." Hu Bin nodded and, as he was about to board the bus, paused to say to Wu Shidao, "Old Wu, I'm off then? Go ahead. Make sure to complete your enrollment procedures promptly. And let me know when you're done. Also, inform your parents," Wu Shidao advised. "Okay," Hu Bin responded, scratching his head and muttering. "Why do I feel this sense of familiarity? What's wrong?" Wu Shidao inquired. "Nothing," Hu Bin waved his hand dismissively. Once seated on the bus, he finally understood why he felt a sense of deja vu. The reminders from Wu Shidao mirrored those from his mother perfectly. This guy seemed to have matured significantly all of a sudden. Could it be that falling in love truly fosters maturity? Hu Bin pondered, spotting the sign for Nansen University. Wu Shidao's eyes brightened. 3 individuals awaited him, 2 women and 1 man. One of the girls possessed skin as white as snow and legs that were long and elegantly straight. Even while seated, Wu Shidao could estimate that she stood at least 7 meters tall. Her figure was indeed remarkable, but what captivated him most was her exquisite features, enchanting and alluring. Occasionally, she would cast a smile at the boy beside her, who appeared utterly enthralled, as if he would willingly traverse mountains of blades and seas of fire for her. Wu Shidao felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity with this girl. He was certain he had encountered her before, and not just once, for her image was indelibly etched in his memory. "Greetings, seniors. I am a freshman here to register." He approached, offering a polite greeting while presenting his admission notice, his gaze fixed on the girl as he pondered where he might have seen her. "Hello." The beautiful girl glanced at Wu Shidao, a faint smile gracing her lips, her voice melodious and inviting. "Welcome to Nansen University." A sudden idea sparked within Wu Shidao. He extended his hand toward her, smiling warmly. "Thank you, senior. I am Wu Shidao, pleased to meet you." Taken aback for a moment, she hesitated but ultimately stood and shook his hand courteously. "I am Lu Shuang, president of the student council. It is a pleasure to meet you." The boy beside her stared in disbelief, his expression dazed, then turned to Wu Shidao with admiration in his eyes. "Wow, this freshman is impressive." He so easily held Lu Shuang's hand. Lu Shuang. Wu Shidao reflected intently and suddenly realized that she was the captivating host of a financial program he had frequently watched during a time when he was ensnared in the stock market. No wonder she seemed so familiar. He never imagined she was also a student at Nansen University. Noticing the change in his expression, Lu Shuang felt a surge of curiosity. What was this boy contemplating? When he had looked at her, his eyes were filled with perplexity, but upon hearing her name, it was as if he had found clarity. Intrigued, she asked, "What is it? Do you know me?" "I did not know you before, but I do now, Senior Lu. I shall take my leave." Wu Shidao replied with a slight smile, then proceeded to board the bus. After informing his parents of his arrival, Wu Shidao turned his gaze expectantly to the outside. From his seat, he had a clear view of Lu Shuang sitting gracefully, her legs perfectly straight and long, a flawless shape that could easily qualify her as a leg model. Wu Shidao thought that her legs alone could earn her the title of leg goddess. However, he merely appreciated the sight briefly, then shifted his focus to the new students arriving for registration. At that moment, another freshman arrived with their parents, and Lu Shuang pointed toward the bus. She immediately noticed Wu Shidao sitting by the window. Their eyes met across the distance, but after a fleeting glance, Wu Shidao diverted his gaze elsewhere. This boy was rather peculiar. Lu Shuang cast a lingering glance at him, the boy named Wu Shidao. There was something peculiar about him. Aside from an aura of maturity that belied his age, his earlier demeanor suggested an uncanny familiarity with her. It is said that one's eyes cannot deceive. Reflecting on this, Lu Shuang felt a sudden spark of realization. His earlier gesture of extending a hand was not an attempt to take advantage of her, as other boys might, but rather a genuine inquiry into her name. It seemed she would not encounter Xiaojing here. As the bus finally departed, Wu Shidao found himself at the registration area of Nansen University, harboring a tinge of regret for not meeting the person he had hoped to see. After completing the registration, payment, and dormitory assignment processes, noon arrived. Wu Shidao, with his suitcase in tow, approached dormitory 102 in Building 9 for newcomers. Upon gently pushing the door, he was taken aback to discover it was locked. "Who is it?" a voice called from inside. "A new student checking in," Wu Shidao replied. He could faintly detect the scent of smoke, instantly comprehending the reason for the locked door. When it swung open, a robust young man, whose physique was truly imposing, stood at the threshold. After assessing Wu Shidao's solitary presence, he appeared somewhat surprised and greeted him with a smile. "Hello, I am Zhang Liang, from the East Province. I look forward to your guidance." Wu Shidao, from the West Province. "I look forward to your guidance as well," he responded while stepping inside. The room was a 6-person dormitory, simply furnished with 6 bunk beds lined against the wall. The upper bunks served as sleeping quarters, while the lower ones had been converted into study desks. There were also 2 wardrobes. Dong Yukai, from the Jiang Province, a slender young man with tousled hair and glasses, greeted Wu Shidao from one of the upper bunks. "You are the 3rd to arrive in our dormitory." Zhang Liang gestured toward the remaining 3 beds. "Feel free to choose any. By the way, do you smoke?" He casually produced a pack of Yushi cigarettes, priced at over 20 yuan, and inquired politely. "Thank you, but I don't smoke," Wu Shidao replied, waving his hand. He had been quite restrained about smoking lately, only indulging occasionally when deep in thought. After placing down his luggage, he asked, "Have you eaten? Shall we go for a meal together?" Both Zhang Liang and Dong Yukai nodded in agreement. Thus, the 3 of them exited the dormitory. "I arrived yesterday. The cafeteria is this way." Zhang Liang led them effortlessly toward the dining hall. "What's good to eat at the cafeteria?" Dong Yukai adjusted his glasses, posing the question earnestly. "The braised pork is quite good," Wu Shidao said. "What are you looking for?" Zhang Liang observed Wu Shidao gazing around intently as they walked. He pointed out, "That path leads to the library, and the teaching buildings are over there." Wu Shidao interrupted him with a serious inquiry. "Do you know where the girls' dormitory is?" Upon hearing this, both Zhang Liang and Dong Yukai stared at Wu Shidao in astonishment. "My goodness, my friend, you are quite the flirt, aren't you? Just after completing your enrollment procedures, you're already setting your sights on pursuing the ladies." Zhang Liang couldn't help but express his admiration for Wu Shidao, giving him a hearty thumbs up. This guy was indeed impressive. At that moment, a few girls passed by and happened to overhear Zhang Liang's words, their gazes instantly aligning towards Wu Shidao. "I'm not being flirtatious," Wu Shidao waved dismissively, responding nonchalantly. "I'm being open and honest, all right?" As he spoke, he felt curious eyes upon him and instinctively turned to look, only to be taken aback. Among the girls was none other than the stunning senior, Lu Shuangshuang. Their eyes met, and Wu Shidao took the initiative to nod and smile at her, signaling a greeting. Lu Shuangshuang stifled a laugh, pursing her lips as she returned the nod before continuing on with her friends. This scene unfolded before Zhang Liang and Dong Yukai. "You know the goddess senior?" Zhang Liang's mouth dropped open in disbelief as he stared at Wu Shidao. "Were you just greeting her? Don't you know her?" Wu Shidao, slightly puzzled, responded. "Didn't she help welcome new students at the train station earlier?" "I know her, but she doesn't know me." Zhang Liang came to his senses, sizing up Wu Shidao with newfound respect, then wrapped an arm around his shoulder, enthusiastically saying, "It seems the goddess senior has made an impression on you." "What goddess senior?" Dong Yukai interjected, curious. "Wasn't she the one who greeted us when I arrived?" "That beautiful Lu Shuangshuang from earlier is a 3rd-year student in the communication department at Nansen University and the student council president. Countless boys have pursued her since she enrolled, yet none have succeeded," Zhang Liang explained. "Wow, you've only been here a day and you already know so much?" Dong Yukai admired him. "Not too bad. I have several fellow townsmen who filled me in," Zhang Liang replied. "The term goddess doesn't quite suit her," Wu Shidao remarked. "I'd rather call her a siren." "Why is that?" Both Zhang Liang and Dong Yukai asked in unison. "Think about it. The term goddess conveys an image of someone aloof, untouchable, while siren evokes a sense of allure, making one eager to draw closer," Wu Shidao articulated. "Besides, siren tends to inspire the imagination." "Ah, you make a compelling point." Zhang Liang pondered, slapping his thigh in realization. "You must be a master of romance. I'll have to learn from you to avoid spending 4 years in college as a singleton." "Wu Ge, teach me too," Dong Yukai eagerly chimed in, his expression earnest and filled with anticipation. I wish to experience the beauty of campus romance. I can't claim to be a master. I've never been in a relationship, Wu Shidao replied modestly. Enough with the insincere flattery. Lunch is on me today, he declared. Zhang Liang was utterly disinclined to believe his words. What a jest! Right at the beginning of the semester. He inquired about the location of the girls' dormitory and exchanged flirtatious glances with a senior, all while claiming he had never been in a romantic relationship. Not even a dog would buy that. To demonstrate his sincerity, Zhang Liang resolutely chose to forego the cafeteria, instead leading Wu Shidao and the others to a restaurant outside the campus, treating them to a sumptuous meal. To celebrate their newfound acquaintance, he proposed a toast. Ultimately, Wu Shidao and Dong Yikai together consumed a mere 5 bottles of beer, with Wu Shidao accounting for nearly all of it. Dong Yikai, being naturally allergic to alcohol, turned crimson from just a single glass. Seeing this, both Wu Shidao and Zhang Liang refrained from encouraging him to drink further. The sentiment was what mattered. As for Zhang Liang, he polished off 12 bottles of beer without so much as a flush or a breathlessness, asserting that beer was merely water. Could one really get intoxicated on such a beverage? It was later revealed that Zhang Liang, when it came to spirits, could down over 2 gin by himself. After this feast, Wu Shidao garnered a decent understanding of his 2 dorm mates. Zhang Liang, hailing from the eastern province, was exuberant and magnanimous, likely a reflection of his comfortable upbringing, embodying the quintessential northern man-esque character. Conversely, Dong Yikai possessed a somewhat bashful and introverted demeanor, a classic case of a shy romantic. By the afternoon, the remaining 3 freshmen in the dormitory had also arrived: Meng Hao from Jiang Province, Yang Xian from the Western Province, and Li Xiang from Sichuan Province. The occupants of room 102 were finally complete. In terms of age, Zhang Liang was a year older than the other 5, naturally assuming the role of the dormitory leader, while Wu Shidao and the others were of the same age, with Meng Hao ranking second, followed by Wu Shidao in third, and subsequently Li Xiang, Dong Yikai, and Yang Xian. The group, as the saying goes, is destined to meet across vast distances. Since we are to share this space for 4 years, I propose we gather this evening for a celebration, where we can indulge and enjoy ourselves. Zhang Liang, who had not had his fill at lunch, made this suggestion, his gaze settling on Wu Shidao. What do you think? I'm easygoing, Wu Shidao shrugged. I can only manage 1 drink. Dong Yikai quickly interjected. My tolerance is low as well, Meng Hao remarked nonchalantly, clearly disinterested in the gathering. The composed Li Xiang glanced at Meng Hao, contemplated for a moment, and said, I'm indifferent. I can drink if everyone else does, or abstain as they wish. I would prefer to read in the dormitory. Yang Xian, slight of stature and somewhat gaunt, stammered. Wu Shidao noted that Yang Xian's attire appeared rather modest, suggesting a less affluent background, which he could empathize with. However, Meng Hao's lack of enthusiasm for socializing was starkly different. He seemed entirely uninterested in fostering camaraderie among classmates. With 6 individuals, 2 expressed their reluctance to participate, leaving Zhang Liang feeling somewhat deflated. He sprawled onto his bed, lit a cigarette, and said, since no one seems inclined to go, let us abandon the idea. Meng Hao noticed him smoking and clearly frowned, standing up without a word and walking straight out. Why don't we all go out for a drink? Li Xiang smiled at the somewhat gloomy Zhang Liang and then turned to Yang Xian, saying, how about this? I arrived the latest at the dormitory, so tonight's meal is on me. Let us go together, shall we? Chapter 33. Stuttering upon hearing this, Wu Shidao found Li Xiang quite intriguing and thought he might become a friend worth making. He had considered Zhang Liang's feelings while also respecting Yang Xian's pride. This doesn't seem right, does it? Yang Xian hesitated, biting his lip. Coming from a farming family, he had a younger sister in school. After paying tuition, he was left with only 1,300 yuan for the semester, which meant his daily living expenses were roughly 10 yuan. Therefore, he was reluctant to participate in such gatherings. Yet he sensed from Li Xiang's words that he was aware of Yang Xian's financial constraints, prompting the offer to treat. However, Yang Xian did not wish to be regarded with disdain. It is, in fact, a rather helpless and realistic matter. The pride of the impoverished is often particularly sensitive, as they always fear being looked down upon. What? Not giving me face? Li Xiang laughed heartily, patting Yang Xian on the shoulder, decisively stating, it's settled then. I say so. Wu Shidao half-jokingly, half-seriously remarked, Li Xiang, has anyone ever told you that you resemble a celebrity? Don't say. I thought you looked a bit like Takashi Kaneshiro at first glance, but upon closer inspection, the difference is quite significant. I feel you are even cooler than him. Zhang Liang exclaimed as he sat up. Many people say that. I've grown accustomed to it. Li Xiang shrugged. Shall we go? The five of them walked side by side along the campus path, with the robust Zhang Liang and the stylish Li Xiang attracting quite a bit of attention. Naturally, most of the boys' gazes were fixed on Zhang Liang, admiring his physique, while the girls were more superficial, continuously staring at Li Xiang. Fourth brother. Dong Yukai remarked with a hint of admiration. I feel you one lack for girlfriends in these 4 years. Have you noticed how those girls are looking at you? They can't seem to take their eyes off you. I bet if you just smile at them, someone will ask for your contact information. Just then, a few girls walked by, seemingly from the same dormitory, and one girl kept her gaze fixed on Li Xiang. If they want it, let them. It's not like I'll give it, Li Xiang said nonchalantly, trying to appear cool. As soon as he finished speaking, the girl who had been staring at him suddenly approached with a smile, saying, Hello, classmate. Could I have your number to get to know you better? Sorry, I don't have a phone, Li Xiang replied, living up to his words, glancing at the girl with an expressionless demeanor. The girl was taken aback. Li Xiang paid her no mind and continued walking forward. Dong Yukai couldn't help but laugh heartily, causing the girl to blush deeply, glaring at him before turning to leave. Wu Shidao and Zhang Liang also chuckled. Fourth brother, you were truly impressive. Dong Yukai quickly caught up with Li Xiang, enviously remarking, if it were me, I certainly couldn't refuse as decisively as you did. After you have turned down enough people, it becomes quite straightforward, Li Xiang replied nonchalantly. What do you mean? Dong Yukai did not comprehend. Do you still not understand? It means you simply encounter such situations more frequently, Wu Shidao laughed. I have never faced such a thing in my life. Truly, one must acknowledge that comparison brings despair. Dong Yukai let out a lament, then couldn't contain his curiosity and asked Li Xiang, Fourth brother, do you have a girlfriend? Yes, Li Xiang coolly retorted. I guess you do not, Dong Yukai pondered aloud. But Li Xiang's lack of reaction left him uncertain of his accuracy. He turned to the others, asking, What do you think? Does he have one? Probably not, no? I don't know, Zhang Liang and the others replied. Third brother, what do you think? Noticing Wu Shidao's silence, Dong Yukai pressed him. He definitely has one, Wu Shidao smiled. His tone resolute, as he noticed Li Xiang unexpectedly glance at him. Why are you so certain? Dong Yukai inquired, intrigued. In a sea of possibilities, one only chooses a single cup, Wu Shidao leisurely articulated. From Li Xiang's earlier remarks in the dormitory, he sensed that Li Xiang was someone who cared about the feelings of others, attentive to their emotions. Therefore, Wu Shidao speculated that Li Xiang's rejections towards other girls stemmed from the fact that he already had a girlfriend, prompting him to maintain distance from other females. Old Wu is right. Li Xiang coolly tossed his hair back. I have been with my girlfriend since high school. It has been 2 years. But she has enrolled in a different university. Wow, fourth brother, that's early romance. Dong Yukai expressed a mix of envy and jealousy. Long-distance relationship, huh? Yang Xian, eager to fit in, interjected, over time, won't the feelings fade? Oh, old six, you can speak without stuttering sometimes? Zhang Liang remarked curiously. I thought you stuttered whenever you spoke. You seemed to articulate quite well just now. I. Yang Xian, caught off guard, suddenly began to stutter again. Struggling to finish his thought, his face flushed. There's no need to be anxious. We are not strangers. Wu Shidao gently patted Yang Xian's back, chuckling. I have heard it said that if stuttering is not congenital, it is often rooted in fear. By the way, you surely do not stutter when you sing, right? Try speaking slowly, as you would sing, one word at a time. I won't. Yang Xian suddenly spoke out, his entire being relaxing as he exhaled deeply. Casting a grateful glance at Wu Shidao, he attempted to ease his pace and said slowly, When I sing, I indeed do not stutter, but I must not rush. When I become anxious, I find myself unable to articulate my thoughts. He continued, You see, isn't this quite good? Wu Shidao chuckled, remarking, Well, in that case, you are quite fluent, aren't you? I actually have a developmental stutter, a remnant from my childhood. At first, it wasn't too severe. But my persistent desire to overcome this flaw has only exacerbated it. The more I strive to conquer it, the more I stumble, Yang Xian sighed, expressing his frustration. I don't know what to do. Perhaps you should consult a doctor? Suggested Dong Yukai from the side. Yang Xian shook his head and replied slowly, No. That won't work. I have a method you might try, but it requires your own effort to correct. Wu Shidao pondered before speaking. What method? Are you serious? Both Dong Yukai and Yang Xian eagerly inquired. It's quite simple, Wu Shidao stated earnestly. You must forget that you have a stutter, and you will gradually overcome it. Chapter 34. Just forget, is that really feasible? The group was incredulous. Are you joking, third brother? Li Xiang shook his head in disbelief. If it were that simple, how could there be so many people who stutter? It truly is that straightforward, Wu Shidao explained with a smile. Yang Xian, for instance. When you listened to our conversation with full attention, didn't you find it easier to speak fluently when you joined in? Yang Xian nodded in agreement. But when you start to speak, doesn't a part of you instinctively remind you of your stutter? Once you become aware of it, you subconsciously strive to avoid stuttering. And the harder you try, the more you stutter, Wu Shidao inquired with a grin. Third brother is right, Yang Xian admitted, nodding earnestly. It really is like that. Therefore, I encourage you to try my method. Do not constantly remind yourself of this flaw, but rather attempt to forget it, Wu Shidao advised seriously. As you gradually forget, or even cease to remember that you have this flaw, you will naturally stop stuttering. I will try hard, Yang Xian said excitedly. But then began to stutter again. But I'm afraid I can't forget. I have a method that will surely help you forget, Zhang Liang interjected, pulling Yang Xian in with a mischievous grin. Just drink a bit more later. Once you're tipsy, let us see if your speech flows more smoothly. Almost every university is surrounded by a variety of small eateries from all corners of the world, and Nansen University is no exception. According to Dong Yukai and Zhang Liang's plan, they decided it would suffice to choose a reasonably priced cafeteria for a meal, as the significance lies in the experience rather than the formality. However, Li Xiang expressed his dissent, stating that, in his words, it was a rare occasion for their group to gather from various corners of the world, and for their inaugural meal together, they ought to choose a more refined establishment. Wu Shidao, indifferent to the matter, had already resolved to pay for the meal at the first opportunity that arose. Among the dormitory residents, excluding the somewhat solitary Meng Hao, Wu Shidao found the remaining 4 agreeable enough for companionship and camaraderie. Consequently, under Li Xiang's insistence, they selected a well-decorated restaurant that exuded an air of expense and reserved a private room. Before they even began to order, Zhang Liang eagerly called for 3 cases of beer to be brought out. Don't worry, my friends, drink as much as you like. I will cover any excess, Zhang Liang exclaimed, preempting Yang Xian's response. Yang Xian nodded in relief. Although he intended to test whether drinking excessively would loosen his tongue, he felt that 3 cases for 5 people was rather excessive. Once the dishes arrived, Zhang Liang was the first to raise his glass for a toast, clinking it with the others. Apart from Dong Yukai, the rest, including Wu Shidao, joined in the toast. The atmosphere then shifted to casual conversation interspersed with eating. After consuming 2 bottles of beer, Yang Xian felt dizzy and nauseous, unable to contain his discomfort. He opened the door to the room and stepped outside. Where are you going? Wu Shidao inquired upon noticing his departure. Third brother, I need to use the restroom, Yang Xian replied, leaning against the wall for support. You haven't overindulged, have you? Zhang Liang asked with concern. Yang Xian waved him off, hastily making his way out. Come on, third brother, fourth brother, let's continue. Zhang Liang raised his glass and clinked it with Wu Shidao and Li Xiang. Third brother, you have quite the tolerance, Li Xiang remarked after finishing his drink. Noticing Wu Shidao's composed demeanor, I must be flushed, he added, touching his slightly warm face. Just then, muffled shouts and curses echoed from outside the room. Beat that little brat to a pulp. Damn it, he vomited all over me. Wu Shidao and Li Xiang, seated near the door, exchanged glances, both voicing their concern in unison. Could it be that Yang Xian is in trouble? What is happening? Zhang Liang and Dong Yukai, oblivious to the commotion outside, looked at them with puzzled expressions. I'll go take a look. I'm worried something might have happened to Yang Xian, Wu Shidao declared as he rose, with Li Xiang following closely behind, saying, let's go together. Zhang Liang finally grasped the situation and leaped to his feet without hesitation. The 4 emerged from the room to find 2 young men, approximately 20 years old, mercilessly kicking someone curled up on the floor, hands shielding their head. Just a few meters down the corridor, Wu Shidao recognized the victim immediately. It was Yang Xian. Damn it! Zhang Liang roared in anger upon witnessing this. Without a second thought, he surged forward like a tiger descending from the mountain, delivering a powerful kick that sent one of the assailants sprawling. Wu Shidao and Li Xiang followed closely behind. Li Xiang seized the young man's hair and yanked it forcefully, causing him to stagger backward. Wu Shidao then delivered a swift kick to his calf, followed by a heavy punch that struck the bridge of the man's nose, instantly causing a stream of blood to flow. Meanwhile, Zhang Liang, witnessing Wu Shidao and Li Xiang subduing one opponent, rushed forward and aimed a kick at the young man who was attempting to rise, sending him crashing back to the ground. It was only then that Dong Yukai approached, glancing around before noticing the seamless cooperation between Wu Shidao and Li Xiang as they relentlessly kicked the young man who was shielding his face. He chose to assist Yang Xian instead. At that moment, the boss, accompanied by the chef, hurried up from downstairs. "Stop fighting. Cease immediately," he shouted, visibly agitated. Zhang Liang responded with another kick to the opponent's head. The latter, well acquainted with being beaten, opted to shield his head with both hands, fully aware he could not withstand Zhang Liang's strength. "Cease. Do you hear me?" The boss barked again. Zhang Liang cast a glance at him. Having vented much of his anger, he decided to relent. "If you wish to fight, do not do it in my establishment." The boss glared at Wu Shidao and Zhang Liang, signaling the chef to assist the two beaten young men to their feet. "Yes, yes, yes," Yang Xian, with disheveled hair and torn clothes, bore a shoe print on his face, speaking in a stammer due to his agitation. "They started it," Dong Yukai interjected on his behalf. "Nonetheless, do not fight in my place." The boss's gaze swept over both groups, well aware that Dong Yukai was likely correct. The two young men were mere delinquents loitering nearby. One of the young men lifted his head, his eyes narrowing as they scanned Wu Shidao and the others. "All right, you little punk, I'll remember you. We shall see," he declared venomously before dragging his companion away. They were not foolish. Zhang Liang's imposing physique suggested he was a formidable opponent, and with 5 on their side against just 2, they knew they would not stand a chance if a fight broke out again. Chapter 35. Encountering Shen Xiaojing. From the looks of it, you must be students from Nansen University, am I right? After the two departed, the boss's demeanor softened, and he kindly advised, "I suggest you leave quickly. Those two are local thugs and might call for reinforcements. Let them shout. What is there to fear?" Zhang Liang scoffed. "Won't we face severe consequences if the school finds out?" Dong Yukai muttered quietly. Let us go, let us go." Yang Xian tugged at Zhang Liang's sleeve. "No more drinking. I'm full anyway. You all can bring back a case of liquor. Let's South find another place to continue our revelry," Wu Shidao said with a cheerful smile. "Sounds reasonable." Zhang Liang nodded in agreement. "I'm indifferent." Li Xiang tossed his hair back, maintaining his cool demeanor. Wu Shidao did not return to the private room with them. Instead, he found an excuse to head downstairs first to settle the bill. Subsequently, Zhang Liang and the others descended with drinks in hand. Just as Li Xiang intended to settle the bill, Wu Shidao preemptively chimed in with a smile, stating, "The bill has already been taken care of. Let us depart." Li Xiang, somewhat taken aback, nodded in acknowledgement and remarked, "All right then, let us leave for now. I shall reimburse you shortly." Due to the recent commencement of the academic term, the nearby barbecue stalls and restaurants were bustling with business. After wandering with the drinks for a while, they failed to find a suitable spot, and some stall owners, upon noticing their own beverages, bluntly declared that there was no space available, suggesting they seek another establishment. Ultimately, they resolved to enjoy their drinks in the park. As they passed by a park adjacent to Nansen University, Wu Shidao, no longer inclined to walk further, gestured towards a nearby pavilion and inquired, "What do you all think of that place?" "Sounds good. This beer is quite heavy, and I can hardly carry it." Li Xiang expressed his agreement. The other 3 had no objections. "You all go ahead and find a place to sit. I will just pop over to buy some peanuts to accompany the drinks." Wu Shidao waved his hand and turned towards the street across. "Fruits are quite cheap. Apples and bananas are all just 5 yuan per gene," announced the loudspeaker at the fruit stall, which was playing a repetitive loop. A cluster of students surrounded the stall, selecting their desired fruits. Among the crowd, Wu Shidao immediately spotted a familiar figure, Lu Shuangshuang. There was no escaping the fact that her tall stature and slender legs made her stand out among the other girls like a crane among chickens. Initially, Wu Shidao had no intention of greeting her, planning instead to pass by unnoticed. However, at that moment, Lu Shuangshuang, having finished selecting her fruits, straightened up and inadvertently glanced to the side, their eyes locking in an unexpected moment. "Ah, Lu Senior, what a coincidence." Wu Shidao nearly blurted out Fairy Senior, but fortunately, he corrected himself swiftly. Lu Shuangshuang's delicate nose twitched slightly as she caught a whiff of the alcohol on him. With a slight nod and a teasing smile, she remarked, "Have you been drinking?" It was only then that Wu Shidao recalled her other identity as the student council president. Maintaining his composure, he responded, "Not at all." "Then why do I detect the scent of alcohol?" she queried. "That must be due to the few chocolate liquors I consumed earlier," he replied. "Are you certain you are not lying?" She pressed. Of course not. I am a person of utmost integrity. Why would I lie? Utmost integrity? Lu Shuangshuang chuckled, her crescent-shaped eyes sparkling with mischief. Are you inquiring about the location of the girls' dormitory in such a straightforward manner? At this, Wu Shidao felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Just as he was about to respond, a girl behind Lu Shuangshuang, having overheard her question, curiously lifted her head to glance at Wu Shidao. Instantly, her expression shifted to one of incredulous surprise. Wu Shidao was equally astonished. The girl was none other than Shen Xiaojing, the very person he had been searching for throughout the campus that day. In that fleeting moment, time seemed to freeze. Wu Shidao clearly observed Shen Xiaojing's expression transition from astonishment to a frown, followed by an unmistakable look of disdain, before she turned away, no longer wishing to acknowledge him. What is the matter? Speak up. You seem quite adept at arguing, Lu Shuangshuang teased, breaking the awkward silence. Lu Shuangshuang observed as Wu Shidao appeared to be suddenly immobilized, as if under a spell of paralysis, his surprise evident. Boss, how much for all this? 50 yuan. So expensive? Can it be cheaper? This is already quite reasonable. Amid the sounds of a male student haggling with the vendor, Shen Xiaojing remained silent, retrieving 50 yuan from her pocket to hand to the boss before turning to walk away with the young man, carrying fruit. Damn, Wu Shidao couldn't help but exclaim. Although the boy had not seen him at any point, Wu Shidao recognized him instantly from his silhouette. It was Zhao Lei. What did you say? Lu Shuangshuang's smile vanished, replaced by an expression of anger as she glared at Wu Shidao. I wasn't talking to you. Wu Shidao's mood soured instantly, casting a glance at Lu Shuangshuang. He chose not to explain and strode past her. Shuangshuang, what's wrong? A nearby girl looked at Wu Shidao in confusion, then back at the irate Lu Shuangshuang. Encountered a lunatic, Lu Shuangshuang scoffed, her voice just loud enough for Wu Shidao to hear as he brushed past. Yet he paid her no mind, following Shen Xiaojing and Zhao Lei. After a few steps, he slowed his pace, relieved that the young man hadn't taken Shen Xiaojing's hand. Otherwise, Wu Shidao feared he might impulsively confront him in a drunken rage. Is my wife's hand something you can touch? As he watched Shen Xiaojing and Zhao Lei distance themselves, a thought struck Wu Shidao, prompting him to quicken his steps to follow them at a discreet distance. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Shuangshuang had been observing this entire scene from behind. Upon reaching the girls' dormitory, Wu Shidao halted at a distance, his gaze fixed on Shen Xiaojing as he noticed her and Zhao Lei conversing by the roadside. This too did not escape Lu Shuangshuang's notice as she returned to the school. Only when Shen Xiaojing ascended the building did Zhao Lei turn to leave. Wu Shidao remained in the shadows, and since Zhao Lei had not once glanced in his direction, they were merely 2 meters apart. Yet Zhao Lei remained oblivious to Wu Shidao's presence. Wu Shidao kept silent, and once Zhao Lei had walked away, he turned to follow him out of Nansen University. Watching him disappear into the distance, Wu Shidao mused to himself, it seems the events of my past life have not changed. This Zhao Lei is not from Nansen University. Turning back towards the dormitory, he passed by the girls' dorm and deliberately noted its number before meandering back to his room. Upon entering, he felt a pang of confusion at the emptiness. Oh no. It dawned on him that Zhang Liang and Li Xiang were still waiting for him at the park with the peanuts. Chapter 36. Discovering Business Opportunities with No Other Choice. Wu Shidao turned around and headed outside the campus. Upon reaching the entrance, he spotted a figure standing under a streetlight, hands in pockets, gazing into the distance. The profile exuded an effortless charm and cool demeanor. Wu Shidao couldn't help but wonder if this fellow had deliberately practiced in front of a mirror. Apologies. Wu Shidao approached and greeted Li Xiang, concocting an excuse. He had encountered a minor issue and had to make a trip to the school. Li Xiang turned, scrutinizing him from head to toe, and nonsensically remarked, "That's fine." As he spoke, he produced 500 yuan and handed it to Wu Shidao as payment for the meal. It's unnecessary, Wu Shidao waved his hand dismissively. They had previously agreed that he would treat. Li Xiang insisted, extending the money once more to Wu Shidao, who, seeing no point in being coy, accepted 3 bills and pushed the remaining 2 back, stating he didn't require such an amount. Li Xiang nodded silently, stowing the leftover cash away. After a few steps, he suddenly inquired, "Do you know how Yang Xian ended up in a fight with those 2? No idea, Wu Shidao shook his head. Li Xiang began to recount the tale. It turned out that Yang Xian, feeling nauseous from drinking, rushed towards the restroom, only to collide with the 2 young men at the entrance. Unable to hold back, he vomited, splattering one of them with the contents of his stomach. The young man immediately erupted in a fit of rage, exclaiming, "Are you blind?" He refrained from striking Yang Xian. In his panic, Yang Xian's stutter returned, and he managed to utter, Your mother." The young man, already seething with anger, was incensed further upon hearing Yang Xian's retort. He pointed furiously at Yang Xian, demanding, "You dare to talk back?" Faced with this fury, Yang Xian intended to apologize but could only stammer a single "you" before faltering again. "Damn!" The young man, unable to control himself any longer, launched a barrage of punches and kicks at Yang Xian. Thus, the incident unfolded. After finishing his account, Li Xiang shrugged and remarked, "It's all trouble caused by a stutter." Wu Shidao couldn't help but burst into laughter. Having purchased some marinated chicken feet and peanuts upon returning to the park, Zhang Liang immediately exclaimed upon seeing Wu Shidao, "Lao-san, are you all right?" Lao-si was worried sick when you didn't return for a long time. Fearing you had run into those two, he dashed off to look for you. I wanted to go too, but these two are completely drunk, and I really couldn't leave. He gestured toward Dong Yukai and Yang Xian, who lay sprawled on the ground, deep in slumber. Wu Shidao then realized why he had encountered Li Xiang at the school entrance. He cast a thoughtful glance at Li Xiang, who casually picked up a bottle of beer, raised it in a toast to him, and took a swig. "I'm fine. I just had a minor incident earlier and went back to the school. I didn't have your number and forgot to inform you, so that's on me. I'll drink to that." He raised his beer and clinked it with the two, gulping down half the bottle, then burping before pointing at the two slumbering figures. "What happened to them? How did Dong Yukai get drunk as well?" "Hey, don't even get me started," Zhang Liang lamented, "just now. The fourth one insisted on sharing a drink with the fifth, but that fellow couldn't handle the bottle properly. He gulped down several swigs in one go, set the bottle down, and declared he couldn't go on. Then he flopped onto the ground and fell asleep instantly. When we head back, we won't have to carry them, will we?" Wu Shidao responded with a hint of exasperation. "No worries. With their slight frames, I could easily carry one in each hand, as if they were mere chicks." Zhang Liang dismissed the concern, asserting, "I can manage it alone." "That won't do. The school forbids drinking, and if we get caught, it could lead to trouble." Li Xiang shook his head. "Then let's find a nearby place to drop them off for the night," Wu Shidao suggested, pointing to a hotel not far away. "Well thought out, third brother," Zhang Liang agreed, seizing the bottle and declaring, "Let's finish these few bottles quickly. The dormitory will close soon." Zhang Liang downed 5 bottles of beer in one go, leaving the remaining 4 for Wu Shidao and Li Xiang. True to Zhang Liang's words, he effortlessly hoisted both Dong Yukai and the other in each arm, transporting them to the hotel. Just as Wu Shidao intended to pay, Li Xiang intervened again. "Today, it's my treat. Since the 5th and 6th have drunk too much, it's my responsibility to look after them." Li Xiang promptly paid for a room, and Zhang Liang unceremoniously tossed the 2 unconscious drunks onto the bed, leaving them a note before the 3 descended to return to school. "Let us buy a few apples to quench our thirst." As they passed a fruit stall, Zhang Liang halted and inquired, "How much for these apples?" $5 a pound. The fruit vendor replied languidly. "So expensive? This big city indeed differs." Zhang Liang scoffed, selecting 7 or 8 apples, and upon weighing, the vendor announced, $13. After paying, Zhang Liang casually rubbed one apple against his clothing, took a bite, and mumbled, "Damn it, these apples back home cost no more than $2 or $3 a pound." He then handed the remaining apples to Wu Shidao and Li Xiang. Li Xiang, not want to be polite, took an apple and mimicked the action of rubbing it on his clothes while munching. Things around the university are certainly pricey. These merchants are just waiting to profit off us students. If we went to the wholesale market, it would only be $2 or $3 a pound. And buying in bulk would make it even cheaper. Unwittingly, Wu Shidao's mind sparked with an idea. Could one consider venturing into the fruit business? Much like the later Matewan's group buying model? If memory serves, Matewan's approach is straightforward. Each day they offer a single product, such as a wine package, with the marketing strategy that the more people join, the cheaper the price becomes, thus enticing participants to promote it among friends and family. Food is the essence of life. Regardless of the time, food and drink have always been paramount. With tens of thousands of students at Nansen University, even if each consumed just 1 apple a day, that would equate to a staggering demand for several tens of thousands of apples. At present, there is no need to develop a complex system akin to the future Matewan. A simple model for group purchasing will suffice. Such a project could be completed in just a few days. Surrounding Nansen University, there are over a dozen colleges and universities. in addition to teachers and their families, resulting in a population of approximately 300,000 to 400,000 in the vicinity. If this market can be captured, the potential profits would undoubtedly be astounding, sufficient to fund the development of the universal cracking store for the coming years. The more Wu Shidao contemplated, the more he believed in the viability of this business, unable to suppress a smile from gracing his lips. "What are you thinking about, Lao San?" a voice suddenly inquired. "Oh, nothing," Wu Shidao replied casually. "I was just contemplating selling apples." "Selling apples?" Li Xiong looked at him in surprise. "What? Are you planning to set up a fruit stall?" "Hey, I think it's a good idea," Zhang Liang chimed in playfully. "Lao San, if you sell fruit, I'll definitely come to support you from time to time. Just remember to give me a discount." "Absolutely," Wu Shidao responded with a smile. "When the time comes, I'll let you eat to your heart's content." "Wow, so generous?" "Don't worry, my greatest hobby is eating fruit," Zhang Liang jokingly patted his chest. "With a physique like mine, I might bankrupt you before I'm full, believe it or not." "I certainly do not believe that," Wu Shidao laughed heartily. Both Zhang Liang and Li Xiong assumed he was jesting and took his words lightly. Upon returning to the dormitory, it remained eerily empty. And even after the lights went out and the dormitory was locked, Meng Hao had yet to return. However, none of the three mentioned him, as if he had never existed in their midst. The next morning, at the crack of dawn, Dong Yukai and Yang Shen returned. Upon noticing a few apples on the dormitory table, Dong Yukai immediately brightened up and exclaimed while holding a bag, "Is this what they call brotherly connection? I thought after drinking so much last night, you'd surely be hungry this morning, so I bought some apples. Had I known you'd already purchased some, I wouldn't have bothered." Yang Shen remained silent, glanced around the dormitory, changed his clothes, and quietly took 2 thermoses of hot water before leaving. "Lao Wu." Zhang Liang mumbled sleepily, turning over to glance at him. "Don't make noise, I want to sleep a bit longer." Wu Shidao, upon waking, found no desire to return to slumber. Li Xiong, who was sleeping opposite him, opened his eyes upon hearing Wu Shidao's movements. Yawning, he asked, "Why are you up so early?" "I can't sleep, just going out for a stroll," Wu Shidao offered casually. "All right, then I'll join you," Li Xiong said as he climbed out of bed. After brushing his teeth and washing his face, Wu Shidao returned to find Yang Xian, drenched in sweat, carrying 2 thermoses back, only to dash out again immediately. Wu Shidao didn't think much of it. He picked up his own thermos, intending to fetch some water. Upon lifting it, he found it quite heavy. Upon opening it, he discovered it was full. He pondered for a moment, then picked up the remaining thermoses, all filled to the brim. Wu Shidao gently shook his head, aware that Yang Xian was expressing his gratitude in this manner. "Brother, everyone, enjoy the buns." Before he had finished his glass of water, Yang Xian returned, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, exclaiming, "I just bought these from the canteen, they're still warm." Li Xiong, not one to be polite, reached for a bun and began to eat, mumbling, "Old Lu, thanks a lot." No need to mention it," Yang Xian replied. Pausing briefly before continuing, "I read the freshman registration details yesterday, and starting tomorrow, we have military training. I'm a bit anxious." "Worried about being the team leader and shouting slogans?" Dong Yukai teased with a laugh. "Rest assured, that won't happen." Yang Xian's face flushed as he waved his hands. "I'm worried I won't be able to keep up. I've heard military training is quite strict." "Just relax," Wu Shidao said after swallowing a bun. Smiling as he reassured, "The purpose of military training is to strengthen you, not to turn you into a soldier. It won't be excessively rigorous. It will be within your limits. If it really becomes too much, just talk to the instructor, and they will understand." "Is that so?" "That's great." Yang Xian sighed in relief. "Shall we go? Weren't you planning to take a stroll?" Li Xiong clapped his hands and stood up, addressing Wu Shidao. "I'm going to wander around the campus. Do you all want to join?" Dong Yukai and Yang Xian immediately agreed. "Wait for me." Zhang Liang, noticing everyone preparing to leave, could no longer lie down. He quickly tidied up, grabbed a bun, and devoured it ravenously. The canteen buns were already small, but in his hands, they seemed to shrink even further, disappearing in a whirlwind. Wiping his mouth, he shouted, "Let us go." The group meandered through the campus, and Wu Shidao, thinking of Shen Xiaojing's dormitory building, casually inquired, "Boss, is the girls' dormitory for our class in Building 11? Still thinking about the girls' dormitory?" Zhang Liang teased, recalling the events from yesterday, then added, "Building 1113 is the girls' dormitory for the School of Media. I believe our girls' dormitory is Building 68. School of Media?" Wu Shidao was taken aback. How could that be? He distinctly saw Shen Xiaojing enter Building 11 yesterday. Could it be she was visiting someone else's dormitory? Indeed. It's the School of Media, Zhang Liang affirmed confidently. How do you remember that so clearly? Come clean, have you been inside? Dong Yukai questioned with a mischievous grin. I wanted to go in, but the dormitory manager wouldn't allow it, Zhang Liang replied, raising his hands in exasperation. I remember so well because my fellow townsman mentioned that enchanting senior sister lives in 11. She is from the School of Media. Look, isn't that her? Dong Yukai suddenly exclaimed, pointing in a certain direction. Wu Shidao and the others instinctively turned to look and, sure enough, saw Lu Shuangshuang walking out of a nearby dormitory with several girls. The boys along the path could not help but steal glances at her. However, after all, they are university students, and one would expect a modicum of decorum and a sense of shame, making it difficult for them to gaze openly. Some feign indifference, casting sidelong glances at Lu Shuangshuang, while others walk and look back, causing Wu Shidao to witness a boy nearly colliding with a tree trunk. Old 5. Your opportunity has arrived, Zhang Liang jested from the side. Are you inquiring about dormitory 11 because you wish to pursue the enchanting girl? She has just come out. Seize the moment and hurry. As soon as the words left his lips, Wu Shidao suddenly quickened his pace, leaving the group behind as he strode purposefully toward the girl's dormitory. Is third brother truly going to pursue the enchanting girl? Dong Yukai exclaimed. Quite possibly. Old 3 is acquainted with that enchantress. Let us hurry and witness how he woos her, Zhang Liang said, excitement propelling him forward. The few individuals from dormitory 102 maintained a distance neither too close nor too far from Wu Shidao. Lu Shuangshuang was engaged in conversation with the girl beside her when she looked up to see Wu Shidao approaching her directly. She momentarily froze, instinctively slowing her pace. Her first thought being, is he coming to apologize? After all, he had exclaimed a rather crude word in her presence the previous night. However, before Lu Shuangshuang could contemplate whether she should respond if he were to apologize, Wu Shidao passed her by with decisive strides, heading straight past her. As they brushed shoulders, Lu Shuangshuang observed clearly that, despite their proximity, Wu Shidao's gaze did not acknowledge her. He did not spare her even a glance from beginning to end. Hello. I am Wu Shidao. May I get to know you and perhaps become friends? A voice from behind prompted Lu Shuangshuang to turn her head instinctively. Noticing Wu Shidao halting a girl, curiosity piqued. She recalled the impression Wu Shidao had made when she first met him at the station. He had seemed remarkably mature. Why? Then, did he appear so juvenile in the pursuit of a girl? Was it customary to be so blunt from the outset? Indeed, Wu Shidao had positioned himself directly in front of Shen Xiaojing. Witnessing her and Zhao Lei together, akin to a young couple shopping for fruit, stirred a twinge of jealousy within him. What troubled him most was Zhang Liang's mention of dormitory 11, which housed students from the School of Media. This revelation sent a shiver down Wu Shidao's spine. The historical trajectory of Shen Xiaojing in this timeline had inexplicably altered due to his early arrival. This was what truly frightened him. His reason for attending Nansen University was to become classmates with Shen Xiaojing, aspiring to be with her sooner. He remembered distinctly that she had graduated from the economics program at Nansen University. That fact was undoubtedly etched in his memory. Yet, in this reality, Shen Xiaojing had inexplicably transformed into a student of the School of Media. Thus, he felt compelled to ascertain what had transpired, to uncover the missteps that led to this current predicament. I do not know you. Shen Xiaojing gazed at Wu Shidao in astonishment. Earlier, she had noticed him approaching directly towards her. For reasons unknown, her initial instinct was that he must be coming to find her. However, she never anticipated that Wu Shidao would greet her with such an opening line. Now we are acquainted, are we not? Wu Shidao smiled warmly and extended his hand. Sincerely introducing himself, I am Wu Shidao, and you are? Apologies, but I have no desire to get to know you, Shen Xiaojing replied curtly, attempting to bypass him. We are classmates. Let us at least introduce ourselves, shall we? Wu Shidao obstinately blocked her path once more, oblivious to the hint of pleading in his tone. Shen Xiaojing remained silent, standing her ground and observing him intently. Please don't be upset. It was my fault, all right? Just don't be angry. Wu Shidao's first instinct was to appease her. Having been husband and wife in a previous life, he was thoroughly familiar with Shen Xiaojing's temperament. It is no exaggeration to say that he could discern her emotions merely from a glance or a subtle expression. Shen Xiaojing was momentarily taken aback, surprised at how accurately this young man, named Wu Shidao, could perceive her irritation. Step aside. Do not obstruct my way. She finally spoke, her tone calm yet firm. May I ask you something? Wu Shidao inquired, quickly adding, "Rest assured, it is not a matter of privacy. If you prefer not to answer, that is entirely acceptable, all right?" He looked at Shen Xiaojing with earnestness. For reasons inexplicable, Shen Xiaojing felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity when confronted with Wu Shidao, as if they had met before. Yet she was certain that prior to this, she had only seen him once in Yinqing. Her thoughts drifted back to their first encounter at the night market in Yinqing. She vividly recalled how Wu Shidao had seemed utterly astonished upon seeing her, his eyes sparkling with joy akin to a long-lost reunion, his excitement almost compelling him to embrace her. Yet, she was certain this was their first meeting. Why would he display such exuberance? Realizing her distraction, Shen Xiaojing cast a glance at Wu Shidao but remained silent, her gaze shifting elsewhere. Wu Shidao exhaled in relief, interpreting her silence as tacit consent. He quickly asked, "Why did you not declare your major in economics?" At his words, Shen Xiaojing's body tensed, a tumult of emotions surging within her. How did he know that her preference was for economics? She stared at Wu Shidao for a few moments before softly responding, "I accepted the adjustment to my major." With that, she walked away. So that was it. Wu Shidao suddenly understood. A thought struck him. Could it be that his own choice of economics had caused Shen Xiaojing's scores to fall short, resulting in her being assigned to the media department instead? Could it be that the person in question is actually me? As this thought crossed Wu Shidao's mind, the more he pondered it, the more plausible it seemed. "Hey, third brother." A heavy hand landed on his shoulder, startling Wu Shidao. Turning around, he was met with Zhang Liang's mischievous grin. "So, have you managed to obtain that girl's name and phone number?" "Not yet." Wu Shidao shook his head. In truth, as long as he knew which major Shen Xiaojing was enrolled in, uncovering her dormitory number would not pose a significant challenge. "Third brother, the way you were acting earlier. I thought you were going to greet that enchanting lady." Dong Yukai leaned in with a chuckle. "I never expected you to be pursuing another woman." "What other woman?" Wu Shidao interrupted, speaking earnestly. "That's your sister-in-law, do you understand?" "Ah." Dong Yotsai's expression darkened. "Third brother, I was quite close just now. And I think I heard that she had no intention of getting to know you at all. It suffices that I know her." Wu Shidao replied with a faint smile. "Go for it." Li Xiang approached, coolly offering his encouragement. The group sauntered near the teaching building, where they spotted a newly posted list of freshman class allocations. Wu Shidao carefully examined the economics classes, and indeed, Shen Xiaojing's name was absent. However, he did find her name listed among the new classes in the School of Media. She was not deceiving me, Wu Shidao thought quietly to himself, a twinge of guilt surfacing within him. Shen Xiaojing was shy and reserved, and she genuinely enjoyed her work in accounting. Yet, unexpectedly, due to his momentary whim or sudden inspiration, he had inadvertently influenced the trajectory of her life. With the afternoon still leisurely ahead of them, Zhang Liang planned to return for a good sleep, a sentiment echoed by Dong Yikai and Yang Xian. Li Xiang volunteered to accompany Wu Shidao as they strolled around the campus. He noticed that Wu Shidao was not meandering aimlessly. Rather, he seemed to have a purpose. Observing the surroundings near the cafeteria and the school supermarket, even checking fruit prices inside the supermarket. After completing this, Wu Shidao led Li Xiang to the street outside the campus gate, taking a thorough walk along it, inquiring seriously about prices at several fruit shops and stands. "I say, third brother, you aren't actually considering selling fruit, are you?" Li Xiang asked, half jokingly, half seriously. "What do you think?" Wu Shidao replied with a smile. Pulling out his phone to check the time, it was only 3 in the afternoon. After a moment's thought, he proposed, "Shall we explore the nearby universities?" "Still looking at fruit shops?" Li Xiang countered. Seeing Wu Shidao nod affirmatively, Li Xiang unexpectedly became serious. "Are you being serious? Do I seem to be joking?" Wu Shidao's smile faded. "Not really." Li Xiang shook his head, quickly adding, "But you certainly don't strike me as someone who has ever sold fruit." "I have an idea, but I can't explain it clearly right now. You'll understand in due time." As Wu Shidao spoke, he gestured to hail a taxi. Once inside, he instructed the driver, "Please take a circuit around the streets surrounding the university town." "A circuit?" The driver seemed puzzled. "Yes. I mean the commercial streets where various eateries and fruit vendors are situated around the universities," Wu Shidao clarified. The driver's expression shifted to understanding as he began to drive. Casting a glance at both Wu Shidao and Li Xiang, tentatively, he inquired, "You must be university students aspiring to start a business?" "You could say that." Wu Shidao replied with a smile. "Indeed, my child is around your age as well. They graduated from college this year, but haven't found a job, spending their days gaming at home. I can't even mention it, As soon as I do, they argue with me. The driver began to ramble. Initially, Wu Shidao engaged in conversation, but soon he turned his attention to the scenery outside. Sensing this, the driver fell silent and continued to navigate through the university area as requested. Let's go around once more, driver, Wu Shidao said after the taxi came to a stop. Sure thing. The driver responded cheerfully to his request. In his mind, Wu Shidao counted again. There were over 80 fruit shops just outside the university town, not including the supermarkets within the campuses. This indicated that the market potential was indeed substantial. Should we go around again? After completing another circuit, the driver asked with a hint of eagerness, discreetly glancing at the meter, which had already exceeded 100 yuan. Which wholesale fruit market in Jin City is the largest? Wu Shidao pondered before responding. The Jinyu market to the north is the largest, specifically for wholesale fruit. However, it is quite far from here. The fare to get there would be around 50 yuan, the driver pointed out. That works. Let's go, Wu Shidao nodded, glancing in the rearview mirror to see Li Xiang already asleep in the back seat. The Jinyu market is located on the outskirts of Jin City. Due to restrictions preventing large trucks from entering the city center, goods are typically brought here and then distributed by various fruit vendors to supermarkets and fruit shops within the city. Naturally, there are also smaller vendors who sell directly from their trucks on the streets or near residential areas. Li Xiang, we've arrived. Wake up. Wu Shidao called as they reached the entrance of the Jinyu market. Li Xiang groggily exited the vehicle, bleary-eyed, and murmured, "Where on earth are we?" "This is the Jinyu market, specializing in wholesale fruit," Wu Shidao replied. He promptly paid the fare and led the bewildered Li Xiang inside. The interior resembled a bustling market, but uniquely, every stall was dedicated to selling fruit. Boxes of fruit piled high at the entrances, with a constant flow of people coming and going. Numerous large trucks laden with fruit were parked inside, with vendors directly selling from their vehicles. 70 yuan for a box of apples. How many pounds are in this box? Li Xiang, intrigued by the commotion, inquired as he approached. 40 pounds, came the response from the vendor. The owner cast a brief glance at Li Xiang, offering a terse response before losing interest. For Li Xiang appeared more like a student than a wholesale fruit dealer. 70 yuan for 40 pounds translates to less than 2 yuan per pound? Li Xiang mentally calculated, realizing with dismay that the apples he had purchased yesterday were 5 yuan per pound. That unscrupulous merchant was indeed exorbitant, doubling the price. Where's the conscience in such dealings? What is the worth of a pound of conscience? Wu Shidao chuckled and remarked. Only in the absence of conscience can one reap greater profits. That should be more reasonable, Li Xiang replied. I believe 3 yuan per pound would be quite fair, and still yield a profit. You are mistaken, Wu Shidao shook his head. Fruit has a shelf life. If it remains unsold past its expiration, it must be sold at a loss or even discarded. Thus, prices must be raised to ensure profitability or at least to mitigate losses. Wouldn't lower prices lead to quicker sales? Li Xiang countered. Indeed, this is precisely the case. Wu Shidao gestured towards the surrounding fruit vendors. Here, low prices facilitate rapid sales. Furthermore, this is why it is termed wholesale, while other places are regarded as retail. A casual fruit vendor may take away a small truckload. How many customers would it take in the retail sector to consume that quantity? Pausing, he posed a question to Li Xiang. Would you purchase 100 pounds of apples for 1 yuan per pound, intending to consume them all at once? Surely not. Thus your assumption that lower prices equate to faster sales is flawed. In the retail sector, the price difference does not significantly affect an individual customer's purchasing volume. That is implausible, Li Xiang instantly retorted. For instance, if I were to buy apples at 1 yuan per pound, I would purchase 10 or 20 pounds. But if they were 5 yuan per pound, I would likely limit myself to 3 or 4 pounds. How could that not have an impact? You may buy 10 pounds at most. The likelihood of purchasing 20 pounds is quite slim, trust me. As you would certainly consider that you cannot consume so many apples at once, and that buying in excess may lead to spoilage, Wu Shidao continued. If apples are priced at 1 yuan per pound and you buy 20 pounds, your total expenditure would merely be 20 yuan. However, if they are priced at 5 yuan per pound and you buy 4 pounds, your expense remains 20 yuan. To take a step further, even if you were to buy 3 pounds of apples, you would still spend 15 yuan. Given this calculation, which scenario do you believe presents a higher probability? Purchasing 15 pounds at 1 yuan per pound or 3 pounds at 5 yuan per pound? After a moment of contemplation, he observed Li Xiang's astonishment and added, in both cases, you would spend 15 yuan. Although apples priced at 1 yuan per pound may sell more quickly, you would still receive only 15 yuan. Conversely, while sales at 5 yuan per pound may seem sluggish, you would still receive the same 15 yuan. This illustrates the minimal impact of individual purchase volume. However, when selling at 5 yuan per pound, once the costs are covered, the remaining apples can be swiftly sold at 4 or 3 yuan per pound to generate profit. Now I see. It all makes sense, Li Xiang acknowledged. Li Xiang pondered for a moment, nodding in admiration. Old 3, you truly possess a wealth of knowledge. You are indeed well suited for the economics major. While I am merely here to obtain a diploma, enough of the idle chatter. Let us first stroll about and inquire about the prices, Wu Shidao said, gesturing dismissively. Just as he was about to approach a nearby shop to ask about prices, a middle-aged man in work attire unexpectedly approached him and bowed deeply. Greetings, benefactor. I did not expect to encounter you here. Chapter 40. Benefactor? Both Wu Shidao and Li Xiang were taken aback. Upon closer inspection of the dust-covered middle-aged man, Wu Shidao felt a flicker of familiarity, as if he had seen him somewhere before, but could not recall where. Have you forgotten? A few months ago, at the night market in Yinqing, you graciously gave me over 1,000 yuan, the man said, wiping his face with his not-so-clean sleeve, which made him appear significantly younger, perhaps in his 20s or 30s. Ah, it's you. Wu Shidao suddenly realized. What brings you here? Are you working in this area? Yes, benefactor, he nodded in response. My name is Wu Shidao. You may call me by my name or simply Xiaowu. Please refrain from calling me benefactor. It feels rather awkward. Wu Shidao quickly added. By the way, what is your name? Jin Gang. The man promptly corrected himself. Gang is in steel. However, during my time in the military, everyone called me Jin Gang. I've been working here for over 10 days now, assisting with the transportation of fruits at this fruit shop. Jin Gang pointed toward a nearby storage room. I typically work here moving goods. When you and your friend arrived, I thought you looked familiar, but I hesitated to approach, fearful of misrecognizing you. He smiled broadly, revealing a set of white teeth. How fortuitous, Wu Shidao chuckled. By the way, how is your mother's health? Has she improved? Upon hearing this, Jin Gang's expression darkened, his smile vanishing instantly. He sighed. She passed away over a month ago. After handling her affairs, I came here. My condolences. May you find peace, Wu Shidao said, momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of what to say. Rest assured, Wu Gu, I have come to terms with it. I did my utmost to honor her during her lifetime. Jin Gang paused for a moment before shifting the subject. Are you here to purchase fruits? I have many kinds available. Feel free to choose whatever you desire. Jin Gu, may I take a look at the storage room in your shop? Wu Shidao exclaimed with delight. If Jin Gang worked here, he would certainly have a better understanding of the fruit prices, allowing Wu Shidao to inquire and gain clarity. Jin Gang hesitated for a moment before responding. Wu Gu, just call me Jin Gang. You are my benefactor. Let us not dwell on the past. It is all behind us now, and besides, it was not a significant sum, Wu Shidao interjected. That won't do. My mother always told me that even a drop of kindness should be repaid with a fountain of gratitude. Jin Gang earnestly remarked, Wu Gu, just call me Jin Gang. Please refrain from addressing me as brother. I cannot bear such a title. A fleeting shadow of sorrow crossed his face, and the words that followed remained unspoken. It turned out that he had spent several days begging at the night market in Yinqing, yet had collected only a meager sum. As his mother lay on the brink of death, she yearned to taste durian, claiming she had never experienced it before, only having heard that it smelled foul yet tasted delightful. With her final moments approaching, she wished to savor durian just once. The family's finances had long been exhausted on medical expenses, and they were further indebted to relatives and friends. They had even sold their house, and the hospital had demanded payment multiple times, threatening to discontinue her treatment should they fail to comply. The plight of Jin Gang and his mother could only be described as destitute. In such dire circumstances, Jin Gang had no choice but to resort to begging. It was during this time that he encountered Wu Shidao. Although the over 1,000 yuan he received did not cure his mother's illness, it allowed Jin Gang to purchase a large durian, fulfilling her dying wish. Very well, I shall call you Jin Gang then. Wu Shidao acquiesced to his insistence. He then beckoned to Li Xiang, who was nearby. Lao Si, shall we venture inside? At that moment, Li Xiang's phone rang. He glanced at the screen, a smile breaking across his face as he waved his hand dismissively. It's my girlfriend calling. You go ahead. I'll take this call. He stepped aside, eagerly answering. Why did it take you so long to call? I've missed you terribly. A wave of discomfort washed over Wu Shidao at the overly sentimental exchange. He and Jin Gang proceeded into the storage room. Within this wholesale fruit market, Larger fruit vendors typically possess their own storage and cold storage facilities for the preservation of their produce. The fruit shop where Jingang worked boasted a storage area of approximately 500 square meters, alongside a smaller cold storage unit of about 50 square meters. Wugo, do you enjoy pears? Jingang inquired, gesturing towards the array of apples and pears on display. He handed Wu Shidao a Corla fragrant pear, stating, "This variety is exceptionally delicious. It belongs to the top grade category. Please, do sample it." Wu Shidao wiped it clean and took a bite, nodding in approval, quite delightful. What do you mean by grade? Since he intended to delve into this business, it was imperative to gain a thorough understanding. Wugo, grade is the term they use here. There are 3 classifications. Grade refers to the top-tier fruit. Grade is of slightly inferior quality, and grade signifies the lowest quality. As Jingang explained, he pointed to several apples on the fruit crates, elucidating, "You see, grade apples are large and vibrant, without a single bruise, and thus command a higher price. The grade apples are smaller, and unless placed alongside grade fruit, they can be difficult to distinguish. Some vendors misrepresent grade as grade for profit, while grade apples show signs of bruising and are relatively small." After providing a brief overview, Jingang concluded, "Should you wish to purchase fruit in the future, come here. Do not waste money elsewhere." Wu Shidao chuckled softly and finished the fragrant pear in a few bites. Jingang promptly offered him several other varieties. "Wugo, please try these as well." "No need, Jingang." Wu Shidao waved his hand and said, "It is like this. I am not here to purchase fruit today, but rather to acquire some to sell at school." Jingang appeared taken aback for a moment before a look of realization crossed his face. He patted his head and said, "Ah, I see. Brother Wu, you intend to venture into this business? Allow me to share that while the fruit trade may seem straightforward, it is, in fact, quite challenging." "What makes it challenging? Pray, enlighten me," Wu Shidao inquired with a curious smile. "Well, how should I put it? Although fruit is ubiquitous and appears simple, few truly understand how to store each type properly, the duration of their shelf life, which fruits should not be stored together, and which require refrigeration," Jingang replied earnestly. "Indeed, I had not expected you to be so well informed," Wu Shidao remarked with a grin. "Jingang, I recall you mentioning that you have only recently started working here. How do you possess such knowledge?" Jingang scratched his head, retrieved a small notebook from his pocket, and showed it to Wu Shidao, explaining, "Brother Wu, I am not particularly bright and struggle to remember everything. To avoid forgetting, I jot everything down in this little notebook and refer to it whenever I need to. After all, when one is responsible for another's livelihood, one must work diligently and not be careless." Wu Shidao found himself increasingly admiring this earnest man. "Jingang, I have never engaged in the fruit business before. If I were to start, which fruits do you think would be most suitable for selling? Apples, oranges, and pears would be ideal," Jingang responded without hesitation. "These fruits have the longest shelf lives and are popular among consumers." Regarding pricing, how much do these 3 types of fruit cost? Wu Shidao continued his inquiry. "Brother Wu, that is determined by our boss," Jingang replied, shaking his head. "I cannot decide that myself. However, I have overheard my boss discussing that prices vary based on the quantity purchased and the season. For instance, a truckload generally refers to 3 tons. The recent price for a truckload of apples is around 10,000 yuan, which is the most favorable rate, especially during the harvest season when prices may decrease further. However, it is said that prices will rise in winter." He shared all he knew with Wu Shidao without holding back. "Understood, Jingang. Thank you," Wu Shidao said, committing this information to memory. He glanced at the time and said, "I have matters to attend to and must take my leave. I will return once I have prepared everything. By the way, do you have a phone? Please provide me with your contact number." After Jingang shared his number with Wu Shidao, he hesitated for a moment, appearing as though he had more to say. "What is it?" Wu Shidao noticed his hesitation and smiled, encouraging him. "Do you have something you wish to discuss?" "Brother Wu," Jingang hesitated and remarked, "From what I know, venturing into the fruit business can indeed be immensely profitable. For instance, the fruit vendors in this wholesale market. It is no exaggeration to say that those with even a modest scale possess fortunes in the tens of millions. However, the fruit industry is fraught with pitfalls, Mr. Wu. Since you have never engaged in this trade, it is imperative to approach it with caution." "Understood," Wu Shidao acknowledged, a smile illuminating his face as he shook his phone and turned to make contact. "All right," Jingang nodded repeatedly. Upon exiting, he noticed Li Xiang still engrossed in a phone call with his girlfriend. Wu Shidao patted his shoulder and proceeded to leave. He hailed a taxi, during which the driver frequently glanced at Li Xiang through the rearview mirror. Upon reaching the school, the lengthy phone conversation finally concluded as Li Xiang's phone battery died. "How was your investigation?" Li Xiang inquired with concern. "It was satisfactory. I'll finalize matters once the military training concludes," Wu Shidao replied with a grin. "By the way, I may need your assistance then." "No problem," Li Xiang readily agreed. Wu Shidao's thoughts then drifted to Shen Xiaojing. Military training was to commence tomorrow, and he wondered if she would be overly fatigued. The duration of the training was brief, merely 10 days, characterized more by form than substance. The training regimen was monotonous, standing in formation, chanting slogans, and practicing military exercises, all quite uninspiring. During these days of military training, Meng Hao, who often kept to himself, remained dutifully in the dormitory, mostly solitary and rarely conversing with others. Finally, it concluded. "My clothes are already reeking," one remarked. "You're fortunate. I feel as though my entire being is soured." Following the completion of military training, the school declared a 2-day holiday, with a formal welcome party scheduled for the following evening, after which classes would officially commence. Early in the morning, while his dorm mates slumbered soundly, Wu Shidao quietly rose. He planned to use these 2 days to find an apartment to move into. As a man whose psychological age exceeds 40, he found the communal dormitory living arrangement quite unappealing, lacking any semblance of personal space. Most significantly, it was excessively noisy. The dorm housed only 6 individuals, yet it was filled with the sounds of grinding teeth, snoring, sleep-talking, and flatulence. Especially notable was Yang Xian, who, perhaps due to a reluctance to speak during the day, would frequently engage in sleep-talking each night, as if summarizing his daily experiences. In Li Xiang's words, "Yang Xian has no secrets. He speaks them all in his dreams." This also illuminated Wu Shidao's prior assertion. If one's stuttering is not congenital, but rather a result of external factors, simply forgetting about it can lead to fluency, evident in Yang Xian's seamless speech during his sleep, devoid of any stutter. The primary choice for renting a residence lay within the confines of the school. After careful consideration, Wu Shidao concluded that renting an apartment off-campus would entail considerable inconvenience, especially having to commute to classes daily. Although university regulations might be relatively lax, it does not imply that dorm inspections are entirely absent. There are occasional, albeit symbolic, checks. Taking these factors into account, he resolved to seek accommodation within the campus. This endeavor was not particularly challenging, as there existed several rental units in the staff housing designated for retired faculty. Despite the age of these buildings, their quality remained commendable. Furthermore, there were numerous students harboring similar intentions, leading to a temporary scarcity of available rooms on campus. Nevertheless, during the initial weeks of the new academic year, some apartments often became available due to the graduation of fourth-year students. Fortuitously, Wu Shidao encountered a middle-aged man posting rental advertisements on the school bulletin board. After a brief inquiry, he followed the man to view the apartment. "I don't live here. This is a house left by my parents, the landlord." A forthright man in his 40s explained. The apartment featured a 3-bedroom layout, one of which had been converted into a study. Its walls lined with bookshelves filled with various tomes, albeit coated in dust, indicating long neglect. "This place is quite nice. I'll take it." Wu Shidao decided promptly after touring the rooms, paying a year's rent in one lump sum. It must be said that the rent was indeed steep, 500 yuan a month, without any room for negotiation. The landlord seemed to relish in charging students eager to secure housing. Nonetheless, he was finally granted a personal space of his own, and notably, this location was even closer to the academic buildings. After purchasing a mop and broom from the supermarket, Wu Shidao tidied up the apartment, which took him half a day. He received a call from Li Xiang, who immediately inquired, "Hey, where have you been? We haven't seen you all morning." Throughout the 10 days of military training, Wu Shidao had garnered a fair understanding of his dormitory mates' personalities, as they were all merely teenagers, relatively straightforward in their intentions. Among his 5 roommates, Li Xiang was the one he connected with most easily. Interestingly, within their 6-person dormitory, 3 distinct social circles had formed. Meng Hao, a local, was a solitary figure who looked down upon associating with Wu Shidao and the others. In contrast, Zhang Liang, who was the eldest and possessed a carefree demeanor, maintained amicable relations with nearly everyone except Meng Hao. Dong Yukai and Yang Xian displayed a closer bond, while Li Xiang preferred to accompany Wu Shidao, stating, "You know, Old 3. You're remarkably mature and thoughtful. Oh, I've rented a place in the staff housing. Just tidying up, Wu Shidao replied candidly, contemplating that it was futile to conceal his new living arrangement, especially since he would rarely return to the dorm from this point onward. Would you like to come help me clean? Wait, is there such a perk? Li Xiang exclaimed. Cleaning is considered a good deed? You're mistaken. The good fortune I'm referring to is the rental, not the cleaning. Chapter 42. Is this computer really that expensive? Li Xiang soon arrived and, after meandering about the house, remarked, not bad. How much is it? 1,500 a month, Wu Shidao shrugged. What? That is quite exorbitant. Li Xiang exclaimed, my monthly living expenses are about that much. He then shifted the conversation. Old 3, do you plan to sell fruit in this place? The inquiry stemmed from the fact that the house was on the ground floor, which could serve as a storefront if tidied up. How about using it as a dormitory and storage? Wu Shidao chuckled. Let us skip the storefront. If I sell fruit, I want to need that. How will you sell without a storefront? Li Xiang inquired curiously. One has their own clever strategies, Wu Shidao replied as he picked up the keys. Come, I'll treat you to a meal. If you're free this afternoon, join me to buy some supplies. All right, big spender, Li Xiang said half jokingly, half seriously. Ever since that day when Wu Shidao had dragged him into a taxi and taken a couple of rounds near the university town, he had realized that Wu Shidao was not short on funds. However, he refrained from prying into whether Wu Shidao's family was wealthy. A quality that Wu Shidao appreciated in Li Xiang, his lack of gossiping curiosity. By the way, as they strolled through the campus, Li Xiang continued. The counselor just visited the dormitory. Tomorrow there's a welcome party, and each dorm is encouraged to present a performance. And then, Wu Shidao asked casually, showing no interest in such matters. I signed up, Li Xiang shrugged, a solo performance by a male singer. Remember to cheer for me. Can you even sing? Wu Shidao raised an eyebrow, surprised. Li Xiang, feeling a sense of indignation, exclaimed, Old 3, who do you look down upon? Let me tell you, back in high school, I was the singing champion of the entire school. Then why didn't you enroll in the media arts department? Wu Shidao teased, with your looks. You should pursue a career as an idol. What is an idol? Li Xiang asked, bewildered. An icon, Wu Shidao clarified. Singing is merely a hobby for me. Li Xiang said earnestly, I don't want to be so superficial as to rely on looks for a living. As the two exchanged banter, passing by Building 11, where the female dormitory was located, Wu Shidao instinctively glanced over. He did not see Shen Xiaojing, but happened to catch sight of Lu Shuang and a few girls walking out. Wow, handsome guy. I've never seen him before. Is he a freshman? Shuang. This guy is quite handsome. Aren't you going to try to get to know him? The girls, upon noticing Li Xiang, brightened up, chattering and giggling among themselves. Too childish, not interested, Lu Shuang's gaze lingered briefly on Li Xiang before shifting to Wu Shidao. With a half-joking, half-serious tone, she said, if you want to get acquainted, I can help you get his contact information. Still claiming disinterest? One girl smirked. You can get the contact info. You must know him. Right? I know the guy next to him, Lu Shuang shrugged. By the way, Shuang, now that we are in our 3rd year, aren't you planning to seize the moment and find yourself a boyfriend? A curious girl inquired. Are you really going to spend your entire university life single? How unfortunate. What's so bad about being single? Lu Shuang shot her a glance, her beautiful eyes reflecting disdain. You change boyfriends every year, yet I haven't seen you any happier. By the way, would you all accompany me to the computer mall later? I wish to purchase a laptop, another girl suggested. Sure. It's been ages since I last went shopping. It would be nice to browse around. Lu Shuang and her friends agreed without objection. Afterward, Wu Shidao and Li Xiang casually found a restaurant off campus. After their meal, Wu remarked, I need to buy a computer. Sounds good, Li Xiang nodded, adding, make sure the hard drive is large enough to store a few action films. Wu Shidao was momentarily speechless. Hailing a taxi, they arrived at the computer mall and began to explore. They chose a shop, negotiated the specifications and price, and soon the owner started assembling the machines. Wu Shidao purchased 2 computers, a desktop and a laptop, considering he would need a computer during the winter and summer breaks. And given the slightly outdated configuration of his home desktop, he opted for the highest configuration and performance available for the laptop. Naturally, it came at a steep price. The laptop alone cost over $20,000, and when combined with the desktop, the total expenditure exceeded $30,000. Once the desktop was assembled, it needed to undergo testing to confirm all hardware was functioning properly before it could be retrieved. Wu Shidao discussed with the owner, requesting that once it was ready, it be delivered to his rented accommodation, thus saving him the trouble of hiring transportation. Faced with a client who blinked not an eye at spending over $30,000, the owner readily agreed. Just as they exited the computer mall, they encountered Lu Shuangshuang and her companions. "Hello, Senior Lu," they greeted. It felt somewhat impolite not to acknowledge them directly in this face-to-face encounter, so Wu Shidao offered a polite smile. "Hello," Lu Shuangshuang nodded, her gaze sweeping over the laptop he was carrying. "Did you come to buy a computer as well?" "Yes," Wu Shidao replied. "I'll be on my way now, goodbye." After they departed, the girl who intended to buy a computer remarked, "That guy can't be a rich second generation, can he? The laptop he purchased is quite expensive." "How expensive?" Lu Shuangshuang casually inquired. "I looked it up before. It costs over 20,000, the girl responded. "Over 20,000? Lu Shuangshuang and the other girls were taken aback. "That's so pricey. You must have misread." "There's no way I misread it," the girl shook her head. As soon as they stepped onto campus, Li Xiang's phone rang. Noticing his delighted expression, Wu Shidao surmised that his girlfriend was on the line again. "You chat for a while. I'll head back first." Wu Shidao waved his hand and made his way back to his newly rented apartment. The ensuing hours were spent busily purchasing bedding, pulling network cables, and engaging in various tasks on his own. By the time he finished everything, it was past 8 in the evening, and he finally managed to get everything in order. Upon opening his computer, Wu Shidao first logged into the Universal Cracking Store's server to check the download statistics. To his astonishment, the numbers had surged to over 30 million downloads. This revelation filled him with elation, as such a download figure unequivocally positioned the Universal Cracking Store as a formidable contender alongside industry giants like 91 Assistant and the Android market within the domestic mobile application landscape. Chapter 43. Do you take me for a chump? Subsequently, Wu Shidao logged onto the Weifeng network forum for a brief glance. Apple had recently undergone a significant upgrade on September 8th, transitioning from version 4.0.1 to 4.1. However, this change held little relevance for the Universal Cracking Store, which continued to facilitate flawless one-click jailbreaking. An update would only be necessary once the system reached version 5. Furthermore, another delightful piece of news was that the Universal Store had finally passed Apple's signature verification and was now live within the App Store, a request Wu Shidao had submitted back in July. Naturally, the version of the Universal Store available in the App Store lacked the one-click jailbreaking feature, functioning merely as a standard application marketplace. Nonetheless, it still covertly accessed user information. Although the current system is secure, there remain avenues for acquiring certain privacy data. Unlike the systems of several years hence, which impose stringent controls over permissions and privacy. Having not logged into the forum for quite some time, Wu Shidao was greeted by notifications of several hundred unread private messages upon accessing his account. The majority of these messages were from developers seeking to have their applications listed in the Universal Cracking Store. Among them was one account that inundated him with dozens of messages. Upon opening it, he couldn't help but smile. It was from Zhou Hao, the vice president of Wanghu Company. To understand the context, one must look back a few days. The application stores, including 91 Assistant and the Android market, had become markedly subdued following inquiries from a certain ministry. However, this was merely a fade. In truth, they had removed all pirated and cracked applications and implemented an internal review mechanism, resulting in the removal of a number of potentially risky apps. Consequently, the allure of these platforms had begun to wane significantly. The reason was straightforward. The Universal Cracking Store had become the go-to destination for users, offering perfect one-click jailbreaking. Android users could also effortlessly obtain permissions, while what did 91 Assistant and similar stores offer? Apart from lacking cracking capabilities, they were likely riddled with high-risk billing trojans. A considerable number of users opted to express their discontent through their choices, particularly in the early days of the mobile internet era, where uncertainty surrounded the potential threats posed by these trojans. After all, a single phone could cost several thousand yuan, and counterfeit Apple devices could exceed 10,000 yuan. No one wished to gamble with their hard-earned money. Thus, in a span of just over 20 days, the Universal Cracking Store had remarkably transformed from a fledgling application marketplace into one of the leading players in the industry. Recently, Wu Shidao has been preoccupied with military training, leaving him with no time to log into the Weifeng forum. Hence, he remains oblivious to the fact that Wanghu Company has been attempting to contact him multiple times each day. Unable to confront their adversary directly, Wanghu Company has resolved to acquire them instead. Observing the Universal Cracking Store incessantly encroaching upon their market share, the upper management of Wanghu Company is increasingly restless. They have invested over a year and considerable resources, employing numerous promotional personnel and expending millions to secure a portion of the App Store market. Yet, within a mere fortnight, they have found themselves steadily retreating against the universal cracking store, and they are unwilling to concede defeat so easily. For the executives at Wanghu Company, the 10 days of military training have been agonizingly torturous. Zhou Hao, tasked with contacting Wu Shidao, is nearing despair. Regardless of the messages he sends, Wu Shidao remains unresponsive. Were it not for the ongoing stability and continuous updates of the universal cracking store, he might question its operational status. Are you proposing a discussion regarding acquisition? What of Lu Mingxian? That night, Zhou Hao logged into his computer and opened the Weifeng forum, not holding out much hope but unexpectedly receiving a message. He quickly replied, Lu Mingxian has been dismissed from the company. I am Zhou Hao, the vice president of Wanghu Company. Could you please provide a contact number? I believe there is little to discuss. I previously made an offer, which you did not accept, correct? Are you hoping for a lower price? Wu Shidao pondered before responding. 10 billion is indeed exorbitant. Our company is willing to offer 100 million for the acquisition. Zhou Hao quickly replied. 100 million? Wu Shidao chuckled. While somewhat more sincere than Lu Mingxian's earlier response, it still lacked sufficient weight. Had it been someone else, they might have been swayed. After all, the universal cracking store has only been operational for 2 months. Regrettably, Wu Shidao understands that the App Store, in a few years, will be misjudged in value by many industry giants. Currently, the universal cracking store enjoys a fortuitous advantage, and to sell now would be folly. I'm afraid the 10 billion price was merely a starting point. If Wanghu Company wishes to acquire, the current price is 50 billion. Wu Shidao replied succinctly, unwilling to elaborate further. 50 billion? Zhou Hao on the other side of the computer suddenly comprehended Lu Mingxian's earlier stance. You truly have the audacity to demand such a price. 50 billion is utterly unattainable. If you doubt it, inquire around and see who would offer you such a sum. Wanghu Company remains genuinely interested in acquiring the universal cracking store, but if they are unwilling to sell, alternative options might be explored, such as equity participation. What do you think? Zhou Hao pondered before responding. Equity participation? Upon seeing the proposal, Wu Shidao contemplated before stating, please outline your terms. You are aware that 91 Assistant and the Android market both fall under our company's umbrella, currently commanding a substantial share of the market. We could discuss potential investment avenues, whether through cash infusion or technological partnership. Upon noticing Wu Shidao's apparent interest, Zhou Hao began to fervently tap away at his keyboard. What does a technological investment entail? Wu Shidao inquired with curiosity. As you know, 91 Assistant and the Android market possess vast market shares. If we were to integrate the universal cracking store, for instance, by incorporating jailbreaking functionality into 91 Assistant, we could potentially monopolize the domestic application store market. Zhou Hao elaborated enthusiastically. With a significant user base on both 91 Assistant and the Android market, combined with the technological prowess of the universal cracking store, our resources are nearly equivalent. If we join forces, we could indeed create a monopolistic landscape akin to Baidu. By merely collecting advertising and promotional fees, we could reap substantial rewards. What do you think? If you are willing, the universal cracking store could retain a 30 equity stake. Wu Shidao was left speechless, promptly replying, Zhou. Do you truly regard me as a mere pawn? If you do not see me as such, how could you propose such a thoughtless collaboration? I am serious. Please contemplate this. Zhou Hao insisted. Goodbye. Just as Wu Shidao was about to exit the forum, Zhou Hao sent another message. Are you really not considering a partnership? Let me offer you a piece of advice. In business, as in warfare, one should cultivate friendships rather than enmities. Upon receiving this veiled threat, Wu Shidao narrowed his eyes and retorted, Are you attempting to intimidate me? You could interpret it that way, Zhou Hao replied candidly. Since the negotiation had faltered, he no longer felt the need to conceal his intentions. After all, if the universal cracking store continued its current trajectory, it would not be long before it consumed the market shares of both 91 Assistant and the Android market. If we cannot be allies, we are destined to be adversaries. The market is finite. If others seize a portion, there will be nothing left for ourselves. Very well, I shall witness the prowess of the Net Tiger Company. Wu Shidao sneered. As you wish. I hope you do not end up regretting it, Zhou Hao replied directly. However, let me be clear. Our team holds your technical capabilities in high regard. Should the universal cracking store struggle in the future, we would still be interested in acquiring you, though the purchase price may be uncertain by then. Understood. I will relay this message to your Net Tiger Company as well. However, I must clarify that I do not have much affection for 91 Assistant and the Android market. Should the day come when you are floundering, I would not accept either even if they were offered to me freely. After sending this final message, Wu Shidao decisively blocked Zhou Hao. You certainly have a grand vision. Zhou Hao responded, only to discover that the recipient had declined to receive his message. Stunned for a moment, he finally realized that he had been blocked. Damn. A stone in a cesspool, both foul and hard. He cursed vehemently. One day, you will have to apologize to me obediently. You're merely a slightly capable tech team. Thinking you can contend with the Net Tiger Corporation? Just wait and see how I will bring you down. Since negotiations have faltered, he resolved to deliver a decisive blow. Intending to crush the team behind the Universal Cracking Store, causing them to lose a significant number of users, thus making them understand the gravity of their situation. Following his usual practices and experiences, Zhou Hao's first thought was to hire internet trolls to defame the Universal Cracking Store, tarnishing its reputation so that users would naturally shy away from it. He picked up his phone and directly dialed the manager of the public relations department, conveying his order: gather a group and spread slander against the Universal Cracking Store on the forums, concoct some rumors. Yes, Mr. Zhou. What aspect do you think we should focus on? The PR manager inquired, seeking his guidance. Engaging trolls to spread rumors requires strategy. One must target the opponent's weaknesses for a guaranteed hit, while also ensuring that the public can believe the narrative. Certainly, rumors can be fabricated from thin air, but such tactics often backfire, potentially providing the opponent with an opportunity to promote themselves instead. Which aspect? Zhou Hao pondered. Currently, both 91 Assistant and the applications within the Android market are quite similar to the Universal Cracking Store, perhaps even offering fewer options. Thus, there was little to attack in terms of product variety. If he were to attack on a technical basis, the opponent could jailbreak with a single click, a capability that neither 91 Assistant nor the Android market possessed, making it impossible to defame or slander them on that front. After much contemplation, Zhou Hao realized that the only avenue left was to focus on security. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind, and he declared, "Let us attack from the security angle," claiming that the Universal Cracking Store has hidden backdoors or secretly reads and sells user data. Understood. I will contact the trolls to draft the articles. The PR manager hung up the phone. Old Hu, are you asleep? After exiting the forum, Wu Shidao thought for a moment and called Hu Bin. Trying to sleep. But work calls, right, Boss Wu? Hu Bin replied with a hint of frustration. Is the iPhone for giving you trouble? Wu Shidao asked cheerfully. Hu Bin quickly changed his tone. Work fills me with passion. I thrive on it. If I don't work for a day, I feel restless. Enough of that. Stop rambling. Wu Shidao interrupted him, his tone becoming serious. Lately, during the reviews, pay close attention. If you're uncertain about anything, let me know, and I will make the final call. Also, anything that might be on the edge must not be approved. He rattled off a long list of instructions. Has something happened? Hu Bin asked cautiously after patiently listening to him. As the saying goes, there must be a reason when pants are worn over trousers. He is no fool. When Wu Shidao unusually called, it was evident that something was amiss. It was not a major issue. You are familiar with 91 Assistant, right? The CEO there just spoke to me, expressing an interest in acquiring or investing in the Universal Cracking Store, which I declined. Wu Shidao succinctly stated. And then they devised some trickery, did they not? Hu Bin instantly comprehended the situation. Indeed, since we are all in the application store business, competitors are foes. How could they possibly wish us well? Moreover, they have recently been publicly named by a certain ministry, resulting in a significant user exodus to our platform. It is no wonder they are agitated, Wu Shidao remarked. Old Wu, you don't think you are in any danger, do you? They wouldn't hire someone to assassinate you, would they? Hu Bin immediately felt a surge of anxiety upon hearing this. Assassination? Wu Shidao, visibly perturbed, retorted, what nonsense. Do you think this is a movie where they hire a hitman to take me out? Please, use your brain. Do they even know who I am? I was just concerned for your safety, Hu Bin sheepishly explained with a nervous chuckle. Regardless, during this period, if anything feels uncertain, do not proceed with the launch. Just inform me directly. By the way, please send the emulator to my email. I have purchased a computer, Wu Shidao instructed. After some casual conversation, they ended the call. Sitting in his chair, Wu Shidao pondered the matter carefully before setting it aside and began to write code. He intended to develop a simplified version of Pinduoduo, which could also be viewed as a minimalistic version of Taobao. His general concept was straightforward. The functional module was not complex, requiring only a few images and an order counting feature. For instance, when selling apples, if one person places an order, the price for 1 kilogram would be 3 yuan, simultaneously displaying the number of orders as 1. However, if the number of orders reaches 10, the price would decrease by 1 dime, further dropping when orders reach 50, and so on. If over 100 people ordered, the price would reduce by another dime, and at over 500 orders, the price would be set at 25 yuan, ultimately reaching 2 yuan per kilogram for over 1,000 orders. This marketing strategy bears resemblance to Pinduoduo's cutting a slice, as both aim to rapidly disseminate the offer, encouraging users interested in purchasing fruit to promote it and gather more participants. This concept is set in a time before WeChat was released. Once it is launched, Shidao would implement the widely used strategy of sharing on moments for 3 days to receive a kilogram of apples for free. Chapter 45, The Male Adversary. According to the price previously revealed by King Kong, a truckload of apples weighs 3 tons, equating to 6,000 jin, with a purchase price of 10,000 yuan, resulting in an approximate cost of 17 yuan per kilogram. Each kilogram of apples would yield a profit of 30 cents, resulting in a total profit of 1,800 yuan for a truckload of apples. Naturally, an individual is unlikely to purchase just 1 kilogram, as the price decreases. Most would be inclined to buy several kilograms, typically opting for 5 kilograms when the price is 2 yuan per kilogram to achieve a round number. Hence, a truckload of 6,000 jin could be easily consumed. Due to the diverse varieties of apples, their sizes and weights vary significantly. Some larger specimens can weigh over a pound with just 1 or 2, which clearly does not meet the preferences of the majority. However, apples weighing around a pound are quite suitable, typically comprising 2 or 3 pieces. In contrast, if one purchases 2 pounds, there may be only about 3 apples, while a single pound could yield 5 or 6, creating the illusion of abundance and affordability. Yet, this scenario is akin to the age-old debate of whether a pound of cotton weighs more than a pound of iron. In essence, there is little distinction. The sales strategy predominantly relies on such tactics. Apples are merely the initial step. There exists a plethora of fruit varieties within Shidao's ambitious plan. If he successfully captures the entirety of Nansen University, it would equate to a foundational base of approximately 50,000 individuals. Should he manage to acquire the numerous colleges within the university town, the profits could indeed be substantial. As Shidao busily navigates his plans, the rehearsal for the welcome party is underway, where Li Xiang has undeniably emerged as the most captivating figure among the new students. Surrounded by a bevy of bold young women, he endures a barrage of incessant questions, leaving him feeling overwhelmed. It must be noted that some modern female college students exhibit a remarkable degree of openness and audacity, despite Li Xiang's clear declaration of having a girlfriend. The revelation that she resides in another city for her studies does not deter some girls, who persistently seek various topics to engage him in conversation. Eventually, Li Xiang resorts to closing his eyes and feigning sleep against the wall to evade the relentless attention. In a similar vein, Lu Shuangshuang, the student council president and host of the welcome party, stands as the epitome of beauty within the school of media. Naturally, she is surrounded by a swarm of admirers, predominantly new students, enchanted by her sweet smile and eager to please. Whenever Lu Shuangshuang expresses a desire to move a prop, 3 or 4 boys immediately rush to assist, all vying for her attention and aiming to establish familiarity for future encounters. Meanwhile, the more seasoned second and third-year students observe these eager newcomers with a mix of pity and nostalgia, recalling their own experiences of similar fervor. As the saying goes, having endured hardships and faced the rain, they feel compelled not to shield the newcomers with an umbrella or offer reminders, seeking a sense of psychological equilibrium. As the next song, TikTok, is announced, Lu Shuangshuang calls upon the economics major Li Xiang to take the stage for rehearsal. Holding the program list, she steps aside after introducing him. Li Xiang opens his eyes and strides confidently toward the stage. "You can do it." A girl with an appealing visage encourages him with a sweet smile. Li Xiang nods simply and strides onto the stage, where Lu Shuangshuang hands him the microphone, momentarily taken aback as she realizes who he is. Standing on stage, Li Xiang gracefully introduces himself before bowing to the senior responsible for the accompaniment. Once he straightens up and the music's prelude concludes, he begins to sing, "Tick-tock, tick-tock." The hour hand continues to turn. His voice, slightly husky yet imbued with emotion, carries a sense of maturity and depth, resonating with the richness of lived experiences. The song Dida has yet to achieve the widespread popularity it will garner in a few years, with only a handful of listeners at present, rendering it a niche piece. However, with his striking appearance, the moment Li Xiang opened his mouth, he instantly transformed the multitude of girls in the audience into starry-eyed admirers. So handsome, so melodious, absolutely cool. I must become his girlfriend. As this group of girls whispered among themselves, some freshmen in the back felt a surge of pressure and a deep-seated resentment towards Li Xiang, particularly the boys who had signed up for the performance, initially hoping to showcase their talents and secure preferential dating rights for their college years, now feared their plans might be thwarted. Beyond lamenting the unfairness of fate, their thoughts echoed, with such striking looks and vocal prowess, why isn't he at an art school? Instead, he's here competing with us for girlfriends? One boy, his face marred by uneven acne resembling a battlefield, observed the girls gazing at Li Xiang with rapt attention and could not contain his jealousy. He muttered, "He's merely handsome. His singing is rather mediocre." No sooner had he spoken than a girl retorted, "Indeed, he is handsome. So what? If you can, be handsome too." The boy's face flushed crimson, his acne quivering as if it might explode, a rather ghastly sight. The girl, witnessing his distress, moved a few steps away in disdain. Meanwhile, Li Xiang on stage remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding drama below. Upon finishing his song, he casually tossed his hair back, unwittingly enchanting several girls once more, who clasped their chests, appearing as if they might swoon at any moment. Just as he intended to return the microphone to Lu Shuangshuang, a frantic female voice erupted from the crowd. "Li Xiang, sing another, sing another, sing another." Other girls quickly joined in the chorus of enthusiasm. Li Xiang paused momentarily but chose to ignore them, resolutely handing the microphone to Lu Shuangshuang. "I dare say you could hold a concert at school," Lu Shuangshuang joked. Li Xiang shrugged, remaining silent, and turned to leave, leaving behind a group of utterly disappointed, infatuated girls. Meanwhile, the boys who had registered for the performance rejoiced quietly at his departure, pondering whether they might now have a chance. The next boy to take the stage, harboring similar thoughts, began to sing, but soon noticed many girls had begun to drift away. Flustered, he faltered, singing several notes incorrectly and losing his pitch. "They're leaving. How dull. Being unattractive is one thing, but singing poorly is another. He's nowhere near as good as Li Xiang." Indeed, they left, heading back to their dormitories. Observing this, the remaining few girls wasted no time in turning to leave as well, extinguishing the enthusiasm of the boy on stage, who had hoped to showcase his talent. With the audience having departed, who would he sing for? He hastily sang a few lines, only to abruptly conclude with a sense of disinterest. Consequently, overnight, Li Xiang's name transformed from mere gossip among the girls in the dormitory's evening discussions to an inexplicable collective adversary for the male freshmen of the 2010 cohort. Chapter 46. Taking the stage in the early morning, Wu Shidao woke with the dawn, and after completing his morning routine, he descended to the school playground to commence his jogging. He surmised that his sudden demise in the previous life was significantly attributed to his long-standing unhealthy lifestyle. Thus he resolved to amend it in this life. While jogging, Wu Shidao pondered the matter of Shen Xiaojing. During military training in recent days, he had spotted Shen Xiaojing several times within the ranks of the media college. However, he had refrained from approaching her. Upon learning that Shen Xiaojing had been passively reassigned to the media department, he felt as though an invisible hand was subtly steering their fates. Had it not been for his whimsical desire to attend the same university as her, even fantasizing about being classmates, Shen Xiaojing would have likely continued her studies in economics as per the previous life's trajectory. In essence, her original fate had been altered due to his influence. Yet this change was detrimental to her. Shen Xiaojing, possessing a quiet disposition, had always believed that being an accountant would be quite satisfactory. The disciplines of broadcasting, hosting, and journalism in the media department were starkly opposed to her character. Thus, Wu Shidao continuously reflected on whether his premature engagement with Shen Xiaojing was, in fact, a misstep. Hypothetically, had he not applied to Nansen University, their paths would still converge in Jin City after several years, as per the experiences of his previous life. However, this time, their early encounter in Yin City had left Shen Xiaojing with an unfavorable impression, subsequently compounded by his choice of Nansen University, which altered her academic direction. Upon further contemplation, Wu Shidao realized that he could not persist in such reckless behavior. He feared that his early presence might instill a sense of danger in Zhao Lei, potentially leading Zhao who would have otherwise been torn between two affections, to devote himself entirely to Shen Xiaojing. What would he do if such a scenario unfolded? After completing 4 laps around the track, Wu Shidao halted, positioning himself beside the parallel bars to stretch his ligaments and mobilize his body. A graceful figure, jogging with a lively stride, captured his attention. It was Lu Shuang. Clad in a white shirt and black shorts, her long hair tied in a ponytail swayed behind her, radiating youthful vitality. Her long, fair legs glistened under the sunlight, exuding a luminescent quality reminiscent of jade. She appeared quite disciplined. Wu Shidao diverted his gaze, reflecting that most university students would prefer to indulge in slumber within the comfort of their beds. Lu Shuang noticed Wu Shidao as well, yet she refrained from greeting him, feigning indifference. Her current impression of him was that he seemed quite mature and likely came from a well-to-do family. Those who can afford a laptop costing over 20,000 yuan are quite scarce at Nansen University. Nevertheless, having a wealthy family is not particularly noteworthy. Lu Shuang is pursued by many suitors, including several affluent second-generation heirs. As the warm-up concluded, Wu Shidao glanced at the time, strolled around the cafeteria, purchased some youtiao and baozi for a few people, and returned to his dormitory. As expected, Meng Hao was absent once again. It seemed he had returned home after the military training concluded yesterday. Time to eat, Wu Shidao exclaimed as he tossed the breakfast onto the table. Ugh, third brother. Stop messing around. I'm exhausted. I haven't had a chance to sleep in for days. Zhang Liang groggily opened his eyes, glanced at him, then promptly shut them again. Third brother, where did you go last night? Yang Xian asked, rubbing his eyes as he sat up. Wu Shidao knew that Li Xiang had not disclosed his rental situation. Yet this was one of the qualities he admired about Li Xiang, his disinterest in gossip. He chuckled and said, I rented a place on campus. Zhang Liang, hearing this, opened his eyes in surprise and remarked, You mean you're not living in the dorm? I got some things sorted out. I might be sleeping late. And I didn't want to disturb you guys, so I rented a place, but I'll still come back occasionally. Wu Shidao offered an excuse. Well, the number of people in the dorm is dwindling. Zhang Liang sighed, got up, brushed his teeth quickly, and started eating the baozi, casually inquiring. Is it a place you rented at school? I've heard renting isn't cheap. How much is your rent? Not too expensive, just over 1,000 yuan. Wu Shidao replied with a smile. Over 1,000 a year? Yang Xian asked. A month, Wu Shidao clarified. Yang Xian paused momentarily, then resumed eating in silence. By the way, third brother, Zhang Liang swallowed his baozi and, with a playful expression, said to Wu Shidao, I've gathered some information about your crush. Her name is Shen Xiaojing, a freshman in the School of Media, majoring in journalism from Xiong Province. How did you find out about her? Wu Shidao asked, somewhat taken aback. Come on, don't be so distant. We're brothers, if you like that girl. I'm definitely going to help you gather some intel to aid your pursuit. Zhang Liang said, slapping Wu Shidao's shoulder with his baozi-covered hand. Thanks, big brother. Wu Shidao said with a mix of amusement and exasperation. After a moment of thought, he replied delicately, but I prefer to handle these matters myself. Don't worry. I'm just giving you a general idea, Zhang Liang chuckled. Ultimately, whether you can win over Shen Xiaojing will depend on your own efforts. However, there's one crucial piece of information I must share. Shen Xiaojing has a boyfriend. He studies at Jinshe University nearby and is quite brilliant. They've been together since high school. Third brother, you have a rival. Upon hearing this, Dong Yikai exclaimed, but it doesn't matter, they are not in the same school. And distance will surely diminish their affection. I've even heard that distance breeds beauty. Li Xiang scoffed, who says distance weakens feelings. At that moment, Dong Yikai recalled that Li Xiang's girlfriend was even farther away, attending university in the capital. He gave a dry laugh, acknowledging that the fourth brother was indeed correct. A few steps hardly constituted a distance at all. Wu Shidao, feeling somewhat speechless, waved his hand dismissively and said, You need not concern yourselves. I will find a way. Good luck, third brother, Zhang Liang remarked earnestly. Having a boyfriend is inconsequential. As long as one wields a hoe skillfully, there is no wall that cannot be breached. He then shifted the topic, clapping his hands. By the way, there is a welcome party tonight, and the fourth brother will be performing a solo. The brothers of our dormitory must attend to support him. No one can be absent. This is a matter of great importance for our dorm. I can only consider this as a performance, all right? Li Xiang said with a dejected expression. Just then, Wu Shidao's phone rang. He took it out to check and saw it was a call from Hubin. An inexplicable thought crossed his mind. Could it be related to the universal cracking store? He promptly stepped out of the dormitory to answer the call. Sure enough, as soon as the call connected, Hu Bin's first words were, "Are you free right now?" Check the Weiphone forum. There are suddenly numerous posts slandering the Universal Cracking Store. And the Wanghu company has issued a notice stating that the Universal Cracking Store is suspected of illegally stealing user privacy data, and they have decided to remove it from the 91 Assistant and Android market. Chapter 47. Counterattack removed? Wu Shidao was momentarily stunned, then fell silent. What nonsense is this? The Universal Cracking Store has never even been listed on the 91 Assistant or Android market. Really? Hu Bin was taken aback. If it's not, then why are they saying this? It must be deliberate. Wu Shidao pondered for a moment. All right, I understand. I'll head back and check online. After greeting Zhang Liang, Li Xiang, and the others in the dormitory, Wu Shidao swiftly made his way back to his rented apartment. Third brother is quite mysterious. Zhang Liang commented with a grin after he left, glancing at Li Xiang. What could he possibly be renting a place for? Could it be for a hidden beauty? What kind of family does third brother come from? Dong Yukai also looked at Li Xiang with curiosity. I noticed he has an iPhone 4. That phone must cost over 10,000 yuan. Why are you all looking at me? Li Xiang shrugged. I don't know either. I haven't asked. Over 10,000 yuan for a phone. That's about what my parents earn after a whole year of hard work. Yang Xian, overhearing their conversation, felt a complex mix of emotions. Back when he was in high school in his hometown, he had already recognized the disparities between people, which fueled his determination to study hard, aspiring to one day narrow the gap between himself and others. Upon entering university, I never anticipated that the number of individuals I would encounter would grow exponentially, and rather than narrowing the gap, it seems to have widened significantly. Returning to the residential building, I opened my computer and logged onto Weiphone Network, where I immediately discovered several posts, each boasting a considerable number of replies. This is not mere conjecture. Ever since I installed the Universal Cracking Store, I have been inundated with unsolicited messages and promotional texts. It feels as though I am under surveillance. Just the other day, I had a conversation with a friend about purchasing a refrigerator, and upon logging into Taobao, I was bombarded with advertisements for refrigerators. Has anyone else experienced this phenomenon? I have as well. And at times I find myself questioning whether my phone is indeed monitoring my conversations. Discussions of this nature abound on Weiphone Network, with suspicions predominantly aimed at the Universal Cracking Store. Upon seeing Wu Shidao log in, Hu Bin promptly sent a message, "Old Wu, have you seen those posts on Weiphone Network? It feels like there's an organized and calculated effort to tarnish your reputation." Indeed, it seems that Wanghu company has enlisted some hired hands, Wu Shidao replied. What should we do about it? Hu Bin, suddenly enlightened, anxiously inquired. Should we also hire some? No need for that, Wu Shidao responded before messaging the forum moderator. Pumpkin, are you there? After a brief wait without a reply, Wu Shidao noted that Pumpkin appeared to be offline. Perusing Pumpkin's profile, he discovered a phone number listed. After a moment's consideration, he picked up his phone and dialed. Hello. A deep male voice answered. Is this moderator Pumpkin? Wu Shidao introduced himself. I am the developer of the Universal Cracking Store. Greetings. It's a pleasure to speak with you. How may I assist you? Pumpkin's tone shifted to one of surprise and enthusiasm. Are you available to discuss a matter? Wu Shidao succinctly conveyed the issue regarding the hired hands defaming the Universal Cracking Store on the forum. Understood. I will address those posts immediately, Pumpkin replied. I truly appreciate your assistance. It's no trouble at all. It's merely a small matter, especially since we are partners, he affirmed. Indeed. It is precisely because of this partnership that the hired hands employed by Wanghu company to slander the Universal Cracking Store on Weiphone Network seem to be engaging in a futile endeavor. However, beyond Weiphone Network, these hired hands were also busy propagating rumors on Baidu Tieba. Nevertheless, Wu Shidao was unconcerned about the situation in the Tieba, as nearly 90% of users congregated on Weiphone Network. With Pumpkin's swift intervention, the forum soon fell silent. All the posts that masqueraded as discussions but were, in fact, malicious slanders were promptly deleted. Wu Shidao, undeterred, proceeded to draft a new post. In regard to the rumors propagated by Wanghu company slandering the Universal Cracking Store, I wish to clarify the situation. Firstly, both 91 Assistant and the Android market, under the auspices of Wanghu company, are application stores and thus competitors of the Universal Cracking Store, as it is often said that fellow travelers are rivals. The Universal Cracking Store is unperturbed by competition and indeed welcomes it. Only through competition can products improve and user satisfaction increase. However, resorting to employing hired internet trolls to maliciously defame, spread rumors, and tarnish reputations is utterly juvenile. It is pertinent to note that the absence of 91 Assistant and the Android market from searches within the Universal Cracking Store is not merely due to their status as competitors. Rather, it is because the applications previously available on 91 Assistant and the Android market contain numerous cracked and pirated elements, posing significant security risks, which is why they have never been listed. Moreover, the assertion by 91 Assistant and the Android market that they have removed the Universal Cracking Store is utterly preposterous, as the Universal Cracking Store has never been available on these two platforms. Wanghu Company's statement regarding the removal is merely an attempt to capitalize on the traffic of the Universal Cracking Store. As for the safety and reliability of the Universal Cracking Store, one need only refer to the news of Wanghu Company being summoned by a certain ministry to grasp the implications. If the Universal Cracking Store were indeed unsafe, why has it not faced scrutiny from this ministry? Furthermore, I would like to announce that the non-jailbreak version of the Universal Store has now launched on Apple, allowing downloads directly without the need for a computer, aside from the inability to jailbreak. Its built-in applications are identical to those of the jailbreak version of the Universal Cracking Store. The launch of the Universal Store on Apple is a testament to its safety and reliability. Originally, Shidao intended to promote the Universal Store's launch on the forum yesterday. But due to discussions with Wanghu Company Zhou regarding collaboration, he momentarily forgot. Now, seizing the opportunity presented by the trolls, he aims to promote the Universal Store while simultaneously refuting Wanghu Company's announcement. After posting, Shidao reached out to Nangua for assistance in pinning the post. Soon after, responses began to flood in. It became evident that numerous posts disparaging the Universal Cracking Store were indeed the result of Wanghu Company hiring trolls. There is no doubt. We support the developers of the Universal Cracking Store. The act of employing trolls to defame is exceedingly lowly. If Wanghu Company possesses the capability, they should develop a jailbreak version of 91 Assistant and engage in fair competition. This time, I stand firmly with the Universal Cracking Store. The fact that the Universal Store has successfully navigated Apple's verification process serves as a resounding rebuttal to the so-called safety concerns propagated by the trolls. Moreover, considering the stringent safety verifications in place, one must wonder why 91 Assistant has never been available for download on Apple. The answer is clear. It is indeed unsafe. Is Wanghu Company not essentially shooting itself in the foot? Just moments after announcing that the Universal Cracking Store is unsafe and removing it, the store has directly passed Apple's security verification. The replies beneath the post are overwhelmingly filled with mockery directed at Wanghu Company. Due to Apple's servers being located overseas, downloads within the country are exceedingly sluggish. Nevertheless, one fact remains clear to all users. Apple's stringent review mechanism ensures that the applications within its ecosystem are devoid of Trojan viruses, thus guaranteeing a high level of security and reliability. In the office of Wang Hao at Wanghu Company, the sound of a cup being angrily smashed echoed through the room. Is your public relations department raised on excrement? Wang Hao seized the internal phone, dialing the number of the PR manager. Upon connection, he unleashed a torrent of vitriol. Do you not even bother to check before hiring Water Army to post? Were you completely oblivious to the launch of the Universal Cracking Store? None of us anticipated this. Mr. Wang, the PR manager timidly replied, who among us has the time to search for the Universal Cracking Store? That would be madness. You're all a bunch of worthless fools, incapable of even keeping up with the heat of excrement. After venting his wrath, Wang Hao forcefully hung up the phone. Such an idiot. The PR manager muttered under his breath upon hearing the dial tone, feeling frustrated at being unjustly berated for a situation beyond his control. What shall we do about that announcement? At that moment, a subordinate entered, seeking guidance. Should we retract it? What do you think? Are you also raised on excrement? Does such a matter truly require my opinion? Wang Hao immediately directed his ire at the unfortunate employee. Pacing the office in agitation, Wang Hao sought a drink of water, only to realize that he had shattered his cup in his fury. He inhaled several puffs of a cigarette and opened the window, letting fresh air invigorate his mind. The security card was, for the time being, no longer an option. Wang Hao exhaled a plume of smoke, furrowing his brow in contemplation. In truth, he had never placed all his hopes on the Water Army. Ideally, tarnishing the opponent's reputation would be best. If that failed, at least causing them discomfort would suffice. Yet, he never anticipated Shidao's counterattack would be so incisive, a fatal blow. Moreover, it required little explanation. Being able to launch was more persuasive than anything else. In contrast, the slanderous post from the Water Army appeared somewhat juvenile and laughable. Unconsciously tapping his fingers on the windowsill, Wang Hao's brow furrowed tightly before gradually relaxing. He discarded the cigarette and briskly walked to his desk, picking up the phone to dial a number. Mr. Zhao, if all else fails, we should raise the pre-installed price of each phone to 3 yuan. 3 yuan? Are you jesting? How much will that cost? Came the voice on the other end. Our market share is being swiftly eroded by the universal cracking store. Wang Hao resolutely stated, if this continues, we will soon lose our competitive edge. At that point, we won't even be able to profit from developers. We must ensure absolute leadership. But 3 yuan for pre-installation per phone, isn't that excessively high? All major manufacturers are racing to increase production capacity and consistently releasing new smartphones. Have you considered that over the course of a year, our pre-installation cost could reach tens of millions, or even over 100 million? Why did the manufacturers agree to 80 cents before? But now that we have raised the price to 2 yuan, they remain steadfast? Zhao, aside from pursuing this avenue, there are third-party application markets like Wandujia employing similar tactics to seize market share. I understand, but this expenditure is exorbitant. Zhao, if we allocate 100 million yuan annually for pre-installed fees, it signifies we have also acquired 30 million users. At 3 yuan per user, this is not an unreasonable price. I maintain my stance. We are in the nascent phase of mobile internet. Whoever captures the entry point for mobile internet applications will dominate this market. Lao Wu, what method did you employ? Those posts vanished so swiftly. Simultaneously, Hubin contacted Wu Shidao. Simply request the moderator to delete them. It's quite straightforward, Wu Shidao replied. Does that mean there will be no repercussions? It's unlikely. Are you suggesting they will persist? Yes. But the tactic of hiring online commenters is likely to be temporarily shelved. Even if employed, it may not occur on the forum. What should we do next? You simply need to ensure the review process is meticulously managed. Pausing briefly, Wu Shidao added, by the way, can you manage all this on your own? The truth is, I cannot. The pretense is that I'm managing adequately, Hubin said with a wry smile. With the user base of the universal cracking store expanding exponentially, the number of applications for listing has surged as well. Wu Shidao was acutely aware of this. The trend of mobile internet is unmistakable. Countless individuals are eager to strike gold in this realm. Although many features may overlap, new and intriguing applications are launched daily. It seems that the plan to recruit and establish a company must be expedited. Wu Shidao had already contemplated this in his mind, but as the saying goes, one's plans are often outmatched by fate. The pace of development for the universal cracking store is accelerating, and with just himself and Hubin, they are utterly unable to cope with the burgeoning business, particularly in advertising, which must be prioritized. Previously, when the user base was modest, the advertising business was trivial. However, it has now escalated to a scale of tens of millions of users, commanding a significant portion of the application market. Wu Shidao cannot afford to ignore this lucrative opportunity. Take homepage recommendations, for instance. When there were only 2 to 3 million users, a recommendation cost merely a few thousand yuan, but now, with millions of users, the price can soar to tens of thousands, even exceeding 100,000. All right, I understand. Hold on for a while longer. And I will strive to establish the company and recruit some personnel within a month, Wu Shidao mused. Establish a company? Hubin was taken aback, followed by a surge of excitement. Lao Wu, are you certain? Once the company is established, expenses will escalate significantly. Do you have confidence in this? I lack certainty. I have never ventured into this before. Wu Shidao spoke the truth. Even in his previous life, he was merely a programmer. However, having never personally engaged with the intricacies of the industry, he had at least observed its workings. He possessed a fundamental understanding of corporate structure and functions. Yet, with just the two of us, this makeshift operation could scarcely sustain itself. It was destined to falter sooner or later. It would be prudent to commence operations sooner rather than later. Indeed, the era of mobile internet has only just begun, and the universal cracking shop is currently in a state of promising ascent. Establishing a company at this juncture, even in the face of potential errors, could be mitigated by Wu Shidao's extensive experience, allowing for early avoidance or remedying of missteps. Should we wait a few more years until competitors inundate the market? A single mistake could lead to a devastating blow from rivals. Well, you are the boss. The decision lies with you, Hubin agreed with a silly grin, his heart swelling with pride. His best friend was poised to embark on a business venture straight out of university, a source of future bragging rights. After concluding the call, Wu Shidao took out a notebook and meticulously inscribed the words Jing Shi Technology before commencing his planning. Chapter 49. The Studio from a Functional Standpoint. The universal cracking shop required the establishment of 4 primary departments: design, daily maintenance, advertising, and finance. After careful consideration regarding the name, Wu Shidao settled on Jing Shi Technology. With the afternoon still ahead of him, he resolved to consult a professional company, particularly regarding the nuances of starting a business, as he possessed no experience in this arena. Professional matters should be entrusted to those with expertise. In the university town, there existed companies dedicated to supporting entrepreneurial endeavors among students. So, you mean the company is not yet large in scale? The individual attending to Wu Shidao was a young middle-aged man clad in a suit. Upon learning of Wu Shidao's desire to establish a company, he expressed no surprise but instead inquired about the business type and anticipated scale. Yes, we are just beginning to develop, Wu Shidao clarified. In that case, I suggest you refrain from hastily forming a company. It may be more advantageous to start with a studio, the middle-aged man advised, given that it is your personal investment and considering the modest scale. A studio is quite suitable. Compared to a company, the registration process for a studio is simpler, costs are lower, and there is no necessity to pay corporate income tax. Once your business expands, you can register a company then. What do you think? Your reasoning is sound. Wu Shidao pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. After paying the registration fee, he would have no further concerns, merely awaiting the studio's registration in a few days. The registered address would naturally be his rented residence. Establishing a company would require a designated office space. Zhang Liang called, his voice booming. Old 3, let's have dinner together. Afterward, shall we go cheer for Old 4? Of course. Wu Shidao readily agreed, and, after hanging up the phone, called Hu Bin while walking. Old Hu. You might want to look into the 3rd or 4th year students from the computer science department. Wu Shidao is certainly planning to take charge of the financial aspects himself. As for the daily maintenance, Hu Bin already has experience, so let him handle that for now. Regarding graphic design and similar tasks, upon further reflection, there isn't much work at the moment, so Wu Shidao has decided to shoulder that responsibility himself. As for advertising, a dedicated person must be found. Since the business volume has surged, and it requires someone to oversee it, Wu Shidao simply does not have the time. Understood. So I am now considered a person in charge? Hu Bin exclaimed excitedly after listening. Yes, Old Hu, you must take daily maintenance and reviews seriously. We cannot afford any mishaps. If something goes wrong, our reputation will plummet. Do you understand? Wu Shidao cautioned him. Rest assured, with such an important task entrusted to me, I will be diligent and responsible, Hu Bin promised, thumping his chest. Though they played and teased each other, after years of camaraderie, Wu Shidao truly understood him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have entrusted the review tasks to Hu Bin. Upon returning to the dormitory, Zhang Liang and Li Xiang were already prepared. After dining together at the cafeteria, they made their way to the school playground. The stage had been set up, with lights and sound equipment all in place. Lu Shuangshuang and several student council members were conducting final checks. Students began to arrive one after another, primarily first-year freshmen, with a few second- and third-year students joining in the excitement. However, the attention of these older students was largely directed towards the first-year girls. As they searched the crowd for potential targets to approach, Wu Shidao found himself involuntarily gazing towards the girls, scanning for Shen Xiaojing among them. Look over there, Old 3. Zhang Liang nudged him gently with a shoulder, discreetly pointing in a direction and raising his eyebrows suggestively. Following his finger, Wu Shidao finally spotted Shen Xiaojing in the crowd. She appeared to have just finished showering, her skin radiating a rosy glow, her long, dark hair still slightly damp. Dressed in a white dress, she was laughing and chatting with a girl beside her. Seemingly sensing someone watching her, after a few moments, Shen Xiaojing instinctively glanced to the side. Their gazes met across the throng of people. It's him again! Shen Xiaojing was taken aback, her eyes sweeping over Wu Shidao before she pretended not to see him and turned back to converse with her classmate. After a few minutes, she cautiously stole another glance in Wu Shidao's direction. To her surprise, their eyes locked once more. Now, Shen Xiaojing felt somewhat speechless. Had he been staring at her the entire time? Her brows furrowed slightly as she turned away again, but her mind couldn't help but ponder, what exactly does he want? Indeed, Shen Xiaojing found herself perplexed. As Lu Shuangshuang, adorned in a flowing gown and radiating grace with her smile, ascended the stage. A chorus of cheers and whistles erupted from the audience of admirers. However, she was quite accustomed to such displays. After a brief introduction, she ceded the stage to the new performers. Wu Shidao found little interest in the performances. In his eyes, nothing could compare to the allure of watching Shen Xiaojing. From a distance, captivated by her every smile and gesture, Wu Shidao's thoughts drifted into reminiscence, recalling the moments they had shared together. "Boss, what's wrong with third brother?" murmured Dong Yukai, gently nudging Zhang Liang. "He has been fixated on that girl for half an hour." His eyes Haven-T moved, and he just grinning foolishly. "Is he infatuated? Who knows?" Zhang Liang replied, equally intrigued. After half a month of acquaintance, Wu Shidao had presented himself as remarkably mature, yet upon encountering Shen Xiaojing, he seemed to transform entirely. What kind of enchantress could she possibly be? Meanwhile, Shen Xiaojing was on the verge of feeling overwhelmed. Wu Shidao had been staring at her for an interminable 30 minutes. Was he unhinged? "Third brother, wake up." "Huh, what is up?" A heavy hand landed on Wu Shidao's shoulder, pulling him back from his reverie. "Fourth brother is about to perform," Zhang Liang said with a teasing glint in his eye. "Now that you're awake, stop staring. You know her name and what class she is in. Why not find an opportunity to confess your feelings? Perhaps later." Wu Shidao shrugged, unable to resist stealing another glance at Shen Xiaojing before redirecting his focus to the stage. Lu Shuangshuang had concluded her introduction, and Li Xiang, microphone in hand, stood on stage, waving to the audience with a flourish of her hair, confidently announcing, "Here's a song titled TikTok for all of you." "What song is this? I've never heard it," Dong Yukai muttered. Wu Shidao pondered for a moment and realized that Beijing Love Story wouldn't premiere for another 2 years. Only after the show's immense success would TikTok achieve its own fame. Observing Li Xiang's effortless performance on stage, an inexplicable thought struck Wu Shidao. She would indeed make a fitting idol, and he had several songs yet to be utilized. As Li Xiang sang, a wave of cheers erupted from the many girls in the audience. Dong Yukai remarked with a hint of envy, "Fourth brother already has the upper hand in choosing a partner. Even if he sings poorly, his looks alone would suffice," Zhang Liang added. Wu Shidao glanced back towards Shen Xiaojing's spot, only to be taken aback. She had vanished. Had she left because he had been staring at her? This thought crossed his mind. "Xiaojing, why are you in such a hurry to leave?" a girl questioned on the path to the female dormitory. "I'm feeling unwell and just want to lie down for a bit. Besides, it's not that entertaining," she replied. Shen Xiaojing casually fabricated an excuse. In truth, had it not been for Wu Shidao's persistent gaze upon her, she intended to linger a while longer. "I see, it must be relatives coming to visit," she exclaimed with sudden clarity. "Make sure to drink plenty of warm water when you return. By the way, do you have a hot water bottle?" "Boss, I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave now." After Li Xiang concluded his song, Wu Shidao bid farewell to Zhang Liang and the others before departing as well. On the way back to the apartment complex, who'd been called Old Wu. "Just to inform you, I have located the individuals. They are 2 third-year compatriots from the computer science department." "All right, I understand. Do you need to meet them?" "No need for a meeting. They are under your supervision." "You have informed them of the specific duties, correct?" "Yes, I have, but they seem somewhat skeptical, thinking the work is too simple and the 2,000 yuan salary too easy to earn." "Old Wu, do you think the salary is a bit excessive? Though the work is straightforward, it demands earnestness. This salary is indeed commendable for students. If we were to hire from outside, it might even be slightly lower." "I understand. Rest assured, I will keep a vigilant eye on them." Initially, Wu Shidao had considered hiring externally, but upon reflection, he realized that routine maintenance was essentially just oversight. Such a simple task could easily be managed by university students. Moreover, the 2,000 yuan salary, when offered to a recent graduate, might not entice them. Even if they accepted, there's a high likelihood they would be disengaged and lack the requisite diligence. In contrast, students still in academia would perceive the work as light and the compensation as quite generous. Upon returning home and booting up his computer, Wu Shidao noticed the partially completed code for the group buying feature and sighed, setting it aside for the moment. Over the next few days, he aimed to delineate the advertising operations for the universal cracking store, which would involve module segmentation and redesign. The more meticulously the functional modules were defined, the greater the advertising spaces available. His plan consisted of establishing 4 primary categories: homepage tools, game management, and the homepage itself, which is the first page seen upon accessing the universal cracking store. The prominent and banner advertisements displayed in this area would be subject to paid promotion. Depending on the screen size, the homepage would showcase 5 recommended items and 1 banner advertisement per page. As users scrolled down, they would transition to the second page, which would mirror the layout of the first. Upon reaching the third page, all items would be displayed in a randomized sequence. The tools category would similarly feature popular tools and banner ads, adhering to a 3-page layout, as with the games category. The management category would oversee downloaded applications, allowing for deletion or updates. Regardless of the category, the first 3 pages would be dedicated to advertising space. Whichever advertisement received promotion would be prominently displayed, ensuring it captured users' attention at first glance. As the saying goes, even the finest wine fears being hidden in a deep alley. A company or a developer, upon launching their creation in an app store, must first engage in promotion. The rationale is simple. Without promotion or significant advertising expenditure, how can users become aware of its existence? Much like in real life, when a manufacturer unveils a new product, the primary action taken is to invest heavily in advertising to generate awareness, for consumers are not omniscient and certainly do not monitor every manufacturer. Thus, the absence of promotion leads to obscurity, as no one knows of the product's existence. Similarly, while promoting on forums serves as one method, the most effective strategy remains within the App Store itself. For instance, if a universal hacking store boasts approximately 30 million users, and tomorrow 3 million users access it, then the banner ad featured on the homepage will be visible to those 3 million. Conversely, if an advertisement is posted on a forum like Weifeng, unless it is pinned to the top, it risks being buried under others in mere minutes, limiting visibility significantly. After designating advertising spaces, Shidao established pricing based on hourly increments. For instance, the prime ad placement on the homepage from noon to 1 o'clock is priced at a premium compared to the hours of 3 to 4 in the morning, which are considerably cheaper. Pricing is determined by the hour. Should someone wish to promote over a week, that encompasses 168 hours, allowing for various combinations. Opting for continuous promotion for 7 days at 24 hours would incur a hefty cost, while selecting to advertise for 6 hours each day permits more strategic timing to reach diverse user segments. This also broadens the options available for developers. Shidao toiled late into the night, meticulously segmenting the modules. This task, neither trivial nor monumental, would take approximately 3 days to complete. Aware of the late hour, he hurried to bed to avoid presenting a tardy impression on the first day of school. Nevertheless, the following morning, he nearly arrived in class as the bell rang. The day featured a specialized course focused on economic development, taught by a seasoned professor in his 50s. During the era of industrial advancement, the path to profit lay in manufacturing, driven by capital flow trends and the wealth effect. The professor, noticing Yang Xian raising his hand, adjusted his glasses and acknowledged him. "This student, do you have a question?" Yang Xian stood earnestly and inquired, "I wish to ask, why do farmers toil year-round yet struggle to earn a profit?" He continued, "In recent years, the prices of industrial goods have surged, yet the increase in grain prices has been minimal. What accounts for this disparity?" "Your question is quite astute," the professor replied. The old professor cast a deep glance at him, and in my view, this represents a form of protection for the farmers. Can you comprehend this? Chapter 51, Social Gathering. A protection for the farmers? Yang Xian was taken aback. Shidao appeared somewhat perplexed as well. Indeed. The old professor nodded affirmatively and spoke with profound significance. Consider this. If farmers could earn substantial profits from farming, would they still possess land to cultivate? It is well known that American farmers profit. Yet, are there still farmers in America? Capital is inherently driven by profit. If farming could yield great riches, farmers would inevitably face a shortage of land to till. History has long demonstrated this fact in the agrarian societies of yore. Which dynasty did not ultimately leave farmers bereft of land, with all the land concentrated in the hands of landlords? Having concluded this thought, he shifted his focus back to the lecture. Shidao pondered the professor's words, finding increasing sense in them, and he committed the professor's name and this course to memory. Life at university was considerably more relaxed compared to middle and high school. With no specialized classes in the afternoon, Shidao discreetly slipped away. Making it easier for Yang Xian to avoid detection, Dong Yikai volunteered to assist with roll call, shortly after returning to the staff quarters. The company he had consulted the previous day called to inform him that the paperwork for his studio had been completed and was ready for collection. Compared to the cumbersome process of registering a company, the steps for establishing a studio were much more straightforward. After paying the remaining processing fee, Wu Shidao took the plaque for Jingshi Technology Studio and placed it on his desk, giving it an air of legitimacy. After admiring it for a moment, he refocused and began to work diligently. 3 days later, the revamped Universal Cracking Store version 20 was finally completed. This time, the design of the page style and functional modules was inspired by the application market pages of renowned future enterprises. In addition to designing functional modules, Wu Shidao dedicated some time to observe the daily maintenance activities at Hu Bin's side, noting their impressive execution. However, he was puzzled. Ever since dealing with the forum's trolls a few days prior, there had been no further activity from Net Tiger Company. This was clearly illogical. Would Net Tiger Company willingly concede defeat? Absolutely not. In today's digital age, we are rapidly evolving from End 1.0 to mobile End 2.0. Even the average citizen can perceive this transformation. As a company that has seized market opportunities and invested substantial resources, how could Net Tiger Company so easily accept defeat? He accessed the official website of Net Tiger Company and scrutinized it, noting that the previous announcement regarding the removal of the Universal Cracking Store remained posted. With no new announcements in sight, finding no further disturbances, Wu Shidao dismissed the need for further contemplation. His guiding principle was clear. When faced with challenges, he would confront them head-on. It was inconceivable that he would abandon the Universal Cracking Store. Having contacted Hu Bin, Wu Shidao sent the latest version 20 of the Universal Cracking Store to him, requesting that he and the 2 individuals he had recruited take some time to test it for any potential instability or issues. Naturally, Wu Shidao would also conduct his own testing. If no problems arose after 2 days of testing, the Universal Cracking Store version 20 would officially launch. Subsequently, Wu Shidao opened the document and began to plan the numerous advertising slots for the Universal Cracking Store version 20. Each advertising slot varied in duration and cost. After a flurry of activity, another day had passed. Old 3, what are you busy with? The phone rang. It was Li Xiang calling. I haven't seen you for several days. Is it convenient for me to come over? Sure, come on over, Wu Shidao replied while stretching lazily. Before long, there was a knock at the door. When Wu Shidao opened it, Li Xiang stood at the entrance, squinting and asking, is it all right if I come in? What is inconvenient about it? Wu Shidao wondered. Li Xiang then entered, peering into the 2 bedrooms. Raising an eyebrow in surprise, he remarked, oh, I didn't realize you lived alone. I thought you were hiding a sweetheart. It suddenly dawned on Wu Shidao why Li Xiang had asked about convenience. He smirked and said, is there something you need? Nothing major, just that I haven't seen you in days. The boss wants you to return to the dormitory to discuss some matters, Li Xiang replied, taking a seat on the sofa and pulling out a pack of cigarettes. Offering one to Wu Shidao. Care for a smoke? Wu Shidao waved his hand and sat down, asking, what matters are we discussing? The social gathering, Li Xiang said, lighting a cigarette and taking a deep drag as he recounted the details. When it comes to university life, nothing piques the interest of students more than romance. In the entire 102 dormitory, Meng Hao rarely stayed there. Wu Shidao rented a place outside. Li Xiang had a girlfriend, leaving 3 single men. Yang Xian, due to his stutter and family issues, longed for a relationship but was aware that his circumstances made it difficult to find a girlfriend. So he did not dwell on it. The remaining Zhang Liang and Dong Youcai's favorite topic of conversation was which girls were attractive. They shared a common trait. Both were somewhat reserved. Particularly Dong Youcai, who was quite gregarious in the dormitory but became shy and speechless in front of girls. Zhang Liang, on the other hand, was slightly bolder. It was said that he had a crush on someone and had begun to take action. And then, after listening to Li Xiang, Wu Shidao blinked in confusion. How did this lead to a social gathering? Isn't it because Zhang Liang is too shy? Li Xiang flicked the ash off his cigarette and replied, he wants to ask a girl out, but he fears she might decline, so he approached her dorm mates, suggesting a gathering with more people to make it lively. Well, you guys can go then. I'm not essential, am I? Wu Shidao understood, and to be frank, he found such activities rather tedious and lacked interest. I echoed his sentiment. Li Xiang shrugged helplessly and remarked, but the boss said, if you don't go, I don't go, and neither does Yang Xian. Are we to leave it to just him and Dong Youcai to face 6 girls from the opposing dormitory? I thought it was quite amusing. Wu Shidao couldn't help but chuckle, teasingly saying, let them contend with 6 girls. The options are certainly more plentiful. Li Xiang flicked away the cigarette and, diverting the topic, asked, didn't you mention selling fruit? What happened? Is it just a fleeting whim? He believed that Wu Shidao was not the type to act on a mere impulse. Just as Wu Shidao finished speaking, his phone rang. Upon glancing at it, he noticed it was a call from Zhang Liang. He shook the phone lightly, joking, "Speak of the devil, and he shall appear." Did Lao San and Lao Si fill you in? As soon as the call connected, Zhang Liang's booming voice resonated. "Let us have dinner together in the dorm tonight. It's on me. We can also discuss where to go tomorrow. Sound good? Is it possible to decline?" Wu Shidao asked with a smile, genuinely disinterested in such gatherings. "Don't," Zhang Liang quickly replied, sensing his reluctance. Given their previous interactions, he had a fair understanding of Wu Shidao. Although Wu Shidao appeared easygoing and amiable, Zhang Liang could sense that he was a person of principles and convictions. The individual in the dorm with the closest rapport to Wu Shidao is Li Xiang, which is why Zhang Liang enlisted him as a mediator. "Do you know where the social dormitory is?" Zhang Liang inquired mysteriously. A thought sparked in Wu Shidao's mind, and he blurted out, "Could it be the media college?" "Precisely, and it's right next to Shen Xiaojing's dorm," Zhang Liang emphasized. "Don't you want to seize this opportunity to gather some information about Shen Xiaojing?" "Lao San, I'm creating an opportunity for you." "All right, then let us go." Wu Shidao contemplated briefly before acquiescing. Although he had resolved to refrain from interfering before Zhao Lei and Shen Xiaojing parted ways, that did not imply he was disinterested in learning about her. On the contrary, he was quite eager to know about Shen Xiaojing. "Agreed?" Li Xiang looked at Wu Shidao with a smile that was both knowing and teasing, then stood up and said, "Shall we?" Wu Shidao nodded, secured his keys, locked the door, and the two made their way to a restaurant outside the campus. Zhang Liang, Dong Yukai, and Yang Xian were already there. Come, Lao San. Lao Si, take a seat. The food will be here shortly." As soon as they entered, Zhang Liang warmly welcomed them, without hesitation grabbing 2 bottles of beer and handing them to Wu Shidao and Li Xiang, eagerly urging them to fill their glasses, clink them together, and then down them in one go. Refreshing. Wu Shidao set down his glass, noticing a cup of soft drink in front of Yang Xian and Dong Yukai. He smiled faintly. Since their last gathering, the dormitory members had collectively agreed that in future gatherings, these two should stick to soft drinks. "Boss, your speed is impressive," Wu Shidao remarked playfully as the dishes arrived. "Have you chosen your target so swiftly?" "Oh, you have no idea," Zhang Liang replied with a grave demeanor. "In matters of romance, the principle is to act early rather than late. If you hesitate, someone else may have already captured their heart." "How did you come to know someone from the School of Media?" Wu Shidao inquired, clearly intrigued. "That's all thanks to the fourth," Zhang Liang chuckled. "Was it Li Xiang who introduced you?" Wu Shidao asked, momentarily taken aback. That seems unlikely. In his view, Li Xiang was not one to meddle in matchmaking, as he was inherently not a gossiping person. "Certainly not." Zhang Liang coughed lightly before continuing, "You've been away from the dormitory, so you're unaware that since the welcome party, we've received countless calls from girls asking us to deliver love letters to Li Xiang. There must be at least 800. "Boss, that's quite an exaggeration," Li Xiang interjected, feeling exasperated. "It's no more than a few dozen at most." "How did it become hundreds?" "Even a few dozen is quite a lot," Dong Yukai remarked enviously. "Not a single girl has ever confessed to me throughout my life." "Me as well," Yang Xian quickly concurred. "And then what? Is it possible that she wishes to pursue Li Xiang, but you're in the way?" Wu Shidao was taken aback. How could that be? A brother wouldn't he be so inconsiderate? Zhang Liang rolled his eyes and then chuckled. "There's indeed a girl from the School of Media who insists on getting to know the fourth. She has her dorm mates delivering gifts to us daily. Fruits today, breakfast tomorrow." As he spoke, he shot a knowing glance at the visibly troubled Li Xiang and added earnestly, "Why not just accept her affection, fourth?" "I have a girlfriend," Li Xiang replied, rolling his eyes. "That's fine, but she claims not to mind. Why should a grown man be so concerned?" Zhang Liang shrugged. "Oh?" Wu Shidao perked up, intrigued. "Did she really say that? If you don't believe me, just ask the fourth." Zhang Liang gestured toward Li Xiang. After a moment's hesitation, Li Xiang nodded and reluctantly confirmed, "Indeed, she did say she doesn't mind." "How enviable, fourth. When will I have such fortune?" Dong Yukai sighed, stuffing a piece of meat into his mouth and chewing vigorously. "Comparing ourselves to others is infuriating. Are today's female university students truly so open?" Wu Shidao pondered, then added, "Will that girl pursue you tomorrow as well?" "She isn't in that dormitory." Li Xiang shook his head. "Now, let us discuss your matters, boss." Wu Shidao turned to Zhang Liang. "I still don't quite grasp the nature of this situation. Nana delivers items to Li Xiang on behalf of her friend, leading us to become acquainted," Zhang Liang explained with a mischievous grin. I just remembered a joke. Wu Shidao suddenly realized something and then said with utmost seriousness, there was a boy who persistently wrote letters to a girl for 4 years, and eventually, the postman ended up with her. Uffed. Dong Yukai, who had just taken a sip of his drink, immediately sprayed it out, coughing. Third brother, your description is too apt. Boss, you're quite sour, aren't you? Li Xiang said, somewhat speechless. What's wrong? Her name is Zhou Na, and mine is Na Na. Isn't that correct? Zhang Liang said, brimming with pride. He then patted the table and continued with earnestness, old 5 and old 6. You two should seize the opportunity tomorrow to see if you can befriend those girls in Na Na's dormitory. I'd rather not, Yang Xin said, his face turning crimson as he waved his hands repeatedly. Do I have a chance to? Dong Yukai exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Of course. Old 4 has someone he likes, so he is not interested. Old 3 has his own aspirations, and as for me, my goals are quite clear. That leaves just the two of you, Zhang Liang said with heartfelt sincerity. Last time in college, I didn't even have a romance. This college experience is rather dull. He then fixed his gaze on Yang Xian, saying, Old 6, why do you think you can't do it? I believe in you. Yes, we all do. Dong Yukai clapped Yang Xian on the shoulder. I just want to make money. I never thought about dating, Yang Xian replied, his face flushed. Bro, you all can see that my family isn't well off. I just want to work hard to earn some living expenses and tuition, so dating is out of the question. Well, you have a point, Zhang Liang nodded. After a light-hearted chat, they decided to go for a barbecue at a park near the university the following day. Early the next morning, Zhang Liang, who usually loved to sleep, unusually rose early and urged Wu Shidao and the others to wake up. The 5 then went to a nearby vegetable market, purchasing a plethora of ingredients and fruits before arriving at the park entrance. Zhang Liang began to call Zhou Na. Na, it's me, Zhang Liang. Yes, we're already at the park. How long until you arrive? About an hour? All right, we'll wait for you. This was the first time Wu Shidao saw the robust and towering Zhang Liang speak in such a gentle tone. Usually, this guy's voice could be heard clearly from 2 li away. At the same time, in the girls' dormitory, Zhou Na hung up the phone and said to Lu Shuang and the others, they've arrived. Let us hurry up. Chapter 53, Deceived I say, Na. You seem quite fond of your little fellow townsman. He invites you, and you readily agree? Lu Shuang teased, lightly smoothing out the wrinkles on her clothing. What's the matter? Is young grass particularly fragrant? Zhou Na's face flushed at her words, and she retorted, he is just 3 years older than Zhang Liang. A senior girl, holding a golden brick, Lu Shuang laughed. Yet Zhang Liang is 3 years younger than you. How could you bring yourself to do that? Just Na. Another girl in the dormitory leaned in with a smile and remarked, didn't you say that during your 4 years of university, you intended to keep pace with Shuang and not engage in any romantic relationships? How is it that now, in your 3rd year, you suddenly find yourself smitten? Isn't this what they call mutual affection? She added, why does it sound like I'm the one desperate for attention when you say it? Zhou Na shot her a glare and huffed. You've already taken the initiative to pursue someone. Isn't that a sign of infatuation? The girl continued to tease her. Who was pursuing whom? It was clearly Zhang Liang who first showed interest in me. Zhou Na insisted, attempting to defend herself. Come on, we all know the truth. Initially, you were merely delivering love letters for someone else, and then you started using that as an excuse to linger around Zhang Liang's dormitory every day. Lu Shuang chimed in, joining the playful banter. Enough already. Are you all done? Zhou Na exclaimed, her face flushed with embarrassment, stamping her foot and scolding them. Just tell me whether you're going or not. If you're not going, then I'll go by myself. Then you might as well go alone. Lu Shuang winked at the other girls, and they all chorused, we're not going. Oh, come on. We're all good friends. Let us go together. I promise you won't regret it, Zhou Na pleaded, shaking Lu Shuang's arm. By the way, there's that exceptionally handsome freshman from Zhang Liang's dormitory. And I hear he doesn't have a girlfriend. Would you like me to introduce you? I guarantee you'll like him. If he is really that great. Why would he be available? Shouldn't he be the one pursued? One girl teased with a laugh. I swear, I'm not joking. It's that guy named Li Xiang. The most handsome one at the welcome party. Shuang must remember him. Zhou Na said eagerly. Oh, is it him? The one in the same dorm as Zhang Liang? Lu Shuang paused in surprise. Exactly. Shuang, confirm it's true. He really is quite handsome, Zhou Na insisted, nodding repeatedly. Well, he is indeed quite charming, Lu Shuang replied. Then why don't you pursue Li Xiang? Another girl asked with a smile. Ugh, I'm just not into that type of guy, Zhou Na said. pulling Lu Shuangchuang along. Come on, let us go. They're all waiting for us, and it wouldn't be polite to keep them waiting. Lu Shuangchuang and the others followed her out of the dormitory. Nana, to be honest, didn't you say you weren't interested in dating before? What made you change your mind? Lu Shuangchuang casually asked as they walked. How should I put it? Zhou Na pondered for a moment before explaining. Perhaps it's because I haven't encountered anyone I liked until now. And with senior year approaching and internships on the horizon, I think to myself that if I leave university without ever having experienced love, I might regret it in the future. With that, she shifted the topic and smiled. What about you, Shuangchuang? Me? Lu Shuangchuang chuckled softly, shaking her head. I'm not thinking about it for now. Perhaps one day, if I meet someone I genuinely like, I might consider it. I just find it strange. After 3 years of university and so many people around, haven't you encountered anyone you fancy? Zhou Na inquired with curiosity. What kind of person are you actually seeking? She continued, Shuangchuang, you must share with us. In our dormitory, you are the only one who has yet to experience romance. Please, tell us what you truly desire. If needed, we can assist you in your search. As she observed the chattering group of girls, Lu Shuangchuang contemplated and responded, partly in jest, I prefer someone more mature, someone with capability and ambition. Someone mature, capable, and ambitious? Zhou Na pondered, shaking her head. If that is your perspective, I suspect you may struggle to find such a person during your university years. Another girl chimed in. How is it possible to encounter someone like that in college? Lu Shuangchuang smiled gently, replying, then I suppose I shall remain single. Better to wait for the right one than to settle for less. Meanwhile, in the park, Wu Shidao and Zhang Liang had already prepared the barbecue grill and various ingredients. Boss, are they coming or not? If they aren't, let us start eating without them, Dong Yukai said, patting his belly, feeling quite hungry after waiting for an hour and a half without any sign of their friends. You do not understand, Zhang Liang retorted, rolling his eyes. Women take their time. If a woman tells you to wait half an hour, you should plan on waiting an hour. You speak as if you have vast experience. Dong Yukai replied, somewhat skeptically. Here they come, Zhang Liang exclaimed, craning his neck to see in the distance, finally spotting Zhou Na and the others. He stood up excitedly, waving vigorously. Old five, see, I was right. Wu Shidao, Li Xiang, and the others turned to look, and among Zhou Na's group, Lu Shuangchuang, standing at approximately 1.7 meters tall, was undoubtedly the most captivating. Isn't that the enchanting beauty? Dong Yukai exclaimed in astonishment, recognizing Lu Shuangchuang from afar. Boss, how did you manage to invite her? Nana is in the same dormitory as her, Zhang Liang replied with pride. So, what do you think, fellas? This trip has not been in vain, has it? At the very least, you all get to feast your eyes. Boss, the one you fancy, Zhou Na, is a junior? Wu Shidao remarked, suddenly struck speechless, and blurted out, didn't you say she was from the dorm next to Shen Xiaojing? Indeed, she is from the neighboring dorm. I never specified she was a freshman. Who says that someone from Shen Xiaojing's dorm must be a freshman? Zhang Liang countered. Wu Shidao was momentarily at a loss for words. Zhang Liang's statement held validity. Initially, he had assumed that since she was from the same dorm as Shen Xiaojing, they would be classmates, which would allow him to indirectly learn about Shen Xiaojing's situation. However, it was evident he had been misled. Yet, there was no turning back now. He could not simply walk away at this moment. Being a junior means she is likely older than you, Wu Shidao said with a hint of malice. Boss, I did not expect your taste to lean towards the mature crowd, preferring someone older than yourself? Absolutely, Zhang Liang replied with a sense of triumph. What do you know? Haven't you heard the saying? While young girls are delightful, mature women are treasures. Chapter 54. Dong Youtsai's thoughts Zhou Na was the epitome of a petite figure. And when she stood alongside the robust and towering Zhang Liang, Wu Shidao instantly conjured the phrase beauty and the beast in his mind. The members of both dormitories exchanged simple greetings, after which Zhang Liang warmly invited Zhou Na and her companions to take a seat, graciously offering snacks and beverages. Yang Xian busied himself with the barbecue, while Dong Yukai assisted him, attentively inquiring about the girls' preferred flavors. Wu Shidao initially intended to lend a hand, but Yang Xian insisted that he could manage alone, allowing Wu Shidao the pleasure of lounging in the shade of a nearby tree. As a gentle breeze rustled through the air and the grass beneath felt pleasantly dry, Wu Shidao reclined comfortably. Don't you think that when the boss is with Zhou Na, he resembles a clumsy bear? Li Xiang remarked, settling beside him with a quiet chuckle. I've noticed that long ago, Wu Shidao replied with a slight smile. Then shifted the conversation. Why did you come over here? I saw several girls chatting with you just now. Didn't you engage with them? Why should I? We exchanged greetings, didn't we? Li Xiang stretched lazily and mimicked Wu Shidao's posture. Those girls were quite bothersome. If you were in my shoes, you'd find it irritating too. I don't see the annoyance, Wu Shidao countered. Imagine being repeatedly asked the same questions. What do you like? What do you usually do? What games do you play? Doesn't that seem tedious to you? Most importantly, it's so superficial, it lacks depth. And what might you consider profound? For instance, delving into deep philosophical questions. How vast is the universe? What is the meaning of life? Wu Shidao regarded Li Xiang with mild surprise. You ponder such things regularly? Pretty much, Li Xiang affirmed. Fourth one, come over and lend a hand. Zhang Liang's voice called out to Li Xiang from a distance. Zhou Na had discreetly informed him that one of her dormitory sisters had a keen interest in Li Xiang and urged him to facilitate a connection. Coming. Li Xiang replied with a hint of resignation, sauntering over. The girl named Yinlu had her gaze fixed on him since her arrival, her eyes never straying far. If one were to score these girls based solely on appearance, Lu Shuangshuang would undoubtedly claim the highest rank, followed by Yinlu, Zhou Na, and others. Although Dong Yukai was assisting Yang Xian, his eyes frequently wandered towards Yinlu. While Lu Shuangshuang was the most beautiful, her commanding presence made Dong Yukai feel dwarfed, causing him to shy away from her gaze. Conversely, he found himself increasingly drawn to Yinlu. However, his furtive glances did not escape Yinlu's notice. What were you doing over there? She inquired with a playful smile as Li Xiang approached. Nothing much, he replied nonchalantly. I heard you have a girlfriend now? Which school does she attend? Yinlu continued, seeking to sustain the conversation. Over in the capital, Li Xiang replied, mustering his energy to engage in the dialogue. Not far away, Dong Yukai eavesdropped on the conversation between the two, feeling a pang of jealousy in his heart. He observed Wu Shidao, who lay leisurely in the shade of a tree, seemingly asleep, and Lu Shuangshuang felt a flicker of curiosity. Just then, a melody resonated in the air as Wu Shidao pulled out his phone, noticing it was a call from his mother. He answered casually, "Hello, Mom." Lu Shuangshuang couldn't help but notice that Wu Shidao's phone was the latest model of the iPhone 4, stirring her curiosity about the wealth of this boy, possessing both a laptop worth over 20,000 and the newest smartphone. The meat is ready, Dong Yukai called out, lifting a skewer of meat and announcing to everyone. It's time to eat. Li Xiang quickly found an excuse to separate from Yinlu, hastily approaching Dong Yukai and unabashedly taking several skewers. Normally, such an act would not have stirred any thoughts in Dong Yukai, but witnessing Yin Li's cheerful demeanor while chatting with Li Xiang earlier, Li Xiang's current behavior irked him, igniting a flicker of distaste. Third brother, it's time to eat, Li Xiang said without a clue about Dong Youcai's feelings. He hurried to Wu Shidao's side, offering him a skewer while murmuring, that woman is so annoying. Wu Shidao hung up the phone with a chuckle, taking a bite of the skewer and praising, not bad. The meat is quite flavorful. Third and fourth brothers, come here to eat and have a drink, Zhang Liang shouted to them. I'm almost ready to head back. Li Xiang remarked softly, it's quite dull. Never mind, Zhang Liang is a good guy. Let us consider it as keeping him company, Wu Shidao encouraged, patting his shoulder as they stood to join the others. Come, let us toast our encounter in college. Zhang Liang, beaming, raised the bottle. Dong Yukai and Yang Xian naturally lifted their drinks, while Wu Shidao was taken aback to see that Lu Shuangshuang, Zhou Na, and Yinlu were also drinking beer. Yinlu proactively clinked her glass with Li Xiang, while Zhou Na exchanged glances with Zhang Liang. Wu Shidao smiled slightly, lifting his glass towards her, and she gracefully clinked it back. As they sipped beer and savored skewers, Zhang Liang and Zhou Na initiated a light-hearted conversation, and the group began to engage in casual banter. Yinlu, what are the career prospects for your media studies graduates? Dong Yukai inquired, striking up a dialogue with her. Perhaps in newspapers or television stations, Yinlu responded nonchalantly, brushing a strand of hair back from her forehead, a gesture that struck Dong Yukai as particularly feminine. So, it means your dormitory will mostly be filled with future journalists or hosts? Dong Yukai asked with a smile. Not everyone can be journalists or hosts. Yinlu laughed at his jest, sighing, finding a job now is not what it used to be. Without connections, unless one is exceptional like Shuangshuang, an outstanding student and president of the student council, there might be a chance to enter a television station. As for us, landing a position as a runner at a newspaper would be quite fortunate. The job market is exceedingly tough. As she spoke, she remarked, for those of you studying finance, employment prospects should be relatively favorable. In truth, I merely aspire to be an accountant. Dong Yukai scratched his head, admitting he hadn't given much thought to anything beyond that. He had chosen his major rather aimlessly. Handsome guy. Inla turned to the silently Xiang beside her and inquired, "What prompted you to choose this major? Did you also wish to become an accountant?" Upon hearing this, Dong Yukai felt a pang of jealousy. Chapter 55. Once again, stirring up trouble chosen casually. Li Xiang replied lazily, "How could that be? One cannot simply choose a university major at random. I refuse to believe it." Yin Li's expression clearly reflected her skepticism. "Believe what you will." Li Xiang raised his glass and clinked it with Wu Shidao's, taking a hearty sip. Yang Xian noticed that the meat skewers had nearly been devoured by the group, so he silently turned back to the barbecue grill with renewed vigor. "Lu, go eat. I'll take over the grilling," Wu Shidao casually offered as he approached Yang Xian. Three, brother. You go eat. I can manage the grilling myself." Yang Xian waved his hand in refusal. "It's fine. I can grill quite well too. Besides, it wouldn't be fair to have just you working while everyone else relaxes." Wu Shidao chuckled, taking a brush and applying oil to the skewers. Yang Xian reluctantly shifted the topic. "By the way, the method you mentioned. It can indeed be quite effective at times." "What method?" Wu Shidao paused, then quickly understood. "You mean the one about forgetting the stutter?" Yang Xian nodded. "I am currently striving to forget this habit." He scratched his head, expressing his frustration, "but others always remind me of it." "What do you mean?" Wu Shidao was puzzled. "Sometimes, when I forget about it, I can speak without stuttering at all, but my classmates look at me in astonishment and say, 'Why aren't you stuttering?'" Yang Xian appeared quite vexed. Wu Shidao couldn't help but laugh, realizing the truth in Yang Xian's words. A stutterer suddenly speaking fluently would indeed elicit such reactions. "Lu, do you find your studies to be demanding?" Wu Shidao asked after some contemplation. "Well, it's manageable, far easier than high school, with plenty of time to read." Yang Xian replied. "Are you interested in making some money?" Wu Shidao lowered his voice. "Yes, indeed," Yang Xian exclaimed, instantly animated. Three, brother, do you have any leads?" If anyone in the dormitory yearned to earn money, it was undoubtedly Yang Xian, who meticulously calculated every penny during meals, striving to spend the least while satisfying his hunger. Privately, he envied every individual in the dorm, particularly Wu Shidao, who inspired a deep admiration in Yang Xian. He had often fantasized about moving out if his family were affluent, thus liberating himself from the nightly symphony of snoring from Zhang Liang and Dong Yukai. Not to mention the incessant phone conversations between Li Xiang and his girlfriend. The most pressing concern for Yang Xian is his living expenses and tuition for the upcoming year. As he can no longer rely on his family, he is profoundly grateful that his parents managed to gather enough funds for this year's tuition and living costs. Recently, Yang Xian applied for a tutoring position, but unfortunately, after just one meeting, the parents graciously declined his services. He is acutely aware of the reasons for their decision. His heavy dialect and stutter were significant barriers. "Well, perhaps in due time, you can assist me with a small venture I wish to undertake," Wu Shidao remarked with a cheerful demeanor. "Certainly, no problem," Yang Xian responded eagerly, though a flicker of concern crossed his face. "Do you think I can manage?" "Of course you can," Wu Shidao reassured him, sensing his apprehension as he patted Yang Xian's shoulder. "Just await my signal." "All right," Yang Xian nodded vigorously then. In a bid to please, he offered a skewer of freshly grilled meat to Wu Shidao. "Please enjoy. I can handle the grilling." Wu Shidao accepted half of it, and they shared the meal together. Just then, Wu Shidao's phone rang. He glanced at the screen and saw it was Hu Bin calling. He stepped aside before answering. "Hello, Lao Hu, what is going on? He seems rather busy, doesn't he?" Zhou Na whispered to Zhang Liang. "Another call already. I wonder what he is occupied with." "Who knows?" Zhang Liang shook his head. "All right, I'll inquire about it," Wu Shidao said, ending the call. His expression turned serious as he stood still, pondering for several minutes. He attempted to access the website of Wang Hu Company on his phone, but the internet speed was painfully slow, still loading after 2 or 3 minutes. Eventually, he abandoned the effort, turned, and walked briskly back to his friends with a smile. "Apologies, everyone, but I must take my leave." "What is the matter, Lao San?" Zhang Liang asked, concern evident in his voice. "Do you need our assistance?" "It's just a personal matter that I can handle," Wu Shidao replied, waving his hand dismissively. "I regret interrupting your enjoyment. Please continue." Why not finish your meal before you go? There is so much food, it would be a shame to waste it," Yang Xian urged, rushing over. "Indeed, Lao San, stay until you've finished," Zhang Liang added. "I'm rather pressed for time," Wu Shidao explained, indicating he needed to return home. "Very well, if you require help, don't hesitate to call us." Zhang Liang, seeing Wu Shidao's resolute demeanor, refrained from further persuasion. "I'll accompany you," Li Xiang announced, rising from his seat. He had been beleaguered by Yin Lo and was keen to escape. "I have matters to attend to as well." He nodded apologetically at Zhang Liang. Zhang Liang's expression darkened slightly, but he acquiesced. "All right then." Once Wu Shidao and Li Xiang departed, the interest of Yin Lu and the others noticeably waned, a sentiment that both Zhou Na and Zhang Liang could easily perceive. "Come, let us play some poker," Dong Yikai suggested, pulling out 2 brand-new decks of cards, his eyes sparkling with anticipation as he looked at Yin Lu. "Let us eat and play together." Zhou Na discerned that Dong Yikai harbored an interest in Yin Lu, and she interjected, "You two are a team, while Zhang Liang and I form another." She seemed somewhat disinterested in continuing the game. As a girl, Yin Lu had already sensed Dong Yotsai's subtle feelings towards her. Yet she felt little inclination towards him. "Come on, we have nothing else to do anyway," Zhou Na insisted, forcibly pulling Yin Lu along. The 4 of them began to engage in their game, while Lu Shuang and the others opted to sit aside and chat, leaving only Yang Xian to laboriously tend to the barbecue alone. "You appear quite serious. Is there something significant troubling you?" On their way back, Li Xiang noticed Wu Shidao deep in thought and tentatively inquired, "Is it convenient to discuss? If not, that is perfectly fine." Wu Shidao snapped back to reality, glanced at him, and after a moment's contemplation, replied vaguely, "I've undertaken something myself, but it seems my competitors are stirring up trouble. I'm currently unclear about the specifics and need to investigate further." Indeed, just moments ago, Hu Bin had called Wu Shidao to relay a startling piece of news. Earlier that morning, several individuals had contacted him, informing him that he need not review the submissions for the shelving requests. Hu Bin had encountered a similar scenario before, albeit only once or twice, and that was due to the other party withdrawing upon discovering discrepancies. However, this morning, at least a dozen people had requested to withdraw their shelving applications, which piqued his curiosity, prompting him to urgently contact Wu Shidao. Wu Shidao, bewildered by the turn of events, instinctively wondered if it was the Net Tiger Company stirring up trouble once again. Chapter 56, The Challenge from Net Tiger Company. "You've undertaken something?" Li Xiang expressed surprise, glancing at him. Recalling Wu Shidao's previous acquisition of 2 computers, he chose not to press further. After parting ways upon arriving at school, Wu Shidao returned to his residential building and promptly logged onto the Net Tiger Company website. There, he discovered a notice regarding a brand new developer collaboration initiative, dated from the previous evening. To foster the development of mobile internet, the company announced that starting from September 28, 2010, a fresh developer cooperation plan would be initiated, with the following specifics: the cancellation of promotional collaboration fees, and varying opportunities for homepage exposure ranging from 1 to several times each month based on popularity. Upon reading this, an immediate thought struck Wu Shidao. Net Tiger Company intends to adopt a money-burning subsidy strategy. This approach of subsidizing to capture market share while decisively stifling competitors in their infancy had been witnessed numerous times in the future during the food delivery and ride-hailing wars. Having experienced that round of financial battles, Wu Shidao was no stranger to it, recalling the later rivalries between Xiao Huangche and Ma Bike, as well as the triad of Baidu Waimai, Meituan Waimai, and Ele.me, the fierce competition among Tencent's e-commerce, Didi Chuxing, Meituan Grocery, and Duoduo Grocery. All these financial maneuvers aimed to force competitors out of the market and monopolize a given industry. In this fierce competition, numerous small and medium-sized players have been overwhelmed by the relentless burning of capital, while the future giants have emerged victorious by consistently subsidizing during the early stages, thus vanquishing their rivals and monopolizing industry profits, reaping bountiful rewards. However, it was unexpected that Wanghu Company would quietly unveil such a strategy ahead of time. Moreover, once an agreement is signed with this company, all developers are prohibited from listing their applications on other similar markets, as the company possesses exclusive promotional agency rights. As anticipated, Wu Shidao ultimately noticed the special declaration of exclusive ownership. It is indeed logical. The application market differs slightly from those that burn cash to subsidize users. Wanghu Company cannot afford to subsidize users of 91 Assistant or Android market, as this would be akin to pouring money down the drain, failing to retain customers. The essence of the application market is merely a transit hub, allowing users to download what they desire. However, the market itself lacks the means to retain users. Thus, Wanghu Company's strategy can be seen as pulling the rug out from under them. Since it cannot retain users, the focus shifts to addressing user demands. What is the user demand? It is to download various applications via the market. Therefore, Wanghu Company, by claiming exclusivity, seeks to establish a unique presence for applications on 91 Assistant and Android market, striving to secure a place on users' devices. This resembles a reenactment of the earlier three wars. Wanghu Company is certainly aiming for grand ambitions. Wu Shidao narrowed his eyes, recognizing that this developer cooperation plan was evidently a declaration of war against the universal cracking stores and other application markets like Wandujia. However, upon further contemplation, Wu Shidao felt that it seemed aimed directly at him. Extracting a pack of cigarettes that had been opened for over a week from his drawer, he lit one, inhaling deeply as the blue smoke wafted through the room, plunging him into deep thought. Old Hu. After finishing his cigarette, Wu Shidao called Hu Bin. Is there a significant reduction in the approvals for listings today compared to yesterday? Indeed, Hu Bin replied. From September 1st to today, on average, about 60 to 70 applications have applied for listing by noon, and in the evening, around 100. However, today there are only about 20 or so. All right, I understand. Wu Shidao hung up the phone. Wanghu Company's strategy appears to have had a certain effect, as it has already led some developers to pivot towards 91 Assistant and Android market. The opportunities for homepage exposure offered by Wanghu Company, available 1 to several times each month, are indeed enticing. According to Wu Shidao's previous private insights, a single homepage exposure recommendation on 91 Assistant and Android market incurs advertising costs of approximately 10,000 yuan. Overall, the advertising expenses for these two platforms yield annual profits of at least several million yuan. Would Wanghu Company simply forsake such a substantial profit? With this thought, Wu Shidao felt a chill in his heart. It seems they are in for a life-and-death struggle. Indeed. Meanwhile, in the conference room of Wanghu Company, Zhou Hao, with a grave expression, addressed General Manager Wang. We are now at a point of no return, a decisive battle. The launch of this developer collaboration initiative aims to eradicate the currently thriving universal cracking store at its inception. After a brief pause, he continued, of course, our initial strategy involves free promotion without any advertising fees. This is merely the first step. Should the universal cracking store dare to retaliate, we will proceed to the second step, offering cash rewards for high-quality developers who make it into the top 10 rankings. If they choose not to engage and instead rely on advertising revenue to sustain their operations, they will inevitably lose even more developers. Behind the universal cracking store lies merely a technical team, whose greatest strength is their formidable technical prowess capable of cracking systems. However, their most significant weakness is their lack of substantial financial resources to support the store's operations. As long as we can attract numerous developers to our side, the balance will shift, resulting in a dwindling presence within the universal cracking store, ultimately rendering it a mere relic. Its jailbreak functionality will then become the sole reason for users to utilize it in the future. We have also established a foothold in the Android system, unlike Apple's jailbreak. Android does not require flashing, allowing us to gradually undermine the universal cracking store until it falters. Once the technical team behind the universal cracking store can no longer sustain their financial backing, their only recourse will be to sell themselves to us. At that point, we will possess the jailbreak technology of the universal cracking store, enabling us to dismantle application markets like Wandujia entirely. As Zhou Hao concluded, a triumphant smile graced his face as he remarked to General Manager Wang, our strategy is a bold and overt maneuver. Even if they see through it, they will find themselves powerless. They must either choose to let us invest and gain control over the core technology of the universal cracking store or face eventual financial depletion, leading to a low-cost acquisition by us. Let us observe how they respond. Chapter 57. Group buying. After pacing the room several times, Wu Shidao furrowed his brow deeper. It was evident that Wanghu Company's declaration of war was aimed squarely at him. What frustrated Wu Shidao the most was the impeccable timing of Wanghu Company's offensive. He had just completed version 20 of the Universal Cracking Store and had yet to reap the rewards of advertising revenue from the updated version. Their preemptive strike caught him entirely off guard. However, upon further reflection, Wu Shidao's brow unfurled as he muttered to himself, fortunately, version 20 has not yet been released. Had it been published yesterday, along with the advertising costs disclosed, today's blow from Wanghu Company would have been even more painful. It might have turned into a farcical situation. He turned around, seated himself at the computer, lit a cigarette, and began to contemplate. The purpose of Wanghu Company's developer collaboration initiative is to harness a broader and richer array of resources to maintain the position of 91 Assistant and the Android market within the application marketplace. Thus, an exclusive and proprietary system has emerged. The Universal Cracking Store, in the realm of jailbreaking, currently possesses an irreplaceable status, however. Jailbreaking is merely a means to an end. The true objective is to download an abundance of resources. If Wanghu Company employs this unique tactic, it will compel other users to jailbreak their devices and subsequently download the 91 Assistant for access. Shidao could indeed adopt Wanghu Company's strategy and initiate a developer collaboration plan, which is quite straightforward. Yet, he harbors concerns. If he were to implement this tactic as well, what if Wanghu Company began to expend resources to subsidize developers? At that juncture, he would seemingly have no alternative but to follow suit. Presently, his Universal Cracking Store effectively restricts access to the 91 Assistant, as it cannot be downloaded without jailbreaking, given that it has never received Apple's certification. Nevertheless, the cost of Apple devices remains exorbitant, resulting in a minimal user base. Most users still primarily utilize Android. Perhaps a collaboration with manufacturers for pre-installation could be a solution? Shidao contemplated this approach, recalling that many have pursued pre-installation deals with mobile manufacturers to attract users. However, he quickly realized that Wanghu Company would likely not overlook this strategy. They may have even started employing it clandestinely, especially since a significant portion of Wanghu Company's market has been captured by his Universal Cracking Store in recent times. Alternatively, could he emulate the three major battles and initiate a grand showdown with the Universal 91? As he neared the end of his cigarette, Shidao remained perplexed about how to respond effectively. A single decisive blow is preferable to a flurry of ineffective strikes. In a moment of semi-consciousness, he suddenly recalled this adage, jolting awake from his slumber. Indeed, if a battle is to be waged, then let it commence. Why fear? If Wanghu Company dares to issue a challenge, he cannot shy away from it. That would be akin to surrendering before the fight even begins. What he can do is strive to cultivate a positive reputation among users. As for any subsequent financial subsidies, has Wanghu Company even initiated that process yet? Moreover, even if they do, the efficacy remains uncertain. At worst, he possesses foresight regarding the evolution of the mobile internet over the next decade and holds over 10,000 bitcoins in his possession. The most unfavorable outcome would simply render him a billionaire in a few years. How could it possibly go worse? With this thought, Shidao sprang up, splashed cold water on his face to invigorate himself, and sat down at his computer to commence coding. He must seize the moment to bring his group purchasing platform to fruition. Group purchasing is the name Shidao has chosen for this simplified version of Pinduoduo. Besides this name, he contemplated several alternatives, such as / a deal for group orders, but ultimately decided that group purchasing was more memorable and easily comprehensible. As for the 20th version of the Universal Cracking Store, Shidao plans to delay its update release for a few days. Apart from his desire to first observe the impact of NetTiger's developer collaboration plan on the Universal Cracking Store, Shidao is primarily focused on rapidly promoting his group buying initiative within the campus over the next few days, seeking to establish a cash flow business for himself. With only a little over $1 million left in his bank account, if the group buying model could quickly turn a profit, he would have the capital and confidence to compete with NetTiger, even if it led to a fierce cash-burning subsidy war in the future. Thus, in the days that followed, aside from attending mandatory professional courses, Shidao neglected all other classes, returning to the dormitory to code after each lesson. If it weren't for the absence of Meituan's food delivery service at the time, he would have probably saved the time it took to dine at the cafeteria. For a fleeting moment, he even contemplated including food delivery within his group buying platform. However, upon reflection, he decided against it, realizing that one must take things step by step. Hastily consuming could lead to unforeseen complications. Moreover, aspiring to become an industry giant like Meituan required not just vision, but also substantial financial backing. Otherwise, merely capturing the food delivery market in Jinshe University Town would yield little profit, far less than the lucrative margins from mass fruit sales. And it would be easy for competitors to recognize this promising avenue. Days later, the group buying platform was finally completed. In truth, it comprised two components, one for users, which required registration with a mobile number, identification card, and address before selecting products to order. This identification requirement was instituted to prevent malicious orders. The second component was Shidao's backend, where he could monitor detailed user ordering activity. At last, the project was finished. Wu Shidao stretched and lit a cigarette, having unknowingly resumed the habit after days of relentless coding, though he was consciously trying to moderate it. The next step was to promote this within the university, aiming to ensure that all students at Nansen University would know about and utilize the platform in a short span of time. His first thought was to approach Lu Xuanxuan. The reason was simple: as the student council president, her endorsement would be far more effective for rallying support and promoting the initiative than his own relatively unknown status at Nansen University. Nansen University had a broadcasting station managed by the student council, which aired news updates every morning and afternoon, alongside a song request segment and occasional readings of prose by aspiring writers. After his professional course that day, Wu Shidao did not leave as he had in previous days. Instead, he sought out Zhang Liang. "Boss, do me a favor and find out Lu Xuanxuang's phone number," he stated directly. Given that Zhang Liang and Zhou Na had already established a relationship, obtaining Lu Xuanxuang's contact information was a trivial task. Chapter 58. What right do you have to ask for the fairy's phone number? Although Zhang Liang is tall and robust, his curiosity knows no bounds. There is a matter of significance for which he seeks her assistance, Wu Shidao stated succinctly. A matter of importance? Zhang Liang appraised him from head to toe, then draped an arm around Wu Shidao's shoulders, whispering, "Old three, you cannot possibly have developed feelings for that enchanting maiden, can you? Let me remind you, do not entertain thoughts of pursuing her. Such aspirations are futile. I have heard from Nana that, over the past 2 years, at least dozens of suitors have met with failure in their pursuits." Pausing for effect, he emphasized, among them are not a few affluent second-generation heirs. Though Wu Shidao typically maintains a low profile, everyone in Dormitory 102 is aware of his wealth. "Boss, what are you thinking? I am merely seeking her help." Not attempting to court her, Wu Shidao replied, amused. "You truly do not wish to pursue her?" Zhang Liang scrutinized him with skepticism. "Indeed, I do not." Wu Shidao responded with conviction. Only then did Zhang Liang take out his phone and exchange a few words with Zhou Nana, before promptly handing the device to Wu Shidao, saying, "Here, Nana wishes to speak with you." "With me?" Wu Shidao was momentarily taken aback, receiving the phone and politely saying, "Hello, I am Wu Shidao. I know you are Wu Shidao. However, I cannot disclose Xuanxuang's phone number without her consent. You must first explain to me why you require her number, and then I will see if she agrees," Zhou Nana elucidated. "Very well, I shall request it from her directly," Wu Shidao replied, speechless. Yet, he acknowledged that Nana's reasoning was sound. It would be more effective to approach her himself rather than relying on her to inquire. Resolute in his decision, after class at noon, Wu Shidao made his way to the entrance of the girls' dormitory in Building 11, finding a shaded spot to sit while observing the ebb and flow of students. He had yet to spot Lu Xuanxuang, but instead, he noticed Shen Xiaojing and 2 other girls emerging from the building with lunch trays. His gaze instantly fixated on Shen Xiaojing, who appeared to have lost a bit of weight since the beginning of the semester. Shen Xiaojing, too, caught sight of them immediately. There was no escaping it. The entrance offered only a single pathway, and despite the throng of passers-by, only Wu Shidao sat beneath the shade like a sentinel. Shen Xiaojing turned her head, feigning ignorance of Wu Shidao's presence. Nevertheless, his unwavering gaze followed her every movement, devoid of any pretense, prompting the 2 girls beside her to glance in his direction repeatedly. "Wait for me a moment," Shen Xiaojing finally said, unable to endure the tension. After informing the 2 girls, she approached Wu Shidao, pausing beside him. Her brows slightly furrowed as she calmly asked, "What do you want?" "I desire nothing but to see you," Wu Shidao replied, recognizing her irritation. Initially intending to clarify his intentions, he reconsidered and boldly confessed. "I have a boyfriend," Shen Xiaojing stated coolly. Wu Shidao nodded, acknowledging, "I am aware." Had Wu Shidao expressed a desire to get to know her as he had previously, Shen Xiaojing had already devised a response. Yet, Wu Shidao calmly replied that he understood. This left Shen Xiaojing at a loss for how to conclude the encounter. "Rest assured, I shall not intrude upon you." Observing her bewilderment, Wu Shidao could not suppress a chuckle. "Humph." Shen Xiaojing shot him a disdainful glance, yet within her heart, a wave of confusion surged. She could clearly discern the affectionate tenderness in his gaze. "You should go have your meal," Wu Shidao said with a smile. Shen Xiaojing turned on her heel and departed without a moment's hesitation. "Wait a moment." Wu Shidao suddenly recalled something, his mind racing as he called out to her. Shen Xiaojing glanced back, eyeing him with skepticism. "Oh, I wish to give you a gift, if I may. Wu Shidao spoke cautiously. What kind of gift? An iPhone 4. I remember you liked it, did you not? Wu Shidao hesitated, recalling that in their previous life, during their conversations about the past, Shen Xiaojing had mentioned her fondness for the iPhone 4, lamenting her inability to afford it and expressing her envy. Upon hearing this, Shen Xiaojing's expression darkened, and she retorted coldly, I am not the person you think I am. With that, she turned and walked away. Wu Shidao, frustrated, slapped his forehead. He had merely wished to fulfill a small desire of hers, yet he regretted his words the moment they left his mouth. However, had he retracted his offer, Shen Xiaojing would likely have been even more incensed. Such wealth. A voice laced with amusement came from behind. I too desire an iPhone 4. Perhaps you could gift me one? Wu Shidao turned to see Zhou Na and Lu Shuangshuang standing not far behind, holding their meal trays. Clearly, they had witnessed the previous exchange. To obtain a phone, one must consult your friend Zhang Liang. It would be inappropriate for me to gift it to you. Lest he misinterpret my intentions, Wu Shidao shrugged, addressing Zhou Na. He then shifted his gaze to the contemplative Lu Shuangshuang, politely saying, Hello, Senior Lu. I have a matter I wish to discuss with you. May I have a moment of your time? Lu Shuangshuang regarded him briefly, shaking her head slightly. Assuming she had not heard him, he reiterated, I said I have something to discuss with you. May I? I heard you, Lu Shuangshuang interrupted. Her tone neither warm nor cold. If you have something to say, just say it. Why the need for a private conversation? Forget it, forget it. Zhou Na chimed in cheerfully, You two discuss, I shall wait for you up ahead. Out of respect for Wu Shidao being Zhang Liang's roommate, Zhou Na decided to grant him a favor. The thing is, I would like your assistance in promoting something at the school broadcasting station, encouraging everyone to download and use it. Wu Shidao succinctly conveyed his request. Promoting? Indeed. What is it? It's a fruit-selling initiative, aimed at helping everyone find affordable and quality fruit. Oh. Lu Shuangshuang nodded, bluntly asserting, on what grounds? Precisely, why should I assist him? Lu Shuangshuang still harbored a grudge over Wu Shidao's previous remarks, feeling that at the very least, he ought to offer an apology. After that incident, Lu Shuangshuang met with Wu Shidao 2 more times, one of which was during a barbecue in the park. In Lu Shuangshuang's view, she had afforded Wu Shidao ample time and opportunities to apologize, yet it seemed as if he had completely forgotten about the matter. Forgetting might be forgivable, but how could he shamelessly come to her for assistance? What audacity! Wu Shidao, observing the impassive expression on Lu Shuangshuang's delicate face, shifted his gaze and smiled cheerfully. As the president of the student council, shouldn't you strive to procure some benefits for everyone? Are you certain you are doing this for everyone's benefit? Lu Shuangshuang retorted, her smile tinged with disdain, because it sounds to me as though you are merely seeking to benefit yourself. You misunderstand me, senior sister. That would indeed be an injustice. Wu Shidao replied with a wry smile. Your assistance in promoting this would certainly be advantageous to me, I do not deny it. But it will also yield benefits for the broader student body. It is a win-win situation. You take your time winning. I am off to have my meal. Lu Shuangshuang waved her hand dismissively and walked past him with her food tray. Senior sister, could you lend me a hand? Wu Shidao persisted, unyielding, as he followed her with a grin. How about this? I will sponsor a little something for our student council. We are still students. Let us not bring those societal practices into our realm. Lu Shuangshuang scoffed. 1,000 yuan per semester. Wu Shidao observed her reaction closely. Lu Shuangshuang's eyelids flickered slightly. Was Wu Shidao's family truly so affluent? 2,000, he offered, stopping in his tracks and retracting his smile when she did not immediately agree. Really? Lu Shuangshuang paused as well. As the president of the student council, she certainly wished to achieve something noteworthy. The reason large-scale events were seldom organized was due to a lack of funds. Of course, some local businesses sought to advertise at the school, but either their prices were too low or their products did not meet the school's regulations. Wu Shidao's offer of 20,000 yuan was a substantial sum for the student council. Moreover, it would be a recurring contribution each semester. Undoubtedly a remarkable and significant achievement for Lu Shuangshuang. Do I look like I'm joking? Wu Shidao replied calmly. All right, what is your phone number? I'll go have my meal first, and we can discuss this in detail later. Lu Shuangshuang took out her smartphone and looked at Wu Shidao. I'll call you. As they exchanged numbers, Wu Shidao jested, Senior sister, I haven't eaten yet either, and considering how much I'm sponsoring, wouldn't it be fair for you to treat me to a meal as the student council president? Fine, Lu Shuangshuang hadn't even considered that angle. Her cheeks flushed slightly upon hearing his remark, and she readily replied, I'll treat you to the cafeteria, and you can choose whatever you like. How does that sound? We can chat while we eat. Then I shall not hold back. Initially, the intention was to persuade Lu Shuangshuang to promote him for free. But it turned out that money was the only solution to his predicament. Wu Shidao felt a twinge of pain in his wallet. Yet with a mindset of seizing the opportunity, he accompanied Lu Shuangshuang and Zhou Na towards the cafeteria. It was mealtime, and the cafeteria buzzed with activity. As a well-known figure at Nansen University, Lu Shuangshuang attracted the gaze of numerous admirers the moment she entered. Wu Shidao, walking beside her, instantaneously became the center of attention. What would you like to eat? Lu Shuangshuang, accustomed to such scrutiny, remained unfazed. Of course, I shall leave it to you. However, Wu Shidao felt somewhat awkward. All right. Then I shall truly leave it to your discretion. Lu Shuangshuang, unfazed by the business aspect, recalled his earlier remark and, scanning the cafeteria, spotted an empty table. She gestured towards it, saying, You go ahead and secure that spot. Sure, Wu Shidao agreed without hesitation, proceeding to take a seat at the vacant table. Yet, this scene unfolded in a manner that piqued the curiosity of other students dining nearby. Who is that guy? Is he Lu Shuangshuang's boyfriend? He looks rather ordinary. Surely he cannot be her boyfriend. They whispered amongst themselves, observing as Lu Shuangshuang went to fetch food. Nearby, Shen Xiaojing, also dining, caught sight of this unfolding scenario. Her brows furrowed slightly, a wave of distaste washing over her. Xiaojing, what's wrong? Inquired one of the girls at the table, intrigued. Nothing, Shen Xiaojing replied, shaking her head slightly. This Wu Shidao was certainly not a good person. Just moments ago, he had offered her a gift, and now he was with Lu Shuangshuang. Appearing as a couple. Here, spicy and sour shredded potatoes and stir-fried oil wheat vegetables. 2 dishes should suffice for you. Lu Shuangshuang announced as she took a seat across from Wu Shidao, pushing the food in front of him, suppressing a smile. If that's not enough, I can fetch you another portion. Wu Shidao felt somewhat speechless, pointing at the dishes. Senior sister, do you practice Buddhism? This is so vegetarian. Not a trace of meat to be found. I'm on a diet, Lu Shuangshuang replied confidently. You said it yourself. It's up to the host. All right then. Wu Shidao sighed, picking up his chopsticks. After a few bites, he sensed the peculiar stares from those around them. Suddenly, it dawned on him why this was happening. Whereas Zhou Na? He wondered aloud. Their current situation seemed indistinguishable from that of couples, at least in the eyes of outsiders. They went to eat with your dormitory leader, Lu Shuangshuang casually mentioned. Why didn't you invite Zhou Na and Zhang Liang to join us? Why would I do that? They're a couple, so they should naturally dine together and share some private conversations, she replied. I mean, senior sister. Wu Shidao found himself at a loss for words upon hearing her remark. He suggested, Don't you think it feels rather peculiar, the two of us here together? Lu Shuangshuang looked at him in confusion. What is strange about it? It's as if we resemble Zhou Na and Zhang Liang. Wu Shidao coughed discreetly, subtly hinting while nervously scanning the surroundings, hoping not to be seen by Shen Xiaojing. After all, Shen Xiaojing had merely arrived at the cafeteria moments after them. He worried that if she spotted them, it might lead to misunderstandings. I must tell you, don't let your imagination run wild. Lu Shuangshuang finally grasped his point. Instinctively glancing around, she noticed curious and gossiping eyes upon them, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. She brushed her smooth hair back to mask her embarrassment. Had it not been for Wu Shidao's gentle reminder, she wouldn't have considered the possibility at all. Once alerted, Lu Shuangshuang became aware of the subtly awkward and ambiguous atmosphere. She composed her expression and feigned seriousness, declaring, I'm merely treating you to a meal because you sponsor the student council. Just then, Shen Xiaojing stood up from a distance and cast another glance their way, which Wu Shidao noticed immediately. Their eyes met, and then Shen Xiaojing quickly averted her gaze and departed. Senior sister, you've misunderstood, Wu Shidao thought to himself. Feeling a pang of dread, he forced a smile and said, I have no interest in wild speculation. I'm merely concerned about others jumping to conclusions. Chapter 60. The temper of beautiful women worried about others jumping to conclusions? Lu Shuangshuang pondered this statement, sensing something amiss. She furrowed her brows and glared at Wu Shidao. What do you mean by that? It's simply that I don't want others to misconstrue my relationship with you. Wu Shidao replied earnestly, his brow furrowed. Seeing his demeanor, Lu Shuangshuang couldn't help but chuckle in irritation. So, what you're saying is that you're quite worried, aren't you? I am indeed concerned. Wu Shidao admitted candidly. I haven't even expressed concern. Why are you worried? Your lack of concern is your affair. My worry is mine. Those are two different matters. What is it to you? Even if others misconstrue things, you'd be the one at a loss. Lu Shuangshuang shot him a mock-serious glare. I haven't said I would be at a loss. You're the one who is crying thief. I would definitely be at a loss. Not only would I miss out on my meal, but I'd also land myself in trouble. If others misconstrue it, I'll have to explain myself. Before Wu Shidao could finish, Lu Shuangshuang could no longer contain herself. She sprang to her feet, reached across the table, and pinched his ear. Her face stern as she huffed. Who are you calling a pig? Wow, such an openly affectionate display. Someone nearby exclaimed. I wish Senior Shuangshuang would pinch my ear. Her hands must be so soft and smooth. The surrounding crowd of onlookers was wide-eyed with shock. Is Lao San really this bold? Not far away, Zhang Liang was so astonished that he almost poked himself in the nose with his chopsticks. Beside them, Dong Yukai and Yang Xian witnessed the scene unfold. Dong Yukai blinked, astonished that Sangu had quietly subdued the enchantress. Hadn't he just mentioned pursuing Shen Xiaojing? Was this a ruse? Let go, it hurts. Wu Shidao grimaced as he spoke, lamenting the merciless grip of Lu Shuangshuang. Who is the pig? Lu Shuangshuang retorted without a trace of mercy, genuinely irritated. It was the first time in her life that someone had described her in such a manner. I was wrong. I'm a pig. I'm a pig. Wu Shidao surrendered, raising his hands in defeat. For what else could he do after such a blunder? I've changed my mind. Lu Shuangshuang released her grasp. Casting him a disdainful glance as she declared, I must reconsider the sponsorship matter. With that, she picked up her bowl and departed. I haven't finished my meal. Wu Shidao rubbed his ears and called after her. If you want to eat, go buy it yourself. Lu Shuangshuang dismissed him, carrying her bowl to dispose of the remaining food in the cafeteria's waste bin, and strode away. See, I told you, beautiful women have fiery tempers. A nearby boy observed the scene, imparting solemn wisdom to his companion. If you find yourself with such a woman, you must treat her like royalty. Otherwise, if she is displeased, you might not even have a meal. Feeling the sympathetic and mocking gazes from those around him, Wu Shidao rubbed his ears and turned back to the food counter for another serving. Young man, when it comes to women, you must indulge them, the sympathetic vendor said, this time serving Wu Shidao a generous helping without a tremor in his hand. Thank you, Wu Shidao replied with a bitter smile, returning to his table to devour his meal. Sengu, what happened? Dong Yukai and Yang Xian approached his table, their trays in hand. What do you mean, what happened? Wu Shidao retorted. Still pretending? Dong Yukai's eyes brimmed with disdain as he whispered, I just saw it. The enchantress, no, San saw. What happened? Did you provoke her when she dumped your food? San saw? Wu Shidao felt a wave of embarrassment. He had no connection with her, and he wished they would refrain from making such assumptions. Got it. Dong Yukai scrutinized him closely, then chuckled. Sangu, is there any relationship that doesn't involve arguments? How can you consider breaking up at the first quarrel? That's an irresponsible attitude. Just sweet-talk her a bit, and everything will be fine. This fellow was only making matters worse. Wu Shidao, disinclined to clarify, decided to let it be. Let them think what they would. Sangu, take your time eating. I'll be leaving now. Lao Lu, are you heading back to the dorm? Dong Yukai, interpreting Wu Shidao's silence as acquiescence, stood up contentedly and addressed Yang Xian. All right. Lao Lu, wait a moment. I need to discuss something with you. Wu Shidao interrupted Yang Xian, telling Dong Yukai, you can go back now. After Dong Yukai left, Wu Shidao continued eating and asked him, are you capable of enduring hardship? For instance, can you handle physical labor? Yes, I can. Upon hearing this, Yang Xian immediately nodded vigorously, proclaiming, I often assist with farming at home. Brother San, do not be deceived by my slender frame. I possess considerable strength. In truth, Wu Shidao had merely posed the question to prepare Yang Xian psychologically. He smiled gently and replied, that's excellent. I was concerned that you might struggle with the labor and feel embarrassed. In the future, you may need to help me carry fruits and possibly deliver them to the dormitory. This task is not particularly easy. However, since we are all brothers in the same dormitory, I cannot treat you unfairly. The monthly salary will be 3,000 yuan. How does that sound? How much? 3,000? Yang Xian's face flushed with excitement. In recent days, he had been contemplating the matter Wu Shidao had discussed with him and had been eager to find an opportunity to inquire further. However, Wu Shidao had been exceedingly busy, disappearing daily without a trace, never returning to the dormitory, leaving Yang Xian to harbor his thoughts in silence. Yes, indeed, Wu Shidao affirmed with a nod. For now, it is 3,000. In the future, should circumstances allow, I will certainly increase it. No, that is more than sufficient. 3,000 is already a substantial amount. Yang Xian fervently shook his head. With a monthly salary of 3,000, he would have his tuition and living expenses secured. Brother San, when do we commence? In a few days, I still need to prepare. The salary will begin to be calculated from next month. Wu Shidao explained as he retrieved a stack of bills from his pocket, counted out 3,000 yuan, and placed it into Yang Xian's hands. This is your salary for next month. This doesn't seem appropriate, Brother San? Yang Xian was taken aback. Such a stroke of good fortune? He hadn't even commenced work, yet he was to receive his salary in advance. Regaining his composure, he hurriedly attempted to return the money to Wu Shidao. What is inappropriate about it? Wu Shidao gently pressed his hand down, chuckling. What are you worried about? Do you think you can take the money and run away? I'm not concerned. Why should you be? Take it. When it comes time to eat, do not always fret about saving money. You are in a period of growth. Eat and drink well. Understood? Yang Xian's eyes immediately reddened. If he still did not grasp that Wu Shidao was deliberately looking out for him, he would indeed be a fool. Taking a deep breath, he vowed earnestly, Brother San, rest assured, I will work diligently for you. Chapter 61. The purchase of a car. Very well, Wu Shidao succinctly nodded, addressing the overly excited Yang Xian. You may return now. There is nothing else. Brother San, enjoy your meal, Yang Xian replied, tucking the money into his pocket and gripping it tightly. As Wu Shidao ate, he retrieved his phone, located a number, and dialed. Hello. Jigang? This is Wu Shidao. Brother Wu, I recognized your voice. I have your number saved, came the deep and resonant voice of Jigang from the other end. How have things been on your end? Quite well, Brother Wu. I had intended to call you to arrange a meal together, but I feared you might be too busy to answer, so I hesitated. I do sometimes find it inconvenient to take calls during class. By the way, Jigang, are you working this afternoon? I would like to come by and discuss a few matters with you. Brother Wu, I am here all day. You may come by whenever you wish. All right, I shall see you in the afternoon. After hanging up the phone, Wu Shidao swiftly polished off the meal on his plate. With the phone in hand, he strolled outside while dialing Li Xiong's number. Old Four, where are you? On the playground? What's up? You aren't planning to have a heart-to-heart with some young lady there, are you? Wu Shidao teased. How could that be? It's just me here. Why? Are you coming? Li Xiong responded. After confirming his location, Wu Shidao ended the call and leisurely made his way to the playground, where he quickly spotted Li Xiong sitting on the parallel bars, idly fiddling with his phone. What brings you here all alone? Wu Shidao casually inquired. Nothing much. I just didn't want to stay in the dormitory. I wanted to get some fresh air, Li Xiong replied, reluctant to elaborate. He then shifted the conversation, asking, Need something from me? Wu Shidao questioned, Can you drive? Do you have a license? Yes, but it's just a learner's permit. Why do you ask? Li Xiong replied. Curiosity piqued. That's sufficient. Come on, accompany me on an outing, Wu Shidao chuckled. We're going to buy a car. What? Li Xiong nearly toppled off the parallel bars in shock, staring at him wide-eyed. Buy a car? What for? To let you drive it, Wu Shidao said earnestly. How much are we talking about? Li Xiong, momentarily stunned, regained his composure and held up 3 fingers. Stop joking. I'm serious, Wu Shidao said, slightly amused. Let's hurry. We need to finish this by this afternoon. Are you really going to buy a car? What's the budget? You want me to drive it. But don't you have a license? Li Xiong chattered incessantly on their way. If you're buying a car, you came to the right person. I know a lot about cars, and I can give you some pointers. I'm not exaggerating. My skills are top-notch. I've already thought about what car to get. Seeing his excitement, Wu Shidao restrained a smile and replied earnestly, I don't have a license yet, so you'll be the one driving it initially. What kind of car are we talking about? Li Xiong asked eagerly, already envisioning himself driving around campus, undoubtedly turning heads. You'll find out soon enough, Wu Shidao said with an air of mystery. 30 minutes later, they arrived at their destination by taxi. Upon seeing the sign in front of them, Li Xiong's earlier enthusiasm had diminished significantly. Used cars? Aren't we buying a new one? Wu Shidao chuckled. A vehicle for hauling goods. A used one will suffice. Why buy a new car? Hauling goods? Li Xiong's expression turned blank and bewildered. Come on. Didn't you say you knew a lot about cars? Perfect timing to give me some advice. Is it more convenient to buy a used van for hauling or a used pickup truck? Wu Shidao draped an arm around his shoulder and guided him into the used car market ahead. After browsing several shops and haggling, Wu Shidao ultimately purchased a 2008 Wuling Hongguang van for 20,000 yuan, which was roughly 70 in good condition. Initially, he had intended to buy a pickup truck, but after considering various factors, he ultimately opted for the van. After completing the formalities, Wu Shidao tossed the keys to the visibly dejected Li Xiong, saying, "Here, stop frowning. This car is now at your disposal." Li Xiong, with a grimace, lamented, "This car is rather lacking in prestige." He then inquired, "Have you made up your mind about selling fruit?" He had surmised Wu Shidao's intentions. "I believe this business is viable," Wu Shidao succinctly replied. Once Li Xiong started the car, they headed straight to the fruit wholesale market they had visited previously. Upon arrival, Li Xiong, feeling lethargic, chose to remain in the vehicle while Wu Shidao entered the market to find Jingang. As soon as they met, Jingang's first words were, "Wu Ge, have you truly decided to venture into the fruit business?" Wu Shidao had broached the subject before, and Jingang guessed he was indeed there for that purpose. Regarding sales channels, "I have a plan. It will be at the university. I came today to discuss the procurement of goods with you." Wu Shidao articulated his thoughts. His strategy was that when someone placed an order through a group buy, he would contact Jingang in the evening to prepare the fruit for the following day. Jingang's role in this arrangement was to inform Wu Shidao in advance about the market prices of the fruit and ideally to send him a daily price list, along with assisting in packing the goods. Furthermore, there was an unspoken yet crucial aspect. Jingang needed to select the fruit, ensuring that only fresh and high-quality produce was sent to Wu Shidao. Wu Shidao trusted Jingang's integrity, believing he would take this responsibility seriously without needing explicit reminders. "This matter is straightforward," Jingang responded, visibly pleased. He remarked, "I can communicate daily with the boss regarding pricing, and packing the goods is trivial. I usually have little to do anyway. As long as you can find a market, this business could indeed be quite profitable." He then expressed concern, "Wu Ge, I know about the university town. I have a regular customer there who sells fruit, and the profits are substantial. However, the competition is fierce. The shelf life of fruit is quite short. If it doesn't sell, it can lead to significant losses, and you might have to discard everything. Rest assured, I have it all under control." Wu Shidao smiled and assured him, "I don't want you to work for nothing. You don't need to mention our arrangement to your boss. I will pay you 2,000 yuan as a monthly stipend for your efforts." "Wu Ge, you make it sound as if I am a stranger," Jingang immediately retorted, a hint of agitation in his voice. "I am happy to assist you. What does giving me money imply? Do you consider me an outsider?" "Listen to me," Wu Shidao said, amused by Jingang's urgency. "Even among close brothers, transactions should be clear. Don't you think? Moreover, I will need your assistance not just once or twice, but continuously. Even if you are willing, I must ensure I am not taking advantage of you. These are but minor tasks requiring some effort and a few inquiries. I don't wish to accept payment for that." Jingang stubbornly shook his head and, with a strained neck, remarked, "Wu Ge, if you give me money, it implies that you look down on me, treating me like an outsider." "Very well then." Wu Shidao's eyes flickered, and he calmly replied, "In that case, I shall seek assistance elsewhere." As he turned to leave, Jingang grew anxious and quickly stopped him. "Wu Ge, what is wrong with you?" "Jingang, you are older than I am. Allow me to speak candidly. I understand that you wish to repay me through this matter. However, consider this. If it were merely a one-time request for help, I would never mention money. Yet, this is not a one-off situation. Your insistence on not accepting payment makes me uncomfortable, does it not?" Wu Shidao looked at him earnestly. "Furthermore, I will require your assistance in loading the goods, ensuring the quality of the fruit. If I were to seek help from someone else, I would undoubtedly need to compensate them. Why should others profit from this while I cannot allow you to earn as well? Is that unreasonable?" Seeing his serious demeanor, Jingang scratched his head, pondered for a moment, and finally conceded, "All right, but 2,000 yuan is excessive. 200 will suffice. 1,000 yuan, not a penny less," Wu Shidao asserted decisively. Not waiting for Jingang to respond, he continued, "If you disagree, I will find someone else." "Fine, Wu Ge," Jingang hesitantly acquiesced. Shortly thereafter, Jingang made a call to his boss. Before long, a well-dressed middle-aged man arrived in a Mercedes-Benz 300. "Bossly, this is my brother Wu Shidao. He wishes to discuss a collaboration with you," Jingang introduced him. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Boss Li's eyes, and he openly displayed his curiosity as he scrutinized Wu Shidao from head to toe. With a tentative smile, he asked, "Xiao Wu, how old are you?" "I am still in university," Wu Shidao replied with a smile. "Ah, a college student venturing into entrepreneurship. Impressive." Boss Li chuckled, producing a pack of cigarettes and tentatively offering one to Wu Shidao. Without hesitation, Wu Shidao accepted, lit the cigarette, and said, "I wish to establish a long-term partnership with you, Boss Li, and I hope for some concessions on fruit supply and pricing." Long-term partnership? Boss Lee chuckled dismissively. Truth be told, he felt a pang of disappointment, for Wu Shidao's youth and status as a university student made him doubt the feasibility of such an arrangement. Youth often meant simplistic ideas, and as a student, how much capital could he possibly possess? What are your thoughts? He asked perfunctorily, flicking the ash from his cigarette and taking out his phone, becoming engrossed in it. I hope for some discounts on prices and to reserve a share of certain scarce fruits, Wu Shidao stated simply. Jingang must have mentioned this to you, right? Without lifting his head, Boss Lee continued to play with his phone and said in a calm voice, purchasing by vehicle is the only way to secure lower prices. If you opt for wholesale, I cannot offer you a discount. Moreover, I have numerous large clients to cater to, and it is unfeasible for me to provide you with lower prices while also reserving sought-after fruits for you. Perhaps you should inquire elsewhere? After speaking, he raised his head and cast a glance at Jingang. Old Jean, I am exceedingly busy every day with so many clients. If I were to accommodate each one, would I still be able to conduct my business? It was evident from Jingang's expression that he felt slighted. Boss Lee clearly did not regard Wu Shidao with any seriousness. Wu Shidao interjected before Jingang could respond. How do you know I am not a significant client? Little Wu, I understand your intentions, Boss Lee replied, smirking with a sense of self-satisfaction. You, as a university student, are merely looking to establish a connection to wholesale some fruits and sell them around your school to earn a profit. Am I correct? How much fruit can you possibly take at once? Surely, it would only amount to a couple of hundred jin at most. Here, my shipments are calculated by the ton. Of course, I do engage in small wholesale transactions, but you can simply contact Jingang for that. I do not have the time to negotiate such trivial matters, which yield little profit. Boss Lee, my intention in speaking with you is to establish a long-term partnership and to secure a share of the sought-after fruits, Wu Shidao said, slightly furrowing his brow as he patiently explained. I have previously discussed this with Jingang, but I need to finalize arrangements with you. For instance, during winter, watermelons and grapes are in high demand. If I require goods and you have none available, what shall I do? It is imperative that I inform you in advance. Boss Lee took a deep drag from his cigarette, discarding the stub on the ground, and chuckled. So, this is your concern? As I mentioned, I must prioritize supplying my larger clients. In your case, I regret to say I cannot assist. Fine, then let's leave it at that, Wu Shidao replied, feeling disheartened. He recognized that Boss Lee held him in low regard. Thus, there was no need to further exert effort to send money to someone like him. There were countless sellers in the wholesale market. He could easily seek another. All right, take care. No need for farewells, Boss Lee said with a forced grin. Boss Lee, I am resigning. Please settle my salary for this month. Jingang, who had been silent with a stern expression, suddenly spoke with anger. Oh? Boss Lee was taken aback, blinking as he looked between Jingang and Wu Shidao, his brow furrowing. Are you certain about this? He had always thought highly of Jingang, appreciating his responsibility and efficiency. Hence he sought to retain him. I am certain, Jingang replied firmly. Jingang, what are you doing? Wu Shidao said, somewhat exasperated. If negotiations fell through, they could simply look for another option. It was not a significant matter. Boss Lee, he is my brother. Jingang ignored Wu Shidao and turned to Boss Lee, stating, I intended to introduce you to business opportunities. If you choose to disregard my efforts, that is one thing, as I am merely an employee. However, to have my goodwill treated with such disdain is quite disheartening. Haha, Boss Lee chuckled. Boss Lee chuckled, extracting a stack of cash from his pocket and counting out over 2,000 yuan, which he tossed directly to Jingang, coldly remarking, here is your salary. Chapter 63. Preparations. Let us go. Jingang stuffed the money into his pocket and stormed off, dragging Wu Shidao along with him. He really thinks too highly of himself. Boss Lee sneered coldly. Jingang, why did you resign? After stepping outside, Wu Shidao, feeling somewhat helpless, gently patted Jingang's shoulder and tactfully said, if that Lee fellow is unwilling to collaborate with me, it's his loss. I can always negotiate with another company. That won't do. Jingang retorted stubbornly. You saw how he treated you. He doesn't regard you at all. That's quite normal, Wu Shidao chuckled. I'm so young, and his business is so substantial. Naturally, he wouldn't take me seriously. After a brief pause, he continued earnestly. Moreover, to earn others' respect, one must rely on their own strength, not on anything else. Well, if you're not working for him anymore, then you could specifically help me connect with wholesale fruit suppliers in the market. I'll pay you a salary that is no less than what you earned here. What do you think? Wu Shidao was sincere in his proposal. Considering Jingang's several months of experience in the fruit wholesale market, he undoubtedly possessed more knowledge about the industry than Wu Shidao did. Furthermore, Wu Shidao was fully aware that, fundamentally, he was merely facilitating a connection between the wholesale market and individual consumers. Jingang was momentarily taken aback, then rubbed his hands together, uncertainly saying, Wu Go, do you think I can do this well? Of course you can, Wu Shidao smiled. It's quite similar to your previous job. However, it would be best if you could find a reputable wholesaler who supplies goods promptly. By the way, can you drive? Yes, I obtained my license while in the army. Jingang nodded. That's even better, Wu Shidao replied. As I mentioned before, every evening I'll send you orders. You'll come here the next day to load the goods and deliver them to the school. Your task will be to prepare all the goods according to the orders I send you, ensuring their quality is excellent and prices are as low as possible. If they can't be cheap, they certainly shouldn't be exorbitant. He reiterated the instructions carefully. I understand, Wu Gu, Jingang nodded. By the way, I have a few fellow townsmen working in this market as well. I'll reach out to them and see if we can collaborate with their bosses. Good. Then I'll leave everything to you. Wu Shidao nodded, then added, Oh, step outside for a moment. Leading Jingang to a van parked at the roadside, Wu Shidao said, You drive us back to the school, and then this vehicle will be entrusted to you for deliveries. Absolutely, Jingang nodded, circling the van, then opened the door to inspect the interior. After removing the middle seat, he noted that the space was ample enough to carry more goods. Upon returning to the school, Jingang greeted Wu Shidao and Li Xiang before driving off. Wu Shidao visited a roadside supermarket to purchase a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes. Under Li Xiang's bewildered gaze, he entered the security room at the school's entrance. Is there something you need? Inquired the security guard, noticing the cigarettes in his hand. Good day, sir. I am a student at Nansen University, Wu Shidao replied with a cheerful smile. I have rented an apartment in the faculty housing. The van you saw earlier belongs to me, and I may frequently need to enter the campus. I hope this can be accommodated. As he spoke, he placed the pack of cigarettes on the table, assuring the guard that he would only park near the faculty housing, avoiding the teaching buildings. What is your license plate number? I need to register it, the guard replied, discreetly opening a drawer to place the cigarettes inside. Living in the faculty housing, I see. Just remember, do not drive toward the administrative or teaching buildings. Otherwise, it may lead to complications if the higher-ups notice. Rest assured, Wu Shidao reassured him, providing the license plate number before turning to leave. Who taught you that? Li Xiang asked admiringly when Wu Shidao emerged. While waiting for you outside the market. I was pondering how that vehicle would get into the school. The school merely prohibits vehicles from outside. Mine can be considered as belonging to the campus. Wu Shidao responded with a slight smile. I offered a little something to the guard, and even if the leaders see it, he would likely provide an explanation on my behalf. You spent quite a bit of money. What are your plans moving forward? Are you considering renting a shop nearby? Li Xiang inquired curiously. I noticed there aren't any vacant shops for rent around our school. Why would I need to rent a shop? Wu Shidao countered. How do you conduct business without one? Haven't you ever purchased anything on Taobao? Who says you can only do business by renting a shop? Li Xiang suddenly understood. You plan to sell fruits online? However, he furrowed his brow. But how would that work? Every mountain man has his own clever schemes. You will soon find out. Wu Shidao replied, glancing at the sky, which was still bright. You should head back first. I have some matters to attend to with Lu Shuangshuang. What matters? Li Xiang was curious, but chose not to pry further as he turned to leave. As for lunch, it certainly wasn't tea wasted. For Wu Shidao managed to acquire Lu Shuangshuang's phone number. After dialing, it rang a few times before she picked up. What's up? Lu, where are you? Let us discuss the sponsorship contract, Wu Shidao inquired cheerfully. There was a brief silence on the other end before Lu Shuangshuang replied, I'm at the broadcasting station. You can come over. After hanging up, she retrieved the printed sponsorship contract from her drawer and reviewed it once more. Though she had been upset earlier, she did not allow it to hinder her responsibilities. It was important to note that if Wu Shidao truly followed through on his promise to sponsor the student union with 20,000 yuan per semester, it would indeed be a significant sum. With that amount, Lu Shuangshuang could organize numerous activities and even upgrade the broadcasting station as equipment. As she approached her senior year, earning the honor of being an exemplary student union president would certainly enhance her prospects when seeking employment after graduation. Lu Shuangshuang's gaze traversed the glass before her, fixating on a figure crossing the playground, approaching the broadcasting station. She recognized him as Wu Shidao. Where could he have acquired such wealth? This thought involuntarily surfaced in her mind. A few minutes later, Shidao entered the broadcasting station, observing the impassive Lu Shuangshuang. With a cheerful demeanor, he greeted her. Hello. Senior Lu. Lu Shuangshuang presented him with the sponsorship contract, stating, Here are the terms I have drafted. Please take a look. Additionally, I need to understand what exactly you are promoting. Chapter 64. If you're a friend, lend me a hand, all right? I shall review this sponsorship contract first. Wu Shidao nodded. Scrutinizing the document carefully, he smiled and inquired, Did you write this contract, Senior Lu? Is there a problem? Lu Shuangshuang countered. Just a minor point. Wu Shidao replied with a grin. Aside from the daily broadcasts, all activities organized by the Student Council must prominently display my advertisements. All activities? Lu Shuangshuang raised an eyebrow, questioning whether this was excessive. Excessive? Do you hold activities every day in the Student Council? Wu Shidao retorted. Sometimes even the teachers attend the Student Council events. Lu Shuangshuang frowned, pondering the appropriateness of this arrangement. What is inappropriate about it? Wu Shidao chuckled. I think it's quite beneficial. As a fellow student of Nansen University, promoting entrepreneurship while securing advertisements for the Student Council is a win-win situation. Isn't it? All right then, I shall compromise. Each semester, the Student Council must include at least 5 advertisements for me during its organized activities, ensuring they are positioned prominently, especially during events like the welcome party. How does that sound? Lu Shuangshuang found some merit in his argument. If teachers were to inquire in the future, it would serve as a reasonable explanation. However, seeing Wu Shidao's exuberant expression, she felt a twinge of displeasure and deliberately adopted a stern demeanor. Fine, I accept your terms. But what exactly are you promoting? I must emphasize, this is crucial. If it pertains to frivolous games, I doubt it will be acceptable. At this juncture, she emphasized her point. The school is a place for education. If what you offer encourages students to indulge in idleness, not only would it fail to pass the teacher's scrutiny, but it would also not meet my standards. Of course not. Wu Shidao waved his hand dismissively, proceeding to elaborate on the group buying feature he had in mind. Lu Shuangshuang's eyes sparkled with interest, her curiosity piqued. Once he concluded, she could not contain herself and exclaimed, What inspired you to come up with this idea? I remember seeing you buy fruits one evening when I first arrived at the school. Wu Shidao responded casually. Without much thought, he added. My immediate reaction was that the fruits outside the school were rather pricey. Many students desire fruits, but upon hearing the prices, they likely hesitate to purchase them. As the educators have stated, we must serve the people. I was merely contemplating how to serve the students of Nansen University. Oh? Upon hearing his words, Lu Shuangshuang felt a surge of anger. Goodness. So you actually remember that incident. I thought you had long forgotten. She crossed her arms, gazing at Wu Shidao with a smirk. And what then? Is this your grand idea? Indeed, Wu Shidao nodded. What else? What else? Have you forgotten something? What is it? Wu Shidao asked, bewildered. Seeing his confusion only fueled Lu Shuangshuang's ire. With a cold laugh, she retorted, Wu Shidao, you so clearly recall the night I bought fruit. Yet you don't remember what you said to me? Shall I remind you? What did I say at that time? Wu Shidao, noticing her angry visage, was even more perplexed. You exclaimed, damn. Remember? Or have you chosen to conveniently forget? Lu Shuangshuang scoffed. If Wu Shidao had truly forgotten everything, it would have been one thing. But the fact that he could recall the price of the fruit and even his purchase while forgetting his own coarse words was quite amusing. Did I say damn? Wu Shidao paused, trying to recollect. Had he really said that? He scratched his head and explained, I don't recall at all. If I did say it, it certainly wasn't directed at you. I can assure you of that. Humph. Lu Shuangshuang merely chuckled at his explanation, rolling her eyes. Do you take me for a 3-year-old? You were clearly speaking to me. All right, all right. I apologize, Sister Lu. Is that satisfactory? Wu Shidao replied, feeling exasperated. He was reluctant to argue with Lu Shuangshuang over such trivial matters. Lu Shuangshuang huffed before changing the subject. So, have you figured out how to promote this group purchase? Do you have any advertising slogans? Wu Shidao nodded earnestly. If you're a friend, come join the group and help me cut a deal. Log into the Universal Cracking Store to search and download the group purchase app to enjoy premium fruits at discounted prices. 1 pound of fruit at wholesale rates. The more you buy, the cheaper it gets. The more you group up, the more cost-effective it becomes. Order over 20 pounds of fruit, and we can deliver it to your dorm. Lu Shuangshuang couldn't help but burst into laughter. Help me cut a deal? What a ridiculous slogan. Yet, she had to admit, the advertisement was quite enticing. If she heard it, she would certainly be tempted to learn more. Such a catchy and brainwashing advertisement. Wu Shidao shrugged. And is it true that orders over 20 pounds can be delivered to the dormitory? Lu Shuangshuang inquired with some anticipation. If that's the case, regardless of the boy's interest. If the price is right, the girls' dormitory will undoubtedly have many buyers. It may not be possible to deliver directly to the dorm, but delivering to the first floor shouldn't be an issue. Wu Shidao replied cheerfully. All right, I can record that advertisement today, and it will be played during the afternoon's song request program. Lu Shuangshuang shifted the conversation again. What about the sponsorship fee for that advertisement? Tomorrow it is then. I just purchased a fruit delivery cart today. I will withdraw the money at noon tomorrow and bring it to you. If that is agreeable? Wu Shidao chuckled, adding, After all, I'm not going anywhere. There's a contract in place. Isn't there? Lu Shuangshuang nodded in agreement. By the way, senior sister. Wu Shidao suddenly recalled something just before leaving, his laughter restrained as he earnestly remarked, for the advertisement, it would be best to record 2 versions. One male and one female. Furthermore, I would like you to be the voice for the female version. Why? Lu Shuangshuang paused, taken aback. Well, considering you are the president of the student council and so beautiful, having you record the advertisement would undoubtedly yield superior results. Wu Shidao feigned seriousness as he explained. From a male perspective, I would definitely think, if Senior Lu recommends it, it must be worthwhile. At the very least, I would be immensely curious and would download it to see. Humph. Such flattery. Lu Shuangshuang playfully retorted, casting a sidelong glance at Wu Shidao, yet her heart fluttered sweetly, akin to tasting honey. After all, which girl doesn't enjoy hearing compliments about her beauty? Despite this, she would not easily reveal her delight. She lifted her chin slightly and coldly huffed. Look at you boys. What do you all think about day in and day out? It's all about how pretty this girl is and how charming that one is. Isn't it? As she spoke, she shot Wu Shidao a dismissive glare, seemingly unimpressed by his focus on appearances. However, her flushed cheeks and sparkling eyes betrayed her true feelings. Senior Lu, I'm merely speaking the truth, Wu Shidao replied, somewhat exasperated. You are inherently beautiful. Must I feign otherwise and declare you unattractive? Pausing, he jested. Besides, how could I ever grasp your inner beauty without the opportunity to do so? What do you mean by that? Lu Shuangshuang's cheeks grew even rosier. His words seemed to carry an undertone of flirtation. Just a joke, Wu Shidao said. Noticing her bashful demeanor, he cleared his throat. All right then, Senior Lu, I've said all I needed to. I won't disturb you any longer. I have to get back to my tasks. Very well, Lu Shuangshuang took a deep breath to steady her emotions. I also have things to attend to. Goodbye. Once Wu Shidao departed, Lu Shuangshuang took out her phone. Coincidentally, she had installed a universal app store on her device. Previously, she had the Android market. But after reading about potential Trojan viruses, she had uninstalled it. Found it. Lu Shuangshuang saw the app. Adorned with the bold red characters for Group Buy, she connected to the broadcasting station, and the installation was completed swiftly. Following the steps to register, she discovered only one product available, apples, priced quite reasonably at 25 yuan per pound. Lu Shuangshuang was somewhat speechless. After a moment of contemplation, she dialed Wu Shidao's number. Is this the only type of fruit available? Currently, yes. I will be adding more varieties shortly, Wu Shidao replied cheerfully. How about this? Once you finish adding everything, I can record the advertisement. Lu Shuangshuang suggested tentatively. Otherwise, if the classmates see only this one type of fruit displayed, they might lose interest. No need for concern. You can confidently record it. After all, the song request program won't begin for another 2 hours. And I will have everything completed by then, Wu Shidao explained. All right then. Lu Shuangshuang, upon hearing this, chose not to say more. Reflecting on the promotional slogan for the group purchase, she couldn't help but chuckle, thinking to herself how clever it was to come up with such a catchy phrase. Upon returning to the dormitory building, Wu Shidao logged into the group purchase backend and carefully reviewed the price list provided by Ji Gang. He selected commonly available fruit varieties, calculated the details, and uploaded the images and prices accordingly. Grapes, watermelons, pomegranates, lychees, apples, and several other types of fruit were included. However, he refrained from listing durians due to their high price, knowing most students wouldn't buy them. Only a few affluent students who liked them could seek those at external markets. After all, durians are not a mainstream choice, if listed. They would likely only attract a couple of buyers, leading to inevitable losses. With everything prepared, Wu Shidao stretched and, after a moment's contemplation, locked the door and returned to the boys' dormitory. Inside, only Yang Xian and Li Xiang were present. Curiosity piqued, Wu Shidao casually inquired, "Where are the others?" The boss is off with Zhou Na, and it seems like the fifth brother has recently started dating, Li Xiang replied lazily from his bed. Oh, who is it? Wu Shidao asked, intrigued. I don't know. He has been acting all mysterious, Li Xiang responded. Yang Xin glanced at him, his lips moving slightly without uttering a word. Just then, the loudspeaker in the dormitory blared to life. Good afternoon, students. This is the daily song request program at 5 o'clock. Before we commence the interactive song request segment, we have a brief advertisement. If you are friends, come join the group purchase and help me save. Log into the Universal Cracking Store to search for and download the group purchase app and enjoy high-quality fruits at low prices. 1 pound of fruit at wholesale prices, the more you buy, the cheaper it gets. If you order over 20 pounds, we can deliver it straight to your dormitory. What a chaotic mess. Li Xiang, lying on the upper bunk, couldn't help but laugh after hearing the advertisement. Who came up with that? If you are friends, come help me save. That was me, Wu Shidao replied with a grin. Huh. Li Xiang was taken aback, sitting up on his bed and looking at Wu Shidao with surprise. Is this what you meant by selling fruits? Wu Shidao nodded affirmatively. Third brother, what exactly is a group purchase? Yang Xin asked, his curiosity evident. Wu Shidao smacked his forehead, realizing he had forgotten that Yang Xin didn't own a smartphone, just a knockoff device. He proceeded to explain, a group purchase is, and pulled out his phone to demonstrate to Yang Xin. Third brother, with these fruit prices being so low, can you actually make a profit? Li Xiang swiftly took out his phone, downloaded the group buying app, and registered. Glancing at the prices of the fruits displayed, he couldn't help but exclaim. Apples are 25 yuan per pound. That's half the price compared to outside the school. Oh, why is the price fluctuating? It's now 24 yuan a pound? Have 10 people already made a purchase? Upon hearing this, Wu Shidao immediately understood the situation and chuckled. This product relies heavily on volume. The more people who buy, the more profit is generated. Do you not recall our previous conversation? Li Xiang pondered for a moment, and suddenly it dawned on him. With admiration, he remarked, no wonder you said a storefront is unnecessary. I should purchase a few pounds to support you. Wow, lychees are also so inexpensive. I'll buy some of those too. He selected several types of fruit on his phone and finally submitted his order. Instantly, a notification popped up. Due to the quantity you purchased not meeting the minimum requirement for home delivery, please prepare exact change and collect your order at the first floor of a certain building in the Southside University residential area between 4 p.m. and 6 p.m. tomorrow. If you exceed 6 p.m., a storage fee may apply. Seriously? They charge a fee for missing the collection time? Li Xiang exclaimed in surprise. It's just a scare tactic, Wu Shidao explained with a smile. Otherwise, some people would undoubtedly procrastinate until evening. That's true. Li Xiang nodded in agreement. Then, a thought struck him. Old 3, have you considered what would happen if someone intentionally placed an order but didn't show up to collect it? When you registered, didn't you provide your phone number and ID? Wu Shidao smiled. If someone truly causes trouble, we simply report it. The students at Southside University are generally decent. I doubt anyone would resort to such behavior. He contemplated that it wouldn't be until next year that Alipay would launch its QR code payment feature, with WeChat's payment functionality coming even later. Until then, they were limited to using relatively outdated payment methods. Chapter 66. Prayer. Upon reflecting on this, Wu Shidao suddenly realized that the pace of societal progression is not propelled by a single individual, but rather through the collective efforts of many people across various sectors, creating a vibrant environment of diverse ideas that drives society forward. Even though he was a reincarnated individual, WeChat had yet to emerge at this time, and it would not appear until January of the following year, while Alipay's scan-to-pay feature was still in the exploratory phase. In such circumstances, Wu Shidao understood that achieving a conglomerate akin to Meituan in the future was not feasible. Thus, his current group buying initiative could only operate within the confines of Southside University. Once they established a more refined delivery and payment model here, they could replicate this system in other universities surrounding the college town. Then, with the launch of Alipay's scan-to-pay feature, they could seize the opportunity for further expansion. To truly capture the entire Jin City market and extend into Jiang province and eventually nationwide, they would have to wait several years until mobile payments became fully matured. Third brother, Yang Xian suddenly interjected, is the person advertising for you Lu Shuang? How did you know? Wu Shidao regained his composure and regarded him with considerable interest. I listen to the song station every day, and besides, didn't she just introduce herself a moment ago? Yang Xian felt a bit embarrassed under his gaze. Is that so? I didn't even notice. Wu Shidao chuckled heartily. teasingly remarking, "I thought you had a secret crush on Lu Shuangshuang." "No, that's not the case at all." Yang Xian hastily waved his hands. "I am quite self-aware." It must be said that enlisting Lu Shuangshuang's help for advertising proved remarkably effective. Wu Shidao glanced at the group buying back-end and noted that in just a short while, over 100 people had registered. If this pace continues, it is estimated that within a week, nearly all students at Nansen University will have signed up for the group buying. In comparison to the outside world, a school represents a somewhat enclosed environment. Coupled with the fact that the Song station broadcasts advertisements twice daily, totaling over 10 times a week, the overwhelming exposure would compel most individuals to download the app and give it a try. At 10 o'clock, after the dormitory lights went out and the doors were locked, Wu Shidao checked the download statistics for the group buying app from the family building. A total of 4,091 individuals had downloaded it. Considering that the student population at Nansen University, including graduate students, is nearly 50,000, it implies that roughly 1/10 of the students downloaded the app today. This number was somewhat less than Wu Shidao had anticipated. He had expected at least 10,000 downloads. As he calculated the total weight of the ordered fruits, he pondered where things might have gone awry. Just then, Yang Xian sent him a text message. "Third brother, are we starting work tomorrow?" "Yes, make sure to rest well." "Tomorrow will likely not be easy," Wu Shidao replied. Almost immediately, he realized the reason for the lowered download numbers. Smartphones had yet to achieve widespread adoption. Fortunately, being in a university, young people are far more receptive to smart technology than older generations. However, this does not necessarily mean that all 50,000 students possess smartphones. This realization brought a smile to Wu Shidao's face. It was not a significant issue. As long as one person in a dormitory owned a smartphone and downloaded the group buying app, it would imply that the remaining residents would also utilize it. After all, the more one buys, the cheaper it becomes, and they even deliver to your door. For those students too lazy to even go out for a meal, relying on their roommates to bring food back, the convenience of home delivery would motivate them to meet the minimum order requirement of 20 pounds. It seems he would need to recruit more people tomorrow. After a half-hour of diligent work compiling the day's data, Wu Shidao glanced over the results and began to silently pray for Yang Xian. Among the various fruits listed, the price of apples had been driven down to an astonishing 2 yuan per pound, resulting in over 2,000 orders, which equates to approximately 20,000 pounds or 10 tons. This means that, on average, each person who placed an order purchased about 10 pounds of apples. Other fruits, such as lychees and grapes, collectively contributed around 5 tons as well. Certainly, due to the higher prices of these fruits compared to apples, although the order quantity is substantial, the weight is not particularly great. This not particularly great is relative to apples. Wu Shidao lit a cigarette, his thoughts drifting towards praying for Jingang, hoping he wouldn't be utterly exhausted the following day. Glancing at the clock, he noticed it was around 10:30 in the evening. He dared not delay and promptly dialed Jingang's number. "Huji, Dalio, we are all fellow townsmen. As the old saying goes, one relies on parents at home and on friends when out in the world." Meanwhile, at a night market in Jin City, Jingang was seated with 2 fellow townsmen, enjoying barbecued delicacies and sipping beer. He raised his glass and earnestly addressed them. "In the future, I may need to trouble you 2 brothers for assistance. Brother Jingang, caring for you is no trouble at all, just a little help within our means." Dalio quickly raised his glass, responding courteously. "Brother Jingang, this afternoon, Bosley mentioned your situation to me," Huji said, taking a sip from his glass, smacking his lips. "Isn't it a bit impulsive to not resign over such a trivial matter?" "Impulsive? I do not think so," Jingang retorted, curling his lip as he lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. "Wu Gu is my benefactor. I work for Bosley, and when Wu Gu asks me to do something, I must see it through beautifully. Initially, I intended to introduce some business to Bosley since I happen to work there. It was a win-win situation. Who would have thought that the one surnamed Li would look down on me? One cannot entirely blame Bosley," Huji remarked, lighting his own cigarette. He observed Jingang's expression, cleared his throat, and continued, "Brother Jingang, your companion is rather young, always speaking of long-term cooperation with Bosley. One might think he is a major businessman from the outside, right?" After a pause, he added, "This afternoon, Bosley also mentioned that if you have any regrets, you can simply return to work tomorrow. Consider today as if it never happened. He is in need of personnel, and finding someone as capable and responsible as you, Brother Jingang, is truly not easy." "Did he truly say that?" Jingang scoffed and waved his hand dismissively. It's impossible, although I am poor. I understand the principle that a good horse does not turn back to graze. As he spoke, he shifted the conversation, gently tapping the table. Brothers, let us discuss serious matters. You two arrived earlier than I did and have been navigating this fruit wholesale market for several years, establishing your own stalls. In the future, when I procure goods from you, could you possibly offer a slight discount? If Boss Li is considered a primary wholesaler in the fruit market, then Huji and Daliu could be classified as tertiary wholesalers. Boss Li operates independently, selecting fruits from other regions, hiring vehicles to transport back hundreds of tons at a time, and subsequently coordinating deliveries to various supermarkets and large fruit stores in Jean City. A marginal secondary wholesaler is an individual who procures merely a few dozen tons of fruit with each purchase, supplying retail vendors who operate small trucks and frequent wholesale fruit markets, as well as those in local vegetable markets. The least proficient among them are the likes of Huzi and Daliu, who represent tertiary wholesalers. Their financial resources and market reach are limited. Unlike primary wholesalers such as Boss Li, who possess established sales channels, these tertiary wholesalers collaborate, pooling their resources to acquire fruit and selling to sporadic customers in the market, as well as small merchants seeking wholesale deals. Such tertiary wholesalers are the most abundant within the fruit market. Brother Jingang, you are aware that when compared to major players like Boss Li, our cost structure does not offer us an advantage. Huzi cleared his throat, expressing his discomfort. If the prices are excessively low, we truly risk incurring losses. I can only offer a modest discount. Upon hearing this, Jingang furrowed his brow, remaining silent for a moment before nodding in acknowledgement. All right, Brother Jingang. If your associate has a substantial quantity of goods, I could provide them to you at a slightly elevated per ton wholesale price. How does that sound? Daliu, who had been quiet until then, pondered before speaking. This fool. Huzi thought to himself, cursing inwardly. Such straightforwardness would hardly yield any profit. The nature of fruit sales is that, if one possesses established distribution channels like Boss Li, one can indeed operate at the lowest wholesale prices due to rapid turnover, thereby reaping substantial rewards. However, for tertiary wholesalers like them, the rate of sales is only marginally quicker than that of the small vendors traversing the streets with their trucks. Factoring in the inevitable spoilage of fruit, the price Daliu offered Jingang was essentially devoid of profit and could even lead to losses. All right, Daliu, you're a true brother, Jingang exclaimed, raising his glass in celebration. I toast to you. Brother Jingang, you are too kind. As you said, we rely on family at home and friends when we venture out. Daliu promptly raised his glass, clinking it with Jingang's. Just then, Huzi's wife called, prompting him to glance at his phone. He seized the moment to excuse himself. Daliu, Brother Jingang, please continue. My wife is calling. Take care on your way home. Jingang replied politely. Huzi turned and departed. Brother Jingang, Huzi is not quite dependable. Once he had left, Daliu spoke in a low voice. He is the type who insists on taking advantage of every situation. He would squeeze every drop from a frog passing his way. If you benefit, he is fine with it, but if he suffers even a minor loss, that is entirely out of the question. I haven't had the chance to delve deeply into his character before. Jingang, puffing on a cigarette, smiled wryly. We are fellow villagers. And previously during our daily chats at the wholesale market, he seemed warm and genuine. I didn't expect that when I truly needed assistance, it would turn out this way. Well, enough said. After a brief pause, he shifted the conversation and said, Daliu, I truly appreciate your assistance this time. I won't say much more, but I will remember it. Brother Jingang, there is no need for formalities. Helping others is akin to helping oneself. Throughout life, who doesn't encounter a few challenges? Daliu waved his hand and replied earnestly, besides, who knows? Perhaps your brother's business will flourish, and I might benefit from it as well, right? Such matters are often unpredictable. No sooner had he finished speaking than Jingang's phone rang. He glanced at it and said to Daliu, let me take this call. Hello, Wuge, it's me. Yes, I'm still awake. Just discussing procurement matters over drinks with my fellow townsmen. How much did you say? His voice suddenly crescendoed, startling Daliu. 15 tons? 15 tons? Jingang enunciated the word tons with great emphasis, incredulity etched across his face. Are you certain? You didn't misspeak, did you? Upon hearing that number, Daliu's jaw dropped in disbelief. Impossible. Jingang, you mentioned that your brother is still a university student. Is it feasible for him to procure over 10 tons of goods at once? Has he established a market for it? Indeed, I must have misheard, Daliu thought. staring blankly at Jin Gang. All right, I understand. Rest assured. Even if it means foregoing sleep tonight, I will prepare the goods. By the way, Wu Gu, with so much inventory, one trip, one tea suffice. We might need to sort it as well. Absolutely, no problem. After ending the call, Jin Gang looked at Delu, who was still in a daze, and suddenly burst into laughter, slapping Delu's shoulder with such force that he nearly toppled him beneath the table. Old Lu, we have 15 tons of fruit, 10 tons of which are apples. Do you have any stock available? Jin Gang, brimming with enthusiasm, regarded Delu. Procuring such quantities would undoubtedly categorize him as a significant client in the wholesale market. He could already envision the astonished expression on Boss Li's face upon learning of Wu Shidao's substantial order. Brother Jin Gang, you didn't team us here, did you? Delu snapped back to reality, disregarding the pain in his shoulder, and excitedly grasped Jin Gang. No mistake, rest assured. As Jin Gang spoke, he checked his phone for a text from Wu Shidao, detailing the various fruits required, some even specifying weight. This was no small undertaking. By the way, Delu, there's one more thing I must tell you. Jin Gang laughed heartily. Wu Gu just informed me that this 15 tons is merely the order for tomorrow. Future orders may not match this quantity, but will certainly be measured in tons. How do you feel about that? Are you excited? Wow, Delu exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. He realized that the opportunity to earn money might finally be within his grasp. Don't linger, quickly call your sister-in-law to prepare. The requirements for this order are quite extensive and detailed. We must sort everything overnight and ensure it's all delivered by 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. As Jin Gang laughed, he stood up to signal the boss for the bill, urging the exuberant Delu, hurry and contact a few reliable friends to lend a hand. Chapter 68. Everything is ready at the break of dawn. Wu Shidao arose, and after freshening up, he hurried to the school cafeteria to purchase breakfast for 5. Upon returning to the dormitory, he called out, "Brothers, it's time to rise and dine." Within the dorm, only Yang Xian had already awakened early, while Zhang Liang, Li Xiang, and others belonged to the type who skipped breakfast altogether, only rousing themselves before class. "Third brother, have you lost your mind? It's so early." Zhang Liang groggily opened his eyes, initially irked by the disturbance, but his irritation dissipated upon realizing it was Wu Shidao. "I'm treating everyone to lunch today," Wu Shidao announced with a cheerful smile. "Third brother, is there some good news?" Dong Yukai rubbed his eyes, catching the aroma of the steamed buns. Without even brushing his teeth, he climbed out of bed and reached for one, stuffing it into his mouth while mumbling a question. "It's just a matter today that requires your temporary assistance," Wu Shidao replied with a grin. Upon hearing this, Yang Xian quickly interjected, "No need for everyone to help. Third brother, I can manage on my own." He believed that since he received Wu Shidao's salary, the task should fall solely upon him, feeling it would be inconsiderate to trouble the others in the dormitory. "It's only temporary, as you surely cannot handle it alone," Wu Shidao chuckled as he clarified. "Rest assured, I can manage just fine," Yang Xian insisted resolutely, convinced that making a few trips wouldn't be difficult. "How hard can it be? Trust me, sixth brother," Wu Shidao said, regarding him with a sympathetic gaze. "If it's just you, I fear you may not finish by tomorrow. Do you understand? What do we need to deliver?" Zhang Liang, now slightly more awake, yawned, having been preoccupied with his romantic entanglement with Zhou Na, blissfully oblivious to the world around him. "Didn't third brother mention selling apples before?" Li Xiang jumped out of bed, grabbing his toiletries as he headed outside. With such enthusiasm this early in the morning, returning with breakfast, there must be something afoot. He surely wants us to help sell fruit this afternoon. "Oh, is that true?" Zhang Liang's surprise grew as he focused on Wu Shidao. "Third brother, are you really selling fruit? Has it already started? How come I wasn't aware?" "You can count on us, my brothers." Wu Shidao briefly explained the group purchase situation to Zhang Liang and Dong Yukai. "Was that advertisement posted by the female enchantress you're doing?" Zhang Liang scratched his head, realization dawning upon him. "So that's why you sought her out. I believe I heard Zhou Na mention it once. Third brother, you truly are selling fruit? I always thought you were joking. This afternoon will undoubtedly be hectic, so after lunch, we must begin our preparations," Wu Shidao said, opting not to elaborate further. They would understand soon enough. Once they arrived at the classroom, Wu Shidao overheard discussions about the group purchase. The fruit offered was indeed significantly cheaper than what could be found off campus. It remained a mystery as to which clever individual had conceived such an idea. Is there really such an abundance of fruit? No worries. After all, we haven't paid yet. I'll take a look this afternoon, and if it's not there, then there will be no payment. Ahem, quiet down, please. I have something to say. Hearing the murmurs in the classroom, Zhang Liang leapt onto the podium, striking the desk with his hand. This towering figure made the lectern appear diminutive in comparison. He surveyed the students in the classroom and, brimming with pride, proclaimed, "That group purchase was initiated by our dormitory's very own Wu Shidao. I extend my gratitude for your support on his behalf." With that, he theatrically clasped his hands together and bowed to the audience. Wu Shidao was the mastermind behind this. Are the fruits truly genuine? It seems that we, as students of economics, possess a keen intellect. No sooner had he finished speaking than the classroom erupted with excitement. Following the announcement from the broadcasting station yesterday, everyone was abuzz with speculation about which student had quietly stirred such a commotion. To their astonishment, it turned out to be Wu Shidao. Rest assured, everyone, the fruit is indeed real. This afternoon, you may collect it from the family dormitory, Wu Shidao stated with a smile, confidently adding, of course. Do remember to bring some change. Thank you all for your support. What are you all up to? A voice called from outside the classroom. It was Professor Ma, who lectured on economic development. Adjusting his glasses, he strode in with purpose, casting a stern glance at Zhang Liang, who offered a nervous chuckle and quickly descended from the podium. One cannot deny Professor Ma's expertise. His lectures on economic development are both witty and accessible, making them one of the few classes that Wu Shidao genuinely engages with. After school, Wu Shidao gathered the members of Dorm 102 and headed to a restaurant off campus. Naturally, when faced with the opportunity to indulge in a lavish meal, Zhang Liang politely inquired if he could bring his family along. Upon receiving an affirmative response, it wasn't long before Zhou arrived. Wu Shidao noticed a detail. When he mentioned the invitation to bring family, Dong Yukai took out his phone and made a call, speaking briefly before hanging up. Learning that everyone was going to assist Wu Shidao, Zhou expressed her unwavering commitment. With such a generous helper on board, Wu Shidao gladly accepted. After their meal, they sauntered towards the family dormitory. Along the way, Lu Shuangshuang called Wu Shidao. I checked yesterday, and there were quite a number of people buying fruit. According to the orders displayed, there must be at least several £1,000s, right? Are you prepared for such a quantity? Lu Shuangshuang was both concerned and curious. She worried that if Wu Shidao had tea prepared adequately, it would mean she had unwittingly aided in deceiving others. Yet, she was also intrigued to see if he had indeed made the necessary arrangements. Rest assured, I've got everything covered, Wu Shidao replied casually. During the break this morning, he had contacted Jin Gang, who informed him that they had worked tirelessly throughout the night and were ready to begin deliveries around noon. Indeed, relying solely on that second-hand Wuling Hongguang would undoubtedly be overwhelming. Fortunately, Lu has a vehicle as well, with both cars working in tandem. We should manage to make around 10 trips. Are we heading to the residential building to fetch the fruit? Lu Shuangshuang inquired. May I come over to take a look? I've purchased several dozen pounds of fruit myself. Chapter 69. Division of labor, of course. If you wish to come, feel free to do so right away. Wu Shidao replied readily after a moment's contemplation, as it was not a matter cloaked in secrecy. Shortly thereafter, Lu Shuangshuang arrived at the residential building. The weather was sweltering, and she wore a khaki-pleated skirt that accentuated her fair complexion, complemented by white sneakers that radiated youthful vigor. Brother Wu, Lu and I will be there shortly. King Kong called Wu Shidao. All right, I've already spoken with the security guard at the entrance. Just honk your horn when you arrive, and he will let you in. Wu Shidao instructed before hanging up, casting a glance at Lu Shuangshuang. His gaze briefly lingered on her legs, and an involuntary thought crossed his mind. Those legs are exceptionally long. What brings you here? Lu Shuangshuang approached him with a light step, glancing at Zhang Liang and the others standing nearby. This area is spacious, and I've rented a place here. If I tire, I can lie down and rest for a while. Wu Shidao gestured toward the residential building he had rented. You've certainly thought this through, Lu Shuangshuang remarked, somewhat speechless. Before changing the subject, I've sent out the advertisements. Remember to settle the ad fees with me today. Not a problem, Wu Shidao chuckled, teasingly replying, so you've come to collect your debts? Don't worry, it's only 20,000 yuan. Are you genuinely concerned I might default? Only 20,000? Your tone resembles that of a nouveau riche. Is that amount insignificant? Lu Shuangshuang shot him a disapproving glance, retorting, it's not too little either. Oh, the vehicle has arrived. Upon hearing a honk, Wu Shidao saw the Wuling Hongguang speeding toward them, closely followed by a pickup truck. While the interior of the van was obscured, the pickup was laden with crates upon crates of apples. Brother Wu, King Kong exclaimed, leaping from the vehicle, drenched in sweat. to greet Wu Shidao. The others, save for Li Xiang, were momentarily taken aback by King Kong's address, as he appeared significantly older than the rest. This route should be easy to navigate, right? Wu Shidao noted their astonishment yet felt no inclination to explain further. After exchanging greetings with King Kong, he turned to Yang Xian and Zhang Liang, saying, "Let us commence. Old Third, is it really necessary to gather all of us for just 2 vehicles of goods?" Zhang Liang approached, peering into the van and then at the pickup's cargo, rubbing his hands together. "I can handle it myself." "Is that so?" Wu Shidao smiled slightly. Addressing King Kong beside him, "How many trips will we need to make in total?" The 2 vehicles would likely need to make 7 or 8 more trips, carrying a total of 15 tons of goods. The van would transport a lesser amount, while the loose pickup truck was filled to the brim with a ton. Jingang, suppressing a laugh, remarked, "Boss, you have worked hard." Wu Shidao, with a hint of mischief, patted Zhang Liang on the shoulder, saying, "This will all be entrusted to you." "Wait, over 10 tons? That's quite a lot," Zhang Liang exclaimed, startled. He realized he had spoken too soon, and with a forced smile, he suggested, "Let's all work together. It will be quicker that way. I could manage it alone if I really pushed myself, but it would be rather slow." Observing his stubborn demeanor, Lu Shuangshuang couldn't help but stifle a laugh nearby. Meanwhile, Yang Xian quietly began unloading the cargo. The crowd busied themselves with various tasks, and in a moment of respite, Jin Gang introduced Lu to Wu Shidao. "Wu Ge, this is my fellow townsman, Lu. He is quite the honorable person." Due to the large amount of goods needed this time, Lu helped coordinate much of it, hardly sleeping last night with sorting and packing. "Hello, Mr. Wu." Lu smiled at Wu Shidao, feeling immense admiration. At his age, he had known nothing. Now he saw Wu Shidao already engaged in business. "Hello, Lu." "Thank you very much," Wu Shidao responded, shaking Lu's hand earnestly. "We will collaborate long-term. Please communicate any matters promptly, all right?" "Certainly, no problem," Lu replied, excitedly nodding. He understood that he had likely secured a significant client in Wu Shidao. He could surmise that Wu Shidao's substantial order was undoubtedly intended for the students at Nansen University. This was a vast market of tens of thousands. Even if each person consumed half a pound of fruit daily, the demand would be staggering. If he became Wu Shidao's exclusive supplier, within 2 years, he could afford a car and a house in Jinshe. With everyone working together, the unloading was completed in less than half an hour. Jin Gang and Lu exchanged brief greetings before promptly returning to load more goods, not daring to waste a moment, lest they run out of time. Wu Shidao opened a box of apples, and the others gathered around for a look. "Such large apples? The quality is excellent. Far superior to those outside the school," Zhang Liang and Zhona remarked. This business should be viable. Although Lu Shuangshuang remained silent, she had already formed her conclusions. Watching the industrious Wu Shidao and beginning to admire this freshman who was younger than herself. "Zhona, come here. Please call the individuals on this list and inform them to pick up their fruit here. By the way, I will reimburse your phone expenses after we finish tonight." Wu Shidao instructed. "Li Xiang, could you weigh this bag of grapes to see if it is enough for 5 pounds? If it is, the others should be of similar weight. Place those that meet the weight requirement together with the boss. Today, dear Lao Lu, you must bear some hardship. Here is a list of items that need to be delivered to the dormitory. Please make a call to confirm whether the recipient is present before proceeding with the delivery. Tomorrow, I shall purchase an electric tricycle, which will facilitate the task, but for today, you will have to endure a bit of toil. By the way, I will reimburse your phone expenses as well. Sango, I will accompany Lao Lu for the delivery," volunteered Dong Yukai. "All right, I appreciate your efforts. I won't let your labor go unrewarded. I will prepare a red envelope for you, and you may indulge in as much fruit as you desire," Wu Shidao said, fully engrossed in his tasks, directing several individuals with remarkable efficiency. "Wu, do you need assistance?" A figure obstructed Wu Shidao's path, the pleasant aroma of shampoo wafting from Lu Shuangshuang, enveloping him. With a cheerful smile, she inquired. "You?" Wu Shidao paused, looking up at her in surprise, raising an eyebrow as he asked, "What assistance can you provide?" "Similar to Zhona, I could notify our classmates to come and collect their fruits," Lu Shuangshuang suggested after a moment's contemplation. "Is that appropriate?" Wu Shidao countered. He had requested Zhona's help due to her relationship with Zhang Liang and because he had recently treated her to a meal, which justified his request. But how could he impose on Lu Shuangshuang? "We are all classmates, and everyone is busy. I feel it would be inappropriate for me to merely observe from the sidelines." Lu Shuangshuang replied with a bright smile. Wu Shidao scrutinized her for a moment, contemplating before finally conceding. Very well, I shall ensure your assistance is not in vain. I will treat you to a meal. That is your promise. If I am to dine, I expect a grand feast. Lu Shuangshuang teased with a playful smile. Absolutely. Wu Shidao affirmed, extracting a printed list of phone numbers and stating, then, please call them to notify them to collect their fruits. Furthermore, when they arrive, you will need to assist in identifying their fruits. Each record details the type and quantity of fruit purchased, so you will simply match them up. Is that agreeable? Lu Shuangshuang took the order list, which clearly indicated each phone number alongside the corresponding fruit types and quantities, making it easy to comprehend. She nodded affirmatively. No problem. Thank you. With that, Wu Shidao resumed his labors. Shortly thereafter, students began to arrive in succession to collect their fruits. Much like Lu Shuangshuang and Zhou Na's initial reactions, these students expressed their delight upon seeing the neatly arranged, high-quality fruits. Wu Shidao and Lu Shuangshuang busily collected payments while assisting in distributing the fruits, while the remaining 4 from dormitory 102 helped carry the boxes to the dorms. After a brief period of initial awkwardness, Wu Shidao and Lu Shuangshuang developed a harmonious rhythm. Lu Shuangshuang took charge of the payments, while Zhou Na and Wu Shidao managed the weighing and distribution of the fruits. Once this batch of students had departed, Jin Gang and Lu arrived with 2 more loads of goods. The bustling activity continued almost uninterrupted until after 6 in the evening. Eventually, both Lu and Jin Gang joined the fray, and they managed to distribute all the fruits ordered for the day. However, 3 large boxes of apples remained, weighing over 100 pounds in total. Why are there still so many apples? Lu Shuangshuang wiped the sweat from her forehead, looking puzzled at Wu Shidao. Has everyone not picked theirs up? I've confirmed that the list shows all have been collected. I am not certain, Wu Shidao replied, equally bewildered. Boss Wu, here's the thing. Lu stepped closer, grinning as he explained, I was concerned about potential losses on your end, so I packed an extra 100 pounds. Wu Shidao finally understood. Realizing Lu's meticulousness in his work, he smiled and said, all right, I see. What should we do with the remaining apples? Are you taking them back or leaving them here? Actually, why not leave them? I'll pay you for the 100 pounds. Boss, let's not talk about money. Lu waved his hands dismissively, smiling. Consider it a treat for the classmates who helped out. Come on, Lu, he's like a brother to us. This small amount of apples doesn't warrant payment. Jin Gang chimed in with a grin. After pondering for a moment, Wu Shidao accepted their generosity with a smile, saying, then I want to be polite. All right. You guys go find a restaurant outside the campus to order some food. I'll join you shortly. Lu, don't leave just yet. Let's have a meal together after all the hard work this afternoon. Rest assured, even if you try to shoo me away, I will stay for the meal. I can't let an entire afternoon go to waste, Lu Shuangshuang replied, her lips curving into a smile. After a busy afternoon, the rapport between them had grown markedly more familiar, with banter flowing more easily. However, I need to settle the money with you first, otherwise, if I leave now, and the amount is short later, I want to be able to explain it adequately. It's fine if it's short, we can deduct it from the advertising fees. Wu Shidao chuckled. If it's significantly short, you can just work for me to repay. That sounds delightful, but if I work for you, I expect a salary of 10,000 a month, Lu Shuangshuang laughed. Lu, please wait a moment while I settle the payment for the fruits. After Zhang Liang and Zhou Na had left, Wu Shidao called out to Jin Gang and Lu to enter his rented room. Lu Shuangshuang was the last to follow. And once inside, she began surveying the surroundings. Lu, please check to see if the amount is sufficient. Wu Shidao opened a drawer and pulled out several neat stacks of cash, handing them to Lu. He then called out to Lu Shuangshuang, who was still exploring the room. Lu, stop looking around and hand me that bag for the money. Oh, Lu Shuangshuang approached and handed him the bag, which he had prepared in advance specifically for this purpose. The bag was already stuffed to the brim. Wu Shidao grabbed a handful of cash and, after counting, handed it to Lu. Lu, could you please verify if the amount is correct? Sure. Lu accepted the money without hesitation, counting it thoroughly before smiling and confirming, Boss Wu, the amount is just right. Excellent, Wu Shidao replied. Wu Shidao chuckled, saying, you and Jin Gang can sit down and rest for a bit. I will settle the accounts with Lu Shuejia, and once we are done, we can all go for a meal together. Lu glanced at Jin Gang, and their eyes met in mutual understanding. Jin Gang nodded knowingly and said to Wu Shidao, Brother Wu, we will head back first. You are all classmates from the same school, so we want to intrude. Besides, we were busy last night, and now we should quickly return to eat something and catch up on sleep. Tomorrow will be hectic again. He believed that Lu Shuangshuang and Wu Shidao were indeed a perfect match, and since they had important matters to attend to, what was the point of him and Lu lingering here? Were they to be mere onlookers? All right, then I will treat you both to a meal another day. Wu Shidao replied, not one to stand on ceremony. By the way, Jing Gang, I will send you today's orders around 10:30 tonight. Please remember to check and prepare the goods. However, I estimate there won't be an overwhelming amount tomorrow, with so much fruit today. It will take them a few days to finish. Fine, I will eat and then sleep. I'll set an alarm for midnight to check. If there are a lot of goods, I'll call the Lu so we can prepare in advance. If not, we can sleep a little longer and get ready at 4 in the morning, Jinggang said, smiling. 4 in the morning? Isn't that a bit too strenuous? Lu Shuangshuang asked in surprise. Lu laughed, cutting in before Jinggang could respond. Miss, we earn our living through hard work. Rising at 4 or 5 in the morning is just part of our routine. We have grown accustomed to it. Moreover, we do not fear hard work. What we dread is working hard without earning anything. Chapter 71, Counting Money Until Hands Cramp, looking at Lu's honest smile. Lu Shuangshuang found herself at a loss for words. After they left, she casually found a chair to sit down, watching as Wu Shidao emptied his backpack of money. Sorting and counting it meticulously, the room fell silent, with Wu Shidao focused on counting, while Lu Shuangshuang, feeling bored, inquired, May I take a look around? Sure, go ahead. Wu Shidao replied absent-mindedly, not lifting his head. He realized he hadn't adequately prepared for this work and should have purchased a counting machine in advance to save time. Pushing open the door to a room, Lu Shuangshuang saw the bed unkempt, with the quilt sprawled messily. She immediately understood that this must be Wu Shidao's room. In another bedroom, there were no blankets or sheets on the bed, and Lu Shuangshuang inexplicably felt a sense of relief. It appeared he rented this place alone. Then, she realized, if Wu Shidao were indeed cohabiting with a girl, she would have certainly been seen today. Why should it matter to me whether he lives with someone else? Why am I so concerned? Lu Shuangshuang couldn't help but chuckle to herself. How have I become so nosy? In another room, which was transformed from the bedroom into a study, 2 computers were present. One was a laptop. Lu Shuangshuang stood at the doorway, refraining from entering. Yet she instantly recognized it as the laptop worth 20,000 yuan that Lu had previously mentioned. Reflecting on Wu Shidao's earlier casual display of several thousand yuan, Lu Shuangshuang's gaze shifted to him, who was seated on the living room sofa, meticulously counting money. A thought crossed her mind. What kind of business does his family engage in that allows him to withdraw such a substantial amount of cash so nonchalantly? Just then, her phone rang. It was Zhou calling. Shuangshuang, how much longer will you and Wu Shidao be occupied? Approximately 10 more minutes, Lu Shuangshuang estimated. All right, do hurry. We are absolutely famished, Zhou replied with a chuckle before hanging up. It won't take more than 10 minutes, Wu Shidao remarked. Jotting down a number on a nearby piece of paper, he swiftly counted a stack of bills, stretched, and sighed, my hand is almost cramping from counting. His words rang true. Nearly all the students had come prepared with exact change, resulting in a pile of money resembling a small hill. Your tone is quite irritating. You know? Lu Shuangshuang scoffed. I speak the truth, Wu Shidao retorted, shaking his hand as he finished counting, then placed the organized money into his backpack. He gestured toward the remaining bills, categorized by denomination, and said, Here, this is yours, 20,000 yuan in advertising fees. How do you know it's 20,000? Lu Shuangshuang approached, gathering the bills together and counting as she inquired. I tallied the total, accounted for my share, and if you haven't shortchanged me, this should amount to 20,000. So I needn't count it again, Wu Shidao chuckled. Lu Shuangshuang was taken aback, then quickly realized and remarked with a mix of amusement and exasperation. You truly have a knack for finding ways to be lazy. This is merely a rational division of labor, Wu Shidao stated, rising to stretch his arms. Are you planning to leave once you finish counting? Don't think you can slack off. Count with me. Lu Shuangshuang scoffed and unceremoniously divided half of the money, commanding. You count this. I genuinely have counted to the point of cramping, Wu Shidao replied with a wry smile. Seeing Lu Shuangshuang's serious demeanor, he shrugged his wrist, conceding, fine. I'll help you count. Now that's more like it. Lu Shuangshuang beamed, counting the money while teasing, you've already realized one of life's 2 great dreams. Don't act all coy about it. What dream? To sleep until naturally awakened and to count money until your hand cramps. Counting money to the point of cramping isn't really a dream. More accurately, it's not my dream, he clarified. Then what is your dream? To count so much money that dozens of bill counters break down. What do you mean? Lu Shuangshuang pondered momentarily before grasping the implication of Wu Shidao's words. Rolling her eyes at him. Wu, you truly have an audacious imagination. How much money would it take to break dozens of bill counters? Perhaps a few dozen small goals will suffice, Wu Shidao remarked casually, counting the money in his hands, memorizing the figures. With a flick of his gaze, he pointed at the money she held and inquired, how much did you count earlier? I recall it being 7860, is that not so? I seem to remember it as 7740. Lu Shuangshuang, taken aback by his question, found herself unable to recall the exact amount, uncertain whether it was 7,740 or 7,860. You must be mistaken, Wu Shidao stated earnestly. Please refrain from speaking to me. I need to recount, Lu Shuangshuang replied, growing increasingly flustered as her mind clouded with confusion. In exasperation, she resolved to count once more. Just teasing you. It is indeed 7740, Wu Shidao chuckled. Oh, you are truly insufferable, Lu Shuangshuang exclaimed, stamping her foot in frustration. You have completely thrown me off my count. Now I have to start over. Let me tell you. Zhona and the others are absolutely famished. If we delay further, it will all be your fault. Wu Shidao laughed heartily and shared half of the money with her as they counted together. Their teamwork proved effective. And soon Lu Shuangshuang neatly organized the cash while Wu Shidao secured the door. The two then strolled side by side towards the school gate. By the way, what did you mean by those few dozen small goals? Lu Shuangshuang engaged him in light conversation. The current richest man was not Wang Jianlin, and thus his classic phrase about small goals had yet to gain widespread recognition. Lu Shuangshuang was unaware of this reference. It's about making money. First, set a small target for yourself, like earning 100 million, Wu Shidao stated with utmost seriousness. Lu Shuangshuang burst into laughter. 100 million is merely a small goal? You truly have a vivid imagination. Why should I not dream? Wu Shidao countered. It's far too distant and not very realistic, Lu Shuangshuang replied without hesitation. Too distant? I beg to differ, Wu Shidao said, his smile fading as he spoke with sincerity. There is a saying, though the road may be long, one will arrive if they persist. Indeed, I too find the goal of 100 million daunting, but one must have dreams. First comes the dream, followed by the gradual effort to realize it. With a stroke of luck, one might indeed achieve it someday. However, if a person lacks even a dream and does not dare to envision it, they shall accomplish nothing in their lifetime. Do you not agree? Chapter 72. What is your dream? Lu Shuangshuang was taken aback, her expression revealing her astonishment as she looked at Wu Shidao. Is this truly how you think? Indeed, Wu Shidao affirmed, observing her surprise. Am I mistaken? Not at all. Lu Shuangshuang shook her head, contemplating her response. I believe you are absolutely correct. First, one must dare to dream. Secondly, action is essential. If a person does not even dare to dream, they may indeed achieve nothing. After a pause, she curiously asked, Wu Shidao, what is your dream? This question, though previously posed, elicited a different response from Wu Shidao, one she had sensed was merely a jest before. Wu Shidao felt a subtle stir in his heart. His dreams were quite simple, to amass sufficient wealth to take Shen Xiaojing and his parents on a journey around the world, allowing them to behold the splendid landscapes and experience all manner of novelties, regardless of their price. Only then would his existence on this earth not be in vain. Still not willing to share your thoughts? Lu Shuangshuang probed after a moment's silence, unaware that she had developed an unintentional fondness for Wu Shidao. Curiosity towards the opposite sex is, in fact, a hallmark of affection. Yet, Lu Shuangshuang remained oblivious to this sentiment. Why are you so inquisitive? What is your intention? Wu Shidao replied with a playful smile. Nothing much, just engaging in casual conversation, Lu Shuangshuang responded, momentarily taken aback. I don't possess grand ambitions. I simply wish to travel the world with my beloved and my parents. It's as straightforward as that. Wu Shidao shrugged and countered. And what about you? Surely, your dream isn't to become a television host, is it? How did you know? Lu Shuangshuang's body tensed, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment as she gazed at him in disbelief. This aspiration was something she had only shared with her parents and had never mentioned to her dorm mates, including Zhona. The fact that Wu Shidao had discerned it so effortlessly was astonishing. I was merely taking a wild guess, Wu Shidao replied with a slight smile, adopting a mysterious demeanor. In truth, he had spoken offhandedly, having seen Lu Shuangshuang host a television program in his previous life, coupled with her undeniable role as the MC during the welcome gala. This was ample evidence that she likely enjoyed the spotlight. Just a wild guess. Lu Shuangshuang seemed skeptical, questioning how he could be so accurate. Well, what else could it be? Wu Shidao quickened his pace, pointing towards the restaurant ahead. We've arrived. Have you decided what to eat? This evening's meal is bound to be hearty, so don't hold back. After all, once we pass this village, we shan't find this establishment again. That's unacceptable, Lu Shuangshuang retorted. Catching up to him. You can't backtrack now. You promised to treat me to a grand feast. Today's meal is merely a reward. Is the esteemed president of the student council truly concerned about 1 or 2 meals? Wu Shidao questioned. Just because I am the student council president doesn't mean I'm akin to the president of the United Nations. Not everyone invites me out for meals. That's merely your reluctance. If you were willing, there would be a line of boys from Nansen University stretching from the entrance to the boys' dormitory, eager to treat you. Do I look like I care about your willingness? Regardless, you owe me a lavish dinner. The banter continued as they made their way to the private room. Upon entering, they found the waiter just bringing in the dishes. Wow, old San. You and Lu Shuijie really have impeccable timing, Zhang Liang exclaimed upon witnessing their arrival. We came in just as we caught a whiff of the aroma. Knowing the food was about to be served, otherwise, we'd be left with mere scraps, Wu Shidao chuckled in reply. In the private room, only 2 chairs remained unoccupied, one beside Zhou Na and another beside Dong Yukai. Naturally, Lu Shuangshuang sat next to Zhou Na, resulting in Zhang Liang sitting beside Zhou Na and Wu Shidao next to Lu Shuangshuang. Wu Shidao ordered several bottles of beer. Once the drinks arrived, he poured himself a glass, stood up, and surveyed the gathering with a smile, saying, "Thank you all for your help today. Boss, don't forget we have over 100 pounds of apples. After we return, let us set aside 20 pounds for Zhou Na and Lu Shuijie. The rest, we can take back to the dormitory for you all to enjoy." As he spoke, a thought crossed his mind, and he chuckled. Boss, I recall when the semester began. You mentioned that apples are your favorite. I promised then, once I started selling fruit, I would ensure you have your fill. I will make certain you eat until you can eat no more. Haha, old 3, how straightforward. Zhang Liang laughed heartily, raising his glass. I admire your spirit. Cheers. Third brother, how much did you earn today from selling all that fruit? Dong Yukai inquired curiously, holding a drink. The moment he spoke, all eyes, except Wu Shidao's, turned toward Dong Yukai. Did I say something wrong? Dong Yukai scratched his head, feeling a bit anxious. I was just curious, nothing more. In truth, it wasn't just his curiosity. Everyone present shared the same intrigue, though none voiced it. Old 5. Let me impart some wisdom. There are 2 questions you should never ask in this world. The first is a woman's weight, and the second is a man's wallet. Before Wu Shidao could respond, Li Xiong interjected, Don't be deceived by old 3's apparent earnings today. Fruit prices are quite low. Furthermore, do you know how much was invested beforehand? The van cost 30,000, plus the prepaid fruit, wages for others, and the group buying. Concluding with seriousness, he added, Don't just look at how much others earn. Consider how much they invested first. I haven't done the math yet. Wu Shidao began with a slight smile. It's south probably close to around 10,000 yuan. Old 4 is right. Although we sold a lot, the profits aren't substantial due to the low prices. Take apples as an example. They are 2 yuan per pound, yielding a gross profit of 30 cents. When divided among labor and fuel, it's less than 30 cents. In fact, he spoke of the market price, but the goods he sourced from Delu were at a profit margin of about 60 cents per pound. One must remain humble. 10,000 yuan? A chorus of astonished gasps filled the room. In an era where monthly salaries hover around 3,000 to 4,000 yuan, earning 10,000 in a single day is nothing short of astronomical for students like Dong Yukai, who have yet to enter the workforce. Indeed, Wu Shidao chuckled. This is largely due to the first day of sales. Many were curious and placed orders. For instance, Lu Shuijie bought over 10 pounds of fruit, which she certainly won't consume in one day. Even if she did finish it, she may not purchase immediately again. Therefore, future sales will undoubtedly decline. It's unrealistic to expect such earnings daily. That is already impressive. Dong Yukai gazed at Wu Shidao with admiration. Third brother, you are truly remarkable. In comparison, I feel utterly insignificant, merely a waste. Sigh. Add me to that list, Zhang Liang said with a hint of melancholy. Me too, Yang Xian nodded in agreement. And me, Zhou Na said with a smile. Chapter 73, Acting promptly counts as my share. Lu Shuangshuang was the last to raise her hand. Were there others present to witness her current demeanor, they would surely be astonished. Could this truly be the same proud beauty, typically so austere and unsmiling? In fact, even she herself had not realized that the joviality of Zhang Liang, the maturity of Wu Shidao, the silence of Li Xiong, the banter of Dong Yukai, and the stuttering of Yang Xian had collectively infused a vibrant atmosphere in dormitory 102, causing her to unwittingly join in the jesting. All right, everyone, enough of the ruckus. Wu Shidao chuckled, half in jest. I merely succeeded by a stroke of luck. After investing so much money, had today not turned out well, I reckon I would have had to contemplate jumping off a building tonight. Amidst their laughter and banter, time swiftly flew by, and before long, it was past 9 o'clock. With the impending lights out at the school dormitory, Wu Shidao called out and headed downstairs to settle the bill, while the group meandered back to campus. As they walked, the group unconsciously divided into smaller clusters. Zhou Na was with Zhang Liang, Dong Yikai, Li Xiang, and Yang Xian paired off together, while Wu Shidao and Lu Shuangshuang trailed behind. Are you headed back to the family dormitory? With so much money left in your room, aren't you worried someone might break in tonight? Lu Shuangshuang teased. If it were elsewhere, I might indeed have that concern. But the likelihood of such an occurrence at school is quite low, Wu Shidao replied with a smile. However, a thought crossed his mind. He ought to purchase a safe for his home soon. Better safe than sorry, with so many students aware of his substantial earnings. It could become quite troublesome if he were to draw someone's unwanted attention. Fortunately, he was renting on the ground floor, equipped with security windows and doors. Without mobile payments, it is truly cumbersome. But we must still exercise caution, Lu Shuangshuang remarked, her expression turning serious. By the way, Lu Shiji. Wu Shidao shifted the topic. I would like to ask for your assistance with something. Is there a reward? Lu Shuangshuang's eyes sparkled as she smiled at him, playfully responding. No reward, no deal. A lavish meal would suffice. There is neither reward nor grand meal, yet I believe it would be beneficial for you. If you prefer not to, then we shall leave it at that. As if I never spoke, Wu Shidao teased. What kind of benefit? She inquired. It could enhance your reputation as the student council president. Are you suggesting you wish to find a few work-study students? Lu Shuangshuang pondered briefly before responding with confidence. Indeed. Lu Shiji, you are as astute as ever, Wu Shidao nodded. As you observed today, I cannot manage this alone. I will need at least 10 individuals. 10. Isn't that a bit excessive? Lu Shuangshuang questioned. I worry it may not be enough, Wu Shidao shrugged. As you know, boys are notoriously lazy. Most would prefer their fruits delivered directly to their dorms. The girls face similar challenges with unloading and sorting. Hence, I believe 10 may still fall short. In truth, 20 would be reasonable and 30 would be ideal. This afternoon, while engaged in work, he found himself contemplating this matter. The tasks of unloading and sorting would require at least 8 individuals combined. The students delivering fruits would need a minimum of 8 to reach the boys' dormitory and approximately 15 for the girls' dormitory. Wu Shidao, deep in thought, remarked, perhaps we should recruit 30 people. Do the girls' dormitories really require that many? Lu Shuangshuang questioned, somewhat taken aback. Shouldn't there be a greater need for the boys' dormitory? On the contrary, Wu Shidao explained, the girls tend to be weaker, hence most of them prefer home delivery. Moreover, the female delivery personnel are also not particularly strong. If we do not hire more, won't they tire themselves out? After a moment of consideration, Lu Shuangshuang nodded in agreement. Your analysis is sound. Very well. I shall assist you with this. By the way, what will the wages be? The sorting and unloading are more labor-intensive, so let us say 3,000 for each person. And for deliveries, perhaps 3,005. What do you think? Wu Shidao pondered briefly before responding. Such a sum? Lu Shuangshuang exclaimed in surprise. Are you certain? Those university students out on internships earn about that much, and that's only in well-regarded positions. In less favorable ones, I've heard they make nearly 2,000 a month. Pausing, she continued, the students from our school who work part-time at the cafeteria, supermarket, or library earn only 500 to 600 a month. I believe you could offer a slightly lower wage. It cannot be less, Wu Shidao interjected, waving his hand dismissively. He insisted earnestly, Sister Lu, why do those students seek part-time jobs? Because their families are not well off. It stands to reason that if they are financially constrained, offering them lower wages would be tantamount to exploitation. I believe that hiring a talented student from Nansen University for a few thousand is quite a bargain. Upon hearing his words, Lu Shuangshuang regarded him with newfound respect, elevating her opinion of him further. You are right. My perspective was indeed superficial, she admitted graciously. Rest assured, I will strive to find suitable candidates by tomorrow noon at the latest. Thank you, Sister Lu, Wu Shidao said, pausing to wave goodbye as he turned towards the staff residence. I'm heading home now. Farewell. Lu Shuangshuang waved back, her mind replaying Wu Shidao's earlier remarks. She then recalled how she had harbored resentment over a seemingly casual comment he made, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. Wu Shidao, still a freshman, already possessed such capability and insight. It was evident that he would achieve great things in the future. Shuang, what are you pondering? A sudden voice interrupted her thoughts, startling her. She looked up to see Shona standing by the roadside, wearing a teasing smile. Oh, nothing much, just reflecting on what Wu Shidao mentioned earlier. Lu Shuang replied casually. Is that so? Shona said with a grin, already missing him just moments after parting. By the way, what were you two whispering about just now? Could it be that he confessed his feelings to you? Shuang, I truly believe that Wu Shidao is quite impressive, mature, and capable, perfectly aligning with your aesthetic. This young man, if you don't seize the opportunity soon, someone else will surely whisk him away. Chapter 74. Work-study positions. What nonsense are you spouting? Lu Shuang's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she feigned anger and scoffed. Fortunately, it was nighttime, and Shona could not see her blushing. Shuang, Shona remarked, suppressing her laughter. Don't let his youth deceive you. Wu Shidao is indeed mature and competent. Take today's tasks, for instance. Did you not notice how methodically he directed us? That indicates he must have contemplated everything beforehand. With so many fruits to distribute and collect, he managed it all without any chaos. Moreover, he is merely in his first year of college and already identified this business opportunity, seizing it with precision. His abilities are truly remarkable. As she spoke, she draped her arm around Lu Shuang's shoulder. I am serious. Shidao is the kind of person you should capture early on. Otherwise, someone else will notice him first. My mother always said that when you encounter an exceptional young man in college, you must seize the moment, for it becomes increasingly difficult to find someone once you enter the workforce. I understand. Let's hurry back. The dormitory will close soon. Lu Shuang quickly diverted the topic. Shona smiled knowingly, aware that Lu Shuang harbored feelings for Wu Shidao, though she stubbornly refused to admit it. After a long and tiring day, Lu Shuang fell asleep as usual. However, this night, she found herself tossing and turning, unable to rest. Wu Shidao's image and Shona's words replayed in her mind. She recognized that Shona was correct. In many ways, college relationships tend to be more robust than those formed in society. Furthermore, during her conversation with Wu Shidao today, Lu Shuang sensed that the wealth he possessed might have been earned through his own efforts, rather than being inherited as she had previously assumed. Although she had not directly inquired about this matter with him, Lu Shuang had her own ways of finding out. With no specialized classes the following day, Lu Shuang arrived early at the office of the Director of Student Affairs. Well, if it isn't our esteemed Luda, what brings you here today? Director Wang Xiaoyan, who was engrossed in her documents, looked up and smiled upon seeing Lu Shuang. Auntie, I miss you. Seeing that the office was empty, Lu Shuang smiled warmly and swiftly walked over to her, affectionately linking her arm with hers. You miss me? Wang Xiaoyan lovingly ruffled her hair, feigning displeasure. You haven't visited my home for dinner in ages. Where is this longing coming from? She had always held a fondness for her niece, admiring her beauty, intelligence, and maturity. Their close relationship remained a well-kept secret within the school. I've been quite busy lately. Lu Shuang, with a cheerful smile, released her grip and turned to sit on the sofa. After exchanging a few casual remarks, she stated, Director Wang, I have a serious matter to discuss with you today. Upon hearing her change in address, Wang Xiaoyan smiled slightly and became more earnest. Go ahead. What is it? Lu Shuang inquired, how many work-study students does our school have? She continued, I recall there are quite a few, right? I'm referring to those students who have not been assigned suitable jobs. What's the matter? Do you have a solution? Wang Xiaoyan retorted nonchalantly. If I can arrange 30 work-study positions for you, how would you express your gratitude, Director Wang? Lu Shuang replied with a grin. 30? Wang Xiaoyan was taken aback, gazing at her incredulously. What do you mean? 30 students or 30 positions? To be precise, it should be 30 positions. Lu Shuang clarified after a moment's thought. Regarding the salary, the offered pay is quite generous, around 3,000 to 3,500 per position monthly. Wang Xiaoyan instantly straightened her posture, her eyes sparkling with interest. What kind of positions are these? Shuang, as you know, the primary task for students is to study, not to earn money, so it is crucial that their academic pursuits are not affected. Moreover, all right, Director Wang, I am aware of all this. The jobs must not be too far from the school, and the working hours should be reasonable. If the work is off campus, we must ensure the safety of the students. Among other considerations, Lu Shuang interjected. You little rascal. Wang Xiaoyan shot her a glance. As long as you know everything, it's fine. Just don't bring me any unsuitable jobs. By the way, she suddenly recalled something. Are you saying the salary is over 3,000 a month? Does that mean these jobs are permanent? Arranging work-study positions for students is indeed a significant task for the Student Affairs Office. The job opportunities available on campus are rather limited, primarily consisting of maintenance and cleaning services for school facilities, as well as positions within contracted vendors like cafeterias and supermarkets, which must provide work-study opportunities for students. However, these positions are finite. To accommodate as many students as possible in need of work-study opportunities, many positions are thus divided. For instance, if the campus supermarket requires 2 individuals for an 8-hour shift, this can be split into 4-hour shifts, allowing 4 students to participate in work-study. Yet, while this broadens the coverage for more students, it also results in diminished compensation. Many students are in dire need of funds, prompting them to take on multiple jobs. Even with these divided positions, it remains impossible to satisfy the needs of all students seeking work-study opportunities, a challenge exacerbated by the increase in student enrollment. Indeed, Director Wang. Lu Shuangshuang nodded. If we split it further, say 90 students on a 3-day shift, each person could potentially earn around 1,000 yuan a month, which is likely higher than other positions offered by the school, correct? Exactly. Wang Xiaoyan eagerly pressed on. What kind of work is it? Where is it located? Please tell me. Lu Shuangshuang, feeling rather nonchalant, smiled and playfully extended 2 fingers, proclaiming, 3 meals. Wang Xiaoyan shot her a bemused glance, exclaiming, 3 lavish dinners? Is that sufficient for you? She continued, but Director Wang is so considerate, knowing that I am alone in a foreign place, struggling to find adequate sustenance. With a cheerful demeanor, Lu Shuangshuang recounted to Wang Xiaoyan the conversation she had with Wu Shidao the previous night, emphasizing, do you realize? I actually told him that there was no need to offer such a high salary, considering they are merely students. He responded, if those students are financially constrained, should I then pay them less? Am I to be seen as exploiting them? I believe it's a bargain to hire a top student from Nansen University for just a few thousand yuan. She relayed Wu Shidao's words verbatim. Did he truly say that? Wang Xiaoyan was taken aback. In her eyes, a freshman was still just a child, unacquainted with the realities of society. Yet, Wu Shidao possessed such insight and awareness, far surpassing that of the vendors managing school canteens and supermarkets. Chapter 75. Let's collaborate indeed. Not a word was altered. Those were his exact words, Lu Shuangshuang confirmed. Seizing the moment to inquire, Aunt, could we look into his background? I am quite curious about the family circumstances that shaped his perspective. I share your curiosity. Wang Xiaoyan replied, without hesitation, as she opened her computer to search for Wu Shidao's records. After a moment, she remarked, both of his parents are ordinary workers. Remarkable. Lu Shuangshuang exclaimed, momentarily taken aback as she peered over Wang Xiaoyan's shoulder to view the screen. It was fortunate that their relationship allowed her access to such information, otherwise, she would not have had the privilege to do so. Precisely, which makes it all the more noteworthy, Wang Xiaoyan responded, picking up her phone. What is the name of that app? Group purchasing? Is this it? She indicated her phone. Lu Shuangshuang nodded. After Wang Xiaoyan downloaded the app and registered, she casually ordered a batch of bananas, questioning, if I purchase 20 kilograms, will they deliver it? Certainly, Lu Shuangshuang replied with a smile. Then I will order 20 kilograms. And it should arrive tomorrow afternoon, correct? After placing the order, Wang Xiaoyan rose and addressed Lu Shuangshuang. All right, I understand the situation now. I shall visit the principal's office to discuss this matter. Lu Shuangshuang was momentarily taken aback. Did such matters truly require the principal's attention? Recently, there has been a push from higher authorities to promote innovative employment, particularly encouraging college students to start their own ventures. I believe Wu Shidao's situation could serve as an exemplary case to report on. Wang Xiaoyan mused, then added, oh, doesn't your student union have a Nansen University weekly newspaper? This could certainly be an excellent news story. Additionally, you could invite him to the broadcasting station for an interview, showcasing him as a representative example. Lu Shuangshuang was immediately filled with admiration. Indeed, she realized that compared to her aunt, her own thoughts were far too limited. Upon learning about Wu Shidao, Wang Xiaoyan could swiftly connect various dots in mere seconds. Such a remarkable ability is truly admirable. All right, I understand, but what should we discuss in the interview? Lu Shuangshuang inquired, seizing the opportunity to seek advice. You are majoring in hosting, correct? Do you really need me to guide you? Wang Xiaoyan shot her a glance admonishing. While most hosts engage in casual conversations following the interview outline provided by the editor, there are many exceptional hosts who possess their own insights and excel in improvisation, such as Wu Moxian. By the way, what about the If You're the One Dating show launched this January? Can you honestly say Ming Fei's hosting was subpar? Indeed, Auntie. You were right, Lu Shuang nodded vigorously. Speaking of which, Shuang, you haven't started dating yet, have you? Wan Xiaoyan shifted the topic with concern. Are you not considering a relationship during your time at university? I find it hard to believe that in such a prestigious institution as Nansing University, among so many outstanding individuals, not a single one has captured your interest. I think Wu Shidao is quite admirable. What is your relationship like? Is there potential for development? Lu Shuang's cheeks flushed immediately, and she shyly replied, but I'm 2 years older than him. Wan Xiaoyan chuckled, pointing at her. So what if you're 2 years older? Who established the notion that men must be older than women? A woman 3 years older holds the gold brick. You being 2 years older is nothing to fret over. As someone who has experienced this, let me say this. During university, it's better to be selective than to settle for less. I wholeheartedly agree with your stance. But there is one more thing you must remember. She spoke earnestly. You can discern a boy's potential during university by observing his words and actions. Moreover, the likelihood of discovering a promising partner is much higher in this environment, where competition is minimal. Once you enter the workforce, an exceptional man will attract countless admirers. Auntie, you are exaggerating, Lu Shuang said, taken aback. Exaggerating? That merely indicates your naivety. Wang Xiaoyan huffed, initially wanting to say more but ultimately refrained. Remember, I'm speaking to you seriously. Now, I must visit the principal. You should return to your classes. At the same time, at the Jinshe fruit wholesale market, Delu and Jin Gang were busy inspecting their stock. By the way, Jin Gang, Delu said after packing a box of bananas and wiping his sweat. Shall we take a break and have a smoke? Jin Gang glanced at the prepared fruits, which were nearly ready, and nodded. The two moved to a shaded area, where Jin Gang offered Delu a cigarette. This morning, I discussed something with my wife. Delu exhaled a cloud of smoke, looking at Jin Gang seriously. What if we went into business together? What do you think? Partner up? Jin Gang was somewhat surprised, then waved his hand with a laugh. Don't joke around. I barely have a few thousand yuan to my name, and owe over 100,000 to relatives in the village. How could I afford to partner with you? I'm being serious. Lao Lu remarked. Jin Gang, did Boss Wu not send over an order of 6 tons last night? I estimate that we can maintain a sales volume of approximately 5 tons daily from now on. Such a substantial amount is beyond my capacity to handle alone. Therefore, I consulted with my wife, and she shares the same sentiment. We are both from the same hometown, conducting business together, and can trust each other, can't we? Jin Gang gazed deeply at him without uttering a word, taking several deep puffs from his cigarette while contemplating. From Lao Lu's words, he discerned an underlying concern. Lao Lu feared that he might introduce Wu Shidao to others in the future. However, this was quite normal. Who in the entire fruit market wouldn't desire major clients? Indeed, Lao Lu had not given it much thought initially, but that morning, prior to stocking up at the fruit market, his wife had suddenly posed a question. What if one day Jin Gang introduces that Boss Wu to someone else? Why would you suddenly think of that? Lao Lu was taken aback. Dear, consider this. Jin Gang introduced Boss Wu to us, but did we offer him any benefits? No, right? Did we give him a commission? Certainly not. What if someone else offers Jin Gang a commission? His wife retorted. Then we could just give him a commission ourselves. Lao Lu responded immediately. But what if one day we have a falling out? His wife posed another question. Lao Lu's temper flared, and he scolded. Why do you constantly indulge in such unfounded worries? Chapter 76. Lending to him after a few sharp words from Lao Lu, his wife fell silent. Yet, her mind was far from tranquil, as she continued to ponder this possibility. Thus, during a break from work that morning, Lao Lu pulled his wife aside and quietly discussed the matter with her. Ultimately, they resolved to invite Jin Gang to partner with them in their business endeavors. Initially, his wife disagreed. However, Lao Lu made a statement that instantly swayed her. Once Jin Gang becomes wealthy and knowledgeable about this industry, he could very well part ways with us and collaborate directly with Wu Shidao. By then, not only would we lose our partnership with Jin Gang, but we might not even get a taste of the profits. Historically, while embellishing a good situation is commendable, nothing compares to providing timely assistance in a time of need, which leaves a lasting impression. Lao Lu, I currently lack funds, so let us defer the partnership for now. Jin Gang pondered before responding. Lao Lu, Jin Gang, have you had breakfast? Would you like to have a bun? A person walked by, holding a bag of buns. It was none other than Huzi. I've already eaten, Jin Gang replied politely. That's all right. I noticed you've been working hard for quite some time. You must be hungry, Huzi enthusiastically insisted, attempting to push the buns into his hands. I truly cannot accept, Jin Gang firmly declined. Seeing this, Huzi offered them to Lao Lu, who also declined. Is this for your friend again today? Huzi, testing the waters, inquired with a cheerful grin. Jin Gang, I saw you two were quite busy yesterday, hardly taking a break. You must have moved at least a dozen tons, around 15 tons. Right? Jin Gang, not one to conceal the truth, readily admitted this, for the wholesale market was a compact space, and Huzi's shop was conveniently located just across the way. Easily visible. Impressive indeed. Huzi remarked, a wave of envy and jealousy washing over him. Jin Gang, we only have 2 more trucks to finish up. Shall we put in a little more effort together? Daliu, sensing Huzi's ulterior motive, stood up and addressed Jin Gang directly. Jin Gang nodded in agreement. I have some free time now. I can lend you both a hand. Huzi chuckled and rolled up his sleeves. Oh, I couldn't possibly impose on you. Besides, Jin Gang and I can manage just fine. Huzi, you should really return and rest, Daliu gently suggested, hinting for Huzi to leave. No worries, I hardly sell much on my end anyway. I might as well help out. Huzi insisted, feigning ignorance of Daliu's subtle dismissal as he opened a box of bananas and began inspecting them diligently. Daliu furrowed his brow, feeling a twinge of concern. He knew Huzi too well. This fellow would stop at nothing for profit. By the way, Jin Gang, how much did your friend order today? Huzi inquired casually while working. Daliu's wife, nearby sorting through goods, perked up at the mention and quickly said, Jin Gang, come over and check the order list. Make sure everything's correct. She aimed to divert Jingan's attention away from Huzi. Coming, Jin Gang replied, setting down the goods. Not much, just a few tons. Another few tons? Huzi felt a jolt of regret. He could only manage a few tons a month. While Daliu had already accumulated 20 tons over the past 2 days, this month was turning out to be quite profitable for him. Coming back to his senses, Huzi carelessly dropped the items in his hands and shamelessly sidled up to Jin Gang, glancing at the order list and unable to suppress his envy. Wow, that's quite a lot. Not bad, Jin Gang replied, casting a sidelong glance at him. I suspect we won't be sending out as much as yesterday's haul of over 10 tons, moving forward. It will likely be about 5 or 6 tons daily. Daliu and his wife exchanged anxious glances, nearly stamping their feet in desperation. If Huzi got wind of this, he would undoubtedly try to find a way to meddle. Huzi was the type who would squeeze out every drop of profit, even if a frog happened to hop by. Daliu, I heard you sourced goods from someone else today? Isn't that a bit improper? Huzi cunningly turned to Daliu, feigning innocence. We are all fellow villagers. Why not source from me? Are you looking down on me? Daliu's wife let out a cold laugh. Huzi, don't be ridiculous. When we source from others, we get them at the shipping price, just enough to cover transport costs. If we were to source from you, we'd have to pay wholesale prices, which we simply cannot afford. Last year, a customer had come to Daliu's place to buy fruit, needing quite a bit. However, Daliu found himself short a couple of items. So his wife had gone to Huzi to negotiate for a couple of pieces. At that moment, Huzi remarked, acquiring goods is fine. I can procure them at wholesale prices. During the festive season, every business thrives. If I were to supply you at the cost price, wouldn't that lead to my loss? It would be more prudent to sell them to customers at wholesale rates. This statement infuriated Daliu's wife, who retorted sharply, where do you think I can obtain wholesale prices? Why should I source from your establishment? With a chuckle, Huzi's face flushed with embarrassment. Nevertheless, being thick-skinned, he cleared his throat and replied. The circumstances were exceptional at that time. Now, if you procure from me, I can offer you the cost price, merely adding a bit for shipping. Ah, Huzi, I must express my gratitude. Daliu's wife responded with a cold laugh. No need for that. Thank you. Upon hearing this, Huzi's mind began to formulate a plan. With a shrewd glint in his eye, he earnestly inquired, Sister-in-law, how much commission did you offer when Jin Gang sourced goods from you? Daliu's wife was momentarily speechless, mumbling. We haven't discussed that yet. Huzi chuckled, feigning innocence. If Jin Gang were to procure from me, I would certainly offer him several hundred yuan for each ton, easily accumulating a couple of thousand yuan in commissions over the day. What do you mean by that, Huzi? Daliu's expression darkened. Nothing of consequence, Huzi responded cheerfully. Isn't that the customary practice? Jin Gang then handed the delivery order to Daliu, exchanged a knowing glance with him, and turned to Huzi, stating, My wife and I are partners in this venture. What need do we have for commissions? Partners? Huzi was taken aback. Indeed, Jin Gang replied candidly. Huzi, the matter we previously discussed remains ambiguous, and now you return with this inquiry. It feels rather pointless, doesn't it? Brother Jin Gang, I mentioned earlier that I would provide a discount, correct? Huzi attempted to defend himself. Well, I understood you were busy, which is why I refrained from bothering you. Jin Gang waved dismissively. All right, you may continue with your tasks. We have deliveries to make and cannot linger in idle chatter. With that, he turned to exit, leaving Huzi feeling dejected. Daliu and his wife exchanged a glance, both feeling relieved. Daliu's wife whispered, Did Brother Jin Gang agree to partner with us? He claimed he has no funds. Daliu shook his head, taking a deep breath. I've thought it over. If necessary, we should lend him some. Do we have any money? Lending him funds would leave us with nothing for ourselves. What about our cash flow? I could mortgage the house. Are you out of your mind? I cannot agree to that. I am not insane. One must understand that humans cannot resist the allure of money. Today, Huzi offers commissions. Tomorrow, others will follow suit. Rather than that, why not lend him money for collaboration? But what if we cannot recover the loan? We may call it a loan, but the funds remain under our control for purchasing goods. Once we acquire the goods and sell them to Boss Wu, how could we possibly fail to recoup our investment? Payments are settled in cash each time. Upon hearing Dalu's words, his wife finally grasped the situation. Yet she felt a flicker of anxiety at the thought of mortgaging their home, murmuring softly, Isn't it too risky? My dear, Dalu replied, Fortune favors the bold. After all these years, we have stumbled upon such an opportunity. If we let it slip away, who knows when we might encounter another. With that, Dalu lit a cigarette, gritting his teeth as he declared, It is settled then. He approached the industrious Jin Gang and earnestly stated, Brother Jin Gang, working for others will never yield substantial profits. Only by venturing into business ourselves can we hope to attain financial success. I understand your reasoning, Dalu. Jin Gang replied with a smile, but I lack the capital. I will lend you the funds, Dalu asserted gravely. 300,000. What do you say to us becoming partners? Jin Gang gazed at him in disbelief. Are you joking? I am entirely serious, Dalu responded, contemplating deeply before speaking from the heart. Brother Jin Gang, you are aware that you have brought in such significant clients, with orders amounting to several tons daily. Logically, I should be paying you a commission, but I suspect that would not suffice for you, would it? Who wouldn't want to earn more? Instead of merely giving you a commission, why not collaborate and build something together? As long as the sales from Boss will remain stable within a year, purchasing a car and a house in Jin City will be within our grasp. Indeed, who wouldn't be tempted by profits? Jin Gang mused, having spent considerable time in this market. He understood its intricacies. Though fruits may not be as essential as vegetables or meat, they still constitute a necessity. Crucially, unlike the prices of vegetables and meats which tend to be standardized, the pricing of fruits lacks uniformity. For instance, while one stall sells celery for 2 yuan per pound, another charges 3, making the latter seem exorbitant. However, if 2 stalls sell apples, one at 3 yuan per pound with mediocre quality and the other at 4 yuan per pound with superior appearance, customers might willingly pay the higher price, justifying the expense. In recent days, Dalu's operation had yielded over 20 tons of fruit, and Jin Gang privately estimated that profits of at least 20,000 yuan were certainly attainable. To claim he felt no envy would be disingenuous. He had contemplated the prospect, lamenting his lack of capital, otherwise, that 20,000 yuan could have been his. Are you not worried I might default? Jin Gang pondered, half joking, half serious. Business always carries risks. Brother Jin Gang, Dalu reassured him, if I lend you the money, we are embarking on this business venture together. As long as Boss Wu's sales remain steady, there is no way this investment will falter. Dalu spoke earnestly. It will all transform into goods. You certainly have a keen mind, Jin Gang remarked, playfully punching him. Then, tentatively, he inquired, will your wife agree? Am I not essentially trying to pull off a scheme? She will agree, Dalu replied, sensing Jingang's underlying acceptance, though he still harbored some concerns. After all, without Brother Jingang's introduction, he would never have met Boss Wu, would he? This hardly constituted an underhanded scheme. Well, since both of you have no objections, I shall not voice any either, Jin Gang remarked decisively. In that case, I need not share the goods with anyone else. We, as brothers, can simply hire a vehicle to transport them directly, once we finish our busy schedule in the coming days. We will employ 2 individuals to assist you with the deliveries while I seek sources for goods in other regions, Dalu joyfully responded. This way, we can save on costs. When the class bell rang, Professor Wang arrived at the classroom punctually, as was his custom. Wu Shidao perked up, harboring a genuine interest in Professor Wang's course on economic development. In his previous life, attending such a class would have left him feeling drowsy, as he perceived the professor's teachings as overly distant and abstract. However, following his past experiences and having witnessed the shifts in the economic landscape firsthand, Wu Shidao realized the importance of understanding these economic principles. "Classmates, we shall commence our lesson now," Professor Wang announced, pushing his glasses up his nose and surveying the room. As Wu Shidao opened his notebook, preparing to take notes as per his usual habit, he heard Professor Wang call out, "Before we begin today's lecture, I would like to ask Wu Shidao to stand up." Huh. Wu Shidao was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend the professor's request. After a few seconds of silence, noticing no one had risen, Professor Wang's brow furrowed slightly, and he spoke with a touch of displeasure. "Where is Wu Shidao? Is he not present?" "I am here, Professor." Wu Shidao finally regained his senses and stood up, bewildered. The professor's expression softened upon seeing the open notebook on his desk. "Please bring your notebook here for me to review," he instructed. Confused yet compliant, Wu Shidao approached and handed over his notebook, internally questioning. "I had no idea that such inspections occurred in university." Professor Wang casually flipped through several pages and, upon discovering the thoroughness of Wu Shidao's notes, allowed a satisfied smile to emerge. "Very well, you may return to your seat," he said. "Thank you, Professor," Wu Shidao replied, still puzzled as he returned to his seat, mulling over what the professor's intentions might be. After the class concluded, Professor Wang collected his teaching materials, adjusted his glasses, and fixed his gaze on Wu Shidao. "Wu Shidao, please accompany me to my office." Certainly," Wu Shidao responded, startled. "What's going on here?" He pondered. Could it be about the previous assignment? Surely it was tea that poor. Everyone merely copied from the textbook. After all, Zhang Liang and Dong Yikai whispered amongst themselves. From the teaching building to the administrative building, Professor Wang remained silent with Wu Shidao until they entered the office. Once seated, Professor Wang gestured towards the sofa across from him and smiled. "Please take a seat." Wu Shidao. Hearing the invitation, Wu Shidao felt a wave of relief wash over him. It seemed unlikely that this meeting would entail anything negative. "Professor, did you need to discuss something with me?" he inquired eagerly upon taking his seat. Professor Wang nodded, displaying a keen interest as he stated, "I have heard that you are selling fruit at school." Chapter 78. Appreciation. Wu Shidao was momentarily taken aback. Throughout the journey, he had contemplated numerous possibilities. Yet he never expected Professor Wang would pose such a question. "You need not worry. I personally hold a very optimistic and admiring view towards this matter." Observing Wu's demeanor, Professor Wang smiled. "I merely experimented," Wu Shidao humbly replied. "This is not mere experimentation in my perspective. It exemplifies a quintessential case of entrepreneurship among university students." Professor Wang shifted the conversation, inquiring about Wu Shidao's background, such as his parents' professions and how he conceived the idea of selling fruit in such a manner. "I only realized after arriving at school how exorbitant the fruit prices were in the nearby streets," Wu Shidao explained. "Moreover, I meticulously surveyed the entire vicinity of the university town, discovering dozens of establishments solely dedicated to selling fruit. If we include supermarkets, the number is even greater. This indicates a substantial market, considering there are hundreds of thousands of individuals in the university town. Thus, I pondered how I could provide my fellow students with more affordable fruit." He elaborated further, stating, "I even made a special trip to the wholesale fruit market and found the disparity between wholesale prices and retail prices on the streets to be staggering. I thought that if we could eliminate the profits of the middlemen, the prices of the fruit would decrease significantly." Professor Wang listened intently, nodding occasionally in agreement with Wu Shidao's insights. He then asked, "How did you come up with the idea of selling online?" "Well, we are in the age of the internet," Wu Shidao chuckled. "Furthermore, the era of mobile internet is about to unfold. My idea isn't particularly novel. I merely thought of it and decided to give it a try. I didn't anticipate it would be so well received." "Professor Wang, how did you learn about this?" Seizing the opportunity, he inquired. "The principal informed me," Professor Wang replied with a beaming smile. "The principal?" Wu Shidao was taken aback. "Didn't you mention to the student council president that you were seeking some work-study students to assist you?" Professor Wang regarded him with admiration. "This matter caught the principal's attention, and after inquiring further, he mentioned you to me." It's just a trivial matter, merely a small effort on my part," Wu Shidao modestly responded. Observing his lack of surprise or pride, Professor Wang grew increasingly fond of him, exclaiming, "Wu Shidao, you are doing exceptionally well. If you require any assistance in the future, do not hesitate to approach me. If I cannot resolve it, I can always seek help from the principal, haha. However, this is contingent upon staying within the bounds of policy, understood?" Wu Shidao's heart swelled with joy, though Professor Wang's words were subtly expressed. He, with a psychological age of over 40, comprehended the underlying meaning. This implied that the school not only imposed no restrictions on his entrepreneurial endeavors but was, in fact, wholeheartedly supportive. "Professor Wang, there is something I must inform you in advance," Wu Shidao said politely after a moment of contemplation. "Oh, do share," Professor Wang smiled encouragingly. "It appears that I have been somewhat preoccupied with my busy schedule, leaving me little time to focus on my studies." At this juncture, Wu Shidao paused. Professor Wang instantly grasped his implication, offering a slight smile as he remarked, "You sly fox. I understand your meaning. Rest assured, I shall ensure you do not fail." He added, "I will also have a word with the other instructors, but you must also put in your fair share of effort. Do you understand?" "I comprehend, Professor Wang," Wu Shidao replied with a smile. He was well aware that Professor Wang held another esteemed position as the Dean of the School of Economics and Management. His mere mention would certainly earn respect from any instructor, prompting them to show leniency during examinations. After all, he had been away from academia for many years, and during his brief time at university, it was only Professor Wang's course that piqued his interest, coupled with decades of life experience. He found it to resonate deeply with him. The other subjects taught by different professors felt akin to deciphering a foreign language, as he had long since forgotten much of the foundational knowledge from his school days. "Well then, no need for concern. You may carry on with your tasks," Professor Wang said, lifting his teacup for a sip. "Thank you, Professor Wang. I appreciate your understanding," Wu Shidao acknowledged, recognizing this as a subtle dismissal. Once outside the teaching building, Wu Shidao pondered for a moment and decided to call Lu Shuangshuang. After a few rings, she answered, "Are you related to the principal?" "Huh. No, why do you ask? How come such a trivial matter has reached the principal's ears?" Upon hearing this, Lu Shuangshuang's beautiful eyes sparkled with amusement. "If you treat me to a lavish meal, I might just tell you." "All right then, let's seize the day. How about lunch? You can choose whatever you desire." "It's on me," Wu Shidao responded with a generous spirit. "I would like to have steak," Lu Shuangshuang replied without hesitation. "I know of a delightful Western restaurant on Zhongshan Road. It's up to you whether you wish to indulge. To be given the opportunity by the campus bell to treat you to a meal is indeed an honor. Many would yearn for such a chance. If I were to decline, it would be rather ungracious of me." In high spirits, Wu Shidao glanced at the time and said, "I will wait for you at the school gate. Let us not dawdle, as I have to return to my tasks after lunch." "Sure, just give me 10 minutes." Lu Shuangshuang readily agreed. As Wu Shidao strolled to the school entrance, the security guard in the booth greeted him warmly. "I noticed those two vehicles making multiple trips yesterday, transporting an abundance of fruit. What was that all about?" "Oh, it was fruit ordered by the students. I had actually prepared a box of apples for you, but I got too busy to bring it along. When they come to deliver the fruit later, I will have them set aside a box for you to enjoy at your leisure." Wu Shidao chuckled. How could I possibly accept such a generous offer? The guard smiled. "Oh, it's nothing to worry about. It's merely a small token of goodwill, hardly a significant expense." Wu Shidao understood well that courtesy is never unwelcome. Although the guard appeared to wield little authority, he could certainly find ways to make things inconvenient if he so desired. After exchanging a few casual words, Lu Shuangshuang hurriedly approached with brisk steps. Wu Shidao greeted the security guard, and the two walked side by side into the distance. "How's it going? Am I late?" Lu Shuangshuang had deliberately returned to her dormitory to change into a light purple dress and applied a touch of lipstick. "Not at all," Wu Shidao replied, shaking his head. As he glanced at her dress, he casually remarked, "That dress looks quite beautiful on you." Lu Shuangshuang's heart leaped with joy, and she exclaimed, "Really? What do you find appealing about it?" Wu Shidao hesitated momentarily, chuckling awkwardly as he diverted the topic. "Look, a taxi is coming." "Haha. I knew you were just being perfunctory," Lu Shuangshuang retorted, her previously cheerful mood dampened as she shot him an annoyed glance. This dress was one she had specifically chosen to wear, not only to enhance her elegance, but also to accentuate her fair complexion. It is worth noting that light purple is not a hue that everyone can pull off. I truly believe that dress highlights your grace, giving off an air of sophistication. Wu Shidao mused. Lu Shuangshuang chose to ignore him, yet felt a sense of comfort in his words, appreciating that he possessed some discernment. After providing the taxi driver with their destination, They settled into the back seat, engaging in a light-hearted conversation. Is the principal aware? Lu Shuangshuang asked. I informed the head of the student affairs about your recruitment, and she subsequently relayed it to the principal. No wonder, Wu Shidao replied. I thought it was a trivial matter that wouldn't concern the principal. Just enjoy it, Lu Shuangshuang continued. By the way, I have something to tell you. In a few days, the school newspaper might want to interview you, and I will also be conducting an interview with you. We should discuss this over dinner. Interview me? What for? Wu Shidao inquired, surprised. The principal wishes to feature you as a model for promotion, Lu Shuangshuang clarified. I've merely accomplished a trivial task. Let us keep it low-key and skip the interview. Wu Shidao waved his hand dismissively, adopting a modest demeanor. Seeing his smug expression, Lu Shuangshuang could not help but pinch his arm playfully, causing him to gasp in surprise. What was that for? He exclaimed. Your smug face is quite irksome. Lu Shuangshuang retorted with satisfaction, withdrawing her hand. Others would covet such an opportunity. I'm being serious, Wu Shidao replied, rubbing his arm with a grimace. Why make such a fuss about it? I don't see it as a big deal. What is the benefit? Are you a fool? Lu Shuangshuang responded, slightly exasperated. Let us not discuss other benefits for now. Just consider the most crucial and tangible one. At least you needn't worry about failing, right? Some students drift through college for 4 years and end up with nothing but a certificate of incomplete studies. As long as you don't excessively skip classes, you'll surely receive your diploma. After all, the school wouldn't want to embarrass itself, would it? That is true, Wu Shidao admitted, nodding. Should I thank you then? Of course, Lu Shuangshuang replied with a smile. Lu Shuangshuang nodded without reservation and then remarked, I merely added a touch of embellishment. The credit lies with you. It was primarily your words that resonated with me. The statement that students working their way through school require financial assistance. I relayed your sentiments verbatim to the head of the student affairs office, and he praised your high level of awareness. That is how the subsequent events unfolded. I wouldn't call it heightened awareness. It was merely a matter of speaking the truth. Wu Shidao suddenly understood why the principal regarded him with such distinction. Upon reaching Zhongshan Road, the two alighted from the vehicle and made their way to the Western restaurant Lu Shuangshuang had mentioned. After placing their orders, Lu Shuangshuang observed Wu Shidao surveying the European-style decor and quietly inquired, how is the ambience here? If only the servers were foreigners, it would seem even more authentic. Wu Shidao replied earnestly, and the stakes could be priced a bit higher. Lu Shuangshuang chuckled softly, then, feeling slightly embarrassed, confessed, this is actually my first visit. I had no idea the meals would be so expensive. Otherwise, I would have suggested we share the bill. You're a first-timer too? Wu Shidao asked, somewhat surprised. I assumed you had been here numerous times. How could that be? A sirloin steak costs around 300 yuan. How could I, as a student, afford that? Lu Shuangshuang shot him an exasperated glance. Do you think I am like you? She retorted. I certainly did not assume we were alike. I merely thought many would invite you to dine in such establishments. Wu Shidao responded casually. Lu Shuangshuang's brows furrowed slightly before relaxing again. And she fixed her gaze upon Wu Shidao, a hint of annoyance in her tone as she asked, is that how you perceive me? A person who, relying on a bit of charm, expects male companions to treat me or fulfill my requests, leading them to spend money on me? Do you think I'm liking Lu? Realizing she had inadvertently let slip too much, she quickly halted. My apologies, you've misunderstood. Observing her irritation, Wu Shidao hastily offered his apologies, explaining, I was merely jesting. I assumed your familiarity with this place indicated frequent visits. I only pass by here when I stroll along Zhongshan Road, Lu Shuangshuang clarified. After a moment, she reiterated, as for this meal, that is unnecessary, Wu Shidao interjected, waving his hand. How could I, who invited you for a grand feast, allow it to change? Noticing her inclination to argue, he deftly shifted the subject. By the way, let us discuss the interview. Who will be interviewing me? Is it a reporter from the school newspaper? The school reporter simply writes up news articles. They will only ask you a few basic questions, Lu Shuangshuang explained. Primarily, it will be an interview in a face-to-face chat format, broadcasted in a radio style. So we need to prepare the discussion topics in advance. Essentially, it's a question-and-answer format. Wu Shidao comprehended, having seen similar dialogue programs before. Exactly. We need to communicate beforehand to avoid any awkwardness if I pose a question and you are unable to respond, Lu Shuangshuang clarified. All right, then, feel free to ask. Wu Shidao replied, reclining against the comfortable chair's broad back. What do your parents do? Have you ever ventured into entrepreneurship? How have they supported you on your journey of growth and learning? What are your hobbies and interests? Lu Shuangshuang bombarded him with questions, simultaneously retrieving a notebook from her bag to record his responses. In truth, she was already aware of Wu Shidao's parental background, yet she found it hard to believe, prompting her to ask directly once more to ascertain the authenticity of his information. You have quite a few questions. I must answer them one by one, Wu Shidao replied, oblivious to Lu Shuangshuang's motives. After a moment's reflection, he stated, my parents are just ordinary salaried workers. I have never ventured into entrepreneurship. As for my upbringing, I can only say that they are like most parents, willing to purchase anything that aids my learning, no matter the cost. Regarding interests and hobbies, I have a keen fascination with computers and have self-studied programming. He spoke with a blend of truth and fabrication. Is it really that simple? Lu Shuangshuang jotted down his words swiftly, her brow furrowing slightly as she inquired, is there nothing else? Wu Shidao shook his head. Surely, we cannot conclude the conversation so quickly? Lu Shuangshuang's eyes glinted mischievously as she probed. Is there nothing more you wish to share? Not really, he replied, a hint of amusement in his voice. Isn't it the role of the host to guide the conversation? Lu Shuangshuang's eyes sparkled as she asked. Then let us discuss a topic of mutual interest. Do you have a girlfriend? Not at the moment, Wu Shidao pondered before offering a vague response. Not at the moment? Does that imply you do or do not? Lu Shuangshuang was clearly dissatisfied with his answer. Not really, Wu Shidao shrugged. Relieved, Lu Shuangshuang's thoughts drifted to Shen Xiaojing. Just the other day, she had witnessed Wu Shidao express his intention to gift Shen Xiaojing an apple for, leading her to conclude that he harbored feelings for her but had not received a favorable response in return. As their steak was served, the two conversed while eating. Lu Shuangshuang took small bites, occasionally brushing aside strands of hair that fell onto her cheek. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating her profile and giving Wu Shidao the enchanting impression that stage lights were following her. Sitting face to face with a renowned beauty and host from his previous life, he felt an almost surreal sensation. What are you staring at? Lu Shuangshuang noticed Wu Shidao's unwavering gaze upon her, causing a blush to creep across her cheeks. Oh, nothing. Wu Shidao snapped back to reality, lifting his bowl of borscht to take a sip before changing the subject. The matter of work study has even caught the attention of the principal. Will these students be able to make it back in time for lunch? They have work to do this afternoon. Rest assured, I have already received the list. Once we finish eating, I will notify them to gather at the family building. Lu Shuangshuang replied, taking a bite of her steak. Gathering her courage, she tentatively asked, so, since you don't have a girlfriend, is there someone you like? Yes, he admitted. Without a moment's hesitation, Wu Shidao replied, is it the girl you wanted to gift the iPhone 4 to last time? Lu Shuangshuang blurted out. Wu Shidao was taken aback, then recalled that she and Zhou Na must have overheard their conversation. He did not deny it. Instead, he nodded gracefully, affirming, indeed. Is this how you pursue girls? By directly showering them with gifts? Lu Shuangshuang inquired. Of course not. My intention to gift her an iPhone was simply because she adores them. I also admire iPhones. How about you gift me one? Lu Shuangshuang said, half-jokingly yet with an earnest undertone, her heart racing uncontrollably. Wu Shidao paused, a question mark forming in his mind. What did she mean by that? Was she hinting at something? He instinctively scrutinized Lu Shuangshuang, but she kept her gaze lowered, focused on her steak. For a moment, Wu Shidao was left perplexed, unable to discern whether she was jesting or subtly conveying something deeper. I was just teasing, Lu Shuangshuang said, lifting her head to smile at him. Although she had been looking down, the knife she wielded revealed Wu Shidao's expression clearly. It would be a lie to say she felt unperturbed. She was indeed slightly disappointed. I knew you were joking, Wu Shidao sighed with relief, matching her smile. But what if I were serious? Lu Shuangshuang countered, unable to suppress her curiosity. Then I would gift you one, Wu Shidao replied nonchalantly. All right then, it's a deal. I want a white one, she said with a radiant smile. Are you serious? What do you think? I don't know. I believe you're joking. Then that means I am joking. The time is about up. Shall we head back? Wu Shidao deftly changed the topic, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by Lu Shuangshuang's ambiguous banter. All right. She responded with an air of composure, though inside, she felt a twinge of regret. Her earlier words had taken courage to express. But when it came time to unveil the truth, she found herself lacking the bravery. Upon returning to the school dormitory, Lu Shuangshuang sat in the rented room of Wu Shidao, beginning to call each of the work-study students to notify them to come over. The residents of dormitory 102 arrived as well. Wu Shidao asked Li Xiong, who informed him that Zhang Liang had gathered everyone together. Wu Shidao felt a sense of gratitude swell within him. How did the enchanting lady come to be here with you? Li Xiang inquired discreetly. She is the president of the student council. I asked her to assist in arranging for some work-study students to help out, Wu Shidao explained. In the future, you want to need to come specifically to lend a hand. Li Xiang nodded, jokingly adding, so that's the case. I thought you two were secretly seeing each other. How could that be? Wu Shidao waved his hand dismissively. Li Xiang, half joking yet half serious, remarked, why not? Don't you think the enchanting lady has been visiting you rather frequently lately? It's for work purposes, Wu Shidao replied, a realization dawning upon him. Indeed. Lu Shuangshuang had been coming around more often in recent days. Gradually, 30 students began to arrive one after another. Lu Shuangshuang, truly deserving of her position as the student council president, commenced by addressing the students with a discourse emphasizing the importance of safety during their tasks, as well as the necessity of handling items with care. She reminded those responsible for delivering goods to the dormitories to be vigilant in verifying names and order details to avoid any errors. Subsequently, she introduced Wu Shidao, inviting him to share a few words. Dear students, I appreciate your willingness to lend a hand to facilitate our cooperation in a more efficient manner. It is imperative that we delineate each person's responsibilities. After Wu Shidao spoke briefly, he began assigning roles, organizing the 30 individuals into various groups for unloading, sorting, and delivery tasks. He pointed out Yang Xian, the student who would oversee deliveries, assuring everyone that they could approach him with any uncertainties. Startled, Yang Xian instinctively considered deflecting the responsibility, but was quickly reassured by Zhang Liang, who patted him on the shoulder, whispering, Lao San trusts you. This statement quelled Yang Xian's urge to protest. Before long, Jin Gang and Lu arrived in their vehicle. The students assigned to unloading began to group together and engage in their work. Observing the bustling activity, Jin Gang approached Wu Shidao, leaning in to say, I wish to discuss something with you. The two stepped aside, where Jin Gang elaborated on Lu's proposal for collaboration, concluding with, Wu Go, do you think I should partner with him? Though Wu Shidao was youthful, Jin Gang perceived him as wise beyond his years, particularly given that Nansen University was a prestigious institution. Wu Shidao had meticulously considered every aspect of the fruit business. After a moment of contemplation, he replied earnestly, firstly, engaging in business will undoubtedly yield greater profits than working for someone else. Moreover, if you do not partner with Lu, he may harbor doubts about your intentions. Yes, I understand his concerns. He fears that one day I might collaborate with someone else, Jin Gang admitted, scratching his head. Business is fundamentally about relationships. Wu Shidao remarked with a smile. If you believe Lu is a reliable individual, then proceed with the partnership. However, remember the adage, even among close brothers, accounts must be settled clearly. In a business partnership, financial matters must be distinctly outlined. Business and friendship should not be conflated, particularly regarding profits. Since there are two of them, and only you, the division of earnings cannot be equal. Otherwise, resentment will inevitably arise over time. You are right, Wu Gu, Jin Gang acknowledged, tapping his forehead. I had not considered that aspect. As the two conversed, a group of individuals resembling teachers approached from a distance. Lu Shuangshuang, upon spotting them, hurried to Wu Shidao's side, exclaiming, Principal Zhang is here. Wu Shidao instinctively cast a glance toward Principal Zhang and his companions. Recalling that this was only his second encounter with the principal, the first being at the freshman orientation ceremony, from a distance of several meters. Nansen University is a nationally recognized key institution, thus the president holds a significant rank categorized within the level of a department head. Good day, President Zhang. Greeted Wu Shidao and Lu Shuangshuang as they approached briskly, offering polite salutations. Lu, is this the esteemed Wu Shidao? Inquired Wan Shaoan, the director of student affairs, who had accompanied the president. Upon seeing Lu Shuangshuang and Wu Shidao approach, she smiled and introduced them to President Zhang. Yes, Director Wang, I am indeed Wu Shidao. He acknowledged with a nod and a smile. Wu Shidao, your idea is commendable, President Zhang remarked with a smile, his gaze sweeping over the diligent students at work. I have come specifically to observe. Thank you for your encouragement, President Zhang, Wu Shidao replied, suddenly recalling a phrase and casually adding, I will remain true to my original aspirations and continue to strive. President Zhang's eyes lit up. True to your original aspirations? What were your initial intentions? Certainly. It was to earn money. Do I even need to elaborate? He chuckled, aware that such candidness was not advisable. My initial intention was to ensure that the students could access affordable fruits and that those engaged in work-study could earn their tuition and living expenses, Wu Shidao stated, unabashedly, while also honing my own abilities. Excellent. Well said. President Zhang nodded in satisfaction, increasingly impressed with Wu Shidao. Please elaborate on the specific process of this initiative. He gestured towards the students engaged in their tasks. Certainly, President Zhang. Wu Shidao led the president and others over and detailed the entire process, from placing orders online, reserving fruits, unloading at the school, sorting and categorizing, to delivery to the dormitories. Very good, President Zhang remarked after listening, nodding with delight. This is indeed commendable. The emergence of the internet is meant to transform lives. Your group purchasing initiative, Wu Shidao, has evidently enhanced the lives of our students, making it more convenient, simple, and affordable. President Zhang's assessment was astute. Wang Xiaoyan concurred. The fruit shops around our school, I have visited before, and their prices are indeed steep. Although Wu Shidao's idea may appear simple, connecting and executing all of this is quite a formidable task. President Zhang nodded vigorously. Well then, Wu Shidao, continue your work. We shall not disturb you any further, he chuckled. Safe travels, President. Wu Shidao and Lu Shuangshuang bid them farewell. With the addition of these 30 work-study students, the entire process became considerably more manageable. Before Jin Gang and Lu Delu returned to load the goods, Wu Shidao specifically reminded them to leave a box of apples with the security guard upon their return. You are quite thoughtful, Lu Shuangshuang remarked with a smile. One must fulfill their promises. Wu Shidao waved his hand dismissively, adding, besides, no one resents a gesture of goodwill. A box of apples costs but a trifling amount. Lu Shuangshuang's phone rang. After a brief conversation, she hung up and said to Wu Shidao, prepare yourself. The school newspaper's reporter is coming to interview you. How should I prepare? Wu Shidao joked. Should I bathe and light incense? A laugh escaped Lu Shuangshuang. You are truly amusing. At that very moment, Shen Xiaojing and 2 other girls were walking toward the family dormitory. Xiaojing, Xiaoqi, please remember not to speak out of turn. Just study quietly beside us. This is indeed a rare opportunity, a junior female student remarked. Our school seldom has such entrepreneurial endeavors, and typically, it is only in the sophomore or junior years that new interns are taken to conduct interviews. You both should listen, observe, and learn as much as possible, all right? Thank you, Sister Feifei, Shen Xiaojing nodded. Rest assured, we won't speak out of turn. Xiaoqi chimed in, nodding vigorously. Thank you, Sister Feifei. Seeing their reactions, Feifei smiled in satisfaction. No need for thanks. We are all fellow townsfolk from Yinqing. I'm just giving you an opportunity to intern early, so you'll know what to do in the future. As the 3 chatted and walked, they soon arrived at the family dormitory. What is he doing here? In the midst of the busy crowd, Shen Xiaojing spotted Wu Shidao and was momentarily taken aback. Shuangshuang. Feifei called out to Lu Shuangshuang, who was chatting and laughing with a boy nearby. You're here. Lu Shuangshuang turned and waved upon seeing Feifei, then froze slightly upon noticing Shen Xiaojing behind her. As for Wu Shidao, he was completely stunned, locked in a gaze with Shen Xiaojing, both pairs of eyes filled with disbelief. He never imagined that the school newspaper reporter would be Shen Xiaojing, and she, too, was astonished to find that the interviewee would be Wu Shidao. Recovering from her shock, Shen Xiaojing's first instinct was to turn and leave. To be honest, she felt a deep-seated aversion towards Wu Shidao, especially after he had recently offered her an iPhone 4. Only to turn around and flaunt his affection with Lu Shuangshuang in the cafeteria. This was enough for Shen Xiaojing to label Wu Shidao as a scoundrel. Hey, stop staring. You might scare her away, Lu Shuangshuang remarked, noticing Wu Shidao's unwavering gaze on Shen Xiaojing, feeling a pang of jealousy. Do you know our school newspaper's new reporter? Feifei suddenly asked. Of course I do, Wu Shidao replied, regaining his composure with a cough, thinking to himself, I have known her for decades. That is even better. Feifei smiled. With someone familiar present, the interview could proceed more smoothly. She waved to Shen Xiaojing and Xiaoqi. Come over here. Xiaojing, should we go? Xiaoqi asked the dazed Shen Xiaojing. Oh, why don't you go ahead? Shen Xiaojing hesitated, hastily making an excuse. I suddenly feel a bit unwell and want to head back. Indeed, her personality is such that if she dislikes someone, she wouldn't want to exchange even a single word with them. The mere thought of having to be face-to-face with Wu Shidao made Shen Xiaojing yearn to leave at once. Xiaoqi was taken aback, then quickly grasped her arm, saying, Don't. This is a rare opportunity, as Sister Feifei has secretly brought us here to gain experience. You mustn't let it slip away. Chapter 82. She is worthy. The school newspaper has its regulations. Typically, freshmen in their first year engage in minor tasks or write articles. It is only in their second year that they are taken out for interviews by veteran reporters. Given that it is a school newspaper, there are not many figures or newsworthy events to cover, making each interview opportunity exceedingly precious. Come over here, you two, Fei Fei waved to them. Let us go? We've come this far. Xiaoqi uttered a classic remark, pulling Shen Xiaojing along. Forget it, I won't go. Shen Xiaojing's stubbornness ultimately prevailed as she shook off Xiaoqi's hand and turned to leave. This scene left Fei Fei momentarily stunned. There was undoubtedly something amiss with these two. Lu Shuang's beautiful eyes darted around, instinctively glancing at Wu Shidao, whose expression was peculiar, neither anger nor frustration, but rather a hint of helplessness. What is wrong with her? Fei Fei furrowed her brow, her displeasure also directed at Xiaoqi. Xiaojing suddenly feels unwell. Xiaoqi attempted to conjure an excuse. Unwell? Fei Fei scoffed inwardly, though her face remained impassive. She merely responded with a coldum, before adjusting her demeanor and turning to Wu Shidao, saying, Wu Shidao, is there a quieter place where we could talk? Noticing Shen Xiaojing retreating at a swift pace until she vanished from sight, Wu Shidao pondered for a moment before replying to Fei Fei. Then let us go to my rented apartment. Once they arrived at the room, Fei Fei took charge of the questioning. Xiaoqi recorded the responses, while Lu Shuang sat to the side, quietly observing Wu Shidao. The entire interview lasted approximately half an hour. Thank you for your cooperation, Wu Shidao. I won't keep you any longer, Fei Fei concluded, shaking his hand and bidding farewell to Lu Shuang before leading Xiaoqi away. The entire experience left Fei Fei feeling exceptionally dissatisfied. The reason was straightforward. She sensed that Wu Shidao's answers were rather perfunctory, many responses adhering to a formulaic pattern. For instance, when asked why he decided to sell fruit, he simply stated it was to provide students with affordable options. However, Fei Fei keenly perceived that his true motivations were far more complex. Yet, no matter how persistently she probed, Wu Shidao's responses remained confined to that one line. The brevity of the interview indicated a lack of depth. A genuinely successful interview should evoke a sense of sharing from the interviewee, allowing for a comprehensive portrayal of character that resonates with readers. However, today's interview, in Fei Fei's eyes, cannot be described as conventional. It can only be characterized as quite dreadful. If she were to return and compose the interview article as it stands, it would undoubtedly be deemed inadequate. Thus, she believes another interview is necessary. Do you have feelings for that girl? After Fei Fei and the others departed, Wu Shidao was about to leave for work when he suddenly heard Lu Shuang's voice from behind. What is it? Wu Shidao halted, turning with a puzzled expression to regard her. Lu Shuang replied softly, I sense that you have a fondness for that girl. Is that true? After a moment of contemplation, Wu Shidao nodded, conceding, yes, indeed. Why is that? Lu Shuang pressed further. Why? In that fleeting moment, a myriad of memories flooded Wu Shidao's mind. The scenes of their hands intertwined, the years spent in a rented abode, Shen Xiaojing's unwavering optimism during their financial struggles, her resolute stance in the face of her parents' disapproval, and her comforting demeanor without a hint of complaint following his job loss. All these moments coalesced into a singular thought that escaped his lips, because she is deserving. Deserving? Lu Shuang did not fully grasp his sentiment, but Wu Shidao had already turned to leave, prompting her to follow suit. Casting a glance at the busily engaged Wu Shidao, she pondered and quietly chose to depart. Wu Shidao had indeed noticed her sudden exit. Yet it did not trouble him. He had already resolved to maintain a certain distance from Lu Shuang from now on. The reasoning behind this thought stemmed from Li Xiang's recent remark regarding the frequency with which the female entities were gravitating towards him. Indeed, upon reflection, Wu Shidao realized that his interactions had indeed become rather frequent in recent days. Furthermore, standing alongside Shen Xiaojing had allowed her to catch sight of him. To avoid any misunderstandings, both on Shen Xiaojing's part and among others, Wu Shidao decided it would be prudent to maintain a safe distance. In the subsequent days, the group buying tasks gradually stabilized. Wu Shidao calculated that, aside from the initial surge of orders on the first day, the daily orders had consistently hovered around 5 tons, with slight fluctuations. This aligned closely with his previous expectations. 5 tons may sound substantial, amounting to a staggering 10,000 pounds. However, considering that Nansen University houses approximately 50,000 students, the average allocation per person was insufficient to even reach a pound daily. Meanwhile, the universal cracking store had also stabilized, although daily applications for listings had significantly diminished. The backend data indicated a steady, albeit gradual, growth in users. Thus, from the current outcomes, it appeared that the developer collaboration initiative launched by Wang Hu Company was not yielding particularly favorable results. Wu Shidao surmised that this might be significantly related to the previous Trojan incident involving 91 Assistant and the Android market. Even though Wang Hu Company is making every effort to employ online influencers for reputation management, the paramount concern for users remains the security of their mobile devices. Furthermore, the discussions that transpired in early September are unlikely to be forgotten by users and the public in less than a month, which seems rather exaggerated. Moreover, despite Wang Hu Company's introduction of a developer collaboration program, there has yet to be a breakout success. This indicates that there is insufficient incentive for users to take the risk of downloading the 91 Assistant or the Android market. This represents one of the drawbacks of the developer collaboration initiative. Although it may attract some developers, the lack of quality offerings renders it rather futile. After completing version 20 of the Universal Cracking Store, Wu Shidao has not released any updates, as he is awaiting September 25th. This date marks the official launch of the Apple IV phone under the Unicom contract. He recalls from his previous life that Unicom had arranged for staff at nearly every service center to assist customers in jailbreaking their newly purchased Apple IV devices, allowing them to download various popular applications via the 91 Assistant. Now, the Universal Cracking Store not only possesses jailbreaking capabilities, but also allows direct downloads. It remains to be seen whether Unicom's staff or seasoned Apple enthusiasts will recommend it to users. Once the download figures for the Universal Cracking Store surge post-September 25th, Wu Shidao will unveil version 20 of the store. Chapter 83, Is Your Family in the Mining Business? Time swiftly passed, and soon it was September 25th. It was a Saturday, and early in the morning, Li Xiang called Wu Shidao, "Come out with me today." "Why?" "I want to buy a phone." Wu Shidao was taken aback and blurted out, "The Apple IV? Did you make a reservation?" "I made the reservation last week." "Hurry up. I'll meet you at the family building." After Li Xiang finished speaking, he hung up. This day marked the official release of the Unicom version of the Apple IV. But reservations were required a week in advance, and these were contract phones, with monthly fees amounting to several hundred yuan. If one wanted to purchase an unlocked device, it would cost significantly more. In recent days, the group purchasing business had been fine-tuned, and Wu Shidao had to supervise it every afternoon, primarily for financial management. After all, the daily cash flow was no small amount, hovering around several 100,000 yuan, and Wu Shidao was reluctant to entrust such a sum to students working part-time. At times, human nature is not resilient under pressure. After a few minutes, there was a knock on the door and Li Xiang's voice. "Third brother, open the door." "Coming." Wu Shidao locked the door and walked with him toward the campus exit. Along the way, he casually inquired, "Don't you already have a phone? Why buy an Apple?" "I'm buying it for my girlfriend." "What does your family do? Are you really that wealthy?" Wu Shidao couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. "My father is in the mining business," Li Xiang shrugged nonchalantly. "We have 2 coal mines." "So your family is in the mining business?" Wu Shidao felt a twinge of jealousy towards this fellow, handsome, affluent, and with a melodious voice. It seemed that all the good fortune had conspired to favor Li Xiang alone. "So what if he has a mine?" Li Xiang sighed, then glanced at Wu Shidao and asked, "And what about you? What do your parents do?" "You must have seen the interview in the school newspaper," Wu Shidao replied with a cheerful smile. "My parents are just ordinary wage earners." After the last interview, a few days later, Fei Fei called him again, eager for a second interview, claiming the previous one felt too hasty. However, Wu Shidao declined, as he hardly had time to entertain her every day. Eventually, Fei Fei had no choice but to craft a report on her own. Once completed, she showed it to Wu Shidao for his approval. To be honest, the article made Wu Shidao chuckle. It lauded him for his thoughtful nature and excellent grades, almost turning him into a paragon of virtue. Yet, he refrained from correcting her. Let her be. It wouldn't do to confess that he had never been fond of deep contemplation, preferring to immerse himself in video games instead. Such truths could never grace the pages of a news article. That report is so obviously fabricated. How could I possibly believe it? Li Xiang remarked, pursing his lips. "Do you believe it now?" "Yes." "Why?" "You have no reason to deceive me, so why would I not believe you?" Li Xiang countered. "Indeed," Wu Shidao chuckled. Upon leaving the school, the two hailed a taxi to the largest Unicom service center on Zhongshan Street in Jinqing. Is it really this exaggerated? Upon arrival, both were taken aback, particularly Li Xiang, who was stunned by the queue stretching almost to the opposite side of Zhongshan Street. "How long will we have to wait?" The official sales commenced at 9 o'clock, and it was only 8:30. Yet Wu Shidao estimated there were nearly 1,000 people already in line at just one Unicom outlet in Jincheng. As the clock struck 9, the doors opened, and the crowd surged forward, prompting the staff to implement crowd control measures, allowing only a batch of customers in after the previous group completed their transactions. Wu Shidao had no intention of waiting in line, but Li Xiang insisted, dragging him into the queue. With no other option, he resigned himself to waiting alongside her. "By the way, are you going home for the holidays?" he asked, seeking to engage Li Xiang in conversation during the tedious wait. "No, I plan to visit the capital. I've already purchased my plane ticket," Li Xiang replied. "Your girlfriend is quite fortunate," Wu Shidao jested. "If I were a woman, I would certainly marry you." "Then you should hasten to undergo gender reassignment surgery," Li Xiang laughed. "I've made plans with her to climb the Great Wall and watch the flag-raising ceremony in the capital. It'll be crowded beyond belief," Wu Shidao teased. "Given the throngs of people, do your parents know? Don't they want you home?" Most university students are leaving home for the first time to pursue their studies in a different city. When the first holiday arrives, many choose to return home. "My mother suggested I come back." Li Xiang paused for a moment and replied softly, "I don't wish to return. I prefer not to see my father." Wu Shidao, understanding the sensitivity of the matter, refrained from pressing further, recognizing it as a personal family issue. "Have you ever gambled?" Li Xiang suddenly inquired. "What do you mean?" Wu Shidao was taken aback, unsure of the context. "My father is a good person in many respects, but he has a penchant for gambling," Li Xiang sighed. "I just don't understand the appeal of it. You know, my family used to own 3 coal mines. One of them was lost to my father's gambling last year." "Such high stakes?" Wu Shidao expressed surprise, then added earnestly, "You must advise your father against it. Gambling can truly lead to ruin." "It's futile to persuade him." Li Xiang scoffed. "At first, my mother and I were oblivious. Then someone came to our door with my father's IOU, and we realized he had become so engrossed that he mortgaged a coal mine and lost it all in one night." "Did he gamble locally?" Wu Shidao pondered before asking. "Could he have been set up?" "No, he went to Macau." Li Xiang shook his head. "He used to frequent Macau, visiting every 3 to 4 months. But it seemed he didn't gamble excessively and usually won more than he lost, so my mother didn't think much of it. Gambling can be addictive." Wu Shidao remarked. "Many have fallen into financial ruin because of it. What is the current situation?" "I'm not sure," Li Xiang replied. "I haven't asked. My mother mentioned that he hasn't been to Macau in a long time. Instead, he has recently developed a fascination with computer games, spending late nights playing in the office, often not returning home at all. But I suppose that's a good thing, at least he is not gambling." "Computer games?" Wu Shidao's expression turned serious as a thought struck him. "You need to ensure your mother investigates what games he is actually playing." "What's wrong?" Li Xiang was taken aback by his sudden seriousness. "Did your father ever play computer games?" Wu Shidao asked after a moment of contemplation. "Hardly ever," Li Xiang replied. "Isn't it peculiar that a man who rarely engages in computer games suddenly becomes obsessed with them, playing daily and sometimes all night? Doesn't that seem odd?" "Is it really that strange?" Li Xiang scratched his head. "I used to play games all night on weekends. That seems normal. Consider this. Your father manages 2 coal mines. Does he truly have that much free time to devote to gaming every day? Moreover, he is an adult. What game could capture his attention to such an extent?" Wu Shidao hesitated, observing Li Xiang's confusion, and said earnestly, "Could it be that your father is gambling online?" "Online gambling?" Li Xiang gasped, exclaiming, "Is that even possible?" "I can assure you, it is indeed possible." Wu Shidao gazed at him with a solemn seriousness. In his previous life, Wu had overheard colleagues gossiping, one of whom had once enjoyed a wealthy upbringing, with a family fortune of approximately 20 to 30 million. This individual had traveled to Macau, but later found it too distant and resorted to online gambling instead. By accessing a particular software provided by others and transferring funds through online banking, he could witness live dealers via video and place bets accordingly. However, within just 6 months, he lost over 10 million. This occurred around 2010, a time when Wu Shidao realized that the gambling industry had long since embraced the internet. "I called my mother, urging her to take a look." Upon seeing Wu's serious demeanor, Li promptly became earnest himself, hastily retrieving his phone to call his mother. He asked her to visit his father's office to see what games he played daily. Of course, to prevent his mother from worrying and to avoid any misinterpretation by Wu Shidao, Li refrained from expressing his suspicions about his father gambling online. Instead, he fabricated a curious pretext, expressing a desire to know what games his father was engaged in, as he wished to try them too. By around noon, the queue finally advanced to Wu Shidao and Li Xiang. Having pre-selected a contract plan, they simply swiped their cards for payment. Li chose the 5,880 yuan package, which was essentially a pay for talk time and receive a phone deal. The contract lasted 36 months, with a minimum monthly expenditure of 263 yuan, where only 163 yuan was subsidized for call time, implying an additional outlay of 100 yuan each month. In reality, this amounted to 9,468 yuan. However, Li was indifferent. As he put it, he would spend 200 to 300 yuan monthly on calls to his girlfriend anyway. For someone born into affluence, a few hundred yuan was hardly a concern. While Li was busy processing payments and collecting receipts, Wu Shidao wandered around the service center, seeking assistance from a staff member regarding a query. "May I ask if jailbreaking is possible here?" The staff member glanced at Wu, explaining that jailbreaking would void any warranty or after-sales service, and if the phone were to malfunction, they would not be responsible. "I understand," Wu nodded. "If you wish to jailbreak, you can conveniently download a universal cracking store from your computer at home," the staff member replied nonchalantly. "Thank you," Wu smiled at him, feeling that his primary purpose of accompanying Li to purchase the phone had been fulfilled. Li intended to surprise his girlfriend with this phone on the 11th. So once it was procured, he refrained from unboxing it and instead took Wu Shidao to a nearby mall to purchase a gift box to wrap it. Wu Shidao mused that this fellow seemed quite infatuated. His girlfriend must have been exceptionally fortunate in a past life to encounter someone like him in this one. Nevertheless, it must be said, the contract phones offered by Unicom were indeed not inexpensive. Upon returning to school in the afternoon, after diligently managing the logistics for the group purchasing deliveries, Wu Shidao logged into the backend of the Universal Cracking Store's server. He checked the download statistics, observing a notable increase since yesterday, with approximately an additional 10,000 downloads. According to the news, today the sales of the Unicom version of the iPhone 4 reached around 40,000 units, which closely correlates with the new downloads recorded in the backend. Simultaneously, the download speed of the Universal Cracking Store had evidently diminished. New users, upon downloading the store, would undoubtedly engage in a flurry of downloads for various applications. The simultaneous influx of tens of thousands of new users, coupled with existing users, naturally resulted in slower speeds. Wu Shidao first uploaded the update for version 20 of the Universal Cracking Store before he commenced drafting an initiative for a developer collaboration program. Currently, the Universal Cracking Store boasts approximately 30 million users. In the latest version 20, a free recommendation strategy will be employed for high-quality, popular applications, with specific details outlined below. Furthermore, to encourage more developers to join, the Universal Cracking Store has decided to offer cash rewards to the top 10 applications based on monthly download volumes. The rewards are structured as follows. The first, second, and third place will receive 5,000, 3,000, and 2,000 yuan respectively, while the 4th to 10th places will each receive 1,000 yuan. Moreover, the Universal Cracking Store firmly opposes all forms of malware, maintaining a stringent review mechanism. Should any developer attempt to upload applications containing viruses or Trojans, we will impose a lifetime ban on collaboration. For applications listed on the Universal Cracking Store, we do not mandate exclusivity or exclusiveness. Developers are welcome to collaborate and list their applications in other app stores without any coercive requirements. We invite all developers to join our collaborative program and contribute to creating a safe and green application store. After completing the initiative letter, Wu Shidao meticulously reviewed it multiple times, ensuring there were no errors before uploading it to the official website of the Universal Cracking Store and the Weifeng Network Forum. Indeed, it was as such. The developer collaboration program of Wanghu Company explicitly demands exclusivity for applications listed on the 91 Assistant and Android market, attempting to enhance their leverage. In contrast, Wu Shidao adopted an opposing approach, not only issuing any requirements for exclusivity, but also openly declaring that applications could be listed in any app store without interference from the Universal Cracking Store. While Wanghu Company offers promotional slots for free, Wu Shidao not only provides them at no cost, but also rewards high-quality applications with bonuses. The total monthly bonuses amount to a mere 18,000 yuan. The group purchasing business has now matured at Nansen University. Wu Shidao calculated that, on average, they sell 5 tons of fruit daily, yielding a net profit of approximately 10,000 yuan after deducting labor costs. even accounting for winter and summer breaks. The group purchasing business at Nansen University could generate at least 2 million yuan in annual revenue, ensuring the sustainability of the universal cracking store without any issues. Shortly after releasing the developer collaboration plan, who been called, "Old Wu, are you going home for the holiday? If so, let us go together." I shall refrain from responding, as I have matters to attend to, and I suggest you do the same. Why? There is work I wish to discuss with you. Taking advantage of the National Day holiday, we should strive to advance the university's business on your end. If all goes smoothly, your salary could rise to 10,000 yuan by October. Of course, if you choose to return home, I shall simply find someone else to handle it. No, Wu good. I am not in a hurry to go home. Work comes first, and I am more than willing to serve you. Chapter 85. Wounding others and oneself. Are you certain? You have not returned home in over a month. I believe you must miss your family. Wu Gu, a true man aspires to far-off places. Besides, the family will not run away, and earning money is paramount. Very well, let us meet and discuss tomorrow. All right, Wu Gu, please rest early. Hubin spoke in a servile tone before hanging up. Earning over 10,000 a month? Why go home? Wu Shidao's plan was straightforward. Since the group buying business at Nansen University was nearing maturity, it was time to expand further. Noticing it was still early, just past 9 in the evening, Wu Shidao pondered and called Jin Gang. Jin Gang, are you resting yet? Not yet. I'll rest soon, Jin Gang replied. What is up, Wu Gu? Gather to Lu, as I would like to treat you both to barbecue and discuss some matters in the meantime. Wu Shidao cheerfully suggested, let us meet near Nansen University, shall we? Sure. I will call to Lu now. We will head over shortly, Jin Gang replied readily. At the street corner by Nansen University, various shops lined both sides, offering a plethora of dining and entertainment options. Wu Shidao casually chose a less crowded barbecue stall, ordered some food and beer, and before long, Jin Gang and Lu energetically emerged from a taxi. Wu Gu, Boss Wu. Jin Gang and Lu took their seats beside Wu Shidao. Help yourselves to the beer. Wu Shidao gestured towards the meat skewers. Feel free to eat. There's no need for formality. Lu, with a hearty smile, opened a bottle of beer and poured it into his cup. Boss Wu, I toast to you. Wu Gu, I also toast to you. Jin Gang raised his cup as well. You two are far too polite. Wu Shidao clinked glasses with them, downed his drink, and remarked, by the way, this is our first meal together. Assenti it? Indeed. Jin Gang nodded. Then there will be many more opportunities to dine together in the future, Wu Shidao said with a smile. Today's meal is on me. Next time, it's your treat, Boss Wu. Lu wiped his mouth and added, let me clarify, I am treating today, otherwise. Others might think I invited you merely to avoid paying the bill. Wu Shidao chuckled, not waiting for Lu to respond before shifting the conversation. By the way, how much cargo can you dispatch in a day at your place? Upon hearing the discussion of serious matters, Lu contemplated carefully and provided a figure. If we source from others, we can easily dispatch dozens of tons. The price may be slightly higher, but if the volume is substantial, the cost per pound only increases by a few cents. Last time, Jin Gang mentioned you two plan to collaborate. Have you secured your supply sources yet? Wu Shidao inquired earnestly. Looking at Lu, the supply is available. However, I wish to take some time to visit Guangxi. Lu explained, aren't you quite busy lately? It's truly difficult to get away. Then hire a few people. Wu Shidao waved his hand. If I have to handle everything myself, I simply won't manage. I plan to organize an event during the National Day holiday to open up avenues with the Information Engineering University. However, this would mean that the daily fruit requirements will significantly increase, at least around 10 tons. Factoring in the days of the event, we may need approximately 20 tons per day. Upon hearing this, both Lu and Jin Gang became incredibly excited. Boss Wu, are you suggesting that the expected daily sales next month will double? Lu's breath became heavy and his eyes reddened. That seems about right, although I cannot guarantee it. Wu Shidao pondered for a moment. I cannot assert that it will be more, but it should not be a significant issue to see sales double compared to now. The situation at Information Engineering University differs slightly from Nansen University. At Nansen University, one needs to walk several hundred meters to reach the entrance of another university, while directly across the street from Information Engineering University lies the entrance to the Postal and Telecommunications University, making them quite close. In Wu Shidao's plan, securing both universities simultaneously would be ideal. If Hubin puts in a little more effort, he could certainly manage both the Postal and Telecommunications University as well. Then I shall head to Guangxi tomorrow. Liu promptly decided a quick trip will suffice. For days is ample time, and I will surely return before the National Day holiday. Indeed, the Golden Week will be exceptionally busy, so you both must prepare mentally for that. If hiring is necessary, it would be best to have everyone in place before the holiday, Shidao stated earnestly. After concluding their discussion, the three returned to their respective homes to prepare. Upon returning to his residential building, Shidao opened his computer and glanced at the forum on Weifeng Network, noticing numerous replies to his post regarding the developer collaboration plan. Wow, the Universal Cracking Store now boasts over 30 million users. Impressive. This developer collaboration plan is far superior to that of Wanghu Company. Not only offering real monetary incentives for creative endeavors, but also, most importantly, not requiring exclusive authorization. Indeed, the most frustrating aspect of Wanghu Company's agreement is the exclusivity clause, which prevents listings on other app stores. The road ahead for the Universal Cracking Store is widening, while Wanghu Company finds itself narrowing. In private, many developers express their disdain for Wanghu Company's exclusive agreements, as developers naturally wish for their creations to be available across multiple platforms to maximize visibility among users. More importantly, Shidao openly disclosed the download figures for the Universal Cracking Store, providing a solid foundation of over 30 million users, which instills confidence in the developers. Joe. The Universal Cracking Store has also launched a developer collaboration initiative. The public relations manager, upon seeing Shidao's post, immediately called Zhou Hao. This is one of the tasks assigned to him by Zhou Hao, to closely monitor the developments of the Universal Cracking Store. Upon hearing this, Zhou Hao promptly ended the call, much to the chagrin of the public relations manager, who silently cursed him. To be frank, Shidao's initiation of a cash reward took Zhou Hao by surprise. He had assumed that the Universal Cracking Store was merely backed by a technical team, and that the monetization strategies employed by application stores were rather simplistic, reliant primarily on advertising, promotional fees, and revenue sharing. Previously, Zhou Hao had eliminated all advertising and promotional fees associated with the 91 Assistant and Android market, retaining only the revenue sharing. However, he did not anticipate the audacity of the Universal Cracking Store, which not only demanded no financial contribution but also offered cash rewards to apps that ranked in the top 10. This was akin to inflicting a self-destructive blow. Although the cash subsidies from the Universal Cracking Store were not substantial, totaling just over 10,000 yuan in a month, Zhou Hao hesitated to proceed. What if Wanghu Company followed suit only to raise prices subsequently? Would it truly lead to a war of attrition? Having already incurred significant losses by cutting advertising and promotional fees, how could they afford to subsidize developers further? Zhou Hao, feeling agitated, lit a cigarette and paced the room. Following the announcement of the developer program at Wanghu Company, the number of developers intending to collaborate with 91 Assistant and Android market was far less than he had anticipated. The ideal was grand, yet reality was stark. In the week following the launch of the developer collaboration plan, a few developers indeed chose to partner with Wanghu Company, and the number of applications for listing increased by approximately 30. However, this positive trend was short-lived. Within about a week, the situation reverted to its previous state, with the user count continuing to diminish and the number of applications for listing gradually declining to earlier levels. The scenario Zhou Hao envisioned, where the elimination of promotional fees would entice numerous developers to eagerly collaborate with Wanghu Company, did not materialize. Consequently, the company had become polarized into two factions, engaging in multiple meetings to debate the issue. The opposing side candidly stated that the developer collaboration plan should be promptly terminated, as it was utterly unfeasible. Not only had it resulted in substantial profit losses, but it had also failed to attract more users, a classic case of losing both the lady and the soldiers. As the proponent of this plan, Zhou Hao naturally supported it, arguing that the time frame was still too short, less than a month. What could be discerned in such a brief period? This was a long-term strategy that required at least 6 months to a year to reveal its true potential. However, the opposition had their own arguments. If the plan was not terminated in a timely manner, how could they manage the escalating losses? To halt it now would be to mitigate the damage, allowing for the formulation of a new strategic plan and the possibility of a comeback. Zhou Hao remarked that, although losses had been mitigated, the competitors of Wanghu Company, namely the Universal Cracking Store, had fallen eerily silent. It was evident that the developers had been rendered utterly nonplussed by their strategies. Should the Universal Cracking Store persist in demanding advertising and promotional fees, A multitude of developers would undoubtedly gravitate towards the Wanghu Company's camp. Furthermore, Zhou Hao firmly believed that the Universal Cracking Store was merely backed by a technical team. They were not engaged in philanthropy. Their establishment of the Universal Cracking Store was surely a pursuit of profit, as they would struggle to cover even their server costs otherwise. If the Universal Cracking Store were to falter, Wanghu Company could seize the opportunity to acquire their technical team. With the advantage of jailbreaking technology, both 91 Assistant and the Android market would emerge as unrivaled leaders, dominating the entire application store sector and becoming titans of the mobile internet era. Frankly, Zhou Hao's perspectives and judgments were widely endorsed by the majority within the company. Otherwise, his developer collaboration plan would not have been initiated. However, the developer collaboration scheme unveiled by Wu Shidao today left Zhou Hao utterly bewildered. Had the Universal Cracking Store secured an investor? Contemplating this possibility, his phone vibrated once more. Distracted and exasperated, he initially considered dismissing the call, but upon noticing it was the CEO, he had no choice but to answer. Have you seen that the Universal Cracking Store has released version 20? The CEO inquired. I have, Zhou Hao replied. Do you think your judgment was mistaken? I suspect that their recent silence might have been spent seeking investors. I'm asking you, was your judgment incorrect? According to backend data, neither 91 Assistant nor the Android market has seen a significant increase in user numbers since the launch of your collaboration plan. In fact, there has been a slight decline. What are your thoughts on this? Mr. Wang, my plan is a long-term strategy. You must understand that the primary principle guiding users in choosing an app store is its variety and abundance of offerings. Have you considered this from the developer's perspective? The CEO interjected. When developers choose between 91 Assistant and the Universal Cracking Store, do they not weigh the user base of each store? Might your previous exclusivity lead to more developers opting not to collaborate with us? Mr. Wang, I have taken this into account, which is why I proposed increasing collaboration with mobile manufacturers to pre-install our app store on devices. It's a comprehensive strategy. Zhou Hao quickly clarified. I can only grant you one more month, the CEO said after a moment of silence. If user numbers do not show significant improvement within that time frame, this plan will be terminated. Mr. Wang, the Universal Cracking Store has proposed cash incentives for high-quality, popular apps. Zhou Hao hesitated before suggesting, should we consider following suit? How should we do that? Should we also offer cash rewards? Indeed, otherwise we would be at a disadvantage. I propose that we enhance our cash rewards. We are limited to only 2 application stores, 91 Assistant and Android market, while our competitors boast not only versatile hacking stores, but also platforms like Wandujia. How much are you willing to increase the cash rewards? From a developer's perspective, is it the sheer number of users that matters, or the incentives you provide? Zhou Hao, you have truly disappointed me. The voice of Mr. Wang was filled with fury. I demand that you immediately remove the term exclusivity from your previous proposals and announce that such collaborative terms will no longer exist. You fool. Do you still not understand? Your exclusivity will jeopardize both 91 Assistant and Android market. If we are abandoned by numerous developers, we will ultimately face rejection from users. Yes, I understand. Zhou Hao was taken aback and dared not retort further. He quickly acquiesced, only to hear the phone abruptly disconnect. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, reflecting on Mr. Wang's final remarks. Indeed, exclusivity is a double-edged sword. When wielded skillfully, it can control the opponent, but if mishandled, it may backfire. An urgent announcement? On the other side, Wu Shidao, preparing to log off for the night, suddenly spotted a newly posted thread on the Weifeng Network forum concerning the modifications to the developer plan by Wanghu Company. Upon glancing at it, Wu Shidao couldn't help but chuckle. The modification was straightforward, transforming the previous exclusivity clause into an option for developers to launch on any application store, with Wanghu Company pledging not to interfere with developers' choices. This was nothing short of a futile exercise. After reading, Wu Shidao shook his head. Exclusivity is not as simple as it appears. As a channel, application stores cannot thrive on coercive tactics. Such strategies will not succeed in the online realm. Chapter 87. Earning over 10,000 monthly. In Wu Shidao's view, the current landscape of application stores necessitates diversity to emerge victorious amidst competition. This implies that a successful application store must feature popular, high-quality offerings across a broad spectrum. Wanghu Company's vision is commendable. By collaborating with developers, they aim to enrich 91 Assistant and Android market. However, the execution has faltered. The crux of the issue lies with the term exclusivity. It is essential to recognize that neither 91 Assistant nor Android market has attained a monopolistic status. Particularly, 91 Assistant, prior to the emergence of versatile hacking stores, had nearly monopolized the system's application market. However, this does not imply that 91 Assistant is irreplaceable or inherently superior. It merely exploited a gap left by the absence of server infrastructure within the country. Currently, as servers are predominantly situated overseas, users often experience exasperatingly slow download speeds, with some requiring overseas credit cards for purchases. These compounding factors have rendered 91 Assistant the sole alternative for domestic users. In this context, developers who previously opted to launch on 91 Assistant find themselves compelled to accept Wanghu Company's exorbitant commission fees and promotional costs. Once the universal cracking store emerged, the dominance of 91 Assistant was swiftly overturned. Initially, the jailbreaking capability of the universal cracking store was something that 91 Assistant lacked. Although the offerings within the universal cracking store were not as extensive as those in 91 Assistant, Shidao refrained from incorporating piracy and illicit content. As a result, during the Trojan virus incident, the universal cracking store emerged unscathed, whereas 91 Assistant, along with Android market and Wandujia, faced allegations of Trojan virus presence. This led many users to express their preferences by gravitating towards the universal cracking store. This phenomenon was the result of a harmonious convergence of timing, opportunity, and human sentiment. Faced with a collapse of reputation and user attrition, NetTiger aimed to bind developers through exclusivity and attract users with high-quality, popular offerings. While this approach was sound, they overlooked a crucial point. Would numerous developers genuinely wish to align themselves with them? The cancellation of various promotional and advertising fees appeared to benefit developers. Yet the universal cracking store followed suit, announcing that exclusivity was unnecessary, while also providing incentives and subsidies for quality creations. Naturally, developers would respond accordingly. Originally, NetTiger sought to create a symbiotic relationship with developers, but developers are not naive. They would simply follow the prevailing winds. The release of the Apple IV under a contract with Unicom was met with immediate success. In an era where average incomes are not particularly high, owning an Apple IV is a dream for many young individuals. As the internet humorously suggests, those who own Apple phones are often perceived to be without pockets. When making or receiving calls, one must prominently display the iconic bitten Apple logo, and the ringtone must feature Apple's distinctive music. While many domestic manufacturers may be displeased with the soaring sales of Apple phones, Shidao finds great joy in this trend. After all, the more Apple phones sold, the more users the universal cracking store would attract. On the afternoon of September 30th, numerous students eagerly rushed to taxis after class, making their way to the bus station. Wow, you seem to have gained quite a bit of weight since we last met a month ago. It seems the food at your university is quite good, Shidao remarked while sizing up Hu Bin upon their meeting. You too? Hu Bin chuckled before complaining, I mean old Wu. Can't you take me somewhere better for a meal? Why this roadside stall? The meeting place was a bustling eatery outside the Information Engineering University. What is wrong with a roadside stall? The food is delicious, Shidao retorted, rolling his eyes. Where would you prefer to eat then? I've never been to a 5-star restaurant, Hu Bin boldly replied. You are quite the forthright one, Shidao laughed, then suddenly asked, have you found a girlfriend? How did you know? Hu Bin exclaimed in surprise. Observing your ostentatious attire, one might surmise, based on scientific research, that when a man begins to take particular notice of his appearance, it signifies he is either in the throes of romantic infatuation or actively pursuing someone. Your outfit certainly aligns with this notion. Shidao, holding the menu, began to place an order. Why haven't you introduced her to me today? Hee. She has gone home. I initially intended for you to meet her, Hu Bin explained, then eagerly inquired. What is it that you mentioned, Lao Wu? Hu Bin's living expenses were quite meager, amounting to merely 1,000 yuan a month. After acquiring a girlfriend, his financial situation swiftly became strained. Particularly after the official release of the iPhone 4, his girlfriend had been subtly hinting for several days that she desired one for herself. Yet, how could Hu Bin dare to acquiesce? He calculated that, according to the contract phone package prices, an iPhone would cost at least 10,000 yuan. Although he earned an income working for Shidao, it had long been preemptively allocated towards the smartphone in his possession. Hu Bin contemplated whether to request an advance on his wages from Shidao, but ultimately dismissed the idea. He had yet to settle his previous debts, and incurring new ones seemed imprudent. Moreover, the number of approved listings at the universal cracking shop had noticeably diminished lately, while the situation had gradually improved. Hu Bin remained uncertain about Wu Shidao's circumstances and felt it inappropriate to broach the subject. I wish to sell fruits at your school and the Post and Telecommunications University, Wu Shidao said, after handing the menu to the waiter, gesturing towards the university gates across the street. I'd like you to manage sales and delivery for both universities. If you perform well, starting in October, your salary will increase to 10,000 yuan. How does that sound? Really? Hu Bin trembled with excitement, his monthly income surpassing 10,000 yuan? Honestly, he had never dared to dream of such fortune being bestowed upon him. After hearing Wu Shidao's previous remarks, he had been so exhilarated these past few days that he scarcely slept, fearing that Wu Shidao was merely jesting. Now, hearing it directly from him, Hu Bin felt a sense of relief wash over him. Do I seem like I have time to jest with you? Wu Shidao gave Hu Bin a sidelong glance. Understanding his enthusiasm, Wu Shidao recognized that the prospect of earning over 10,000 yuan a month was indeed a dream for many in the country. Wu Ge, you shall be like a brother to me. Hu Bin beamed with a sycophantic smile, eagerly refilling Wu Shidao's cup with tea, and added, just tell me what you need me to do. Chapter 88. An unexpected encounter with a rival. In truth, this endeavor was not particularly challenging. Rather, aside from a few tedious aspects, it was relatively straightforward. Wu Shidao outlined the various processes of ordering, stock management, verification, and delivery to Hu Bin. You will be responsible for managing the student population of approximately 100,000 across the two universities. You will need at least 2 courier stations, which serve as temporary warehouses and recruit around 50 diligent students for part-time work. That is essentially it, Wu Shidao concluded. Hu Bin listened attentively and earnestly, slowly sipping from his cup, deep in contemplation. Observing his demeanor, Wu Shidao felt a sense of satisfaction and reassurance. The entire process seemed straightforward. Yet there were indeed complexities involved. Wu Shidao had not articulated everything with utmost clarity, as he wished to gauge Hu Bin's capabilities and see if he could identify the practical challenges. After a few minutes, the waiter brought the dishes to the table. Noticing Hu Bin still lost in thought, Wu Shidao encouraged him, come, eat while you ponder. Hu Bin snapped back to reality, picked up his chopsticks, and began to eat, saying, in that case, I need to first rent 2 houses, correct? Also, we must notify the school security, otherwise, the fruit delivery truck won't be allowed in. Indeed. Wu Shidao nodded. Another concern is whether the teachers will interfere with this arrangement. Hu Bin inquired further. Your school may not interfere, but that of the Postal and Telecommunications University might. Wu Shidao chuckled. Why is that? Hu Bin asked. Because you are a student of Information Engineering University. Undertaking such an endeavor at your institution could be seen as student entrepreneurship, which might face scrutiny, but since neither of us is from the Postal University, do you think they would approve? Realization dawned on Hu Bin, as he slapped his thigh and exclaimed, that makes sense. What if we place the delivery station outside? For instance, right here. He gestured to the streets on either side, adding, if we set up the delivery station here, we would only need to rent a shop. Have you considered the logistics of transport? Wu Shidao shook his head. If we deliver up to 20 pounds to the dormitory, just think about how much can be delivered at once if we rent a shop here, not to mention if there's even a suitable location. We could solve that by purchasing a few tricycles, Hu Bin promptly suggested. Moreover, this approach would reduce some labor costs, allowing us to hire fewer people. You make a valid point, Wu Shidao nodded. Acquiring tricycles is indeed necessary, but those are not the primary concerns. The crux lies in whether the school will consent. Take the Postal University as an example. What if they don't permit your tricycle's entry? We could offer the security staff some incentives to ensure they turn a blind eye, Hu Bin confidently responded. If we can resolve matters with the school, everything else will fall into place. Once we have the school's approval, security will certainly not impede our operations. Wu Shidao shook his head, guiding him further. Is there a way for you to negotiate with the teachers at the school? Hu Bin furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before shaking his head. I don't know. There are many factors to consider in business, Wu Shidao smiled gently. If you shift your perspective, you may discover a solution. How do I shift my perspective? Hu Bin asked, perplexed and eager to learn. You are rather slow on the uptake. Consider the situation from the school's viewpoint. What benefits could our fruit sales bring to the institution? Wu Shidao retracted his smile and spoke earnestly. The primary advantage lies in the ability to offer work-study positions at their school, roles that every university requires. Thus, You can certainly leverage these several positions as a bargaining chip to negotiate with the director of the Student Affairs Department at the Post and Telecommunications University. Alternatively, you could appoint an agent from among the university students to engage in discussions with the school. This way, the university would also support its students in their entrepreneurial endeavors. Creating a win-win situation, wouldn't you agree? Hubin suddenly grasped the concept, tapping his forehead and exclaiming, "Indeed, I hadn't considered this angle. I was merely focused on reducing costs and expenses. In business, one cannot solely contemplate profit. One must also strive for a mutually beneficial outcome. If one only seeks to benefit oneself, sustaining and expanding the business will undoubtedly prove challenging." Wu Shidao shifted the conversation, inquiring, "What did your parents say about you not returning for the holiday?" "I mentioned my intention to collaborate with you, and they readily consented," Hubin replied succinctly. "Well, make the most of these remaining days off. Your tasks are considerable. First, secure the directors of the student affairs departments at these two universities, find accommodation. And I also wish to devise some promotional activities. In short, we have much to accomplish. And we must finalize the arrangements regarding the housing and the instructors within 5 days," Wu Shidao summarized. "This way, we can conduct a promotional event before other students return to campus, thus saving on advertising costs." "What kind of promotional event?" Hubin inquired with curiosity. "You will find out in due course," Wu Shidao teased, indicating that he did not intend to advertise at the Information Engineering University or the Post and Telecommunications University. Universities are relatively insular environments, and word of mouth can suffice to achieve the desired effects. "Very well," Hubin said, ordering a bowl of rice, which he finished quickly alongside his dishes. He then stood up and stated, "Time is of the essence. I must inquire early, especially since it's the holiday season. And whether the directors of student affairs can be reached remains uncertain. Rest assured, even during the holidays, there will be on-duty personnel," Wu Shidao assured, observing Hubin's hurried demeanor with a smile. "Have a bit more to eat." "No more, no more. I must set out to earn some money." Hubin waved his hand dismissively, then recalled something. "By the way, do you remember our high school classmate, the troublesome Lucia?" "Ah, yes, I recall. Why do you ask?" Wu Shidao responded, momentarily taken aback, having nearly forgotten her existence until Hubin mentioned her. "She is at the Post and Telecommunications University." Hubin pointed toward the university gate. "I ran into her last week. I initially thought I was mistaken. I didn't intend to acknowledge her, but surprisingly, she greeted me first." "She studies there as well?" Wu Shidao was genuinely surprised, reflecting on whether he had ever inquired about Lucia's university in his previous life. "Indeed. Surprising, isn't it?" Hubin shrugged, continuing, "Could this be considered a case of fate bringing rivals together?" "What rivals? Just her? She hardly qualifies," Wu Shidao dismissed, waving his hand. "All right then, go ahead and be busy. Feel free to call at any time." Hubin nodded and departed. Wu Shidao did not rush to return. Instead, he strolled into the nearby Post and Telecommunications University, meandering through the campus. He primarily wandered around the vicinity of the dormitory buildings, searching for a suitable spot. This was his first visit to the university, and as he walked, he soon found himself lost. After glancing at a directional sign, he realized that the building not far away was the library. Just as he was about to head towards the campus entrance, he encountered a man and a woman approaching him, laughing and chatting amiably. Wu Shidao cast a casual glance their way, but suddenly felt a jolt of surprise and quickly turned his head. The girl was unfamiliar to him, but the boy, none other than Zhao Lei, the current boyfriend of Shen Xiaojing.